I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 85. Gun Master. After trading the monster bodies for credit points, Lin Huang walked out of the Hunter Association and saw a commercial projection at the entrance. It advertised 2 Black Eagle 33s, one was on its pistol form while another was on its sniper form. He then realized that it was a commercial for the game Gun Master. The game was a collaboration between Eagle Company and Hacker Company. Lin Huang was familiar with the game. From what he remembered, the game was popular when he was still in school. Within the past 2 years, as the game was upgraded, the player population increased significantly. It was initially played by the general public out of boredom, but now there were many hunters who were playing it religiously. However, the hunters did not see it as a game but more as a form of training. Many gunmasters and hunters who played Gun Master as a hobby used the game to train themselves. The guns in the game were a 100% match to a real gun. Even the bullet trajectory was exactly the same as an actual gun. The game was never cheap, even on its launch in the past. A game ring sold at 3,000 credit points. After the recent game upgrades, the game ring now cost more than 10,000 credit points. The commercial was almost 3 minutes long. Lin Huang stayed on and watched the commercial until the end, realizing that the game had come up with servers in exclusive areas for the hunters. Besides catering to gunmasters, the game had now extended its range of weapons to many other long-distance attack weapons, including conventional bows, crossbows, flying knives and more. There was also a battle arena which without weapon limitations. No wonder. This is why they're showing the commercial outside the Hunter Association. They're planning to promote the game to the hunter community, Lin Huang thought as he looked at the price of the latest game ring. It was a whopping 13,000 credit points. The price used to be unacceptable to Lin Huang, but it was nothing to him now as he had just received a huge amount of credit points. I have never played this version before. I'll just buy one game ring to try it out and see if I have the talent needed to become a gunmaster, he thought. Lin Huang did exactly what he planned. He then scanned the barcode at the bottom corner of the commercial board and entered the shopping page. After confirming the delivery address, which was his home in Wulin Town, he proceeded to pay for it. A message was sent to him immediately. You have ordered Gun Master Edition V. We will send it to you as soon as possible. If you would like to cancel your order, please log into our official website to do so within 3 hours, the notification read. After reading the message, he closed the shopping page. He then looked at the time and it was 9:18 in the morning. He walked to a cafe nearby. There were a larger variety of coffee beans here as compared to Earth. There were 390 types of coffee beans and most of the cafes served more than 100 types of coffee beverages and at least 20 to 30 types of coffee beans. Lin Huang ordered a black coffee and sat by the window. He always loved the smell of coffee in the morning. When he was on Earth, he had coffee very often as he had early mornings that was followed with hard work until late at night. That was the reason why he always ordered black coffee, as the bitterness helped him focus and think. While he waited for his coffee, Lin Huang took a look at the map of the wild zones that were around Carefree City. He planned to accumulate the life power in his body to upgrade himself to an iron level rank 3 within the next couple of days. Carefree City was surrounded by mostly level -1 wild zone, while level 2 wild zones were 200 kilometers away. As he looked at the map, a pretty waitress came to him with his coffee. Sir, would you like sugar with your coffee? No, thank you, he replied. Lin Huang then sniffed the aroma of the coffee softly. The coffee smelled was much stronger than the kind he had on Earth. He took a sip. Almost instantly, he frowned deeply, but not because it tasted bad. It was too bitter. It was comparable to berberine tea, which was the most bitter-tasting thought that came to mind. The coffee beans are so different from types of coffee on Earth, Lin Huang mumbled to himself, but he insisted not to add sugar to it. He then proceeded to look at the map and soon he found the place he wanted to go. Grimace Valley looks good, a level 2 wild zone, and it is big enough. The mountains on both sides are also level 2 wild zones. There should be at least 10,000 bronze level monsters over there. It's more than 200 kilometers from Carefree City. It would only take 10 minutes by riding the Alexandrian Eagle. I can come back to the hotel to rest whenever I'm tired, and that's so much better than sleeping in a tent in the wild. After he finished his coffee, he paid for it and summoned the Viridian Wolf. He then rode to the foothold in the west. The waitress who brought Lin Huang coffee was cleaning the table when she saw Lin Huang summoning the Viridian wolf. She screamed, "What's wrong?" Another service crew member turned around and asked, "That customer is an imperial censor. Are you sure that's what you saw?" he asked, as he looked around and saw nothing. Lin Huang had left too quickly. By the time the other staff members had gathered, they did not see him, so they laughed and shook their heads. "It's true. I saw him riding a gigantic green wolf when he left," she stuttered between gasps. "Xiao Lu, you should really stop reading those web novels," the cafe owner said, shaking his head. "You guys need to stop accusing Xiao Lu," an old man said as he stood up with his stick. "I saw the young man too. He really summoned a bronze level rank -1 Viridian wolf without a monster taming token. He was obviously an imperial censor. He looked like he was only 15 or 16, and that was my first time seeing such a young imperial censor," he continued. The old man was a regular customer at the cafe. The staff did not dare say another word when they heard the old man talking about Lin Huang. "Since old Jia saw it too, then it must be true," the cafe owner said, relenting on his previous statement. Lin Huang did not know what had happened at the cafe. He rode on his huge emerald Viridian wolf, and those who saw him on the road were envious of him. When he got out of the west gate, he recalled the Viridian wolf, summoned the Alexandrian eagle and flew towards Grimace Valley. "An Alexandrian eagle," a hunter of a group exclaimed as they passed by and saw Lin Huang summon the Alexandrian eagle. Some of them recognized it as a mutated monster and were immediately struck with fear in their eyes. They then jumped aside to hide from the danger. It was only when Lin Huang was completely out of sight did a hunter come out of hiding said, "Such a young imperial censor. I'm not sure which royal family he's from. I guess it's all fated that way. Some people have better lives than others," he said with a heavy sigh. The journey from West Gate to Grimace Valley took less than 15 minutes. As the Alexandrian eagle landed, Lin Huang recalled it immediately and summoned Bai and Charcoal. He rode on Charcoal's back the rest of the way. Bai and Charcoal then started their parade of merciless killing in the valley. Chapter 86. Keep one's word. In the following days, Lin Huang left the hotel at 8 o'clock in the morning and went back at around 12 o'clock at night. Charcoal and Bai slaughtered the monsters in the valley, giving Lin Huang's life power a boost. There were no barriers in upgrading from iron level rank -1 to iron level rank -3. As long as he had adequate life power, his combat level would be upgraded directly. Under normal conditions, an ordinary person would require at least 2 months to complete the entire advancement process despite having adequate life crystals when they undergo life skill training. Bai's and Black Charcoal's life wheel were in sync, enabling all of the life power from killing a monster to be transferred to Lin Huang's body because Bai and Black Charcoal's life power was full. Although Lin Huang could only get around 3 columns of life power every time a monster was killed, he could fill a total of 1080 columns of life power within half a day. Thanks to the advancement in Lin Huang's combat level to iron level rank 3, Bai and Charcoal were also upgraded to bronze level. In Lin Huang's body, there was a duplicate life wheel from the life power storage card he used. The duplicate life wheel began to store life power once Lin Huang's life power in his original life wheel was full. On the afternoon of the 6th day, the life power columns of both life wheels were finally full. Eventually, Lin Huang stopped the slaughter and summoned the Alexandrian eagle to fly back to Carefree City. Within those few days, he had managed to store at least 1,300 bronze-level carcasses. He paid 17 million credit points to expand the capacity of his storage space to 20,000 cubic meters so he could store more carcasses. However, he was not going to the Hunter Association at Carefree City to sell these carcasses. A few days ago, he was only an iron level rank -1 hunter and he was now iron level rank -3. If he were to sell the carcasses at the same place, people would be suspicious of his unusually drastic upgrade. However, as they landed at the west entrance to the foothold, they bumped into the hunter team they met a few days ago. He did not notice them, but the group of hunters remembered him. Lin Huang entered the foothold as he recalled the Alexandrian eagle and summoned the Viridian wolf instead. The hunters gazed at each other when they saw this. Is he the imperial censor we met the other day? He's able to summon 2 monsters at such a young age. Brother, this is not the point. Look at his combat ability. He was only iron level rank 1 a few days ago. He's capable enough to upgrade himself to iron level rank 3 within a few days. The bearded leader said in fear, the Alexandrian Eagle's ability has also been upgraded to its original level, which is bronze level rank 3. Damn, he levels up extremely fast. The rest of them said. Perhaps only royalty possess life skills with such terrifying effects, the bearded leader said with a sigh. Lin Huang did not know he had met those people before. He went back to the hotel by riding the Viridian Wolf. After taking his bath and lunch, he went out to look for some delicious food for Lin Xin. He was looking for famous food at Carefree City these few nights, and he had jotted down the locations of the shops he found. He planned to come back earlier in the afternoon as he wanted to buy Lin Xin some food. However, the life power was absorbed faster than he had expected. He was half a day ahead of his schedule. Therefore, he could spend more time doing his own things. Riding the Viridian Wolf, Lin Huang visited more than 30 shops. He ordered 2 takeaway sets from each of the famous food stalls. As soon as he finished visiting all of the shoplots, the sky became darker. Lin Huang remembered that there was a roadside food stall he visited with Lin Yuexin before. There were 2 specialty dishes. It was so crowded there. When he got there, the boss recognized him and waved at Lin Huang. Lin Huang walked towards him with a puzzled expression. The boss asked cheekily, "Did you get back with your girlfriend?" "Uncle, the girl who came together with me that day was not my girlfriend." Lin Huang could not believe that the uncle remembered them. All right, I'm not going to talk about it then. What are you going to order today?" "I'll offer you 20% discount on all dishes," the boss said generously. "A set of steak to dine in and 2 sets of tenderloin and steak, takeaway please." Lin Huang ordered. "Damn, you even ordered takeaway. I should have said 10% discount." The boss was generous, but he did not think Lin Huang would buy so much from his shop. "It's okay, I'll pay the full amount. I know it's not easy to gain profit in a business." Lin Huang offered. "A man must keep his word. I promised to offer you a 20% discount and I keep my promises." He then continued, "If your friends happen to visit Carefree City, do recommend them my humble stall. I'll recommend you to them for sure." Lin Huang nodded his head and smiled. While Lin Huang was enjoying his juicy steak, he was reminded of his dinner here with Lin Yuexin from the last time they visited this uncle's stall. "I wonder how she's doing now." Lin Huang paid for his takeaways after finishing his dinner. He realized that it was almost 9 o'clock at night when he got back to his hotel room. Lin Huang was indeed tired but felt a sense of fulfillment with his growth and achievement in the past few hectic days. He verified the confirmation message that he received upon booking the flight ticket of the demonic crystal spaceship while lying on the sofa. The flight would depart on 8:40 a.m. After reading some news, it was 10 o'clock at night. He washed up and went to bed. The next morning, Lin Huang was awake at around 7:40 a.m. After taking his bath, he packed his stuff and left. He checked out after having his breakfast and he went to an outdoor cafe nearby. He ordered a cup of coffee while he waited for the spaceship to arrive. The spaceship arrived on time at 8:40 a.m. and he boarded. Lin Huang sighed and said, "It's finally time to leave." Chapter 87. Life Skill Choices. The next day, the demonic crystal spaceship arrived at Baki City in the afternoon. After getting off the spaceship, Lin Huang went to the Hunter Association along with the carcasses he had with him to redeem credit points. He redeemed a total of 500 million credit points from 1,300 bronze level monsters. These carcasses were ranked from bronze level rank -1 to bronze level rank -3. Lin Huang did not stay any longer at Baki City and left the city from the south gate of the foothold once he had redeemed his points. He summoned his Alexandrian Eagle and flew towards Wulin Town. Lin Huang finally arrived at Wulin Town at around 2:30 p.m. Upon arriving at street number 101, Lin Huang saw the house, but he was not used to the newly furnished house. He scanned the Emperor's heart ring before entering his house. Lin Xin's shoes were not there as she was at school. Lin Huang put on his slippers and entered the house. He realized that his house was quite clean, which means Lin Xin did the house chores while she stayed alone at home. He took a bottle of green leaf juice from the fridge and returned to rest on the couch in the living room. He had been extremely busy for the past 20 days. He did not have sufficient rest for the past 10 days as he was preparing for the reserve hunter assessment. After returning home for around 3 days, he went to the level 4 wild zone of Wangyu Forest, so that he can level up to iron level. Furthermore, he spent 6.5 days at Grimace Valley to polish his life power. He would leave early and come home late every day like a machine. Now that he finally got home, he decided to take a good break before leveling himself to bronze level. The life power in his iron life wheel overflowed and it was not completely stable yet, and so he considered upgrading to bronze level after a few months of rest so that things could settle down. Upgrading to the next level when the life power in his body was unstable would cause a leak in life power. Even a mild leakage could cause failure in the upgrade, leading to substantial reduction in life power. For serious cases, it could range from a violent rage to an explosion, increasing the chances of death. Of course, there must be a way to reduce the settlement period of the life power. It could be done by practicing life skills. Higher leveled life skills will accumulate life power quicker, shortening the settlement period of life power. It seemed like it's the right time to choose a set of life skills now. He placed the green leaves juice back on the tea table, looked for information on various life skills. There were only 3 types of life skills available in the markets, which were low, medium and high level. The low-level life skills were so expensive that one would have to buy it with at least a few million credit points. The price for a mid-level life skill was around 30 million and above, and high-level life skill would cost between 300 to 500 million credit points. If there were attributes associated with the life skill, the price would be 10 times higher or even more. There was a piece of news he heard about an auction on one of the web pages. It was a high-level life skill, Ice Tactics. An anonymous person bought it for 880 million credit points. As reported by the news, the life skill was described as a high-leveled life skill imbued with the element of ice. Practicing life power with this kind of life skill would allow one to use the elemental power with one's life power. Once it reaches a certain level, the life power would turn enemies into ice. One would carry its ice feature in his life power. When it reached a certain level, the life power would turn enemies into ice. This description reminded Lin Huang about Shui Luo. However, he was sure that even if Ice Tactics was trained to its ultimate level, it would never be on par with Shui Luo's abilities. Life skill that beyond these high-level life skills would be the ultimate life skill. Life skills of this level would not be available on the market. It was an item that the members of the royal family would usually fight for. Lin Huang had no clue about its price. It should be at least 10 times the price of a high-level life skill, or possibly even more. Lin Huang did not find a suitable life skill even after browsing the net for more than an hour. Lin Huang hesitated for a while and called Yi Zheng, as he was best qualified to speak on this issue. The notification rang twice and a video feed of Yi Zheng's appeared. "Hey man, are you calling the wrong number? Aren't you supposed to call my sister?" Yi Zheng was wearing a white robe and looked like he just woke up. "There's something that makes you seem better looking," Lin Huang said. "Yeah, I like this. I didn't know that you're such a good flatterer." Yi Zheng looked pleased and said, "You can ask me whatever now. I want to know how I should choose a life skill, and you're the best person to ask for advice about these kinds of things," Lin Huang pleaded. "I have forgotten that you're iron level now. Did you kill the 6-armed demon or the other monster?" Yi Zheng asked. "It is the 6-armed demon," Lin Huang replied. In fact, the monster that Lin Huang killed was the mutated demon that wore a purple dress. "I didn't know you were capable of that. You're quite the skillful man." Yi Zheng sounded surprised. "Okay, back to the topic. It's actually not difficult to choose a life skill. First of all, you have to test the life power on your body to check what element it leans towards. Then, choose a life skill compatible with the element of your life power. However, most people have life power without any elemental attributes and will only obtain it later by practicing with life skills. In some cases, choosing a life skill with similar attributes would be an advantage. You must have read the news about the life skill Ice Tactics yesterday. For instance, both of them were training for Ice Tactics. If one was born with the life power without an elemental attribute, his casting speed for Ice Tactics would be 1. Similarly, the speed of life power accumulation and the power of Ice Tactics would also be 1. However, if another person was born with life power imbued with the element of ice, which would allow it to sync with Ice Tactics, the cast speed for Ice Tactics would be increased by 3-fold or even more, by 3-fold or more. The same goes for the life power accumulation and the activation. Therefore, compatible elemental attributes and life skills are pretty important. If your life power naturally does not have any elemental attributes, I would recommend you choose Army Attack Tactics. Though it is only a high-level life skill, if you're able to reach the 6th level, its power would be on par with that of an ultimate life skill. Yi Zheng's explanation was very detailed. "How much would this Army Attack Tactics cost? Why are you asking about the price?" Isn't it there's an army attack tactics training crystal in the reward given to you earlier? Did you not receive the parcel? Yi Zheng was curious. Which parcel are you referring to? Lin Huang asked, confused. It's the reward for the monster horde incident given by the Hunter Association and the government. It's rewarded to everyone who stayed there to help. Yeyu and I intentionally reported that you're the one who helped out the most in the incident. The leader heard that you're going to upgrade to the iron level and rewarded you with an army attack tactics training crystal. Yi Zheng explained patiently. It was sent out a week ago and I just received mine last week. I'll ask for you if you haven't received it yet. It's okay. I'll ask my sister about it later because I just got home today. She might have kept it for me. If she didn't, I'll check the location of the parcel via the courier service database. Lin Huang responded and then further added, oh yay, you mentioned about the innate attribute of life power just now. How do I test it? You're a reserve hunter now. It can be tested for free at any of the footholds of the Hunter Association or you could purchase a tester from the net. It's user-friendly and cheap. It only costs tens of thousands credit points. However, I would recommend you take your test at the Hunter Association's foothold because you'll get a detailed report after you do. At the same time, your abilities will be updated as well. Since you've upgraded to the iron level, you might as well update your personal information. Yi Zheng advised. Alright, I'll spare some time to test the attribute of my life power and then decide if I should choose army attack tactics. I'll call you again if there's any other problem. Lin Huang hung up the phone and immediately bought a life power tester from the net because he did not want to update his combat abilities at the Hunter Association. He had been upgraded to iron level rank 3 without any life skills. It would be a big problem to him if the others found out about this. After placing his order, Lin Xin arrived home from school. She was so happy when she saw Lin Huang as she entered the house. Brother, when did you come back? I arrived here at around 2:30 p.m. Lin Huang closed the web page of the news, stood up and walked towards the kitchen. What would you like to eat for dinner? I bought you only the most delicious dishes. Come, have a look and choose which you like. Lin Xin changed her slippers and saw 10 takeaway boxes as she entered the kitchen. What's that? She pointed at one of the boxes and asked. It's fried snake. Its main ingredient is the snake flesh cut into pieces. It's fried and spicy. How about that? Lin Xin pointed at another box and asked. Weird tasting takoyaki. Its main ingredient is squid tentacle with seasonings and are ball-shaped. It's baked and not fried, though. How about this? Ghost Whisper. It's Ghost Whisper's tongue, cut into thin slices before being fried. After asking about each dish's ingredients, she picked her top 3 favorites. Lin Huang cooked some rice and heated up the dishes for dinner. After having their dinner, Lin Huang asked, Xin have you received any parcels lately? Yes, 3 of them. One of them is from the Hunter Association while one is the Gun Master game ring. I've unwrapped it. The 3rd parcel only came in yesterday and the sender is a girl. Her name is Lang. Where are the parcels then? Lin Huang was excited to hear her name. The Gun Master game ring is in my room. I've been playing with it these days. I didn't unwrap the other 2. It's on your bedside cabinet. Oh, I'll have a look at it then. Lin Huang sprung to his room at once. Chapter 88. A great reward. Lin Huang took out 2 parcels from the bedside cabinet. The parcel that Lang Yuexin sent him was packaged properly. There was a storage ring inside the parcel. It was not the one that Li Yangxing had. There was a small note with a fragrant smell inside the parcel and there were 8 numbers written on it. It was probably the password that Lang Yuexin gave him to unlock the ring. Lin Huang entered the password according to the numbers on the small note on the login page. Upon verifying the password, an authentication to prove his identity was needed. Lin Huang figured that Yuexin had intentionally set it that way just in case the parcel was stolen or got lost. Lin Huang scanned his Emperor's Heart ring and verified his identity. Lin Huang's identity was automatically bound to the system and the storage ring she gave him became his exclusive storage ring. He immediately checked on the storage ring's internal information. The storage ring had a very large storage capacity of 100,000 cubic meters. If he were to expand the storage capacity of the Emperor's Heart ring to this level, he had to spend 100 million credit points for the expansion. The Emperor's Heart ring that Lin Huang was wearing now was only at 20,000 cubic meters. Nonetheless, he noticed that only a few things were stored inside. There were hundreds of complete life crystals and thousands of life crystal pieces. Along with those were hundreds of weapon rings inside the storage ring. The last few items in the ring made Lin Huang's breath quicken as these items were placed separately within the storage ring. There was a black sword that Lin Huang had seen Li Yangxing use before. It was a relic. Aside from the sword, there was a silver armor and a pair of black leather boots. Lin Huang could neither activate these 3 relics with his current life power nor could it be kept in his body as well, but he could use this sword to kill monsters in the future. Though he would not be able to use it to its full potential with his life power, its sharpness alone was enough. A golden card was placed not far away from the 3 relics. Is it a credit point storage card? Lin Huang looked at the card and immediately recognized what it was. Non-binding credit point storage card detected. Would you like to bind it? A page suddenly popped up from the Emperor's heart ring. Bind it. After a short while, the Emperor's heart ring released a beam of light that shone on the golden card. Scanning of card's information is now complete. Binding is complete. Would you like to integrate the card into your personal account? After integration, your credit point account will be upgraded to a VIP account and you will be eligible to enjoy discounts on certain merchandise. Integrate it then. Lin Huang nodded his head. He trusted items from Lin Yuexin. Integration is complete. Your personal account has been upgraded to a VIP account. Your account balance is 38.155 billion credit points. 38.155 billion. Lin Huang's eyes popped. He could only redeem 1 billion credit points after collecting carcasses for a few days. Lin Huang was shocked to see Li Yangxing's credit point balance. Lin Huang thought of it again. Even billions of credit points and a few relics meant nothing to him. How terrifying was the power of the Lang's family. The Lang family would definitely know that Lin Yuexin had Li Yangxing's storage ring with her. Otherwise, they would not negotiate with the Li family to unlock the Emperor's heart ring. It was impossible that the Lang family did not know that she gave all of the items in Li Yangxing's storage ring to him. Since Lang's family agreed to give him these treasures, it probably meant nothing to Lang's family, or perhaps they were a sign of an apology. After integrating the golden credit point storage card in the Emperor's heart ring, it vaporized and disappeared. He had no idea what it was made of. He stored the credit point storage card and wore the delicate storage ring on his left pinky. He then proceeded to unwrap the second parcel. The second parcel was sent by the Hunter Association. Inside, there was a black stone, the size of a fist. It contained a thumb-sized crystal chip and a bronze token that was half the size of half his palm. Lin Huang could recognize that the bronze token was a decree that allowed them to have access to bronze hunter-related activities. When the token was issued, it would be processed by the Hunter Association and there would be no follow-up procedures. When Lin Huang received this, he knew that he had been upgraded to bronze level in the Hunter Association. It was the level of a regular hunter and he was no longer just a reserve hunter. He could access all information a bronze hunter could. However, the upgrade did not mean that Lin Huang had become a true bronze hunter. Tasks that other bronze hunters could take on, he could only see the information and could not accept. He also could not enjoy the benefits given to bronze hunters as well. Aside from the bronze token, the black stone was probably the cultivated crystal for army attack tactics. Lin Huang was not sure of the elemental attributes of his life power. Therefore, he dared not practice it yet. He then looked at the thumb-sized crystal chip. He only knew that it was a message chip recognized by the Emperor's heart ring. Lin Huang had no clue what the inside of the chip contained. He scanned it with his Emperor's heart ring and an image was projected onto Lin Huang's room. There was a muscular, middle-aged man practicing a set of techniques in the projected image. It was giving off a deadly aura. Lin Huang noticed that each of the attacks were fatal. It seemed to be a military technique. It took him 20 minutes to complete practicing the technique. In the projected image, the middle-aged man then began to speak. The name of this close combat technique is called Fatal Tactic and it's meant to be used with army attack tactic until one reaches gold level. This combat technique is quite good, though. Actually, without listening to the man's description, Lin Huang already knew that it was a rare combat technique. With the assistance of the teaching projection, he would be able to master the technique and accumulate the necessary cards. Although he majored in sword techniques, it would be great if he could master this combat skill. He kept all his stuff in the storage space. Lin Huang got up and walked towards Lin Xin's room on the 3rd floor. Lin Xin, could you please lend me the Gun Master game ring? I want to assess the current level of my skills. Chapter 89. Gun Master Assessment. A maximum of 10 accounts can be registered in Gun Master using a game ring unless it was bound to the Emperor's heart ring. Lin Huang did not know that Lin Xin was interested in the game, or he would have bought more rings. After taking the game ring from Lin Xin, Lin Huang went back to his room and summoned the game cabin. The Gun Master game was expensive because of the game cabin. The game cabin was only around 10 meters squared. There was a small room with a height of 2.5 meters. In fact, it employed spatial compression technology to make the room look small on the outside even if it had a significantly larger interior. It had an area of more than 10,000 meters squared and its height was about 100 meters or so. Spatial compression technology was also known as temporary spatial compression. This was still considered new technology and was still not widely known or used by commoners. The so-called temporary spatial compression method was actually a temporary compression of spatial dimension within a specific period of time, and should it exceed that time period, it would expand back to its original size. The game cabin was only had a floor space of 10 meters squared, and once the game was activated, the game cabin would utilize temporary spatial compression to increase the play space, but it was limited to only 12 hours per day. Therefore, a game cabin was not suitable for item storage. Lin Huang brought the game ring along with him into the game cabin and the virtual game world appeared before him. Lin Huang peeked into Lin Xin's temporary account, which was still logged in. Lin Huang was stunned because Lin Xin's had a really good stats in her account. It did not matter if it was a fixed, moving or multiple targets before her. She did very well in all categories, even shooting at targets that would appear in random locations. Lin Huang clicked a few buttons to look for records of actual combat she did in-game and was astonished by what he saw. Though the accumulated points were not too high in the first few rounds, she did a lot better after that. She won the title of best player in most of the battles. With her physique, it was kind of unbelievable that she could achieve such a standard. She was born to become a gunmaster. Lin Huang never knew that his sister was so talented. After watching Lin Xin's performance, he logged out of her account and registered for a new account. The game ring began to scan Lin Huang's body and recorded the information to create the new character. After the registration was completed, the game user interface appeared once again. Lin Huang noticed that there were no records found in the new account and it was not linked to Lin Xin's previous account. When he was choosing the gun model, he chose the Black Eagle 33 because he was good at it. He held the gun in his hand. It was as if there were no differences between the one he was holding and the real thing. Lin Huang then entered the training mode. It began with fixed target shooting. His surroundings had automatically morphed into a shooting range and a target appeared before him, at a distance of 200 meters. Lin Huang fired 10 consecutive shots and all of the shots hit the bullseye. The next target appeared. Lin Huang lifted his gun and shot at it. Lin Huang felt as if he was using a real gun. Even the bullet's trajectory and recoil force felt exactly like an actual Black Eagle 33. He began to gain interest in this game. After practicing his shooting for 20 minutes, Lin Huang morphed the Black Eagle 33 into its sniper form. When a different gun was used, the shooting range would change accordingly. The target was now located further, at a distance of 500 meters. Lin Huang aimed at the target and activated the life power in his body, causing a bullet to fire. The bullet penetrated through the virtual target in the center, forming a hole. The second target immediately appeared. Lin Huang took aim at the second target and shot at it. Lin Huang was done warming up after practicing his sniping for 20 minutes. He switched his firearm back into a pistol and started the next assessment. The shooting range morphed once again. A moving target appeared at a distance of 200 meters. Lin Huang pulled the trigger the moment the target appeared. The second target was no longer moving at a constant speed. Still, Lin Huang fired. After the shooting practice, Lin Huang went on with his sniper again. After half an hour, he began the next round of training. The number of targets in the shooting range increased and had different movements assigned to each of them. Some of them were faster while some of them were slower. There were even targets that were not moving in a straight line. However, all these did not scare Lin Huang. Shots were continuously fired and he hit all of the targets. Soon, he entered a more difficult level. Fourth round, random shooting. All the targets would randomly appear for mere seconds before Lin Huang's 180-degree view. The level of difficulty of this assessment was quite high. When Lin Huang graduated from the Hunter Reserve College, he did not get full marks for his gun assessment because he had lost 1 mark in this category. However, Lin Huang was confident that he could easily pass this assessment. His physique was not only stronger but the speed of his hands had also improved after he gotten his life seed skill. The 10-minute random shooting assessment ended very quickly. Lin Huang scored full marks and passed the assessment. Lin Huang aced all 4 assessments perfectly. Lin Huang felt that it was reasonable for him to score full marks because of his strength and physique. Upon completing this assessment, Lin Huang selected actual combat and chose a random battle to join. The virtual environment in the game cabin quickly shifted to an actual combat map. There were a variety of buildings, different modes of transportation, and even the virtual passerbys. The opponents were randomly matched for several rounds and Lin Huang scored the highest in each round. He was undefeated throughout the rounds. After playing for a few rounds, Lin Huang finally discovered that the physique level of regular people was different from his. Since he was in a room filled with ordinary opponents, he was able to attack without so much as a single worry. The battle quickly became meaningless and unfulfilling for him. It seems like I have to enter the hunter rooms where I can battle with actual hunters as my opponents. I can only become stronger if my opponents are stronger than I am. Lin Huang looked at the time and it was 9 o'clock at night. It was still early. He immediately logged out of the normal room and logged into the hunter's room. Chapter 90, Encountering a Pro. Authenticating hunter's identity. Logging into the hunter room, system's automatic detection shows player's combat level as Iron level rank -3. Iron Battleground can be activated. Would you like to activate it? Activate. Lin Huang nodded his head to confirm. Iron Battleground activated. Please enter your account ID. God of Gun. Lin Huang wanted an arrogant name. The ID has been used. Please choose another ID. God of Firearm. The ID has been used. Please choose another ID. Blast Master. The ID has been used. Please choose another ID. Simply a newbie. Lin Huang finally decided to be modest since all the cool names are in use. Please confirm ID. Confirm. He was sure. The Iron Battleground is segregated into the Firearm Zone and Mixed Battle Zone. Please select your zone to begin combat. I choose the Firearm Zone. Lin Huang saw the advertisements for the Mixed Battle Zone. There were a variety of weapons there but Lin Huang wanted to battle against stronger opponents instead. A virtual map then popped up onto the projected game interface, showing 8 maps that were available for selection. Lin Huang noticed that one of the maps had a combination of Chinese and Western buildings. He found it interesting and chose that map. Confirm selection of Lijiang Tower. There will be 2 teams in the Lijiang Tower combat mode. 6 players will be assigned to each team and players are distinguishable based on the color labels on top of the players' heads. Team members are white while opponents are colored red. The entire battle will take place over half an hour and the side with the highest amount of kills will win. You may auto-match with random players or invite online friends to play. Random matching. It was the first time Lin Huang played this game. He did not have any friends yet. Random matching completed. Please choose your weapon. As usual, Lin Huang chose the Black Eagle 33. Weapon selection completed. The map is now being generated. Within a short while, the virtual environment before Lin Huang changed. The spacious game cabin was transformed into a nighttime city environment. Welcome to Lijiang Tower. His team members appeared one after the other. Are there any first-time players? A tall man glanced around and his gaze landed on Lin Huang's ID which was placed above his head. The rest of them shook their heads. Lin Huang was the only one who raised his hand. I just bought my game ring today. Everyone suddenly seemed displeased. A new player could easily become a burden to the team in this game, an easy target for the opponents. Follow me then and morph your weapon to its rifle form and use automatic fire. The tall man frowned when he saw Lin Huang holding a Black Eagle 33. I'm not going to change anything. I'm used to attacking with the Black Eagle 33. Lin Huang shook his head. Kid, just change it for the sake of the team. Don't be selfish. The speed and the shooting distance of that pistol is no match for a rifle. You're a newbie and you're not used to this game yet. Please don't be a burden to the team. The 40-year-old man was rude indeed. The ID above his head said, man in his 40s is a flower in bloom. I'll try a few shots first. If I can't manage it, I'll change my weapon to a rifle. Lin Huang insisted. It's fine, stop talking about it. You're given 2 chances. If you die without a kill, you're changing your weapon. Okay. Lin Huang compromised. He was confident with his technique. Although he might not be able to defeat all the players in the Iron Zone, he at least believed that he would not be killed twice and would at least get a kill. I'll bring him to the night market. The four of you please go to the courtyard. The tall man gave his instructions. None of them disagreed with him because truthfully, no one was willing to bring Lin Huang to the night market. Lin Huang kept quiet. It was fine if no one was going to accompany him. He preferred wandering around on his own so he could familiarize himself with the map. Of all the people there, he did not think that it would be the tall man who would lead him there instead, especially after the heated debate about them wanting him to change weapons. The player ID of the tall man was, "I'm the tall and mighty man." Walking behind the tall man, Lin Huang looked at his player ID and he furrowed his brows. It's true that he's tall, but mighty, was the word mighty referring to his performance in the game or something else? Brother Mighty did not know that Lin Huang was laughing at his player ID. He explained to Lin Huang as he walked, "Based Lijiang Tower's map, it seems that there are not many buildings here. The battleground is separated into two main areas. One is the courtyard, the area where the four of them are headed to now, and the second area is the night market, where we're headed towards now. The courtyard has a better field of view with a bridge there, while the night market has more shelters. With the way the night market is designed, the best weapon to use here would be a sniper rifle." Since Lin Huang was using a Black Eagle 33, Brother Mighty told him to attack using its sniper form so he does not get killed so easily. It was nighttime and the virtual map was brightly lit. Lin Huang observed his surroundings as he listened to Brother Mighty's explanation. Although he knew that it was just a virtual scene in the game, he was hungry because of the many food stalls in the market. He casually took a grilled squid from one of the stalls. The squid was still hot and it had a burnt aroma to it, it felt so real. He was astounded at how advanced this game was. Lin Huang walked with Brother Mighty and together, they passed by several restaurants. He attempted to familiarize himself with the dynamics here. Just as he was walking out of a shop selling steamed buns, a gunshot from a sniper went off. Brother Mighty's head exploded and his body collapsed to the ground. Lin Huang did not run away. Instead, he rushed out of the shop and activated cloud steps, moving around a short distance. He lifted his pistol and shot upwards, towards the high ground of the night market that Brother Mighty mentioned just now. There was a woman wearing a tight, black leather outfit on the high grounds of the night market, using a skill similar to his. Lin Huang saw that she was using the same type of weapon he had, a Black Eagle 33. After a few consecutive shots, Lin Huang's expression changed. He would never have thought he would meet a pro in his very first battle, and of all the zones, he had to meet her in the Iron Zone. Chapter 91, A Fateful Battle. Two fish in a moat. The mysterious lady stared at Lin Huang. After the Black Eagle 33 in her hand morphed into a pistol, she made a few consecutive attacks at Lin Huang instead. Lin Huang easily dodged her shots. When Lin Huang shot back, the woman moved as swift as a ghost. She was on par with Lin Huang's cloud steps, or if Lin Huang would admit it, she was probably even better than he was. The few shots he fired did not even graze her leather armor. Both of their attacks were fired lightning fast, and they instantly realized that they had encountered strong opponents, each other. None of them were willing to retreat, and within a few seconds, their attacks became more intense. Lin Huang used this opportunity to train himself. The woman in leather clothing seemed happy, perhaps due to the fact that it was rare to encounter a similarly strong opponent in the Iron Zone. A grin formed on her fair face, and her waist-length black hair followed her curves. She was so graceful even when she dodged his attacks. Lin Huang, on the other hand, looked serious and was worried all the time, but he seemed to do it all effortlessly, his skill light and graceful. Both of them continued to attack each other at a distance of around 100 meters, and yet none of them were hit by their opponent's attack. The people who watched were amazed at their movement speed. The reason why they could avoid the bullets was because they had astonishing predictive abilities. Both of their eyes had never once left each other's body. They were able to capture the subtle changes in their opponents' muscles just before they attacked. Under such circumstances, they were able to predict each other's moment of attack and dodge in the nick of time. If they were a tenth of a second slower, they would be hit. The fight lasted for only a few minutes before it ended, not because either of them was hit by a bullet, but because there were other players who had now entered the battle. The first player who entered was the woman's companion. He was short and fat. Before he was able to react, a bullet penetrated his head between his eyebrows and he collapsed instantly. Of course, it was Lin Huang who fired that shot. His speed was terribly fast. The second player who joined the fight was Brother Mighty. He was Lin Huang's partner. As soon as Brother Mighty respawned, he hurried to the place where he died. He had no clue about what had just happened. After watching the video on playback, he found out that he had been shot by a lady aged between 16 or 17. He went back to the battleground to help Lin Huang. He was still far away and could only hear the sound of shots fired every few seconds. He excitedly muttered, the guy had not died yet. He recognized the gun that was being used, the Black Eagle 33. He rushed in the direction of the sound using a different route. This way, he could see the high ground of the night market with better clarity and protect his back from being shot again. How dare this fellow get me with a sneak attack? I'll let you know how it feels like, getting shot in the head. Brother Mighty grinned as he exited yet another restaurant. He popped his head from behind the wall and he could see the woman in leather armor from afar. As soon as he was about to pull his trigger, he blacked out, again. Lin Huang noticed Brother Mighty popping his head from behind the wall and once again, he witnessed the lady in leather shooting him. She did it in the same way Lin Huang shot down the fat guy, between his eyebrows. Lin Huang shook his head as he knew that she was determined to compete with him. However, Lin Huang and the woman had never expected that something peculiar was going to happen on that battlefield. After Brother Mighty was shot and had watched the video on playback, he realized that the woman was powerful. However, Lin Huang had yet to be sent back to the respawn point. Instead, it was the backbone of his companions, the middle-aged man with the player ID of "Man in his 40s is a flower in bloom," who appeared at the respawn point. Brother Mighty immediately told the middle-aged man that there was a woman who could very well be a gunmaster at the night market. They then proceeded to the night market together. At the opponent's respawn point, when the short and fat guy respawned, there were 2 other people there. He then told them that there was a young man in the opposing team. 3 of them rushed to the night market, planning to kill Lin Huang. Soon, the night market that initially began with only 2 of them was now crowded. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, including the short and fat guy, Lin Huang made 3 consecutive shots and immediately, they were sent back to the respawn point. On the other side, Brother Mighty and the middle-aged man were shot by the woman right after they appeared. They were sent back to the respawn point as well. What just happened? Everyone was curious. On playback, they saw the scene when Lin Huang made 3 consecutive shots and all 3 shots fired hit them right in the middle, between their eyebrows. At the respawn point, Brother Mighty and the middle-aged man were watching the same replay and they exhaled loudly. They were amazed by how powerful the woman was and at the same time, they had finally witnessed Lin Huang's ability. We might have met a true gunmaster. They exclaimed at the same time. Indeed, many hunters were obsessed with firearms but not all of them can be a gunmaster. The main purpose of the gunmaster assessment was to evaluate how they used a firearm. It was not really related to the candidate's ability. Though it was a beginner-level assessment, many of today's gold hunters were not able to pass the assessment at some point in the past. Yi Yayu was one of them. With the hunter zone opening in Gunmaster, many gun-obsessed hunters were motivated to join. They hoped to brush up on their firearm skills through virtual combat instead of dying in actual battle. Besides, they may just have a chance of meeting an actual gunmaster, which would be a good learning experience for them. They suspected that this was a battle between 2 gunmasters. Hey guys, there might be 2 gunmasters fighting at the night market. Stop fighting and let's watch the battle between them. Brother Mighty and his team shouted at the video. At the opposing camp, the short, fat guy and his teammate invited more people to witness the memorable fight as well. 2 guys who were fighting in the courtyard forfeited their battle and ran towards the night market. Chapter 92, Best Player Award. Muzemo's game ID was Female Gunslinger 1 Foot. The account was created not long ago, less than a month. Within 1 month, aside from battles where she was paired with weak teammates, she had never lost a battle. System statistics show that she has a 99% win rate and was awarded as the best player of the game in most battles than the battles which she had weak teammates, she had never lost before. During this period of time, she had met other gunmasters in-game. However, she did not participate much in battles as her opponents would usually choose to avoid her and attack her teammates instead. It was the first time Muzemo met an opponent like Lin Huang, who would fight till the end and was reluctant to retreat. She was so excited and did not bother about the outcome of the battle. She wanted to be better than Lin Huang. Lin Huang entered the game for the first time with a simple purpose. He was looking for an opponent who was stronger than him so he could practice his skills. He was not concerned about winning. Their team members arrived at the battleground to see the both of them engaged in a fierce battle. All of them kept their guns and raised their hands, a sign that they were here to watch instead of joining in the fight. They watched quietly. As time passed, both of them became familiar with each other's combat movements. Soon, they bonded through battle. Lin Huang knew that she was the real deal, a true gunmaster. She had strong fundamentals and it showed in her skills. She was as good as he was. He could not figure out her weaknesses at all. Mu Zemo felt differently about Lin Huang. He had good basics unlike the other players, but she could predict his next moves. They were just as good as one another. He must be new to Gun Master by the looks of it, but he must have come from an academy. She fired even more shots at him, and when Lin Huang tried to dodge her attacks, another Black Eagle 33 appeared in her left hand. Just then, he could not relax anymore. He knew she meant business this time. Mu Zemo was confident that she could certainly send Lin Huang back to the respawn point. Lin Huang, however, had no intentions of retreating. At the high ground, Mu Zemo held guns in both her hands, attacking consecutively. Her attack speed was at least 50% faster now. It's a gunfighting technique. Lin Huang's pupils dilated as they watched Mu Zemo's every movement. I've been practicing this skill for a year, the twin flower. I don't think that you can dodge my bullets anymore. Mu Zemo finally spoke to Lin Huang. The bullet's trajectory of her Black Eagle 33s began changing abruptly. It was supposed to be traveling in a straight line. However, following Mu Zemo's wrist movements, it began to travel in a curved path. She then launched her combo with both guns. Bullets were flying all around her towards Lin Huang, filling the entire area, causing those who were watching the fight to cheer in astonishment. At almost the same time, Lin Huang's movements changed. He touched the ground with his toe and spectral snow steps was activated. His body rose swiftly into the air, resembling a soaring eagle. He did a somersault in midair and landed on the roof of another house. Thanks to spectral snow steps, he managed to escape the area of effect of the gunfighting technique, Twin Flower. Mu Zemo had never expected that Lin Huang would have different movement skills. It was as fast as the first skill he activated. Lin Huang's weakness was revealed when she realized that his gun skills were weakened if his opponents used gunfighting techniques. After getting up to the rooftop, he activated Boundless Vision without hesitation. The innate ability of Sly Hand was activated as well. He raised the gun once again and fired multiple shots at Mu Zemo with the fastest attack speed ever. Thanks to the physique enhancement from Robust, the recoil force had minimal effect on Lin Huang's body. His regular attack speed was then 10% faster than Mu Zemo's attack speed. He was terribly fast now. The activation of Boundless Vision allowed Lin Huang to better notice Mu Zemo's subtle movements. Mu Zemo had almost used up her life power when she activated the gunfighting technique. She was caught off guard when Lin Huang counterattacked with a fearsome attack speed and she panicked. Brother Mighty and the rest of them were struck by terror. Nobody could avoid such an attack regardless of how good their skills were. They would definitely be sent back to the respawn point. The battle between gunmasters was not about movement skills. It was about eyesight and their abilities to predict their opponent's movements to give them great advantage in their ranged attacks, especially for gunmasters and bowmasters. Lin Huang grinned when Mu Zemo began messing up her movements. Just then, he held the Black Eagle 33 in his left hand. He had never practiced using a gun with his left hand, so he had no idea how it would turn out, but this did not hamper the firing rate of his left hand. The intensity of the life power bullets doubled immediately. Mu Zemo was shocked to see Lin Huang holding another gun on his left hand. However, it shocked her that his accuracy was so awful. Since Lin Huang shot randomly, it was rather difficult for Mu Zemo to predict the trajectory of the bullets fired out from the gun in his left hand. Lin Huang's shooting speed was extremely fast to the point that it made her clumsy. She found it difficult to dodge the attacks, causing her defense to become weaker. I used up most of my life power when I used the gunfighting technique. This fellow is now attacking me at lightning speed and this will probably deplete his life power. I'll only need to avoid his attacks for now because movement skills require less life power. When his life power is exhausted, the victory of this battle will still belong to me. Mu Zemo planned in her mind. The colorful signboards of the night market made the night in Lijiang Tower much more mysterious. At the night market, the sounds of shooting guns continued and began to sound a lot more like a rifle because Lin Huang kept shooting at her. It had been 10 minutes and Lin Huang's was still attacking at an extremely high speed. On the other hand, Mu Zemo seemed to have used up most of her life power. All of them were comparing Mu Zimo's gunfighting technique, which lasted for only a few seconds, but Lin Huang did not seem to have the intention to stop at all. How could it be? Even if the skill that he did not consume a large amount of life power, each bullet fired will require life power, especially with such a fast attack speed. How is it possible for him to sustain his attacks for such a long period of time? Mu Zimo doubted. Her life power could only last her 6 minutes if she shot her bullets at her fastest speed. It had been more than 10 minutes and Mu Zimo had used up most of her life power avoiding the attacks while counter-attacking. It has ended, Lin Huang said in a deep voice. He fired out of his left gun to block Mu Zimo's movements while his other hand shot a bullet at her head. This guy, he sure knows how to use a gun with his left hand. Mu Zimo was terrified. The next moment, a bullet penetrated her head and her body collapsed in an instant. Brother Mighty gave Lin Huang a thumbs up and said, "Brilliant. Pretending that you have not trained using your left hand to trick the woman into believing you." Lin Huang shook his head and said, "I've indeed never practiced with my left hand to shoot guns before this. When I was in the midst of shooting, I familiarized myself with shooting from my left hand. Though my accuracy has improved, my right hand still handles a gun better. It seems that one needs to be talented to become a gunmaster." He was able to familiarize himself with shooting from his left hand in just 10 minutes. Brother Mighty and the rest of them looked embarrassed. In the midst of the conversation, a notification sound rang. Counting down, 10, 9, 8, just as Lin Huang was about to quit the game, he received a friend request. It was from Female Gunslinger 1. Lin Huang hesitated for a moment but decided to accept her friend request anyway. Now, he had one new friend on his friends list which was initially empty. "I hope we'll have a chance for a rematch soon." Female Gunslinger 1 Foot sent him a message. "Sure," Lin Huang replied. The countdown timer ended as soon as they ended their conversation. Lin Huang saw Lijiang Tower fading from his view. Lin Huang then returned to the empty game cabin with the results of his battle. Player: simply a newbie, kill points gained, 4 inches, death count, 0 inches, congratulations. You've won the Best Player award. Chapter 93. Special life columns. After quitting the game, Mu Zimo changed into her purple silk pajamas. She clicked on the recorded battle between Lin Huang and her at her desk and watched it again. After a short while, a girl in pink pajamas walked into the room. She looked exactly like Mu Zimo. "Sister, what are you watching?" asked the girl in pink pajamas. "I'm watching the recording of the game battle." Mu Zimo did not turn her head around, her gaze never leaving the projected video. The girl in pink pajamas watched the video together with her from behind. She frowned when she saw how intense Lin Huang's attack was. After she finished watching the video, Mu Zimo turned back and asked her twin sister, "Zixi, what do you think?" "There is something strange about the columns in his life wheel. The number of life wheels that he has is different from that of any other person. Based on the frequency of his high-speed attacks, he would need at least 3 life wheels or more in his body to supply such a large amount of life power for an attack that lasted this long." Mu Zixi explained. "I feel the same way." Mu Zimo felt assured. It doesn't matter if he was born with the 6 existential realm life columns with 6 life wheels or the Octodragus Skydragon life columns with 8 life wheels, he is definitely no ordinary person. "I wonder which family he's from, he's so young," Mu Zixi said with a smile. "Hey, are you making fun of me because I'm not as good as he is?" Mu Zimo rolled her eyes. "Well, firearms have always been your weakness and you're fighting with a guy with these special life columns while your power is restricted to iron level rank -1. Don't feel bad for losing the game." Mu Zixi tried to make her sister feel better. "My power can only be restricted to iron level rank -1 since I have the power and speed of a rank 3 hunter even though I'm just a rank -1 hunter. If I were to fight with the combat abilities of a rank 2 or rank 3 hunter, that would be bullying. Besides, the fact that I lost to someone that had the same combat abilities with me proves that my firearm skills can still be improved." Mu Zimo shook her head as she tried to console herself. "Why do you waste your time practicing with a gun? You already have the ability to use bows and throwing knives as your ranged attack. You should strive to become a transcendent." Mu Zixi suggested. "You do know that there's no news regarding the transcendent monster that I've chosen. Since I have nothing to do now, I might as well practice my gun skills. You've been quite free lately, why don't we play Gun Master together?" Mu Zimo asked. "I'm not going to play that game," Mu Zixi said with a pout. I'm going to bed. Mu Zemo turned off the video and slept under the covers with Mu Zixi. After a short while, the sound of Mu Zixi yelling at her was heard, "Don't touch me whenever and wherever you please. Go to sleep." It was 10 o'clock at night when Lin Huang left the game cabin. He was quite satisfied with the experience he gained in the game cabin. He even beat an actual gunmaster. However, he noticed that there was still a huge gap between an actual gunmaster and himself. The techniques and skills of an actual gunmaster would be different from him, at least. They would not only have a single attack skill like he did and instead, would have immense power from a variety of gunfighting techniques. I'll look for some tutorials on gun techniques and learn from actual combat videos between gunmasters. If I'm able to brush up on my gun skills, it will not be difficult to beat the gun master assessment. Lin Huang was aware of his weaknesses. I'll pick up a gunfighting technique after receiving the gunfighting certificate. He heard sounds from Lin Xin, who stayed upstairs and was not asleep yet. Lin Huang took the game ring and returned it to Lin Xin so that he could buy a new one for himself. "Brother, you've played for so long." She knew that he had just come out from the game cabin. He was still sweating. "Yes, I tried the basic mode and played another round in the hunter zone." Lin Huang nodded. "Did you win?" Lin Xin was curious to know. "Of course I did. Don't you know who I am?" Lin Huang boasted. "You're amazing." There were stars in Lin Xin's eyes. If her brother could win the game, it was an indicator that her brother was a really good player. "It is 10 o'clock now, get to bed early." Lin Huang rubbed her head softly. He saw the tourist website that Lin Xin was checking out, so he asked with a smile, "Are you going on a trip soon? Have you decided where you're going to head to?" "I've chosen a few places, but I haven't made my final decision." There were so many places she wanted to visit. "Which few places have you chosen? Show me." Lin Huang insisted. "I want to go to Qiantang City, the A-grade foothold the most. The photos and videos uploaded on the network are decent. However, it's quite a distance. It'll take at least a month to reach if I take the demonic crystal spaceship." She was being optimistic even though she knew very well that she couldn't go there. "It's indeed nice. However, you don't have enough time since it's your final year in this coming September. It takes more than 3 months to travel to Anfro. You can consider this destination next year after your graduation," Lin Huang advised. The super big foothold was indeed beautiful. The second choice would be Cold Mountain City, a B-grade foothold. It is said that the entire foothold was built on the cold mountains. The foothold is covered in snow during all 4 seasons. It is summer now and this place is a summer resort. Lin Xin loved cold, snowy weather. "How long does it take to get there if you travel on the demonic crystal spaceship?" Lin Huang was certain she had all the details. "It takes only 1 month and we can still stay there for half a month." She still preferred to go to Cold Mountain City. "The amount of time spent traveling on the ship is quite long. Are there any other choices?" Lin Huang was uneasy as the time taken to go to Cold Mountain City was longer than their actual vacation time. There's also Bamboo City at a B-grade foothold and it takes only a week on the demonic crystal spaceship. There is also Xianxia City, located at a B-grade foothold as well, and it takes only 8 days to travel there. Also, Baki City is in a C-grade foothold. Since we're going on a trip, we should just ignore C-grade footholds. Let's go to the big-sized footholds, the B-grade footholds. There are only 2 choices left, which are Bamboo City and Xianxia City, who happen to be close to one another. There is a place called Blackwater City, but it is not a touristy place. Choose one location between Bamboo City and Xianxia City. After you've graduated, we can travel to places further from us when we have sufficient time for traveling," Lin Huang said. "All right," Lin Xin agreed with her brother. "Sleep early. I'll take a bath before I sleep because I'm sweating." Lin Huang went back to his room. "Good night, brother," Lin Xin immediately shouted as Lin Huang left. "Good night." Chapter 94. Attribute of Lin Huang's life power, your delivery is here. Please pick your parcel up. Early in the morning, as Lin Xin was preparing for school and Lin Huang was cleaning up after their meal, they heard the sound of the silver-tongued bird. Upon opening the door, the fist-sized silver-tongued bird was stood in front of the door. It looked up at Lin Huang. "Good morning, Mr. Lin Huang. Here is your parcel." It then flapped its wings and left a big box, half the size of a regular human, by the doorstep. The yellow-feathered silver-tongued bird jumped up on the box and a receipt appeared from its mouth. Lin Huang took the receipt and scanned the signature code at the bottom right corner with his emperor's heart ring. He then walked into his house, grabbed some sweets and gave it to the bird. The silver-tongued bird extended its wings and flew off after taking all the sweets. It was flattered. "Thank you for your generosity. I wish you a happy life." He moved the box back to his house and opened it with a small knife. It was an instrument wrapped in a layer of thick, vibration-proof material. The height of the box was around 80 centimeters, but the actual height of the instrument was less than 50 centimeters. He took out the instrument from the box and there was a Hunter Association logo printed on the bottom left corner. Lin Huang intentionally chose this life power detector because it was manufactured by the Hunter Association. The result of the test would, therefore, be more reliable than the others. There was a white crystal stone bulging at the top, in the center of the instrument. It was the shape of a hemisphere and was about 20 centimeters in diameter. Lin Huang knew that this was the crystal stone detector. The crystal stone detector lit up as he pressed on the reddish-orange switch at the bottom of the detector. The semi-transparent white crystal stone lit up like a white light lamp. Lin Huang pressed his right hand against it and the life power in his body was transferred to the crystal stone detector and it began to glow in a rainbow of colors. The colorful light glimmered for about 2 minutes and stopped. 3 different colors appeared on the stone detector, which was initially white in color. Gold color occupied the most among them, while there was a little black and red color at the edges. Detection is completed. The user has polymorphic life power. The user has multiple elemental attributes to his life power. 3 types of attributes have been detected. The dragonfire and blood element occupied most of the life power, while a small fraction of it is taken up by the strength element. There may be some other attributes that have not been detected. Would you like to contact the Hunter Association for a more detailed test? Reject contact. After listening to the results of the test, he roughly knew why he had multiple elemental attributes in his life power. He absorbed most of the life power from charcoal and bai, which was why there was a higher amount of blood and dragonfire element to his life power, while he only used tyrant occasionally, which explains why the strength element was a little lacking. He erased the data stored in the detector and turned it off. He then opened the network and started looking for information regarding polymorphic life power. There was very little information regarding polymorphic life power on the network. He found nothing useful after surfing the net for almost half a day. It's unavailable on the Heart network. Perhaps I'll have to ask Yi Yayu again. Lin Huang frowned. However, he recalled something after a short while. Oh yeah, I almost forgot that I am now given access to the exclusive section for bronze hunters. He logged into the Hunter Association information network and looked for more information. After reading around 8 irrelevant posts, he had finally found one thread discussing life skill training for people with polymorphic life power. It was posted by an anon around 20 years ago, stating that the person had polymorphic life power and was interviewed. Many comments insulted the owner of the post. This was because not many of them possessed more than one attribute. Those who possessed dual attributes were even rarer, and there were only a few of them in the entire Division 7. People had mentioned polymorphic attributes as a theory, but no one had actually proven its existence. Aside from royalty, no commoner had ever heard of this before. The post was initially pushed down the thread list after it was posted for a few days, until one day, an anonymous person gave a lengthy reply, rekindling interest in this issue. The anonymous person explained in detail, and he or she seemed to have done their research. Lin Huang read the reply carefully and was in deep thought. The entire reply could be concluded in the final sentence: it is more appropriate for those with polymorphic life power to practice life skills with a neutral elemental attribute. However, he was pondering this matter deeply. Based on the reply, it mentioned that life power was actually a kind of energy that was relatively stable. However, when life power is imbued with different elemental attributes, the instability index of life power will increase. A person who possessed polymorphic life power has an innate self-balancing system within their body. If they were to train with a life skill that was imbued with an elemental attribute, it would disrupt this self-balancing system and cause the unstable life power to erupt from one's body. In order to maintain the balance of life power in one's body, people with polymorphic life power can only train with life skills with a neutral element. The theory made sense, but the ratio of the elemental attributes in my life power is constantly changing and it seems to be fine. Could it be because I'm still at a low level and have a low quantity of life power? Lin Huang doubted. However, he decided to follow what was suggested and train the army attack tactics that he had on hand. Army attack tactics was a set of life skills with a neutral attribute that focused on fighting skills. Many experts would practice this life skill as it was more valuable than any other. There were 9 levels in this set of life skills. Most people would cap out at level 4 or 5. Only those who were stronger could reach level 6. Level 6 was an important stage in this set of life skills. If one was able to break through this stage, the strength and the speed using the life skills would be on par with that of an ultimate life skill. With Xiaohe on hand, it could be level 6 or even level 9 for the army attack tactics. He was confident that he could achieve it. Time was the only issue. Since he had determined the attribute of his life power, he did not want to delay the training of his life skill any longer. He kept the life power detector away and went back to his room. He took out a black crystal the size of his fist and transferred his life power into it. A middle-aged man appeared in front of Lin Huang, and Lin Huang could vaguely sense that he was giving off a murderous vibe. The life skill, Army Attack Tactics, was derived from an ancient skill from the ancients known as Devastating Heavens. Despite being a high-level life skill that people used in current times, it was in sync with the knowledge and wisdom of the old masters. This set of life skills were created by someone who had disobeyed the law of nature. He had said in the past that whoever was capable of achieving level 9 in this set of life skills would stand aloof from ultimate life skills and would achieve the power of holy life skills. Chapter 95. A life skill card. Aside from special life skills, the common life skills were not so difficult to learn. Rather, the difficult part was upgrading them to the next level. Similarly, Army Attack Tactics was not that difficult to learn as well. Most Iron level hunters were able to complete the first level within 3 days. Lin Huang was taught by a specially appointed person that specialized in the Army Attack Tactics practicing crystal. Lin Huang could now gradually divide his life power into parts. The life power, which initially resembled a clear stream, started to divide into 2 streams. The 2 streams then divided into 3 streams. 3 streams began dividing into 4, and eventually, his life power was divided into 12 streams after he completed refining his life power. It was akin to a large military unit that was broken into 12 smaller units. Lin Huang was puzzled as he wondered what the purpose of refining his life power into 12 streams was for. However, after watching the demonstration by the middle-aged man, he finally understood the purpose of doing so. This was because he saw the 12 streams of life power tangling among one another, forming a rope which rotated at lightning speed until it resembled an electric drill. Ah, no wonder so many people are confident with Army Attack Tactics. This set of skill changes the form of one's life power. Lin Huang's eyes brightened up at the thought of this. Lin Huang could now attack his opponents with different forms of life power. After watching the video tutorial, Lin Huang now had a broader understanding of the use of life power. He could finally understand why the life skill was named Army Attack Tactics. Life power could be divided into smaller groups, like how armies were divided into divisions of troops to carry out different attack tactics, be it offensive or defensive. The commander would only have to instruct them and they would carry out his will. This was the core principle of Army Attack Tactics. Lin Huang spent about 9 hours, managed to master forming his life power into the shape of an electric drill, and completed the first level of Army Attack Tactics. His progress was quite good and he performed almost as well as a genius. However, he still could not compare to the true geniuses. According to the information Lin Huang retrieved from the network, and Luoyu was the fastest person to master Army Attack Tactics, and this was about 20 years ago. He spent about half an hour to complete the first level. He was a true genius. Upon completing the first level of Army Attack Tactics, he received a pop-up notification from Xiaohe. Life skill detected. Do you want to turn it into a card? Does it require card pieces? Lin Huang asked. No, as it is a self-learned and self-mastered life skill, you do not have to give anything in order to turn it into a card. Alright, turn it into a card. Lin Huang nodded. It's done. You obtained a rare life skill card. Lin Huang immediately looked at the card that he had just obtained. Life skill card, life skill name, Army Attack Tactics, rarity, rare, mastery level, level 1 inch, effect, 12% increment in the rotation speed of life power. Increases attack power and defense power by 12% respectively. Remarks. For the first 5 levels, with every upgrade, each of the life skill effects will be increased by 12%. Card remarks. Usable, with every upgrade, there will be 12% increment. 5 levels will mean a 60% increase. When one reaches the 6th level, each of the life skill effects will be increased to at least 72%. It is indeed similar to the power of an ultimate life skill. Lin Huang had previously checked out the effects of different levels of life skill. For low-level life skills, the speed, attack power and defense power of life power increased by less than 30%, while mid-level life skills increased the effects from anywhere between 30% to 50%. On the other hand, high-level life skills would increase the effects on life power between 50% to 70%, while ultimate life skill increases the effect on life power between 70% to 100%. Xiao Hei, after turning it into life skill card, will I be rewarded with card pieces when I practice? Lin Huang asked. Yes, you will obtain card pieces. What are the rules for leveling this skill? It will be upgraded to the second level with 200 card pieces. After upgrading to the second level, it will require 400 card pieces to upgrade to the third level. Then, 800 card pieces are needed to be upgraded to the fourth level. After leveling to the fourth level, 1,600 card pieces are required to upgrade to the fifth level. Starting from the sixth level, there are some changes to the rules of leveling the skill. In order to upgrade from level 5 to level 6, it requires 10,000 life skill card pieces. From level 6 to level 7, 30,000 life skill card pieces are needed, and to upgrade from level 7 to level 8, you will need 90,000 life skill card pieces. Upgrading from level 8 to level 9 is a whole different set of rules. It will require 810,000 life skill card pieces. 810,000. Lin Huang was speechless, but he muttered, "Lucky for me, it isn't too difficult to reach level 6. In just a short while after the life skill card was made, Lin Xin came back from school and he unlocked his door when he heard the front door open. "Brother, I'm home," Lin Xin shouted. "What do you want to eat? Take your pick from the kitchen," Lin Huang said as he walked down the stairs and towards the kitchen. He took out the leftovers. After changing her shoes, Lin Xin went to the kitchen, chose 3 dishes. Lin Huang was steaming the rice and said, "I forgot to steam rice. You might need to wait for a while. It was a busy day today." "It's okay, I am not hungry yet." Lin Xin pulled Lin Huang to the living hall and sat on the sofa. She opened the photos saved in her Emperor's heart ring and pictures of sceneries popped up in front of them. "Brother, I've made up my mind. Let's go to Xiaogong City." Xiaogong City was a popular vacation site because of the palace ruins. The palace ruins were 80 kilometers west of Xiaogong City. People have said that they were remnants of the old times and was evidence that the Protoss had once descended upon this world. The ruins had now become a popular tourist spot and had around 10,000 visitors per day. There are tickets available for Xiaogong City next Monday. If you've made up your mind, I'll book the tickets now. Lin Huang shared her joy. "Let's go to Xiaogong City." Lin Xin nodded her head. "All right." Lin Huang opened the ticket booking webpage and checked. There were a few tickets available for next Monday and the 2 rooms they wanted were next to each other. He immediately purchased the tickets. "You still have classes tomorrow. We will go to Baki City on Saturday. We can have some fun there for 2 days before we board at Baki City early the following morning," Lin Huang suggested. Chapter 96. Lin Xin's cooking skill. On Saturday morning, Lin Huang was awakened by Lin Xin because of her knocking. "Brother, get up, it's time for breakfast." Obviously, she sounded happy and excited. "Yes, I know, I'm coming." Lin Huang looked at the clock and it was only 6:30 a.m. After taking his bath, he changed his clothes and headed downstairs. There were a few slightly weird-shaped, over-fried eggs on the dining table and a plate of refreshing-looking salad. Lin Huang walked behind the dining table and looked at the bowl of porridge. The girl had learned from the messed-up eggs. At least, the color looked fine and she did not simply add ingredients in the porridge. "Brother, hurry up, after breakfast, we have to rush to get on the first eagle ride," Lin Xin demanded. "Take your time, we are not riding on an eagle to get there." Lin Huang understood why she was rushing. "How are we going to go to Baki City then? We are departing today, aren't we?" "You will know later when we depart." Lin Huang slowly put a spoonful of porridge into his mouth. His facial expression changed immediately, forcing the porridge down his throat. He raised his head and looked at Lin Xin. "Does it taste good?" "There's too much salt. It is unhealthy to take in so much salt." Lin Huang tried to be gentle with his criticism. "Since I didn't add any salt in the fried egg and salad, I added slightly more salt to the porridge." Lin Huang glanced at the spice rack while Lin Xin was talking. Before this, there was at least 3/4 of salt left in the container placed on the semi-transparent spice rack. However, there was none left. You can sprinkle some salt or pour soy sauce on the fried egg. And salad if you want more taste in your meal. Lin Huang explained patiently. To reduce the saltiness, Lin Huang took a spoonful of green salad. As he ate the spoonful of salad, Lin Huang felt like his skull was about to crack. He forced himself to swallow and took a serviette to wipe away his tears. Xin, how much mustard did you add to the salad? Lin Huang's tongue was numb. I remember you telling me that some of the vegetables must be soaked to taste good. I added the whole bottle of mustard oil into the bowl and soaked the vegetables. I coat the vegetables in mustard oil well from top to bottom by wearing gloves. I spent a lot of time preparing this. Lin Xin said proudly. No wonder the color of the vegetables looks so appealing. It has been coated with mustard, Lin Huang thought. Xin, I am stuffed. Enjoy your breakfast. I will wash the plates later. Lin Huang walked towards the sofa. Brother, you have not touched the fried egg. Lin Xin was upset. You can eat it. Lin Huang sat on the sofa and read the news. Lin Xin ate all the dishes, the salty porridge, the mustard-soaked salad and even the fried egg. She gobbled them all. Was it possible that she was born with a weird sense of taste? Lin Huang thought as he glanced at her. In just a short while, Lin Xin finished all the food on the dining table. Lin Huang closed the news website and cleaned up the table. Brother, how are we going to Baki City? Lin Xin asked. Why are you being so impatient? You'll know later. Lin Huang was agitated. Have you packed? Lin Huang asked. Yes, last night. I'll check my room once again to make sure that I did not miss anything. Please check that the windows are closed and the lights are switched off and lock the door on your way down. Lin Xin followed after him and went to check on the things Lin Huang mentioned. Lin Huang had gone to his room. He closed the windows in his room and folded his quilts. He took one last glance at his room and locked the door. Lin Xin was coming down the stairs. I've done everything you asked me to do. Can we depart now? Lin Xin was clearly excited. Both of them changed their shoes and walked out of their house. Lin Huang walked 2 steps forward and summoned the Viridian wolf at street number 101. It was a majestic-looking Viridian wolf. She paused for a long time and finally said, Brother, are you an imperial censor? Yes, I am. I discovered it when I registered for the reserve hunter assessment. Lin Huang did not tell her the truth because it would be hard for him to explain why he did not tell Lin Xin about this earlier. It's going to take a long time to reach Baki City by riding on your Viridian wolf, Lin Xin was curious. We'll ride on the Viridian wolf until we get out of this foothold. We'll ride on other monsters later. He extended his hand and pulled Lin Xin up to sit on the wolf's back. The Viridian wolf stood up and ran towards the east gate of the foothold. They met a few acquaintances in the town who were filled with astonishment because of Lin Huang's fancy ride. After about 3 minutes, they arrived outside the east gate of the foothold. Lin Huang then recalled the Viridian wolf and summoned the Alexandrian eagle. It's so beautiful. Lin Xin was staring at the white eagle's pure, frosty appearance. The Alexandrian eagle's speed is faster than an ordinary eagle. Brother, you're so amazing. You're capable of summoning 2 monsters. Lin Xin complimented Lin Huang. Get up, you can sit on this weather-resistant cushion so you can get a better view of the scenery. Lin Huang helped Lin Xin get up on the Alexandrian eagle and he followed after her. Onto Baki City, Lin Huang instructed the Alexandrian eagle. The Alexandrian eagle roared, fluttered its wings and flew up to the sky with both of them behind it. Chapter 97. Lang Yuexin leveled up, transcendent during the 2 days in Baki City. Lin Huang brought Lin Xin to places with good food and fun in the foothold. On Monday morning, Lin Xin woke up at 6 o'clock again, causing Lin Huang to wake up early too because she was noisy when she was getting ready in the living room. He showered, changed and then brought Lin Xin to have breakfast downstairs. Whenever Lin Huang stayed in a hotel, he always thought of the food back at stable residence. The buffet breakfast in this hotel was not bad at all, but it was nothing compared to the food at stable residence. Lin Huang then headed to the reception to check out once they were done. After they left the hotel, he brought Lin Xin to the open-air cafe that he went before. He was welcomed by the refreshing fragrance of coffee which made him feel wide awake. He then asked a staff, "May I know what time you open?" "Sir, we are open 24 hours. You can come in anytime you want." The lady staff replied gracefully. "Oh, that's great, get me a cup of black coffee then." Lin Huang raised his eyebrow, turned around and asked Lin Xin, "What would you like to drink?" "Coffee must be bitter, are there any other beverages?" Lin Xin looked at the menu and noticed that there were no decaffeinated beverages available. We just launched honey coffee a few months back. It's a sweet beverage, the lady staff recommended. I'll have that then. Lin Xin nodded. Is there anything else? We have desserts too. None for me. How about you? Lin Huang looked at Lin Xin. I'm good. We're still full from breakfast. Lin Xin shook her head. All right then. 1 black coffee and 1 honey coffee. The lady staff repeated. After the bill was paid, Lin Huang brought Lin Xin to sit under the umbrella under the open air. The morning sun hurt their eyes. It was the first time Lin Huang could enjoy the beautiful side of the world without any pressure. The key city was quiet in the morning, there were very little people walking at the plaza. Nonetheless, the city was indeed beautiful. If there were fewer monsters in this world, people would be able to live in peace like heaven on earth. He was staring at the sun for a long time and was distracted when the staff brought his coffee to him. He took a sip but frowned. Lin Xin noticed that and asked, "Is it bad?" "It's a little bitter." Lin Huang assured his sister. "You can have mine then, give me yours." Lin Xin pushed her drink to him. "It's okay, I prefer my coffee bitter." Lin Huang politely declined her offer. "Oh." Lin Xin immediately took a sip of her drink and Lin Huang watched as her eyes brightened up. "It tastes so good." "That's great, but don't drink too much or else you'll have trouble sleeping at night." Lin Huang reminded her. Lin Xin was indulging in her drink that she did not hear what Lin Huang said. 3 minutes later, Lin Xin finished the drink. She let go of the straw and with her puppy eyes she asked, "Brother, can I please have another one?" "I suppose. Please try to get some rest tonight though. You're the best." Lin Xin rushed into the cafe soon returned to Lin Huang's side with a larger coffee cup. Lin Huang glared at her. She stuck out her tongue and said to Lin Huang playfully, "You did not say that I'm not allowed to order an extra large one. Don't come looking for me if you can't sleep tonight." Lin Huang was stern. "I will play my games if I can't fall asleep tonight." Lin Xin nodded and said. After he finished his coffee, Lin Huang read the news on the network. A news article caught his attention. The title of the news was, "Daughter of the Leng family became a transcendent at the age of 18 feet." He clicked on the news. It was Leng Yuexin. Lin Huang read the news article and got to know more about Leng Yuexin's family background. She was from the most powerful family among the 6 royal families in Division 7. The news read that their family was powerful ever since the New Era, about 800 years ago. No wonder relics did not mean anything to her. Lin Huang had heard about the 6 royal families before but he did not know that Leng Yuexin's family was one of them. No wonder the Li family would even consider apologizing to her family. "Brother, is this Leng Yuexin the one who sent you the parcels?" Lin Xin peeped at the news her brother was reading. "Only 18 and she's already a transcendent, wow. How do you know her?" "I followed her team when I journeyed into Wangyu Forest." Lin Huang simply said. "Then why did she send you stuff?" Lin Xin was curious. "I bought some stuff from her but she did not bring it along with her at the time, so she sent them over when she got home." Lin Huang thought of a quick lie. "What did you buy from her?" Lin Xin asked further. "Why are you asking so many questions? Drink your coffee." Lin Huang was afraid that the more he engaged in the conversation, the more she'll want to know. "Did you at least get her signature?" Lin Xin asked again. "No, I forgot to ask." "Please ask for her signature the next time." "Sure, I'll ask her that if we ever meet again." After settling Lin Xin, Lin Huang hesitated and sent Leng Yuexin a message. The message was short, "Congratulations on leveling up to a transcendent." Leng Yuexin did not reply and moments later, Lin Huang switched off his communication device. He was bummed. They were drinking coffee while waiting for the spaceship. Just then, there was a notification from his ring. He opened it and it was a message from Leng Yuexin. "Thank you. I was in the shower just now so I could not check my message. What have been up to? My sister is on a long break so I'm bringing her to Xiaogong City." Lin Huang immediately replied, "You had a hard time before so it's good to relax a little. I'm going for a vacation myself in the next few days. I'm going to Division 3. Leng Yuexin told Lin Huang. "It's not easy to become a transcendent, you deserve a treat. Enjoy yourself." Lin Huang replied, "You enjoy yourself too." Lin Huang turned off the device and couldn't help but smile. Just when Lin Huang had the time to travel, he visited a B-grade foothold while Leng Yuexin who belonged to royalty could go anywhere, anytime she wanted. "One day I will become a transcendent and travel to other divisions." Lin Huang promised himself. Chapter 98. Lin Xin had insomnia. It was 8:40 a.m. and the demonic crystal spaceship arrived on time at the central plaza of Baki City. Lin Huang and Lin Xin scanned their barcodes and boarded the spaceship. They watched as the spaceship ascended into the air and saw Baki City become smaller and smaller as they got higher. Lin Huang had spent his whole morning familiarizing himself with the spaceship. Lin Xin's excitement wore out after lunch and she followed Lin Huang back to their rooms. The room numbers were printed on the demonic crystal spaceship's ticket. Each ticket was printed with a different room number depending on where you were staying and was only meant for the person whose name was on the ticket. Everyone had to have a ticket, even infants. Their rooms were both on the 7th floor, room 156 and room 157 respectively. There was a wall partitioning their rooms, but Lin Xin did not want to stay alone. There was only one bedroom in his room and so he let Lin Xin have the bedroom while he slept on the couch in the living room. Lin Huang wanted to train in the morning undisturbed, so hoped Lin Xin would be in her own room during the day. After lunch, Lin Xin was playing Gun Master in her room. Lin Huang locked his room door and began his practice of army attack tactics. During his days in Baki City, he spent all his time accompanying Lin Xin to the point where he neglected training. As his journey in the air would take 7.5 days, he had planned to level army attack tactics at least 1 or 2 levels. Although he had mastered level 1, he was still unfamiliar with the skill rotation. He needed half an hour to go through the skill cycle to obtain 1 card piece. He did his calculations. If he got 1 card piece every half an hour, he would need 200 card pieces to be able to level up to level 2. It would take him 100 hours. Even if he trained 15 hours a day, he would still need 7 days to get to level 2. He sat with his legs crossed in the living room and soon, he activated his life power to train for army attack tactics. He trained from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m., 5 hours passed by in a blink of an eye. He obtained 11 card pieces and successfully shortened the cycle from 30 minutes to only 25 minutes. After dinner with Lin Xin, she went back to her own room. She did not ask to go to his room this time, which surprised Lin Huang. He arrived in his room and locked the door. 4 hours later, it was 10:30 p.m., Lin Xin knocked on his door. The skill rotation improved as Lin Huang trained his body. It was now 22 minutes per skill cycle. Within 4 hours, he managed to obtain 10 card pieces. He opened his door and saw a giddy Lin Xin. He asked, "Where did you go? You seem happy." "I didn't go anywhere. I was playing Gun Master in my room all day. I didn't lose at all today and I even got a new high score." Lin Xin was clearly proud of her small victory. "Brother, I think I'm gifted. I'm destined to be a gunmaster." "I think so too. When the summer break ends and you're back to school, tell your teacher about it and get them to assess your skill. However, whether you can become an actual gunmaster one day will depend wholly on yourself." Lin Huang encouraged her. In a world like this, it was impossible to avoid monsters completely. For a profession that focused on long-distance attacks like the gunmaster, it would be relatively safer compared to other professions. Although there were very few female gunmasters, Lin Huang hoped Lin Xin would plan her future towards that goal. "I'll talk to my teacher then." Lin Xin nodded. She would be back in school this September and would be in the graduating class. It was time for her to think about her future. There are 3 options after she graduated from the Hunter Reserve College. One was to enter a more prestigious school such as the Military Academy, which was under the wing of the Union government, the Hunter Association, or other academies that were established by organizations to further her studies. If she was bronze level, she would be an official member of one of the organizations. Each organization has vast resources to cultivate talents in the field they specialize in and would train outstanding students to achieve either iron level or bronze level. The second alternative would be to participate in the assessment by the Hunter Association or other organizations to become a reserve member before slowly climbing her way to the position of an official member. It would be harder because she would have to bear all the cost on her own before she was bronze level. These were usually students that were rejected by prestigious schools. The last one would be giving up on getting to bronze level, be an ordinary person and live an ordinary life. Of course, that would require her to reside in an area that was not prone to attacks by monster hordes. Lin Huang was wanted by many organizations because of his great score in school. However, when they discovered that he had a broken life wheel during a routing body checkup, he was rejected. That was the reason why he went for the second alternative, which was to join the Reserve Hunter assessment. Lin Huang hoped she could get into one of the prestigious schools to receive professional training so that she would not have to suffer like he did. If her talent of being a gunmaster was scouted, she would have a higher chance of entering these academies in the future. However, Lin Huang was happy with his current condition as it would only be a matter of time before he reached bronze level. If he entered one of the prestigious schools, he might not have been able to level up to iron level as quick as he did because he would not have had any flexibility in his daily schedule as he would be bound to the arrangements made by the school. I managed to upgrade to iron level rank 3 from an ordinary person within a month. That's kind of ridiculous. Lin Huang said while patting Lin Xin's head. He smiled and said, "Enjoy yourself these 2 months, don't think about school. After all, you only have 1 year of fun until your graduation. Brother, why did you not choose to enter one of the prestigious schools?" Lin Xin finally asked the question that had been bothering her. She was under the impression that Lin Huang gave up on his studies and she did not know about his broken life wheel. Lin Huang had kept the result of body checkup confidential. "It's not that I did not want to study, it was because they didn't want me." Lin Huang shook his head. "How is that possible? You bagged first place in your graduation. The people who were in the top 10 went to good schools. Could there have been a mistake somewhere?" "No, I had some health conditions. They found out that I would not be able to get to iron level during the body checkup, so I was rejected." Lin Huang told the truth. "What happened to you? Is it serious?" Lin Xin asked. "I'm all good now." Lin Huang waved his hand. He did not want to talk about it anymore. Lin Xin insisted on her question, so he had to stop her. "I'll tell you more when you're at iron level. You wouldn't understand me even if I told you now." Lin Xin did not push any further. The conversation went on until Lin Huang forced himself to go to bed at 11 p.m. at night. Lin Xin showered too, but she could not sleep. She was not sure if it was the coffee that she had during the day or something else. She rolled around in bed until 1 a.m. but she was not sleepy at all. Instead of trying to sleep, she decided to play Gun Master again. Chapter 99. Lin Xin is missing. 5 days passed. Lin Huang sighed loudly when he heard a notification from Xiao He. "You have accumulated life skill card, Army Attack Tactics Pieces X200, would you like to proceed with a card upgrade?" "Yes." Combining Army Attack Tactics Pieces X200, Life Skill Card Army Attack Tactics Mastery Level has been upgraded. Lin Huang then tapped on the card and saw a notification box. Life Skill Card, Life Skill Name, Army Attack Tactics, Rarity, Rare, Mastery Level, Level 2 inches, Effect, 24% increment in the rotation speed of life power. Increases attack power and defense power by 24% respectively. Remarks: for the first 5 levels, with every upgrade, each of the life skill effects will be increased by 12%. Card remarks: usable, that was faster than I expected. Although Lin Huang said that, he was not relaxed at all. He managed to shorten the skill rotation from half an hour to almost 10 minutes within 5 days. With every upgrade, the skill rotation cycle after each upgrade became more complicated. The time he took to complete a single rotation went back to half an hour. This meant that he was now back at where he initially started, requiring about 30 minutes for a single card piece. It was 5:40 in the evening and he noticed Lin Xin coming to his room at 6 o'clock sharp every day to have dinner together. Since he had some spare time, Lin Huang read the news. A news article caught his attention immediately as it was a foothold code that he was familiar with, No 7B61. No 7B61 was the official foothold name of the Union government in Xianxia City. He started reading the news. Before daybreak yesterday, there were 16 murders in foothold No 7B61. From preliminary investigations, those 16 murders were committed humans and there was not a single trace of a monster invasion. Investigations are still ongoing. Please do not panic. Xianxia City is such a large foothold. Why is the security here so poor? Lin Huang frowned. Had he known about this few days back, he would not have chosen Xianxia City as their destination. He was worried for Lin Xin. He tried to look for more news related to the incident but there were none. This was the latest case and the media was careful with their words. It would be huge if there was a monster invasion in a large foothold such as this. There would likely be an uproar. It was 6:05 p.m. when he was done with the news. Lin Huang looked at the time and raised his eyebrow. He sent Lin Xin a message, "It's time for dinner." 3 minutes passed but Lin Xin was nowhere to be found. Lin Huang felt that something was wrong. He then video called Lin Xin. Her phone rang twice and then the call was cut off. The person you are calling is currently unavailable. Please leave a message after the tone. Oh no. Lin Xin never declines his calls. Lin Huang rushed to Lin Xin's room and continuously rang her doorbell. He rang for more than 10 times but nobody opened the door. He then rushed to the balcony and broke through the sliding door with his foot. Many people noticed Lin Huang and someone reported his actions to the staff, but he could not care less. He looked around Lin Xin's room but she was nowhere to be found. Her room was the way she left it, there were no signs of a fight. He wanted to find whatever clues he could, so he tried thinking like Lin Xin for a moment. He knew that she spent most of her time on the couch in the living room, probably where she played Gunmaster. Lin Huang followed her scent, which brought him to the floating elevator just outside her room. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the elevator, the door automatically opened and many staff members in uniform surrounded him. "Sir, are you the guest from room 156? Somebody reported to us that you broke into room 157. For the safety of other passengers, please follow us." The chief of staff was definitely unfriendly. "I'm staying in room 156, the person staying here is my sister. I can show you the ticket as proof of my booking." Lin Huang searched for the receipt. "Let me know how much the damage will cost, I'll pay for it. My sister is missing from this spaceship. I must look for her, please do not get in my way." The chief of staff saw that his ticket was authentic and asked, "Are you sure she's missing?" "Yes, please check the surveillance camera for me and notify me if you see anything, I'll take a look downstairs." Lin Huang could not afford to waste any more time. "Where and when was the last time you saw her?" The leader asked. "After lunch, it was about 12:30. We went back to our respective rooms. Both of you please follow him while I go to the monitor room with the rest." The leader instructed his men at once. Lin Huang was grateful for their help. He followed Lin Xin's scent to the bar on the first floor, and all of a sudden, her scent disappeared. Lin Huang noticed that there was a green, air purifier block that was the size of a washbasin behind the bar counter. The block was absorbing the odor from the air. "Boss, did you see this girl?" Lin Huang showed the bar owner a photo of Lin Xin at the counter. "She was here an hour ago but she left in less than a minute." The bar owner waved his hand. "She asked if we served honey coffee. Why would she even think we would serve that in a bar? Did she speak to anyone here?" Lin Huang became more worried. "No, we hardly have customers before 9. The girl left after she asked her question. You have surveillance cameras here, right? Let me take a look." Lin Huang then placed a life crystal that was worth a year of life light on the counter. "I would love to accept this, but the surveillance camera I have here is quite old. It has been here for 20 years. I only turn it on at night when there are more people, I don't usually turn it on during the day." The bar owner said, "If you don't believe me, you can take a look for yourself." Lin Huang believed what the bar owner said but shoved the life crystal in the bar owner's hand anyway. He went behind the counter and randomly picked some of the recorded videos only to be disappointed that they were all night recordings. "I told you, I don't need this life crystal." The bar owner declined. "Take it," Lin Huang insisted. Lin Huang frowned as he walked out from the counter. He had lost his one clue. Suddenly, the communication device of the security personnel beeped. After some whispering, he rushed to Lin Huang. "Our leader found something in one of the video clips, please follow us." "Let's go." Lin Huang left the bar with the duo. Chapter 100. Strange missing person incident. The monitor room of the demonic crystal spaceship was about 100 square meters. It was occupied by a semicircle-shaped workstation. Aside from a couple of buttons, there were hundreds of projection crystals connected to the surveillance devices on the workstation. It was showing a video of a corridor. Lin Huang walked as fast as he could to the station. Chen Wei then pressed the play button. The video played. Lin Huang recognized the corridor on the 7th floor. He recognized it from the different pictures that were hung on the wall. About half a minute after the video was played, everyone saw Lin Xin's open her room door. She walked towards the floating elevator and the surveillance camera lost track of her for a while. "This is the video showing your sister leaving her room at 5:03 p.m. Chen Wei said and showed Lin Huang the second video. The second video began from the moment Lin Xin walked into the floating elevator. He played the video. Lin Xin pressed the button, leading her to the first floor, and throughout the entire journey, nobody else entered the elevator. "The time here shows 5:04 p.m. Chen Wei said. Since she went to the first floor, We looked at the surveillance cameras on the first floor and we found her in a couple of surveillance videos. Chen Wei played another video which showed Lin Xin exiting the floating elevator. There were a few people waiting at the entrance. One of them was a middle-aged man in a white shirt. He glanced at Lin Xin as she walked out. Lin Huang frowned and asked Chen Wei, "Which room is that man in white shirt staying in?" "He's staying on the 9th floor. From what we know, he's harmless," Chen Wei assured Lin Huang. Lin Huang did not want to overthink things and proceeded to ask them about the next video. The third surveillance camera is located outside the bar on the first floor. Chen Wei played another video. In the video, Lin Xin contemplated a few times outside the premises, unsure if she should enter the bar or not. She finally walked in but left after a very short while. Seems like the bar owner did not lie. She left the bar in less than a minute. One of the security personnel who followed Lin Huang to the bar made a remark. "So where did she go after she left the bar?" Lin Huang asked anxiously. "We saw from the camera that she walked around the hall on the first floor. She brought some snacks but she disappeared after she walked into a blind spot which the surveillance camera could not capture at about 5:40 p.m. That was the last video. It was taken at the cutoff point between the two stores." Lin Huang stared at the video for a couple of minutes. There was no sign of Lin Xin at all. A few people went to the same direction with rubbish in their hands and left without it afterward. "There's a rubbish bin at the blind spot. We didn't think anybody would want to steal a rubbish bin, so we did not install a surveillance camera there. That's our mistake," Chen Wei explained. "Wait, there was a girl who would look in that direction occasionally. Did she see something?" Lin Huang pointed at the location opposite the camera to a girl who looked the same age as Lin Xin. "She sat on the bench and she had ponytails. The girl had a drink in her hands." Lin Huang continued to play the video. 10 minutes later, the girl went to the rubbish bin to throw the empty can away and left immediately after. "Please bring me to this location," Lin Huang proceeded to say. "Also, please get the girl in the video for me. I need to talk to her." "Sure, we will get her for you, since there aren't many clues left." Chen Wei agreed with Lin Huang. A few minutes later, the two security personnel brought Lin Huang to the location where Lin Xin was last seen before she went missing. This time, Lin Huang did not only activate Blood Hunt, maximizing his ability to smell while activating Boundless Vision at the same time. His iris turned into an amber color like a falcon's eyes. There were two full, green leather rubbish bins that were half the size of a human at the blind spot. Lin Xin's scent disappeared next to the rubbish bin. It was different from the scent back in the bar where it was fading because her scent disappeared abruptly right here. Lin Huang frowned and looked around. He pushed Boundless Vision to its peak but he could not find a thing. Just when he was trying to figure out what he missed, a fat lady came along with a bag of rubbish. She seemed to be a merchant nearby. She was upset because the bins were full. She shouted at the security personnel, "I thought you would have added one more rubbish bin here today. Why are there only two left? These rubbish bins are overflowing with rubbish. They aren't pleasing to the eyes." "Sister, we are just security personnel. What can we do with that?" one of them said. "So who should I talk to then?" She didn't let him finish. Lin Huang heard the conversation and turned around to ask, "Sister, you said there were 3 rubbish bins here." "I think it was 5:40 p.m. I had just finished eating my takeout and came here to throw the food container away. It's only been half an hour and it's gone now." "That's strange. Was there someone who stole the rubbing bin?" The time she stated matched the time when Lin Xin went missing. "Sister, did you see a girl who was 13 or 14 years old here?" Lin Huang asked. "I see so many girls every day, how can I remember?" The fat lady rolled her eyes. Just as she was getting ready to leave, she turned around. "I know about the girl you're talking about. I recall a girl in ponytails sitting there with a drink in the afternoon." The lady pointed to the direction where the girl in the video sat at. "Thank you, sister." Chapter 101. The rubbish bin that disappeared. Lin Huang thought the only clue he had now was the rubbish bin that disappeared. The third rubbish bin must have disappeared together with Lin Xin. If we find the rubbish bin, we should be able to find Lin Xin. Lin Huang got the security personnel to contact their leader, Chen Wei. "Mr. Lin, we've received the room number of the girl in ponytails. She's staying in room 321 on the 9th floor. I have contacted the girl's father and got them to wait in their room. We can go over now." Chen Wei brought them this piece of news when he picked up the call. "We can put that on hold first. I got another clue. a lady who managed a store around the area said there were 3 rubbish bins when it was around 5:40 p.m. but now, there are only 2. The time the rubbish bin disappeared matched the time my sister went missing too. I'm suspecting the person who that rubbish bin also took my sister. Lin Huang presented his theory to Chen Wei. I'll come to you now to look at the video taken around 5:40 p.m. Sure, I'll get my 2 colleagues to stay in the area for further clues. Chen Wei nodded. After they hung up the call, Lin Huang rushed to the monitor room. Chen Wei had paused the video of the time which Lin Huang requested. He then played the video. The video began from the time Lin Xin threw the rubbish until the time when Lin Huang and the other 2 arrived at the location. They were all confused after watching the video, including Lin Huang. Nobody removed the rubbish bin. Lin Huang frowned. That was strange. If Lin Xin disappeared with the rubbish bin, she would be taken away while she was still in the rubbish bin. Aside from the monster taming token, there's no other storage item that could contain a living being, and the monster taming token doesn't even work on humans. Lin Huang shook his head. Furthermore, who would want to purposely steal a rubbish bin full of rubbish? What should we do now? Chen Wei was as helpless as Lin Huang was. There are only 2 possibilities. 1. The lady we met earlier could be lying to distract us. The other possibility would be there really was a 3rd rubbish bin in the camera's blind spot. Please get your 2 colleagues to ask the other merchants if they noticed the 3rd rubbish bin. There were a couple of people throwing rubbish at the location during the time your sister disappeared. Please contact them. What kind of business does the fat lady do? Lin Huang queried. The fat lady has been with us for 26 years. She sells cigarette and alcohol. She was here before I joined the company. She has no reason to lie. Chen Wei knew the fat lady very well. She may, however, be wrong about the number of rubbish bins, that's all. Let's ask the rest then. Lin Huang understood the complication. Soon the 2 security personnel had finished asking all the merchants around that area. Besides the fat lady, another shop owner said she saw the 3rd rubbish bin too. Chen Wei contacted the 6 guests who appeared on the video. 3 of them said they saw the 3rd rubbish bin while the other 2 could not recall, and one of them only saw 2 rubbish bins. The girl in ponytails was one of the 6 people. She could not remember how many rubbish bins there were. From the information gathered, there really was a 3rd rubbish bin in the blind spot. Lin Huang concluded. One of the guests said he saw 2 rubbish bins at 5:58 p.m. The guest seemed certain of his answer. He said, "Of course I remember there were only 2 rubbish bins. The rubbish was leaking out from both bins and it took me a while to get my empty can in. How can I forget that? Now the only certain clue is that the rubbish bin disappeared between 5:40 p.m. and 5:58 p.m. However, your sister's disappearance was between 5:42 p.m. to the time when you guys arrived, which was 6:23 p.m. During that period, nobody got rid of the rubbish bin." Chen Wei sat at the workstation in the monitoring room. That means the person who took my sister must have used some technique that we don't know of. He must have taken both the 3rd rubbish bin and my sister. Lin Huang was triggered by all sorts of theories now. We're out of clues. Chen Wei shook his head and sighed. Let's talk to the girl in ponytails on the 9th floor then. Lin Huang refused to give up. Chen Wei called the girl's father to confirm the visit time and brought Lin Huang together with his personnel to the 9th floor of the spaceship. They rang the doorbell and the girl in ponytails opened the door. "Daddy, we have guests," the girl said loudly to the man sitting on the couch. The man stood up and smiled at them. "Please come in." Lin Huang realized that the man was the one who glanced at Lin Xin at the floating elevator entrance, the man in the white shirt. Knowing that the man had a daughter who was the same age as Lin Xin, he let his guard down because as a parent himself, it was normal to look at other kids who were the same age as his daughter. "Lily, please get us some tea," the man said to the girl. "Okay, Daddy." The girl skipped to the kitchen. "Please have a seat. I'll try my best to help." The man smiled. "There's no need for tea, Mr. Wei. We're here to talk to your daughter. It won't take too long." As Chen Wei was chatting with the man, Lin Huang observed him. This Mr. Wei seemed to be in his 40s. He was about 1.85 meters, had fair skin and a good fashion sense. He was still wearing the white shirt with black slacks. He wore a gold-framed glasses. He was a man with style. "No offense, but may I know what do you do for a living, Mr. Wei?" Lin Huang asked. "I was a teacher, now I have my own business." Mr. Wei replied. Lin Huang, "Why the career change?" Chen Wei was curious. Unfortunately, the salary was low. Mr. Wei laughed. That's true, it's especially hard when you have a wife and a kid. Chen Wei understood him as he was almost the same age as Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei, you're here with your daughter. Didn't your wife come along? Lin Huang asked. My wife passed away many years ago, I only have a daughter now. Mr. Wei shook his head and said, I'm sorry to hear that. Lin Huang did not expect that answer. Don't worry about it, it has been so long. Mr. Wei waved his hand. Lin Huang noticed a green gem on the ring on his left ring finger, but he did not ask further. Soon, the girl in ponytails came to them with tea. Daddy, I brought tea. Please serve the guests. Mr. Wei nodded. The girl placed the tray on the coffee table and served the tea to everyone. Later on, she went to the man. Sit down, Lily. Mr. Wei got her to sit on his lap. Lily was obedient. She did not say a word but sat quietly. That's a good girl. My daughter is almost the same age as yours. Chen Wei admitted. I used to be a teacher and so I trained her too. You are most welcome to send your daughter here too, I could train her as well. Mr. Wei seemed passionate. That's too much trouble. Chen Wei was embarrassed. No trouble at all, I have too much time on my hands right now. I study with her and teach her manners. Mr. Wei said and sensed that he was getting off topic. I almost forgot why you guys came here for. Please, do talk to Lily. Daddy. Lily seemed shy. Now that she knew they were here for her, she hid in Mr. Wei's embrace. Don't worry, we only need to ask you a couple of questions. Mr. Wei patted Lily's shoulder. Little girl, don't be afraid. We are the security team on this spaceship and we're here to make sure that everybody is safe. Chen Wei said, she's just a little shy. Mr. Wei nodded to Chen Wei. Chen Wei then showed him Lin Xin's photo. Have you seen this little girl before? Lily shook her head without an expression. Mr. Wei, who was sitting behind her, hesitated and asked, I saw this girl at the floating elevator entrance. That was more than an hour ago, what happened? She's missing. We hope that your daughter might have seen something. Chen Wei explained. Missing? Shouldn't there be surveillance camera on the spaceship? Mr. Wei raised his eyebrow. There are a couple of blind spots. The girl disappeared at one of the blind spots. Chen Wei was embarrassed when he said that. Is that so? Hopefully you could find her as soon as possible. Mr. Wei did not ask further. Little girl, do you remember drinking on a bench at 5:40 p.m.? Chen Wei asked Lily. Lily nodded. Do you remember how many rubbish bins there were? Lily shook her head. I don't remember. 2, or maybe 3. After a couple of questions later, it was obvious that Lily did not seem to know anything about the incident. Lin Huang and the rest left Mr. Wei's room in desperation. Chapter 102, Who is the culprit? After leaving Mr. Wei's room, they walked towards the floating elevator. They entered the staircase. Chen Wei could not help but looked at Lin Huang. We don't have any more clues now, what do we do? Please send me the video clips. I need some time to think. If I help, I'll contact you again. Lin Huang pressed the 7th floor in the elevator. Soon the floating elevator arrived at the 7th floor and Lin Huang stepped out of the elevator while the rest stayed within the elevator. Chen Wei hesitated for a while and told the security personnel behind him, you guys head to the room and send the video clips to Mr. Lin. I'll see the captain. Leader, is it really necessary to alert the captain? The security personnel looked concerned. If people found out about a missing person on the demonic crystal spaceship, our reputation will burn, and if we do not catch the culprit, the security team is at fault. Not only would we lose our job, we might have to pay the compensation. If we did not inform the captain now, we will be in serious mess if the issue worsens. Chen Wei knew how serious the incident was, so he dared not delay any minute. We understand now. The security personnel nodded while heading to the monitoring room. There was a lady in her 30s in a high-slit black dress in the cockpit. Her half-covered dress made her even sexier. Although the door was opened, Chen Wei knocked anyway. The lady turned around and gave him a sweet smile. Team Leader Chen, it's been a while since you visited. Captain, something happened on the spaceship. Chen Wei was staring at her pair of fair, long legs instead of her eyes. He was embarrassed and looked at the ground instead. Please come in and tell me more. The lady remained poised. Chen Wei walked into the cockpit with his head down. He only took 2 steps forward. The lady in black dress stood less than 1 meter away from him. Her pair of fair, long legs were showing between the slit. Chen Wei then looked up and his eyes stopped at her cleavage. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes instead. Leader Chen, your heart is beating so fast. The lady placed her hand on Chen Wei's chest. He felt warmth on his chest and had a boner. He then opened his eyes and took a step back. Captain, we have an emergency. Look at you getting all worked up. Tell me, what happened? The lady peeked at his boner and smirked. Chen Wei tried to maintain his cool by not reacting to the sexual tension. There's a missing girl on this spaceship. We have been looking for her for the past 1 hour. What time did she go missing? The lady asked. Around 5:40 p.m. It is only less than an hour. How would you know she's missing? The lady asked curiously. The sister's brother reported at 6 and we have checked the surveillance camera. The girl disappeared from the blind spot. Chen Wei told her the story. The lady frowned. If she's really missing, and we do not catch the culprit, we will be fully responsible. Not only would we have to pay a huge amount of compensation to the brother, the spaceship will be suspended from flying. It would take a couple of months for investigation. We can only get it up and running after confirming that the spaceship is fine. Moreover, all of the staff, myself as the captain, the security team will be investigate for a long time. Things will be so troublesome. Let's not waste any more time, we must find the culprit. The spaceship docks at Dongzhan City at 9:20 tomorrow morning. It's a company rule that our flight schedule cannot be delayed for even a minute, so we must find the culprit by then. We cannot let any skeptical person slip away, including the brother of the girl who is missing. The girl's brother. Chen Wei looked at the captain in doubt. He might be the mastermind behind all this. It is possible he killed his sister so that he could get the compensation. Moreover, we aren't even sure if the girl is really his sister. The lady included Lin Huang in the suspect list. Understood, we will do our best to find the culprit. The lady made sense, so he included Lin Huang into his list of suspects. Of course, Lin Huang would not know what happened in the cockpit. After he got back to his room, he received the video clips that were sent by the security personnel and played them immediately. The first one showed Lin Xin disappearing. Lin Huang launched his boundless eyes, and looked far behind from the moment when Lin Xin walked towards the rubbish bin. He kept thinking that he must have missed something. It was impossible for Lin Xin to disappear together with the rubbish bin just like that. He repeated the video clips 3 times and finally noticed one tiny unusual part. The girl in ponytails had an emperor's heart ring on her left middle finger when she was throwing the rubbish, while there was no ring on her right hand. But after she threw the rubbish, Lin Huang noticed that she flicked her right hand in the blink spot. A ring appeared on her right hand. After watching that part repetitively, Lin Huang confirmed that there was an additional green ring on the girl's right hand. However, as her hand was moving and the paused screen was blur, Lin Huang could not get a clear look on the ring. He only managed to see that the ring was green. He contacted Chen Wei immediately. Chen Wei was just looking for Lin Huang. Seeing that he called, he picked up immediately. Before he could even say a word, Lin Huang spoke nervously. Leader Chen, I've found something. Take a look at the last video clip. When the girl, Lily, was throwing the rubbish, there was no ring on her right hand. But when she left, there was a ring on her right middle finger. You should have people who could get a better look of the ring, right? Chen Wei played the video clip immediately after he heard what Lin Huang said and fast-forwarded to the part where Lily threw rubbish. It was just like what Lin Huang said. Xiao Wang, please get a better image of this ring. Chen Wei paused the video and got a long-haired young man to get this done. The long-haired man nodded. He then projected the image with his emperor's heart ring, downloaded the image and started editing. In less than a minute, he produced a clearer image. It was a ring with green precious stone. Why does this ring look so familiar? Chen Wei tried to recall where he saw this ring before. Is it done? The communication device was still on. Lin Huang spoke again. I will send it over to you now. Chen Wei took a photo of the image and sent it to Lin Huang. Lin Huang squinted when he saw the image. He recognized at an instant that the ring with green precious stone was the one on Mr. Wei's finger. He didn't know how, but he was sure that he was the culprit. Mr. Wei. Lin Huang called out his name. He was ready to kill. Chapter 103. Rescuing Lin Xin on the 9th floor of Demonic Crystal Spaceship, room number 321. Mr. Wei sent Lin Huang and the rest of them away, smiling. After shutting the door, he turned back and looked at Lily. He seemed angry. Lily knelt on the ground, her body trembling. Daddy, you are an idiot. You messed up. Mr. Wei kicked her and she fell. Lily immediately got up and tried groveling, "Daddy, please don't be mad at me. I know it's my fault, you have been with me for so long. You should know how to handle something so simple." Mr. Wei kept his hands behind his back. "Daddy, please don't sell me away." Tears rolled down her cheeks as she pleaded, "Lily wants to be with Daddy forever. Lily wants to serve you. Lily, you are the best among all of my daughters. You're the only one I keep by my side. But today, you have disappointed me." Mr. Wei's eyes were still cold. "I know it's my fault. Daddy, please punish me. Please don't sell me away." Lily's face was full of tears and she quickly took off her clothes. She was so skinny and there were visible scars from her collarbone to her ankle. These were lash marks, scalds, and scars formed when the skin was cut with a sharp object. There were injuries all over her body. Mr. Wei gave off a scoff and swung his left hand. The emerald ring on his ring finger released a beam of green light and a green-skinned monster that was 2 meters long appeared. The monster looked like a giant green worm and the diameter of its mouth was around 1 meter. When the giant green worm opened its mouth, it spat out of a girl. "Please bathe her and send her to my room," Mr. Wei said while taking off his glasses and unbuttoning his shirts. "Daddy, let me serve you." Lily looked nervous. "Lily, do you want me to repeat myself again?" Mr. Wei stopped unbuttoning his shirts and stared at Lily. Lily lowered his head while carrying Lin Xin and walked towards the bathroom. Mr. Wei was already naked. He walked to the bedroom after folding his shirts and placed them on the tea table. In the bathroom, Lily immediately took off Lin Xin's clothes and threw her into the bathtub. She let the cold shower water splash onto Lin Xin's head and Lin Xin regained consciousness at once. When she saw her naked body in the bathtub and a young naked girl with wounds all over her body, she screamed. "Who are you? What is happening?" She reacted immediately. "My name is Lily. I am my daddy's daughter. My daddy wants you to be his daughter too. That's why you are here." Lily answered. "Are you crazy? You sound forced." Lin Xin realized that the young girl was rehearsing lines. "Contact my brother, he will save us." Just as when Lin Xin was opening the communication page, Lily grabbed her wrist. "Daddy said that you are not allowed to contact anyone. I don't know who your daddy is. Judging by the wounds on your body, he does not seem like a good father. Why is he controlling your life?" Lin Xin shook the girl's shoulders. "I want to be with Daddy forever. I don't want to leave my daddy." Lily shouted back. She was completely brainwashed. Lin Xin won't be able to convince her for now, so she tried her best to quickly call Lin Huang, but Lily pulled her hair and her head fell back. "You are not allowed to call anyone." Lily knocked Lin Xin's head against the edge of the bathtub. Lin Xin fainted. At that moment, the door creaked open. Lin Huang pulled up his feet and walked into the room. When he saw the green worm monster in the room, he finally understood everything. The worm-like monster, also known as the formless worm, could transform into a variety of shapes and sizes. The monster must have transformed into a dustbin and swallowed Lin Xin. Then, it was transformed into a ring and Lily took it away. Lin Huang frowned. He could not kill the formless worm as he would hurt Lin Xin if she was in the worm's body. "Wei, show yourself," Lin Huang yelled, his voice echoed across the room. Mr. Wei walked out of the room with the bedcovers wrapped around his body. Lin Huang rushed into the room but Lin Xin was not there. He turned back and looked at Mr. Wei. "Where is my sister?" "Bro, I don't know what you're talking about." Mr. Wei denied. "Ask this formless worm to spit my sister out." Mr. Wei's facial expression changed. "I have no idea where your sister is. You're mistaken." Mr. Wei panicked. At normal times, he would definitely choose to report to the security guard and they would come to stop Lin Huang. However, Lin Xin was in the bathroom now. If he were to report to the security guard, they would discover that. He had no choice but to play it cool. The iron weapon on Lin Huang's hand immediately turned into a saber and Lin Huang grabbed it. "Stop it, it's the demonic crystal spaceship here." Mr. Wei did not even achieve iron level rank -1. He knew that he would not be able to defeat Lin Huang. Lin Huang lifted the saber and Mr. Wei retreated a few steps. He stumbled over the formless worm and fell. Before he could get up, Lin Huang pointed the sword at his neck. "I said, give me my sister." Lin Huang was ready to kill. "I really have no idea what are you talking about." Mr. Wei insisted. Lin Huang made a cut and a large amount of blood oozed out from the wound. Mr. Wei yelled in pain. Lin Huang chopped off his left arm. My patience is limited. I repeat once again, where is my sister? Mr. Wei did not expect Lin Huang to be this brutal. However, he knew that if he were to reveal where Lin Xin was, he would probably die. I really don't know where your sister is, Lin Huang slashed again, chopping Mr. Wei's right arm off. I am no fool. I guess there aren't many things left for me to chop off from your body. Lin Huang cut through the bedcovers covering Mr. Wei's lower body, and the tip of his saber moved up along his leg and stopped at the position between his inner thighs. Mr. Wei felt a chill shooting upwards from his lower body. I'll give you 3 more minutes. Otherwise, this is the next part one will chop off from your body. His saber's tip pressed slightly and cut the part between his hip, a streak of blood to ooze out from his wound. Stop it, she is not in the formless worm. She's in the bathroom. Mr. Wei gave up. For your sake, you better be right. Lin Huang immediately summoned Bai and commanded, Bai, please check the bathroom. It was only then that, Mr. Wei knew that Lin Huang was an imperial censor. Bai quickly went to the bathroom. He saw Lily sitting next to the bathtub. Bai directly carried Lin Xin out of the bathtub. Bai wrapped her up in the cloth that was beside her and walked out of the bathroom. Lin Huang stared fiercely at Mr. Wei when he saw her come out of the bathroom. She is fine. Lily brought her to the bathroom to bathe her. We haven't done that yet, Mr. Wei tried to cook up a lie. Whether you have done it or not, you won't be using this anymore. Lin Huang's blade sliced across his lower body. Mr. Wei yelled in pain, blood oozing out between his legs. Go to hell, Mr. Wei cursed. If you are looking for death, I'll help you. Lin Huang's saber turned into a long, black shadow and he was about to cut through his neck. A black shadow appeared abruptly at the moment and blocked Lin Huang's fatal attack. Mister, why are you so angry? Since you have rescued your sister and he has learned his lesson, what is the point of killing him? A woman in black dress held Lin Huang's saber in between her fingers. She was polite. Who are you, Mr. Lin? She is our captain. Chen Wei walked into the room as well. He was relieved when he saw Lin Xin in Bai's arms. Mr. Lin, you should know that we have our rules. You can't kill anyone on this spaceship. He is severely injured now. Let us handle him. We have checked his background and he is involved in many crimes. He did not even achieve iron level. The government will keep him behind bars for at least 300 years, enough to keep him until his death. Lin Huang kept quiet for a moment. He then raised his leg and stepped on the piece of meat that he had just cut off from Mr. Wei's body, instantly turning it into minced meat. He lifted his saber once again and killed the formless worm in front of everyone. He ignored Xiao Hei's notification regarding the complete set of monster card that he had obtained. He turned back and asked Chen Wei, how about the girl with him? The girl is a victim. We will send her for professional psychotherapy to erase her memories and help her start living a normal life again. Chen Wei explained. Lin Huang did not say anything and walked towards the door. Bye, let's go. Chapter 104. Killing Wei Shan. The female captain licked her lips as she saw Lin Huang leave the room. He is quite the character. I like it. Chen Wei could not sympathize with Lin Huang for what has happened to his sister and him. He felt pity for Mr. Wei instead, as he was rolling on the ground, groaning in pain. He thought in his heart, Mr. Lin is young but he's a ruthless man. Where's Lily? Chen Wei asked Mr. Wei. In the bathroom. The female captain answered. Chen Wei hurried up to the bathroom. After a short while, Lily came out with a robe on. Daddy. Just as Lily got out of the bathroom, she wanted to pounce on Mr. Wei but Chen Wei stopped her. Lily, he is not your dad. His name is Wei Shan. He is a human trafficker who sells and kidnaps underage girls. You have been brainwashed by this rubbish. You don't know his actual identity. You need help. The female captain spoke gently to Lily. Pull this guy away. He is an eyesore to me. I'm afraid that I'll accidentally kill him on purpose. The female captain saw the wounds on Lily's leg and gave a murderous stare at Wei Shan. Chen Wei immediately instructed 2 people to carry Wei Shan to the clinic. He would definitely die if he lost any more blood. The female captain then called a number and said, Cleaner, please clean up room number 321 on the 9th floor. Lin Huang held Lin Xin in his arms and they went back to their room. He put her to bed and slowly, she regained her consciousness. She felt dizzy as she opened her eyes and held her head tight. She was so happy to see her brother that she pounced on him. Brother, everything is fine. It's fine. Lin Huang rhythmically patted her back. Hearing her brother's voice, Lin Xin burst into tears. Lin Huang did not say anything. He let her cry, her tears and mucus on his clothes. After some time, Lin Xin was emotionally stable once again. Her face reddened, she pulled back and said, "I'm sorry, brother. I shouldn't have walked away from you. It's not your fault. Don't apologize." Lin Huang rubbed Lin Xin's head. "I'll look for a doctor to check up on you." After a short while, the clinic appointed a female doctor to diagnose her. "She is fine, she is just frightened. Although she hit her head, there are no signs of a concussion. You can apply a cold pack from time to time and you should be alright in no time." "Thank you, doctor." Lin Huang was relieved. After sending away the doctor, Lin Xin sat up and said, "Brother, I'll take a bath and change my clothes." "Alright, be careful, the floor is wet." Lin Huang nodded his head. Lin Huang walked to the balcony and called Chen Wei. "Mr. Lin, is there anything I can do to help?" Chen Wei answered the call very quickly. "What time is that fellow getting off the ship?" Lin Huang asked directly. Chen Wei kept quiet. "After getting off the ship, what happens to him has nothing to do with you. Are you protecting him?" Lin Huang's sentence was powerful enough. "Alright, he deserves it. He is getting off at Dongshuan City tomorrow morning at 9:20 a.m. There will be officers from the coalition government waiting for him at the get-off point. It won't be easy for you to finish him off." Chen Wei told him the exact time. "I just need to know the time. I'll plan the rest." Lin Huang was about to hang up when Chen Wei shouted at him. "Don't hang up yet. Regarding Wei Shan, he has a notorious background. He has gotten away with so many crimes. He has connections with members of the royal family. He is a human trafficker. Many of the girls have become slaves and he has trained them to serve people with special fetishes. If you kill him, many people would lose their supply of women and they will come after you," Chen Wei said. "It is important that he dies. His survival will ruin the lives of many young, innocent girls." Lin Huang never wanted to let Wei Shan go. He only left the room because he clearly knew that the female captain who looked like a transcendent was not going to allow him to kill Wei Shan. After hanging up, the urge to kill grew stronger. Lin Xin ate her breakfast and played Gun Master in her room. This was around 9 in the morning. Lin Huang arrived at the deck. He was standing somewhere near the spaceship's exit, leaning against the shipboard staring blankly at the clouds below. When it was about 9:15 a.m., the spaceship began its descent. Wei Shan was escorted by Chen Wei and another security guard. His arms had been stitched up. Wei Shan grinned as he saw Lin Huang at the exit. "There is no use standing here. You will not be able to kill me on the spaceship or even after. Sending me to the coalition government is useless too. I'll be out on bail after 3 days. The only thing you could do is seeing me remain at large." Lin Huang kept quiet and took a quick glance at him. He continued looking at Dongshuan City that was getting closer and closer. Soon, the spaceship landed on one of the plazas in Dongshuan City. Wei Shan was sent away. Lin Huang did not follow because he gave up on thinking of ways to kill him. At the end of the spaceship's exit, by the stairs, both of them handed Wei Shan to officers from the Union government. Chen Wei's expression was incredulous. "You little brat, I've told you before, you can't do anything to me." Wei Shen turned back and smiled at Lin Huang. "You must remember there is deep enmity between us. One day, I'll sleep with your sister and send you the video. That day will never come." Lin Huang grinned. A white-haired young man suddenly appeared behind Wei Shan like a ghost. There were 2 golden wings extending from his spine, turning into 2 sharp blades. One of the blades penetrated through Wei Shan's heart and a gigantic golden hook protruded from his back. He was hanging in the midair. The floor was bloody. Wei Shan had not died yet. He was terrified, lowering his head to look at his chest and bloodied shirt. The next moment, another golden blade that resembled a long sword penetrated his head from the back of his head, leaving a huge hole in his head. "Daddy!" Somewhere near the shipboard, someone gave a shrill scream. Lin Huang saw it was Lily. Lin Huang was not aware that there was a man in the crowd, dressed in a black suit taking photos of Lin Huang using the Emperor's heart ring. After a few shots, he walked out of the crowd and called a number. "Wei Shan has died. The one who killed him was a young man. I've sent you the photos. Check his background and if there is nothing special about him, kill him." Chapter 105. Arriving at Ziyagong City, Wei Shan's death was too sudden and the 2 personnel were not prepared to react in time. They witnessed Wei Shan's death by a vampire and the vampire vanishing after it completed the kill. Both of them shifted their gaze towards Lin Huang because of the rift between them. However, there was no evidence showing that Lin Huang was the murderer. While both of them still hesitated, the demonic crystal spaceship took off. They looked at the spaceship helplessly and called their superior. What? He killed him right on the street. Why would Lin Huang do that? Yi Yayu received a call from Yi Zheng in the middle of the night. She was furious. He was a human trafficker. He threatened Lin Huang's sister on the demonic crystal spaceship. Yi Zheng told her the whole story. He deserves it. Lin Huang did the right thing. Yi Yayu would definitely stand by Lin Huang's side. The main problem is that there were forces pressuring them, requesting to arrest Lin Huang as soon as the spaceship lands at Xiagang City. Yi Zheng said, I guess only those human traffickers were affected. Yi Yayu immediately understood what was happening then. Yes, these people indeed fueled the situation. However, it's a serious crime to kill someone in the foothold. There is evidence now and the situation has become a lot more complicated. Yi Zheng was having a headache. What worried me the most is if he were convicted, he might not be imprisoned in the coalition governments but their personal prison. If that happens, it would be better if he was sentenced to death. Brother, if they catch Lin Huang, everything will be ruined. Yi Yayu nervously said, I have asked some of my friends about this. The issue won't be solved anytime soon. Yi Zheng shook his head. I'll seek help from Daddy. Yi Yayu immediately decided to do so. That's the only way if you want to save Lin Huang, but the relationship between them and our family would be even worse. Yi Zheng sighed. Our relationship was never good. They are hypocrites. Why do we have to maintain a good relationship with them? Yi Yayu was obviously upset. The Yi family used to live with dignity, we don't need them as our allies. But I'm not sure if Daddy is willing to help out. Yi Zheng was being realistic. I'll ask Daddy now. It is 12. Before Yi Zheng could say 12.30, she hung up the call. At Division 3, Lang Yuexin received a message while she was on her way back to the hotel to rest. She immediately called back. A middle-aged man dressed in a blue striped suit appeared in the video call. Uncle Li, what happened to Lin Huang? Lang Yuexin asked nervously. You asked me to pay more attention to Lin Huang before you left. I have been following his whereabouts. Yesterday afternoon he killed a person in Dongshuan City on the demonic crystal spaceship. He killed a human trafficker, Uncle Li, the housekeeper told her. Miss Yi, do you want to save him? Yes, of course. Lin Huang has saved my life. Be it right or wrong, I can't just allow this to happen. He's in grave danger. To me, he's done nothing wrong. Lang Yuexin explained, but if you're going to be involved in this matter, your dad will definitely find out. Uncle Li reminded her, let him, I'll explain to him. Lang Yuexin said without hesitation. There is something that I have to tell you. We can meddle in such matters but for matters that they're doing the dark, it'll be, Uncle Li reminded again. Even that is not allowed. Ask Uncle Feng to go there and whoever dares stand in our way, kill them all. Lang Yuexin interrupted Uncle Li. Yes, I understand. I'll do it now. Uncle Li hung up the call. Soon, the families who were trying to fuel the situation noticed that the events surrounding what had happened were quite strange. Didn't you say that there was no one supporting him? Why did the head of the armed forces from the Yi and Leng families, some of the most powerful families among the 6 royal families, be involved in this issue? It seems like we can't kill him. Otherwise, our relationship with the Yi and Leng families will worsen. We can only kill him quietly. After Wei Shan had been killed, Lin Huang was in a good mood. What he did not realize was that his small act of killing a human trafficker left the royal families in an absolute mess. Because of this, Lin Huang asked Lin Xin to move into his room. During daytime, she would play games while Lin Huang practiced his skills in the living room. Lin Xin tried not to disturb her brother after she left the game cabin. Lily was sent to one of the psychotherapy agencies nearby the foothold on the 2nd day of Wei Shan's death. 3 days had passed and everything was peaceful. The female captain and Chen Wei did not ask Lin Huang to pay for the damage he caused on the ship. Lin Huang had accumulated about 110 card pieces of army attack tactics. The time needed to complete one cycle had been shortened from half an hour to 15 minutes. On the 8th afternoon on board the spaceship, Lin Huang and Lin Xin arrived at Xiagang City. The female captain had a rather complicated expression when Lin Huang got off the spaceship. She mumbled, this fellow was not supposed to have anyone protecting him. Why on earth would the most powerful among the 6 royal families, the Lang family and the head of the armed forces from the Li family help him. Lin Huang knew nothing about this. He checked into their hotel. It was a suite with 2 rooms. Since the incident, Lin Huang was not going to let Lin Xin out of his sight. It is 4:32 p.m. now and it was still too early for dinner. Show me your itinerary for this trip, Lin Huang said. Lin Xin showed him the itinerary she planned for their trip and explained the details to Lin Huang. Today is the day 1 at Xianxia City. I estimated that we would arrive at the hotel at 4:30 p.m. Since it's already quite late, we are not going to visit any places today. We are going to look for some good food at a night market, somewhere near the hotel. It's called Shaw Street. Some traditional shops sell snacks there. Chapter 106. The attack at Shaw Street. Shaw Street was actually not the name of a street. It was the name for the night market which was located at the center of Xianxia City. The night market was set in the middle of many crossroads, with more than 10 lanes branching out from it. The lanes were not too wide and they were very crowded at night. The shops usually opened at 5 o'clock in the evening and would get livelier after dark. Lin Huang and Lin Xin were walking from the hotel and they reached the night market at around 6:30 p.m. The sky was getting darker by then. The hanging red street lanterns were lit up in an impressive Chinese design. The lanterns are so pretty, Lin Xin squealed. It was the first time she saw such a scene and it was something new for her. Let's look for some food first and walk around after eating, Lin Huang suggested. Both of them had not had their dinner yet since they were waiting to try the food here. Lin Huang and Lin Xin were enticed by many of the peculiar things that were there as soon as they arrived at Shaw Street. Other than food, there were many interesting toys and gadgets to fiddle with, and there was even a roadshow performance. There were a few people in the crowd who shifted their focus to Lin Huang as he walked around. Suddenly, they turned and started walking slowly towards him. Lin Huang could vaguely sense that something strange was happening. He felt a sinister vibe coming from the people that were surrounding him. However, he could not identify from which direction it was coming from. He then noticed that there was an apparel store located not far away from them. He pulled Lin Xin in that direction and they ducked into the shop. Almost at the same time as they entered the apparel store, he summoned Bai. "Brother, what happened?" Lin Xin asked. She was familiar with Bai and she knew when he appeared it meant that Lin Huang was preparing for a fight. "Nothing happened. Just choosing a shirt for Bai," Lin Huang answered. He then chose a cloak with a cape in the apparel store and put it on Bai's body. It fit Bai very well and his eye-catching white hair was covered by the cape as well. "Boss, I'll buy this," Lin Huang said to the shop owner, pointing at the cloak that Bai was wearing. He then paid for it and headed for the exit. Bai did not take off the cloak after wearing it. He was completely covered by the cloak and followed Lin Huang and Lin Xin as they walked out of the apparel store. Despite it being summertime now, there were still many people who dressed oddly in this world. No one noticed Bai wearing a cloak in the heat. As soon as Lin Huang walked out of the shop, the group of men immediately approached him. However, there was a beam of green light that flashed in front of them and they all disappeared. The speed of the green light was so fast that the people around them did not even realize something strange had happened, nor did any of them notice the men had disappeared as well. Was it an illusion? A passerby muttered in confusion from the green lights. Walking out of the apparel store, Lin Huang felt uncomfortable. The murderous vibe that he sensed earlier had disappeared. This guy is quite alert. Although he is only an iron hunter, he is capable of sensing the deadly aura exuded by a silver-level assassin, a middle-aged man thought to himself and grinned, standing in front of a stall nearby. He had waist-length hair and wore a green robe. He was good-looking with an eccentric personality that set him apart from the people around him. Even stranger though, nobody seemed to notice his existence despite him standing there the whole time. Lin Huang did not let his guard down although the murderous aura that he felt earlier had disappeared. He had been on Lin Xin's left side while Bai escorted her on her right side. Lin Xin walked between them. "Brother, let's go to that shop." Lin Xin chirped cheerfully and pointed at a barbecue shop. "All right," he said. Many people were already waiting in queue although the shop had just opened. "I have reviewed this shop's site before and it was said that its signature recipes have been passed down for more than 3 generations over a span of more than 50 years, Lin Xin told Lin Huang. "I guess the shop has quite a good reputation as the queue is so long despite it having just opened," Lin Huang replied and nodded his head as he joined the queue with Lin Xin. Suddenly, Lin Huang frowned right after he joined the queue. He could sense the murderous aura once again. It was so crowded and still, Lin Huang could not determine which direction the person was coming from. He could only feel the person somewhere very close to him. He tensed up in preparation for an incoming attack. All of a sudden, the deadly aura disappeared again. It is impossible that it is an illusion this time, Lin Huang thought to himself. He was sure that the murderous aura was really there. However, he had no idea why they suddenly vanished. He had a feeling that the people who intended to kill him were quietly being taken out one at a time. At a corner of a building not far away from Lin Huang, a man in a suit dialed a number. Boss, the second team had been killed. Up to this moment, I have not discovered who the killer is yet. As soon as the man in suit finished his sentence, a man who was in a green robe appeared in front of him, with a wide grin on his face. You are, the man in suit exclaimed, stunned. Obviously, he could recognize the man in the robe. I would like to speak to your boss. You are not qualified enough for me to pay attention yet, the man in green robe said with a wry smile. Who is that? A person with a deep voice asked over the communication device. He is. The man in the suit stopped talking immediately as a semi-transparent small green wolf appeared out of nowhere and clutched at his throat. Let's meet up and you'll know who I am, the green-robed man said calmly once he knew the man on the line was listening. Sure, I would like to know who you are, troublemaker. The boss answered after a brief pause. All right, let's meet at the clock tower. See you, the green-robed vigilante said. Upon hanging up the call, the semi-transparent small wolf suddenly grew bigger, opening its mouth, and it swallowed the man in the suit. However, people that were about 2 meters away from them did not notice what had happened, and it seemed as if the man in the suit and the green-robed man were hollow men. The green-robed man pointed his toe on the ground and transformed into a beam of green light. Soon, he arrived at the clock tower, which was located beside Shaw Street. He raised his head, seeing that a man in a black robe was standing at the top of the clock tower. The brim of his hat shadowed his face and he could not be seen clearly. Oh, it's you, Feng Zuoren, the black-robed man greeted him as he recognized him instantly, and sounded frightened. Don't you feel hot wearing that on a summer's day? Feng Zuoren asked and smiled cunningly. Is the Leng family going to protect this little brat? The man in black robe ignored his question and asked. I'm already here, what do you think? Feng Zuoren shrugged his shoulders. What's the relationship between him and Leng family? The black-robed man asked. I wanted to ask you too. The ones who have died were just unimportant people. Although, why would a transcendent be appointed to kill an iron-level brat? Does he have a hidden identity? Feng Zuoren asked, scratching his chin, confused. So, the Leng family would meddle in this issue no matter what. The black-robed man ignored Feng Zuoren's question again and asked. I have been instructed to kill any assassins. He immediately activated his skill right as he finished his sentence. He waved his sleeves and a large pack of green giant wolves appeared out of nowhere and sprang towards the black-robed man. Feng Zuoren, are you trying to start a fight? The black-robed man yelled at him. A bloody long sword streaked across the sky, making its way through the giant wolves. It then transformed into a beam of crimson light and sped off. He fled quickly, Feng Zuoren mumbled, sounding disappointed. He then waved his sleeves again and the horde of green giant wolves disappeared. He then walked slowly towards Shaw Street. Chapter 107. The true identity. It was almost 10 o'clock at night when Lin Huang and Lin Xin went back to the hotel. Feng Zuoren was staying at the same hotel too and his room was just next to theirs. However, Lin Huang did not notice him there at all. When they got back to their room, Lin Xin fell asleep almost immediately. On the other hand, Lin Huang tossed and turned the whole night. I felt people are coming at me, twice. It is not an illusion, but how could the feeling just disappear? Did someone actually kill them? Lin Huang could not figure out what had happened. However, he did not know that he was so close to the truth. He would never have thought that it was related to Leng Yuexin, who was at Division 3 though. He emptied his mind and still, he could not fall asleep. He opened the Heart Network, surfing the news updates on the web. One of the recommended local news headlines published on the Heart Network caught Lin Huang's attention. Recently, the number of cases involving murder committed in Foothold No 7B61, Zhejiang City has increased. A series of murders have happened in the last 4 days alone. The death toll stands at 16 on the first day and the total number of deaths until today is 121. Those who had been killed are ordinary people and those who are of an iron level. None of the bronze levels have been killed yet. This incident attracted a great deal of the Union government's attention, it read. It has been 4 days but the murderer has not been arrested yet, Lin Huang thought. He had doubted the security system of Xiaogong City for quite a while now. Lin Huang started to feel sleepy when it was almost 12 o'clock. He then closed the heart network and fell asleep. In the next room, Feng Zuoren was sitting on the sofa and dialed a number. After a short while, a video popped up in front of him as soon as the call was answered. The person who appeared in the video call was Uncle Li, and he was the one talking on the phone with Leng Yuexin the other day. "Dear housekeeper, good evening." Feng Zuoren greeted. "How's it going?" Housekeeper Li asked. "It's going quite well, I guess. I have been wearing a mask these days, there shouldn't be any problems," Feng Zuoren said as he straightened his body, folding both arms across his chest. "You sound uncertain. Did anything happening?" Li asked as he could read Feng Zuoren's mind by his body language. "Yes, something did really happen. They appointed a transcendent to kill him. However, I scared him off," Feng Zuoren replied. "They asked a transcendent to kill Lin Huang," Housekeeper Li said and then frowned. "Did this problem really stem from the guy who died, or does Lin Huang have some other secrets that we don't know about?" Housekeeper Li questioned. "We have checked Lin Huang's background many times now. There shouldn't be any problems. I'm guessing something was wrong with the guy who died," Feng Zuoren guessed. "I asked the transcendent before but he did not say anything. Seems like he was trying to hide something. The problem is more apparent now," he said. "I'll try to see if I can get any more information." "Thanks for your hard work," Li said and hung up the phone immediately, catching Feng Zuoren by surprise. "Housekeeper Li always hangs up the phone so unexpectedly," Feng Zuoren said as he looked at the screen turning black all of a sudden. He dismissed the communication page and started chatting with his friends in his chat groups. It was not necessary for a transcendent to sleep every day. Therefore, he had plenty of time. At around 1 a.m., Housekeeper Li sent him a message. "Something is wrong with the guy that Lin Huang killed. His dead body disappeared and all clues linked to this were destroyed," the message read. Feng Zuoren frowned as he read the message. He shook his head and sighed. "Lin Huang. Ah, Lin Huang, who you were messing with." A few hours earlier, a crimson light shone into the forest. A black-robed man looked back at the sky behind him and sighed in relief. "Fortunately he didn't come after me," he muttered. He took off his hat, activated the communication page of the heart network and dialed a number. "How's it going?" A voice came from the communication device. "Failed." Feng Zuoren from the Leng family was there to protect him. He said that Leng family will intervene in this issue no matter what, the black-robed man said. "The Leng family," the guy paused for a moment and said, "Fine, ask them to withdraw the hitmen. It would not benefit us if things get messy. But how are we going to tell Mr. Huang about this?" the black-robed man asked. "I'll explain to him. Since the one who died was his distant relative, I think our business is more important. He asked for our help since he wanted revenge, but we have tried our best. We would pay dearly if things go south," Zheng Yuan said and hung up the phone. The Zheng family was just a middle-class royal family in Division 7. They were incomparable to the Leng family. However, he could not offend the other party as well. Things were difficult for him. After having a video conference with a few other royal families for more than an hour, eventually they had decided to give up on their operations. As the initiator of this operation, he had no choice but to report to Mr. Huang regarding the matter. In his room, he called his number after he closed all the windows. The call was answered after it rang several times. "Tell me," a voice asked over the line. It was the sound of a man, but his age could not be identified. "Mr. Huang, our operation to kill Lin Huang was obstructed by the Leng family," Zheng Yuan said, and then told him everything that happened. He kept quiet for a long while and said, "All right. There is no need for you and the rest of them to do business in Division 7 anymore." He hung up the phone after finishing his sentence. Zheng Yuan was really puzzled. "What is happening?" Zheng Yuan called back once again, but his number had been barred. At Division 2, in a castle that was beautiful beyond imagination, a 30-year-old woman in a purple dress was patting a skull. "Shan why didn't you listen to Mummy? You said that you like the little girls and I asked Lao Huang to build such a business for you at Division 7. You would have only been in charge of the things that happened behind the scenes and Lao Huang would have taken care of everything else. Then, you wanted to be involved in the business and I asked Lao Huang to create a fake identity for you, saying that you were a distant relative of the royalty in Division 7. With them looking after you, you could have been a supplier, the old woman said calmly. It's fine that you wanted to be a supplier. You were born with a broken life wheel and you can't use your life power. You know that you can't use defensive equipment and relics. You need Lin Huang to protect you all the time. However, you always look for girls when he's not with you, and that was what caused this to happen today. She shouted, suddenly bursting into a rage. The eyes of the skull glowed with a blue light. Its jaw moved up and down and the voice of a man was heard. If Lin Huang was there, it would definitely have sounded familiar to him. This was because it was Wei Shan's voice, the one he had killed. Mum, please help me take my revenge on him. After Lin Huang is killed, cage his spirit and make it into a corpse slave. The skull shouted, Shan, calm yourself. Of course, we must take revenge, but you have to be patient. The Lang family is very influential in Division 7 and they are somehow related to Division 3. I will attract the attention of Division 3 if I get too involved in this issue. I will plan your revenge. You have to stay in this spirit fostering bottle for the next 3 years. 3 years from now, when your spirit has become stable, I will look for the body of an undead species. You can then live on as an undead creature, his mother explained. Mum, what's your plan? The skull asked. Bring her in, the woman in the purple dress said and clapped her hands. A girl with pigtails was brought over by a maid. She looked at the purple-dressed woman in fear. Lily, the skull shouted, happily. Daddy. Lily immediately pounced on the skull without fear. Lily, your daddy will come back to life in 3 years, all right? Do you want to help your daddy take revenge on the one who killed him? The purple-dressed woman smiled, looking at Lily. Yes. Lily nodded his head. If you want to be strong, it will be very difficult. You might even die. Are you afraid of that? The purple-dressed woman asked the girl, with a smile. I'm not afraid at all. Lily shouted and shook her head. All right, I'll send you to the Phoenix Island for 1 year of training. If you are able to survive that, I'll send you to Division 7. Then, you'll have to kill Lin Huang within 1 month, the lady said. After finishing her sentence, the purple-dressed woman looked at the maid and nodded her head. The maid left together with Lily. The purple-dressed woman patted the skull again and said, I guess you'll be happy to have your daughter execute your revenge. Mum, you're the one who understands me the most, the skull said happily and his voice trembled. Lily, please don't disappoint Daddy. Chapter 108, Unknown item. It was late at night, and the streets were bare under the moonlight. In a quiet alley in Xianxia City, a man in a black robe stabbed a drunk middle-aged man in his chest. The man did not even manage to say anything as he fell straight onto the ground. The man in the black robe pulled out his knife and pressed his hand on the dead body's wound. His clean hand seemed to be covered by a layer of asphalt as a black liquid flowed into the wound. A while later, the man in black robe removed his hand and stood up. He took off his hat and removed the skin from his face that looked like tree bark. His face then transformed to reveal a layer of human skin. Ah! A lady screamed when she saw the man in the alley. The man in black robe chased after her. Help! A monster is killing people. The lady kept screaming. After a few moments of chasing the lady, the man in black robe saw somebody approaching, so he ran away. A couple of security guards who were doing their rounds blocked his way. In the morning, Lin Huang was sitting at the dining table, reading the news on the Heart Network after breakfast. He saw a featured local article, so he clicked on it and read it. Before dawn today, a security guard of Xianxia City caught a murderer. From the dead body at the location, the murderer seems to be one of the culprits of the recent murder cases in the city. The murderer's identity and the reason for the murder are still unknown and is still under investigation. Brother, what are you reading? Lin Xin, who sat across him, asked when she saw him frowning at the news. They caught a murderer who committed a recent murder. Lin Huang looked at Lin Xin, and then noticed that her plate was empty. Are you full? If you aren't, you can have more, he said to her. I'll get some fruits, Lin Xin said and got up to get a plate of fruits. Brother, why did you frown at the news just now? Isn't it a good thing that they have caught the murderer? Lin Xin asked curiously while eating the fruits she got. Nothing, I just feel that the murderer is not human, but from what the news reported, the culprit they caught was a human. Lin Huang closed the news page. Although he thought the news was strange, he didn't want to dwell on it. Maybe they got the wrong guy, Lin Xin mumbled. She trusted her brother's instincts. Let's not talk about this anymore, it has nothing to do with us, Lin Huang said and tossed a red berry into his mouth. It seems like the safety of Xianxia City is still unstable. We'll explore the city during the day and come back before dark. We'll try to end our trip around 4 or 5 o'clock and come back for dinner. Maybe we should stay in at night, he said to Lin Xin. Then we would have to change our schedule, Lin Xin said in disappointment. We can spread out the activities. It'll be okay if we take our time to explore the city. You have almost 2 months of summer break. Excluding our travel time, you'll have at least 1.5 months of holiday. There are not that many attractions in the city center. We can finish them even if we extend our trip for just another week. Before the murder cases are solved, it's better that we stay in the hotel at night, Lin Huang explained. All right then, Lin Xin said, with a pout. Although she was reluctant, she accepted Lin Huang's suggestion as she knew that it was not safe to be out in Xiaogong City at night. The both of them left the hotel after breakfast. Under Lin Xin's guidance, they rode on the Viridian Wolf and arrived at the first attraction in the city center, the Xiaogong Museum. The Xiaogong Museum mainly features items that were excavated from the ruins. Most of them were from the ancient city back in the olden days. A couple of collections came from the Xiaogong ruins and they're currently the centerpiece of the hall, Lin Xin explained to Lin Huang. Lin Huang knew about all the information she was saying as he had read them all up on the Heart Network. Since his sister seemed to enjoy being a tour guide, he listened without interrupting her. He had little interest in museums. When he was on Earth, he only had one thought of museums: the items in there cost a bomb. That was why he hardly visited any museums whenever he traveled. However, it was different in this world as there were many interesting things to see. He could learn more about this world by studying the historical items in the museum. The Xiaogong Museum had free entrance admission, but identity verification was mandatory. After completing their verification at the entrance, they entered the museum and realized that there were many visitors. "Hi, are the both of you together?" a young lady in white uniform asked as she approached them. They both nodded in unison. "If that's the case, I can be your tour guide," she continued. Lin Huang knew that the tour guides here were a complimentary service, but some people preferred to be on their own instead of following a tour guide. He turned to Lin Xin and asked, "Do you want a tour guide?" "That would be nice," Lin Xin replied as she looked around at the collections of artifacts. There were many of them and some of them were not featured on the network. "We'll have you join us then," Lin Huang said as he nodded at the tour guide. "Please follow me." The lady led both of them along to the exhibitions. Lin Huang had learned a lot from the tour guide. Lin Xin was curious too. She asked a lot of questions and the tour guide managed to give her detailed explanations to each and every one of them. An hour later, they finally made it to the hall. The hall was not that big and was just a little less than 300 square meters. Lin Huang saw the collection that was presented as the centerpiece once he stepped into the hall. The one in the middle caught his eye but made him squint to confirm what he saw. He walked hurriedly to the center and as he approached, his eyes widened in surprise. The both of them saw him and followed. "What's wrong, brother?" Lin Xin asked Lin Huang curiously. "Nothing, I'm just curious about these items." Lin Huang suppressed how stunned he really was. He stared at the item in the middle for a very long time. It was a laptop. It was laid open and placed inside a transparent case. The computer screen was completely shattered and there was a hole in the middle of the keyboard that was the size of a fist. It was burnt on the sides but the keyboard buttons were still intact. He was stunned as he had never seen a computer or a laptop ever since he came to this world. "What is this?" Lin Huang could not help but ask the tour guide. It was his first question since he entered the museum. These items were excavated from the Xiaogong ruins. Both items on the sides are decorations. As for the one in the middle, the archaeologists have been trying to figure out what it was but none of them know what is it for. Since nobody knows what it is, they called it the unknown item, the tour guide explained, embarrassed that she had no answer to the first question he had asked that day. "The unknown item," he mumbled. Hearing the tour guide's answer, Lin Huang could almost confirm that this laptop was brought by another traveler that came into this world. "It seems like I have to make a trip to the Xiaogong ruins then," he thought to himself. Chapter 109. The Ruins of the Ancients. Lin Huang had his mind occupied with the Xiaogong ruins ever since he saw the laptop at the museum. There were not many changes to their schedule during the trip. He would visit tourist attractions with Lin Xin in the foothold during the day and return to the hotel around 4 to 5 o'clock for dinner. After dinner, he would practice army attack tactics until 10 at night. He would then look for information about the Xiaogong ruins on the Heart Network before he slept at 12. 5 days had passed without incident. His army attack tactics skill rotation was now only 10 minutes per cycle and he had obtained 228 card pieces. He was close to obtaining 400 card pieces to upgrade to level 3. There was not much information about the Xiaogong ruins on the Heart Network and the Hunter Network. All he found out was that the ruins were found more than 300 years ago when Division 7 was built. Many experts had conducted some form of research on the ruins and found out that there were many things in the ruins of the palace that were not present in other places. The discoveries include decorations which were different from those that were excavated from other ruins, and because of this there were various speculations about these ruins on the Heart Network. Some even speculated that the palace was built by the gods. Seeing that they had almost visited all the attractions in the city center, he would finally have the chance to visit the Xiaogong ruins. Lin Huang felt obliged at first, but he called Yi Zheng anyway in order to get more information about the ruins. However, after the call was connected, it was cut off after 2 rings. Soon, Lin Huang received a message. "I'm in the middle of something, let's talk tomorrow." Lin Huang raised his eyebrow. He did not want to bother Yi Zheng, so he called Yi Yayu instead. On the second ring, his call was picked up. Yi Yayu was wearing a black dress with expensive jewelry on her neck. Hearing the noise in the background, Lin Huang asked, "Where are you and why are you dressed so formally?" "Nothing much, it's just a gathering," Yi Yayu shook her head and teased. "So tell me, what kind of trouble did you get yourself into again?" She continued, rolling her eyes mockingly. "Nothing. Do I look like a troublemaker?" Lin Huang asked. "You don't look like it, you are a troublemaker," Yi Yayu shouted as she remembered what Lin Huang had done a few days ago. Lin Huang did not say anything in response. Yi Yayu was a member of royalty. It was normal if she had found out what he had done on the spaceship. As he thought about it, he realized that it must have been Yi Yayu who covered for him, as the Union government did not pursue him after he killed someone. "They're calling for me. If you have something urgent, say it now," Yi Yayu muttered firmly. She thought what she had said earlier was rude, so she changed the topic to move on. "I wanted to ask for your help to find out more about the Xiaogong ruins. I couldn't get anything informative with my search restrictions," Lin Huang said, finally telling her his intentions. "Xiaogong ruins. Many people have excavated the ruins before, why would you want to know more about it?" Yi Yayu asked as she thought Lin Huang's request was ridiculous. "I just wanted to know more about it. I will be going there 2 days from now. The information would be helpful as I'm acting as a guide for my sister," Lin Huang said, cooking up an excuse. "There are professional tour guides there. I don't understand what's with you wanting to be a know-it-all to your sister." "All right then, I will do what I can for you after the dinner." It might come late at night, Yi Yayu promised him. After the phone was disconnected, Lin Huang realized that it was 12. He did not wait for Yi Yayu's reply and went straight to bed. The next morning, before he got up, he saw a couple of messages on his phone. They were all from Yi Yayu. She had sent all the information about the Xiaogong ruins to him. There were many pages with pictures, so much more than what he managed to find the past few days. The Xiaogong ruins existed in the ancient epic, even before the old epic. The old epic was 30,000 years ago, which meant the time the traveler with the laptop arrived was about 30,000 years ago or possibly even earlier. Lin Huang frowned at that piece of information. Humans below the level of transcendence cannot live for more than 720 years. The longest a transcendent can live is 1,800 years. Although I have no idea how long a demigod can live, it's not really possible that one could live up to 30,000 years, Lin Huang thought, basically confirming that the transcendent had died many years ago. About the laptop, the traveler wouldn't bring something that was useless here, that could have been his Goldfinger. Since his Goldfinger was destroyed, his chance of survival would have been really slim, he concluded. Lin Huang was disappointed. He always wanted to meet someone who was like him. Although they might not be able to teach him anything, a simple chat would have sufficed to warm his heart to the life he was living in a different world. He then continued to read and found another helpful piece of information. An expert suggested that Xiaogong was related to a person called Sha Hao in the ancient epic. There were historical records mentioning a man named Sha Hao that appeared in the ancient epic, and he managed to level up from an ordinary person to a demigod within a couple of years. He was called the number 1 genius during the epic. However, he disappeared all of a sudden. Some said he was dead while others speculated that he traveled to another world. After reading that, Lin Huang was sure that if this Sha Hao really existed in the ancient epic, he was the traveler that he was looking for. Only travelers with gold fingers could level up to become demigods within a couple of years. Yi Yeyu left a message at the end. I have tried to look for more information about Sha Hao for you, but there isn't much to go on. There is very limited information about the ancient epic, and the restrictions are even tighter. I've sent you all that I've found, she said. Thank you, I've received them. Lin Huang replied Yi Yeyu's messages right after he read them. Brother, wake up, Lin Xin shouted and knocked on his door. All right, I'll be right there, Lin Huang yelled back and then got up from his bed. They arrived at the hotel restaurant 10 minutes later. After getting food from the buffet, they sat by the window. How many attractions have we yet to visit within the city center? Lin Huang asked as he ate. We're only left with one more. It can be done before noon, Lin Xin said and asked. Lin Huang right away, will we be staying in the city center for another few days or do we go straight to the Xiaogong ruins? We will go to Xiaogong ruins tomorrow morning, Lin Huang replied as he was in anticipation of what the ruins had to offer too. Chapter 110. The truth about the murder. After they were done with the last attraction in Xiaogong City, they decided to make their way back to the hotel. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon when Lin Huang and Lin Xin reached the hotel. Just when they got into their room, Lin Huang's emperor's heart ring vibrated. It was Yi Zheng who requested a video call with him. Lin Huang accepted the call. Were you looking for me last night? Yi Zheng asked. He immediately cut to the chase once the call was connected. I needed your help to check something, but it has been settled now, Lin Huang replied and nodded. Oh, I was in the middle of something last night, Yi Zheng explained. I heard you're in Xiaogong City now, he continued. Yay, I'll be visiting the Xiaogong ruins tomorrow, Lin Huang said. Xiaogong City has been chaotic recently. I'd advise you not to stay there for too long, Yi Zheng warned him. You're talking about the murders, right? I'll take note of that, Lin Huang replied. He knew Yi Zheng said that out of sincere concern. You don't seem to have a sense of danger. Never mind, I shall tell you this then, Yi Zheng said and shook his head. The result of the murder case that you were talking about was out this morning, but the Union government has been keeping quiet about it. 7 people who were involved in the murder have been caught in the past few days. They were humans infected by a species of parasites, he said. Lin Huang frowned and asked, how is it possible that the parasites passed through the security systems at the city gate undetected? It would have been possible in a small foothold, but Xiaogong City is a B-grade large foothold, the security system should be better than that. I heard it's a new type of parasite which had never been seen before. Not only that, its parasitic form is different from the rest which cannot be detected by the security systems. Fortunately, such a parasite does not seem to be contagious, as the host could not spread the parasite to others just through touch or airborne means, so it won't spread all over the place, Yi Zheng explained. However, the biggest issue now is that Xiaogong City has hired many magicians to remove the parasites, but all have failed. This is the reason why the Union government refused to announce the truth about the case so that an uproar can be avoided, Yi Zheng told Lin Huang the truth. Lin Huang did not expect that to be the case. All failed, he thought. Although it will not spread, if the security system still doesn't work, it will cause more parasites to invade Xiaogong City, Lin Huang frowned as he said. He knew how severe the issue was. Has the Union government came up with a plan yet? He asked. There are 3 strategies that they are implementing right now. One is to strengthen the security system by monitoring the people who enter the city. Secondly, they will be strengthening the security in the city, and lastly, they will accelerate research on the new species of parasites to develop an identification method, Yi Zheng said while he shrugged his shoulder. That doesn't solve the root problem, Lin Huang shook his head. There's nothing more they can do. Would you want them to tell all the citizens that there's a problem with the city gate's security system and unknown parasites have invaded the city and that there's no way to remove them? Yi Zheng asked and raised his eyebrows. It might work for small footholds, but now that it has happened in a B-grade large foothold, if the news were to spread, who would still trust the Union government? Perhaps the people would only feel safe if they moved to an A-grade foothold, Lin Huang said. Lin Huang shook his head. He knew that there were no other viable strategies that could be executed right now. The issue would be worse if there was an uproar among the citizens. Emotions were contagious and fear would spread like wildfire. Lin Huang recalled the days when he was on Earth. Whenever people heard news about water pollution, many would rush to the supermarket to get clean water. If people heard that there were deaths caused by flu, many would stock up medications such as radix isotidus at the pharmacies. That was the effect, spreading fear. Don't stay there for too long, it would mean trouble if you were infected by the new species of parasites, Yi Zheng reminded him again. I know, thank you for telling me all these. I have something in mind, but I will leave in 2 days after I have settled it, Lin Huang said and nodded. Hearing such unusual news from Yi Zheng did not prompt him to leave immediately. He saw the laptop left by Sha Hao and he would not leave until he got to the bottom of it. After the phone was disconnected, Lin Huang had his mind occupied with everything about parasites. Parasites were one of the most hated species by people in this world as most of them could infect humans. Moreover, it would be very unpredictable once they invaded the foothold. According to the information they had on different species of parasites, they were categorized into 5 types. The first one was an invasive species of parasites. The parasite would enter the host body and take control of everything. Those who were highly evolved would even pick up human knowledge as they had amazing intelligence. The second one would be leech parasites. The parasite would release a massive amount of leech pods and those who were infected would become a host for the parasite. Such parasites could control up to tens of thousands of hosts at once. It was destructive and were usually done by plant-based parasites. The third one would be through eggs-laying parasites. The parasite species would lay eggs into the host and use the host as food and shelter for baby parasites to allow the continuation of their offspring. Most insect parasites would usually use this method to propagate their species. The fourth one would be soul parasites. It was rare as the parasites used a unique way to attach themselves to the host's soul and wipe away his or her consciousness to take over their body. It could even completely inherit the host's memories and continue to live like the host. It was almost impossible to detect. The fifth type was an uncategorized mutated parasite. Similar to the soul parasite, it was extremely rare. From what Yi Zheng said, this case was possibly caused by invasive parasites or leech parasites. Lin Huang was not afraid of these parasites as invasive parasites could be spotted with the naked eye. As long as he was aware of it, it would not be difficult to get rid of them. As for the leech parasites, they could be avoided by putting on some armor. As long as the armor prevented the host from touching the leech pods, the host would be safe. Lin Huang did not think he would be affected, but he frowned when he thought of Lin Xin. Xiaogong City isn't safe now, it would be worse at the ruins. It seems like I shouldn't bring Lin Xin along then, he thought. After some hesitation, he knocked on Lin Xin's door and told her the news that Yi Zheng told him. Lin Xin was shocked. Brother, let's leave Xiaogong City tomorrow morning then, she mumbled. I still have to drop by the ruins to settle some stuff, Lin Huang told her. He had come up with an arrangement for Lin Xin. I will stay here to protect you. Try not to head out when I'm not here. Order room service if you're hungry and get by to open the door for you, he instructed. This is for you, didn't you always want this? Lin Huang said while he handed her the Grey Eagle 17 with a couple boxes of ammunition. He did not need that gun anymore. What about you? Lin Xin asked. I have a Black Eagle 33 and a monster that can fly. If I encounter any danger, I will run away. Don't worry, Lin Huang smiled and explained. Must you go? Lin Xin was still worried that something might happen to Lin Huang. It's quite important. I have to. Lin Huang nodded in all seriousness. Chapter 111. Arriving in xianxia City. The weather was good in Xiaogong City the next morning. Lin Huang had just got up. He received a notification from the Union government. The murder cases that happened in Foothold No 7B61 has recently have been identified. The culprits were offenders with mental illnesses who escaped from Xiaogong prison. There were 15 of them who escaped. We have managed to capture 12 of them and we are still hunting down the remaining 3. Please stay calm, thank you. To prevent the offenders from escaping from the city, we're tightening the security at the 4 gates in the city. Please do comply. We will be increasing the patrol rounds in the city and you are prohibited to stay out after 8 at night. If you must head out at night, please apply for a permit with the local government before 5 in the afternoon. They've really covered up the truth. Lin Huang thought with his eyebrows raised in surprise. The notification from the Union government showed how severe the issue was. After breakfast with Lin Xin, Lin Huang rode on his Viridian wolf to the west gate. Lin Xin sent him off and went back to the hotel room with Bai. When he arrived at the west gate, there was a long queue for both entry and exit due to the screening processes done by the city soldiers. Lin Huang felt obliged, but there was nothing he could do. He recalled the Viridian wolf and queued along with everyone else. He had left the hotel right after breakfast and it was almost 10 when he got out of the gate. He did not have any time to waste for this gross cover-up of an inspection by the government. He then summoned the Alexandrian Eagle and arrived at Xianxia City in less than 10 minutes. Xianxia City was a D-grade small foothold. Theoretically, there should not be any footholds between a B-grade foothold like Xiagang City, which was merely 80 kilometers away, as building a foothold required massive resources. Having a foothold at such a short distance was a waste of resources. However, due to the existence of the Xiagang ruins, the Union government decided to build an exclusive foothold just for the ruins. The main reason for the foothold was not merely for developing tourism but also for archaeological purposes. Before Xianxia City was built, the Xiagang ruins were surrounded by a wild zone. The archaeologists who stayed there long-term would be regularly attacked by monsters. It was inconvenient for them to get supplies as they had to travel 80 kilometers away whenever they needed them. That was the reason why the Union government decided to spend money on building a small foothold surrounding the Xiagang ruins, which was now known as Xianxia City. Later on, more and more archaeologists left as most of the items in the ruins were already excavated. The Union government thought it would be a waste to let the foothold be left abandoned, so it was developed into a tourist spot. The Xiagang ruins had a mysterious aura on its own. Together with the tourism publicity, it was now a hot tourist attraction. As more people were visiting the ruins and due to its geological advances being so close to Xiagang City, many moved to the city permanently. With the supportive strategies the Union government had come up with, the small foothold continued to strive. Entering Xianxia City, Lin Huang thought he was in the wrong place, as the people in this D-grade foothold was similar to those in the C-grade Baki City. He was not sure if it were the attractions that brought the tourists or was it its vicinity with Xiagang City. Once he was in Xianxia City, Lin Huang summoned the Viridian wolf and entered the coordinates into his ring. They arrived at the Xiagang ruins in a blink of an eye. The hotel that he booked for the first night was less than 1 kilometer from the south gate of Xiagang ruins. Following the map, Lin Huang found the location of the hotel. He realized that Xianxia City was not small at all. It was almost 5 times the size of Wulin Town and 1/3 the size of Baki City. It was not even 10:30 a.m. when he arrived at the hotel. He thought he was too early to check it out, but he then found that he was allowed to check in early at the reception itself. The hotel was a small antique building with 5 floors and it had no elevator. After checking in, Lin Huang walked up the wooden stairs to his room. The stairs were old and they creaked loudly, but it was clean. Lin Huang's room was on the 5th floor in room 505. He noticed that there were only 5 rooms on each floor. Excluding the first floor, there were only 20 rooms in this hotel. Is this an off-season period? Lin Huang thought. It seemed strange to him as it was summer break. He assumed there would be many tourists. It was odd that this hotel, which was in such great location and such limited rooms, was not fully booked. He entered the room and looked around. It was quiet and pleasant considering its age. He was satisfied with his room. It had a city view and the Xiagang ruins could be seen from the balcony. The ruins were underground and there were no tall buildings around it. Lin Huang could see a portion of the ruins that were not covered when he stood on the balcony. After taking the moment in, Lin Huang headed out and bumped into a young couple who was staying next to his room. He headed to the first floor and saw a plump middle-aged man who was the hotel owner at the reception. He greeted the man. "Boss, is it the off-peak season now? It's summer break now and people who visit here would usually visit Xiagang City for a few days before coming here, so business is slow. You are here early so there are still rooms available. It would be hard to get any rooms if you come 3 to 5 days from now," the hotel owner smiled as he explained. Is that so? Lin Huang thought there was some other reason that this hotel had slow business, but after the owner explained, he thought it made sense. "Boss, I see that this hotel has been here for long. You must have been in Xianxia City for a long time now." Lin Huang asked. "I have been here for more than 20 years and this hotel has been up and running for 18 of those years," the hotel owner said proudly and nodded. "Do you have any tales about the Xiagang ruins that we outsiders haven't heard of?" Lin Huang asked. "I would like to hear about them if you know any," he continued, politely. "The Xiagang ruins have always been a mysterious place and there are not many tales about it. However, since I've been here for so long, I have heard of one that you might like. If you're interested, you can treat it as a story, but don't take it too seriously, young man," the owner said. Lin Huang nodded as the hotel owner began to tell him the story. During ancient times, there was a powerful man named Lin Huang. He built an empire and the ruins were his palace. He ruled over billions of people and he was loved. One day, a disaster struck. Nobody knew what had happened and the entire empire disappeared overnight like it never existed. However, no one knew if the Xiaogong ruins were really the legendary palace that disappeared, the owner said in a low voice. Lin Huang was quiet as he heard the story from the owner. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "I've never heard of this story before, do you have more?" "That's all I know. The rest were just rumors on the Heart Network." The hotel owner waved his hands while shaking his head. "All right then, I'm heading to the ruins now." "Thank you, boss," Lin Huang said and left the hotel. He then headed to the south gate of the ruins which was not far away. Chapter 112, Xiaohei's Discovery. Although the Xiaogong ruins were a popular attraction in Division 7, the admission was free. There was only one entrance to the ruins which was through the south gate. There, visitors would have to scan their identity at the entrance before entering. He was told by the hotel owner that it was the off-peak season but there were many people queuing at the entrance. It took Lin Huang more than half an hour to through it. A lady in red uniform approached him once he entered the ruins. "Sir, do you need a tour guide?" "I'm sorry, I'm just looking around." Lin Huang waved his hand as he declined. He was not here as a tourist but instead, he was looking for clues left by Xiahou, so naturally, he did not need a tour guide for that. He followed the crowd, walked 100 meters down the stairs and arrived at the ruins. It was a building that was similar to the ancient city gates with 3 doors in the middle. Lin Huang was listening to a tour guide talking to the visitors. "Do not be fooled by these 3 doors, there are actually 2 hidden doors on the sides. This is the first palace that has such a structure." The experts who joined the excavation said that Xiaogong could be the only one. The building was a complete replica of the Meridian Gate of the Forbidden City on Earth but bigger. There was a sign on the entrance that said, "Heaven's Gate." Lin Huang was sure that this Xiaogong was related to Xiahou. After passing through the entrance, there was a drain not far away with 5 small bridges on top. There was a huge palace door that looked like the main passage taken by the ministers in those Qing dynasty dramas. On top of the palace door, the sign read, "Earth's Gate." Ahead, there was a glorious hall with a sign that said, "Sha Hall." Lin Huang knew the majestic hall should be the main hall and proceeded to go in. Once he entered the hall, the cracks in the ground caught his attention. The tour guide explained the cracks. The cracks on the ground were the result of something powerful stomping on it because it was made of sea rocks, something even a transcendent would not be able to crack. "Now, look at the roof." There was a hole, about a meter wide, but archaeologists restored it. Now, it looked no different from the original roof. This was the only damage throughout the entire ruin while the rest was in good condition. It seemed like something may have dropped from the roof or maybe he sensed an attack coming his way so he escaped this way. Lin Huang looked up as he thought of the possible scenarios. Suddenly, he heard a notification from Xiaohei. Unusual energy wave detected underground. You can collect the energy to obtain new functions. Are you sure? It was Lin Huang's first time hearing Xiaohei asking him to obtain something. Confirmed. According to the detection, the unusual energy was the remaining energy from a destroyed Goldfinger belonging to someone else. You can absorb the energy to strengthen your Goldfinger. Is it below where I'm standing? Lin Huang asked. Yes, it's about 3,000 meters below where you are standing. Alright, I'll need to plan this properly. I'm heading back now. Since he had identified what he wanted, he did not want to stay any longer. He needed to plan how he was going to get it from the ground below him. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon after he got back to the hotel from Xiaogong ruins. Lin Huang got back to his room and locked his door. He talked to Xiaohei again. "Xiaohei, aside from the unusual energy you spoke about, what else is there underground?" "From the waves detected, there's a mutated monster that went through 2 mutations. Is it upgraded to silver level?" "What kind of monster is that?" Lin Huang asked. "Unidentifiable. Mutated twice. The only monster I have that could fight it would be charcoal." Lin Huang frowned. "How is the environment down there? Is it big enough for charcoal to perform?" "Sufficient, it's spacious down there. I'll try to get charcoal to fight it then." Lin Huang was confident with charcoal's ability since it also went through mutation twice. No matter what, charcoal was a true dragonkin. He then checked the cards that he had and realized that he did not have any transformation cards anymore. I almost forgot that I've used all of my transformation cards last time. I don't have any more to transform myself into the specter and dive underground. Lin Huang did not know what to do. Xiao He, think of a plan. You can trade for a specific transformation card at the Card Pieces Mall. A specific transformation card? Lin Huang was stunned. Do I have enough card pieces? The card pieces required are the same as when you're trading for a particular monster card. The specter that you own is a common bronze level rank -1 card, so you will need 60 bronze level card pieces. Special notification. The effective duration of the specific transformation card is only 1 hour. To be safe, I'll get 5 of them. 2 transformation cards would be sufficient for the two-way trip, but Lin Huang was concerned, so he got more than he needed. Consuming bronze level card pieces x300, you have received specter specific transformation card x5. There are too many people at the Xiagang ruins. I'll do it when it's later at night. Lin Huang did not want to be discovered when he transformed himself into the specter, or he may be captured for research. The ruins were open until 10 at night. Lin Huang planned to go around 9:30 and stay there until everyone left before he carried out his plan. He decided to take a nap. He woke up at 6 o'clock, had dinner and stayed in his room while waiting for the night to come. When it was almost 8:30, he heard a squeaking sound from the bed next door and screams from a woman followed. The soundproofing of rooms was poor. He shook his head and proceeded to read the news. When it was 9 o'clock, the squeaking bed stopped, but the lady screamed again. Lin Huang wanted to check it out, but he thought he might be overthinking. He thought for a while and sat down again. There was complete silence next door. Soon, he heard footsteps in the corridor approaching his room. He was staying in room 505, the last room on the left. People should not be walking to his room. He took out his Black Eagle 33 and aimed at the door. Chapter 113. Attack by the parasites. The sound of footsteps stopped right in front of Lin Huang's door. Lin Huang frowned. He pointed his gun at the door and prepared himself for a battle. After a moment of silence, a loud knock at the door was heard. "Who are you?" Lin Huang asked. "Hello, it's me," said the voice of the boss of the hotel. Lin Huang was relieved. Soon, he asked, still a little doubtful, "Boss, what's up? You asked me about the story of the Xiagang ruins this afternoon. I recalled something and I guess you might not have heard before," the boss said. Lin Huang frowned. It was almost 9 o'clock at night. It felt peculiar and he wondered why the boss would come to his room and talk about this at this hour. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm heading off to bed now," Lin Huang simply answered, but he did not let his guard down. There was complete silence outside the door. No response from the boss was heard and the sound of footsteps were not present as well. Just as he wondered what was happening, a sound was heard from the balcony. Lin Huang turned his head and he saw the man in the room next door climbing into his room. He was naked, holding a short knife stained with blood. He kicked the glass door in and pounced on Lin Huang. Lin Huang pointed his gun at the head of the young man and pulled the trigger without a moment's hesitation. The life power bullet was fired out of the gun, penetrating through the head of the man who was holding the knife. Blood splattered out of his head and the dead body collapsed instantly. Lin Huang then heard someone unlocking the door with a key. He kept quiet and again, he pointed his gun at the door. After a short while, the door was opened and the hotel boss entered the room. He was shocked when he saw a dead body inside the room. "Freeze. Otherwise, I will just shoot you. In my defense, I will say you are the host of the parasites." Lin Huang shouted and stared coldly at the hotel owner. "Now, answer whatever I'm asked, or you're dead. What brings you here at this hour?" The hotel boss then shifted his gaze from the dead body to Lin Huang, a wry smile on his face, and said, "Master told me that he could sense something in your body and he wants it. He asked us to kill you and bring your dead body to him." After finishing his sentence, about 10 people hiding at the corridor rushed into Lin Huang's room, and attempted to pounce on him. Lin Huang turned back and ran towards the balcony. He took a leap and summoned the Alexandrian eagle. The Alexandrian eagle fluttered its wings, grabbed Lin Huang mid-flight and flew off into the sky. Lin Huang frowned as he looked below. Why are there so many parasite hosts here? He thought in a panic. As he looked down, and more than 10 of them were on the balcony of his room. They were staring at him, emitting inhumanly loud roars. He then looked further and saw that there were more than 100 of them outside the hotel running towards him. Despite knowing that they would not be able to catch him in the air, they still chased after him, extending their hands towards the sky and screaming. Lin Huang suddenly thought of what the hotel boss told him just now. The master that he mentioned should be the master parasite. The parasites control the hosts and use them to attack me because I have something in my body that it wants, he thought. Xiao, when you sense the unusual energy in the ruins, could it be possible that the source of the unusual energy sensed your existence too? Lin Huang recalled what happened in the Xiaogong ruins. It is indeed possible that it could sense my existence, Xiao replied. That being said, if you wanted to seize its energy, it would probably want to grab yours too. Lin Huang suddenly felt that the fight Goldfinger encountered was quite intense too. It can't seize my energy. However, my will can be replaced and I'd become a new Goldfinger provided that it's strong enough, Xiao explained. Yes, I understand. Basically, it can be said that the underground monster that possesses the unusual energy is a parasite. The parasites were probably triggered by the unusual energy and that was why it would order hosts under its control to attack me, Lin Huang concluded as he finally knew what was happening. Lin Huang immediately called the Hunter Association, seeing hundreds of people were roaring after him as he looked down below. Hi, may I help you? The operator's voice was heard. Listen carefully. Somewhere near the south gate of xianxia city, there are hundreds of infected humans enslaved to the parasites. Please send some backup to round them up immediately to prevent more serious problems from happening. You can track my location and I'll be right here waiting for you, he told the operator. Lin Huang did not want to kill them. If the hosts did not carry the parasites within them longer than a certain period of time, the parasites inside the human body could still be killed. Basically, they were still human but were just being controlled. It would be best if they were passed to the Hunter Association as they would handle it without casualties. Lin Huang did not recall the Alexandrian eagle as well. He knew that once he left the place, the hosts would lose their target and disappear. Then, it would be difficult to catch them. Aside from the hosts, some of the people noticed Lin Huang hovering midair and started approaching him. Lin Huang frowned and shouted at them, "Are there any hunters there? Please help control the crowd. Don't let ordinary people come over here." Some of the hunters noticed that the number of infected was abnormally large. They dared not go near them too, but they could carry out the order, ensuring that the ordinary people did not go near them. Despite Lin Huang being the primary target of the infected, ordinary people would become their targets as well if they were too close to them. After less than 10 minutes, the hunters of xianxia city arrived. The crowd dispersed quickly and the hunters began to catch the infected. Including the boss of the hotel, they caught hundreds of the infected within 5 minutes. Lin Huang ran into the crowd when the hunters were busy and entered the Xiaogong ruins once again. The first thing he did as soon as he entered the ruins was to use the form changer to change the look of his face. Form changer was the skill he obtained when he killed the formless worm. It was also the 10th monster skill that he obtained. He decided to change the look of his face because he was not sure that if there were any other hosts in the ruins. The previous hosts had seen his face. Therefore, he could be easily recognized if he entered the ruins as himself. You have troubled me and now, it's my turn to bring the trouble to you. Lin Huang grinned, heading deep into the ruins. Chapter 114, The Terrifying Parasite Species. It was 9:20 p.m. Lin Huang arrived at the Sha Temple in the Sha Palace ruins earlier than he expected. Looking at the monitoring system which did not have a blind spot on either side in the huge crowd, he could not attack. He looked around, waited patiently for a chance. When it was almost 9:50 p.m., a sound was heard from the speakers at each of the exhibition halls at the same time. Attention visitors, the Sha Palace ruins operates from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. We'll be closing in just a moment. You may now leave the exhibition hall in an orderly fashion. Please don't stay after the exhibition hall closes. We'll have our cleaning staff to clean up the hall later. We hope you visit us again soon. Thank you for your cooperation, and we hope you have a good evening, the announcer said. Visitors were not allowed to enter the Sha Palace ruins after 9:30 p.m. Despite saying that the operating hours were only until 10 p.m., it was usually closed after 10:30 p.m. They would usually inform the visitors to leave 40 minutes in advance. Listening to the announcement, Lin Huang immediately hid in the toilet. Slightly after 10 p.m., there was almost no one at the Sha Temple ruins and the security staff began to sweep the venue for any hiding stragglers. Although, it was strange that the security staff did not check any of the other places. Instead, they headed directly towards the toilet where Lin Huang was hiding. Their footsteps became more audible in the empty exhibition hall. Lin Huang could hear it when they were still quite a distance from where he was. He immediately used the specific transformation card, transforming into a ghostly form and passed through the wall next to him. You don't have to hide anymore. Your transformation might fool our eyes, but our master can still sense you. A bearded man said. He was the leader of the crowd. The crowd had now stationed itself in front of the cubicle nearest to the toilet. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. They kicked down the door of the cubicle. They were all stunned as nobody was inside the cubicle. The security staff exchanged glances with each other and asked, "Why is no one here? Check the other cubicles now." The bearded man bellowed the order loudly. They kicked down the rest of the doors and still, there were no traces of Lin Huang anywhere. Could it be possible that our master made a mistake? They looked for Lin Huang again in the small toilet and left helplessly. I can't believe that form changer didn't work. Luckily I have the specific transformation cards with me, Lin Huang said with a nervous smile. He slowly emerged from the wall and patted his chest in relief. He stole a glance and realized that the people had left. Then, he came down to the ground with his ghostly form and headed towards the direction of the parasites. After about 5 minutes, Lin Huang finally arrived at the entrance of an underground cave. The underground cave did not look much like a karst one cave. It looked like a fault space that was formed due to movements in the fault blocks instead. The area was in pitch black darkness. Thanks to Lin Huang's boundless vision, he was able to see without difficulty even under such circumstances. Since he was now at the base of the toilet, he could not determine which direction to proceed. He then asked Xiao He for help. "Xiao He, which direction is the unusual energy coming from?" "It's coming from the 2 o'clock direction," Xiao He responded. "Wait, I guess it will not be able to sense my existence in this form. But it should be able to sense yours, right?" Lin Huang asked. "It's only residual energy, so the strength of its will and abilities are limited. I've shielded my energy waves so it would not notice me beyond a distance of 100 meters, Xiao He said. "Clever," Lin Huang said and gave it a thumbs up. "Thank you for your compliment, but I think you're not qualified to use that term yourself, yet." Xiao He replied coldly. "Damn, I rarely compliment you and you're saying that I have low intellect. Do you believe that I'll be stupid enough to turn back to Xiagang City now?" Lin Huang questioned Goldfinger. "Do you believe that I'll now activate all the remaining mission cards that you have?" Xiao He threatened in response. "Just great," Lin Huang said in defeat. He had no choice but to agree with it. He could still remember those days when he had to accomplish tasks from mission cards. He had said earlier that he wanted to activate the last mission card that he had. However, he had been busy practicing his life skills and had forgotten about it. "When I return to Wulin Town, I'll use the mission card immediately," Lin Huang said confidently. He was determined this time. However, he would always get difficult tasks when he activated mission cards at the last minute. He was afraid of mission cards now, and Xiao He knew his weakness. Following Xiao He's direction, Lin Huang discovered the unusual energy that Xiao He mentioned after a few turns. There was a giant net of vines surrounding the unusual energy. The energy source was a big, spherical, energy-based object with a diameter of about 10 meters and released a dazzling white light like a mini sun. The light shone on Lin Huang's body and made him feel like his life power rotations became smoother. Apparently, such an energy had positive effects on human as well as the monsters. Otherwise, the vine-like monster would not entangle itself with the glowing sphere. Lin Huang had never seen the vine-like monster in his monster guide before. It had a blood-colored surface and each vine was roughly the circumference of an adult's arm. However, Lin Huang could not estimate how long its length was. It looked like a bloody giant python had tangled itself around the glowing object as if it was guarding it and the treasure belonged to itself. Lin Huang noticed that there was a purple bloom on vines every 10 centimeters. They looked like dandelions which were a little fuzzy. However, they were even smaller and purple in color. The flowers were beautiful, but Lin Huang frowned as he saw them. He recognized the flowers. It was actually a cluster of parasites. Each flower contained at least 100 leech pods and he could now see that there were more than 100 purple flowers here. Only a bronze level and it could take over tens of thousands of people, turning them into hosts for parasites. If it were upgraded to a transcendent, AB-grade foothold like Xiagang City would be destroyed, Lin Huang thought, and shuddered. Looking at the leech pods that were floating around in the air, he noticed them gradually float up towards a crack high up in the cavern. Lin Huang finally knew how the monster transported the parasites to the surface, infecting the people of Xianxia City with parasites. Despite Xianxia City being only a D-grade foothold, there was still a detection system at the entrance of the foothold. The parasites could hardly enter the foothold. Furthermore, this species was living underneath the Xiagang ruins. Since it was at the center of Xianxia City, the dispersal of the leech pods was way too easy. These seeds could be transported to the ground at the Xiagang ruins through the cracks. Despite the opening being tiny, the leech pods were completely made of life power and under the control of their master. Changing their form and path would not be a problem. The leech pods could be spread no matter how small the crack was. The Xiagang ruins was so crowded during the daytime. It was a piece of cake for the parasites to live inside a host of its choice. Moreover, this species of parasites had never appeared before and it was a new species of parasites. It could not be detected with the devices they had now. Even if the leech pods were to leave the ruins of Xiagang together with the host, it would not stop at the exits. Also, it could be dispersed out of the Xiagang ruins along with the winds. Lin Huang was terrified as he thought of all the possibilities and consequences. If these parasites were given sufficient time, perhaps all the citizens in Xiagang City would be infected. We definitely can't have these parasites control the city, Lin Huang said to Xiao He. Upon closer observation of the surroundings, Lin Huang did not waste any more time and summoned charcoal. Charcoal immediately pounced on the giant python-like vine. Chapter 115. The parasite species has gone insane. Charcoal flapped its wings, propelling its huge body up to the upper spaces of the cave. Charcoal then darted down on the blood-colored vine with claws extended and a deafening roar. As soon as the roar was heard, the blood-colored vine trembled a little in what seemed like fear. Soon, it entered a defensive state. It resembled a lair infested with giant pythons. It was unwilling to let go of the energy sphere at all cost. Both of them are bronze level rank 3s and have mutated twice, but charcoal as a dragonkin will probably be a lot stronger than the parasites. Lin Huang thought. He was confident of charcoal's abilities. As charcoal flapped its wings and stopped midair upon its descent, it spat its black dragon flames towards the vines. Right when the vine was tainted by dragon flame, the body of the blood-colored vine turned black. It then growled from the pain it suffered and began rolling on the ground. Did the dragon flame just work? Lin Huang's eyes brightened as the parasite seemed to be pinned down by charcoal. Fire element monsters were the natural enemies of most plant-based monsters, let alone a dragonkin who could spit dragon flames. Soon, he noticed that the burned, black patches on the blood-colored vine were slowly recovering on its own. It had completely recovered at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Lin Huang frowned. This monster has an abnormally fast ability to heal, he thought. The parasite species was completely pinned down by charcoal at first as the dragonflame hurt it quite significantly, causing it great pain. Moreover, black scars were left on the surface of the monster even after it healed. The vine was afraid of charcoal but was not actually injured by it. However, as soon as the wounds had recovered, it seemed to have realized that charcoal could do it no harm and it had become more courageous. Charcoal had been attacking it all the while and now it was about to counterattack. Its attack pattern was the same, as he expected. It was trying to use its vines to hit and trap charcoal in any way it could. Charcoal easily dodged its attacks and it was not a threat at all. Both of them entered a stalemate. Charcoal could not cause any significant damage and the defense of the blood-colored vine rendered charcoal's attacks useless as well. However, it had no means of retreating at all. If this continues, I wonder how long they would have to fight to know the results of this battle, Lin Huang thought. He frowned, looking at the battle between them. However, he did not help to attack. The reason why Lin Huang did not attack the vine was simple. Since charcoal's ability was not able to hurt the parasite at all, Lin Huang's attack would not have any effect on it as well. He clearly knew that once he was involved in the fight, he would instantly become the target of the parasite. If this many leech pods were released in such an enclosed space, he would have nowhere to hide. The attack would definitely hit and infect him. Fortunately, it seemed that the parasite species did not notice the presence of Lin Huang. It did not care so much as it had to defend itself against charcoal. Despite charcoal attacking the vine non-stop, the parasite did not seem to intend on leaving the place at all and insisted on guarding the spherical energy object. Soon, half an hour had passed. Lin Huang had reached the time limit set for the transformation. His body appeared on the ground in human form. At that moment, Xiao Hei's voice was heard. "We have been discovered," it said. "How could it be? Didn't you say that we will not be discovered as long as we are 100 meters away from them?" Lin Huang asked as he felt it was strange that Xiao He could have been mistaken. "It's not my problem. Your aura is dissipating," Goldfinger said to him. Lin Huang then realized that when he appeared in his specter form earlier, he would exude a different kind of aura. However, the effect of the specific transformation card could only last for an hour. After that, his body would automatically give off his aura. The blood-colored vine that was fighting with charcoal seemed to have sensed Lin Huang's existence too. It became ferocious, and its counterattack became more intense. At the same time, the purple flowers began to leave its body. Hundreds of leech pods were dispersed in all directions. Seeing this to happen, Lin Huang crushed the specific transformation card immediately, transforming himself into the specter and hid behind one of the giant rocks. He was not sure if transforming into the specter would have any effect on the leech pods, but he was not going to push his luck. The entire space was covered with leech pods in less than a minute, and they did not leave any corners empty. Lin Huang was not worried about charcoal as the dragonkin had various types of immunities on its own. Even if it were to become a host, it could be recalled, turning it back into a card. He could figure out ways to resolve it later. Indeed, charcoal was not distracted by the leech pods at all. Despite many of them getting attached to its body, they could not penetrate through its scales. Lin Huang's aura disappeared instantly, causing the blood-colored vine to be even more furious. The leech pods were like its eyes. They covered almost the entire area, and still, they found no trace of Lin Huang. The blood-colored vine could vaguely sense the will given off by the spherical energy object, knowing that the energy sphere wanted to own something on Lin Huang's body with great eagerness. The blood-colored vine had always been grateful to the glowing orb and wanted to satisfy it. It was originally a vine seed that was as small as a sesame seed, and it flew into this place unintentionally. It fell on the ground somewhere near the energy orb. In less than a month, it grew into a monster with self-conscious awareness, in addition to becoming a monster that had mutated twice. All these were thanks to the energy sphere. Not only did it treat the energy sphere as a precious treasure, the blood-colored vine treated it like family, something it could count on. This was the reason why, despite encountering charcoal, a strong opponent, it did not retreat and insisted on fighting tooth and nail until the end. However, the human that the energy sphere needed had disappeared, making it very angry. The blood-colored vine had only one target now. However, the target's ability was way stronger than the blood-colored vine. It would be impossible for the vine to win the battle. This had triggered its urge to become even stronger. Once the blood-colored vine thought of this, the leech pods instantly reacted to its thoughts. The leech pods that had completed their infection in the outside world started to absorb the life light of the body of the host. This life light was then transfused into the blood-colored vine body through the air. Slowly, it was getting stronger. The people at Xianxia City had no idea what was happening underground. The infected people, including the hosts that were caught by the hunters, began to faint due to the drastic drain on their life light. Soon, Charcoal, who was in the battle with blood-colored vine, noticed the changes. The aura of the blood-colored vine that was originally bronze level rank 3 was rising quickly, and it was very close to silver level. Charcoal knew that it had to speed up the frequency of its attacks urgently. It tried to interrupt the blood-colored vine's upgrade to silver level. However, the blood-colored vine had gone berserk. It still felt that the power it had was still insufficient. "It's not enough. I want to be stronger." A thought suddenly resonated throughout the underground cavern. That thought stirred up the atmosphere. What seemed like thousands of leech pods in the air drifted upwards, gushing towards the direction of the crack. That aside, all the remaining purple flowers on the vines suddenly matured, turning into leech pods, and left the body of the blood-colored vine, moving towards the crack high up in the space. Chapter 116. Charcoal vs. the parasite. There were countless parasites emerging from underneath the Sha Temple as they moved along. They then headed towards the south gate of the Sha Temple's ruins and drifted away towards Xianxia City. Leech pods dispersed in the air resembled purple clouds beneath the sunlight. Those at the Sha Palace ruins did not find this phenomenon peculiar. Instead, they opened the camera page on the Heart Network to capture this breathtaking scene, but strange things began to happen. The leech pods began targeting the crowd as their hosts. Only a small number of people noticed this and started running away. The life light in the host bodies were quickly consumed and they fainted. However, this was just the beginning. More and more leech pods drifted away from the Sha Palace ruins towards xianxia city and spread to larger areas. Beneath the Sha Palace ruins, the battle between Charcoal and blood-colored vine had intensified. Charcoal eventually gave up the ranged attack using dragon flames and moved closer to the blood-colored vine after noticing the increasingly powerful aura of the blood-colored vine. Soon, they became tangled with one another. Charcoal had a very sharp mouth claw enabling it to directly tear off a section of the blood-colored vine. It was even more powerful when it used its dragon flame within such a short distance. Charcoal launched consecutive attacks and caused the blood-colored vine to growl in pain. All counterattacks were useless because of Charcoal's strong defense. Charcoal was finally showing the immense power of the dragonkin in battle. Its sharp claws looked like pliers made of steel. Each time Charcoal stabbed the blood-colored vine using its claws, deep gashes would be formed. Its teeth were so terrifying that whenever Charcoal bit it, the blood-colored vine's body felt like it was being ripped into pieces. Charcoal was a natural combat machine. It had wicked wings on its back that could cut and kill in a flash. The blood-colored vine almost collapsed when Charcoal engaged in close combat with it. It tried to tie Charcoal with its vines, but Charcoal was too powerful and broke free. It indeed had amazing healing abilities as it healed each and every wound on its own almost instantly. As its aura grew stronger, its body gradually gave off a faint silver glow. We're in trouble now. It has upgraded to silver level. Lin Huang panicked when the blood-colored vine upgraded to silver level because its abilities would become significantly stronger, and Lin Huang had no idea if Charcoal could stop it. Xiao, any idea how we can kill this parasite? Lin Huang was worried because unless his combat ability was stronger than Charcoal's, there would be no way to kill it. The cards you have now cannot solve this problem. What about in the card pieces mall? Lin Huang asked. The most effective card right now would be the primary kill card. It can kill any creature with combat abilities below that of a transcendent. Redeeming one for the first time will require 1 million card pieces. You do not have enough card pieces. Other than that, are there any other solutions? The primary kill card would be your best choice. The rest would require even more card pieces and you can't use them anyway. Lin Huang frowned after listening to Xiao Hei's explanation. Perhaps we should retreat and come back when Charcoal and I are stronger. Xiao Hei heard Lin Huang mumbling and gave him a new reminder. This would be the best time to kill the parasites, or else, you may not have a chance to kill it again. How could it be? I've been upgrading very quickly and perhaps I can upgrade to a transcendent in a year. Charcoal could probably upgrade once too. Before Lin Huang could finish his sentence, Xiao Hei interrupted. The growth of a parasite is faster than other creatures because it feeds off of the energy of the host. Based on a research on the life cycle of a parasite, it takes them less than 20 days to grow to its current form, and it needs at most 2 months to upgrade to a transcendent. Even after that, there's a chance of a third of mutation. It has achieved bronze level rank 3 in less than 20 days and had been mutated twice. Lin Huang never thought the parasite would grow this rapidly since they lived underground. The residual energy of the mutated species is magnificently powerful. Could it be because Sha Hao's Goldfinger is stronger than Xiao Hei? Lin Huang could not understand how, because Xiao Hei was a complete Goldfinger and should be stronger than the residual energy from Sha Hao's Goldfinger. The functions of all Goldfingers are strictly limited by rules and the host has to obey the rules as well. However, this residual energy has left its Goldfinger and existed on its own. It is no longer restricted by any rules and therefore, it had no qualms about supporting the growth of the parasite. Lin Huang sighed. He was a little envious. If its power growth is unfettered, it would eventually self-destruct. This was the first message I got when I first became independent. Xiao Hei sighed with emotion and Lin Huang was stunned. He then recovered from his miserable thoughts and started thinking of ways to overcome this. The most troublesome part about this parasite was that it has great healing abilities. Lin Huang had changed his way of thinking and asked, Xiao Hei, are there any cards that could suppress its healing powers? No, the recovery ability did not come from its own. It gets its energy from the energy sphere. If you want to cut off its recovery ability, let me first complete engulfing the energy from the energy sphere. How does it work? How long does it take? I need you to push against the energy sphere for at least 3 minutes. If I go near the energy sphere, it would kill me several times over in those 3 minutes. Lin Huang lowered his head and looked at his body. He was in the form of a ghost and his physical defense power was weaker than Lin Huang's. He would die if his life power was attacked. Lin Huang's eyes brightened when he glanced at it. The base of the energy sphere was in contact with the ground. Can the energy sphere move? Lin Huang asked Xiaohe. No, there are only two ways to move it. The first way would be when it's attacked by something with immense power, and the second way would be if a new Goldfinger absorbs it and brings it away. Lin Huang was happy and quickly shared, I have an idea. I'll hide under the energy sphere so that I am able to touch its base from the bottom. Lin Huang did what he said by melding into the ground and moved towards the direction of the energy sphere. As he got closer to the energy sphere, when Xiaohe said, "It's too near," he caught me. Lin Huang did not bother and continued moving forward. The blood-colored vine was getting agitated and angry because it sensed Lin Huang and Xiaohe below it. It began hitting the ground. Lin Huang could feel the ground trembling but continued to move towards the base of the energy sphere. The collapse of the underground soil would not harm it because as long as his life power was not attacked, he would not be injured in ghost form. Lin Huang reached the bottom of the energy sphere and gradually moved up, having his hands touch the energy sphere above of him. Just as he touched a warm object with his palm, Xiaohe shouted, "You may need to touch it for at least 3 minutes." All right, Lin Huang was focused. On the ground, the blood-colored vine predicted Lin Huang's intentions and began attacking the ground instead of charcoal. Thankfully, Lin Huang was hiding directly below the energy sphere and it was unable to attack Lin Huang because of the way he was hiding and also because the ground above him was incredibly thick. The situation got worse. The silver glow on the blood-colored vine's body spread out all of a sudden and it was triggered, increasing its speed of upgrading to silver level because it knew Lin Huang wanted to take the energy sphere from it. Its abilities were enhanced and the ground collapsed due to its attack. It was now able to launch a frontal attack on charcoal. The number of purple flowers on its body increased after the upgrade. It seemed to have noticed that it was about to lose the energy sphere and it released all the newly grown flowers on its body so that it could increase the rate it absorbed life light. At xianxia City, more than 10,000 hosts were infected. The parasites absorbed their life light. One after another were infected, causing fear and panic in the entire foothold. At the same time, the ground below the Shah Palace ruins saw the upgraded blood-colored vine hoarding the life light, unwilling to let it go. Lin Huang's field of view was blocked by the energy sphere since he was beneath it. He could not see what was happening out there. Charcoal was pressured as well, it sensed its opponent growing stronger. Chapter 117, Demonic Dandelion Vine. As time passed, the people infected in xianxia City also increased. In less than 2 minutes after it had leveled up to silver level, a shockwave came from its body and it upgraded to silver level rank 2, and with that, its body color brightened. Charcoal continuously attacked it but the blood-colored vine retaliated forcefully. A loud bang echoed and this time, charcoal was blown away by the hit, smashing its head on the rock wall. Lin Huang could hear charcoal's growl of anger though he was unable to witness what was happening. "Xiaohe, how long more do you need?" Lin Huang was panicked but Xiaohe did not answer him. After blowing charcoal away, the blood-colored vine went back to attacking the ground and Lin Huang underneath it. Soon, the ground collapsed. The energy sphere protected Lin Huang who was hiding right at the bottom of it. Lin Huang was extremely nervous because he was afraid that the ground would collapse any moment. Fortunately, the blood-colored vine stopped attacking after a short while because charcoal attacked it after recovering from its previous attack. Knowing that his power was reduced to absolute inferiority, charcoal decided not to launch a frontal attack but to wrestle it instead. Flapping his wings, charcoal spewed fire at the blood-colored vine continuously while dodging its attacks. The dragon flames had no effect on the blood-colored vine but the burning sensation in its body annoyed it even more. It swung its vines to stop the flames but missed. Seemingly, the blood-colored vine had noticed that charcoal was there to distract it from attacking the ground. It decided not to bother with charcoal and turned the tip of its vine into a drill bit to drill into the ground. Underground, Lin Huang was still in his specter form. There were changes to his vision that he experienced. He was able to see through the soil as if it was semi-transparent. He was initially in an upright direction and now he was lying down, with his body adhered firmly to the base of the energy sphere. The tip of the drill was less than 1 meter away from him. Lin Huang's back was drenched in sweat. It would certainly wound him badly if he was struck by the blood-colored vine since its combat abilities were now silver level rank 2. Charcoal needed to get the blood-colored vine's attention. Charcoal pounced on the blood-colored vine once again with a close attack. Although the combat abilities of the blood-colored vine had become stronger in addition to a substantial increase in its defensive power, Charcoal's attack was no longer as effective as it used to be. However, wounds still appeared on its body right after it was attacked by Charcoal's sharp claws and mouth claw. Charcoal had triggered the blood-colored vine again and it was angry. It gave up attacking Lin Huang and fought Charcoal instead. The blood-colored vine wrapped its vines around Charcoal's neck. Its force was now beyond what Charcoal could handle. Charcoal could not get rid of it at all and struggled using its mouth and claws at the same time. Warning: Charcoal encountered a fatal attack. Please recall it immediately. A notification suddenly popped up in front of Lin Huang. Recall Charcoal. Lin Huang instructed because if Charcoal died, its monster card would disappear as well. It was not easy to obtain an epic dragonkin. Once the instruction to recall it was given, Charcoal instantly turned into a card and returned to Lin Huang's body. The vines with the circumference of an adult arm transformed into a drill bit and penetrated the ground repeatedly. Xiao Hei, how long more do you still need? Please answer me. Lin Huang felt that he could not withstand the force anymore. The vine's attack had swept away most of the ground close to him. The closest attack it made was less than 20 centimeters away from the back of his head. If the vines twisted upward a little more, it would have drilled a hole in Lin Huang's head. Done. Lin Huang could sense the warmth on his palm vanish. The blood-colored vine growled loudly. One of its vines fell right on Lin Huang's head. It was so fast that Lin Huang could not avoid it. At this moment, Charcoal was summoned once again and it covered Lin Huang as he ran. The blood-colored vine's fatal attack struck Charcoal's on its left wing and dragon blood splattered all over the place. Lin Huang turned back and saw the scene. Summon Bai. Lin Huang ordered. The next moment, Bai appeared in the underground cavern too. Upgrade him the second time. Lin Huang instructed again. The reason why he summoned and upgraded Bai was so that they could attack the parasite together. Are you sure you would like to use 2 advance cards to upgrade Bai? I'm sure. 2 beams of golden light filled the air, enveloping Bai. Soon, it had completely morphed into a big golden cocoon with Bai wrapped inside. The strange aura Bai exuded caught the blood-colored vine's attention. As it saw a big golden cocoon on the ground, it sensed something alarming and immediately attacked the cocoon, stopping the mutation of the monster that appeared all of a sudden. If this was an ordinary monster mutation, perhaps its attack could hinder the mutation. However, with the advancement card, the process would not be interrupted. Even if it was attacked by a demigod, the outcome could not be altered. The blood-colored vine's attack was useless. In less than 1 minute, the golden cocoon disappeared. A young man with white hair appeared again in front of Lin Huang. His aura was even more deadly and dangerous. However, there was a mask on his face that covered half of his face. Congratulations! You have gained an epic monster card, 4-winged blood baron, God servant. At this moment, the blood-colored vine launched an attack again. All of a sudden, Bai's eyes turned bloody and he extended 4 of his crimson-colored wings, turning into a stream of blood and disappeared from the ground. He acted so fast that Lin Huang could not capture it at all. Charcoal, you will assist Bai to kill the parasite. Lin Huang ordered. The wound on Charcoal's wing was recovering. He was born with extremely fast healing abilities. He fluttered his wings again and spat dragon flames on the blood-colored vine repeatedly and it no longer had the recovery ability from the energy sphere. On the other hand, 4 of the crimson-colored wings behind Bai had turned into 4 bloody, sharp blades that cut the blood-colored vine at a terribly fast speed. His body resembled a beam of bloody light, shuttling back and forth underground, cutting up multiple parts of the parasite's body. Although the blood-colored vine defense was astonishing, Bai's sharp wings were more powerful than gold rank equipment. There were too many wounds on the vine's body because of Bai's wings and Charcoal attacked it from the other side. Soon, it was exhausted. Lin Huang then noticed that the aura of the blood-colored vine rising again. He did not know that there were more than 100,000 people infected in xianxia city. Furthermore, many of them were bronze-level hunters and some were even silver hunters. The silver glow was constantly gushing out of the blood-colored vine's body. This was a sign that it was going to break through once again to silver level rank -3. When he was underneath the blood-colored vine, he emerged from the ground and transformed back into himself. He grabbed a sword relic and used Thunder Sword on the wound caused by Bai earlier. Lin Huang's lightning-fast action caught the blood-colored vine off guard. Its gigantic body was cut in half by the sharp relic but it did not die. A vine that was transformed into a drill bit fiercely penetrated Lin Huang's stomach and came out from his waist. This strike had blown his body away causing him to hang in midair, making him look like bacon hanging on a hook. Lin Huang spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he lost his consciousness, he was able to say, "Use the healing card." As soon as Lin Huang regained his consciousness, he saw that Bai and Charcoal were beside him. Where is the parasite? He saw that the blood-colored vine was no longer moving. It's dead. Lin Huang could not believe his eyes. Congratulations. You have gained an epic parasite species card. The parasite belongs to a new species of monster. It does not have a name. You may name it. Then I'll name it the demonic dandelion vine. Lin Huang recalled the demonic dandelion tree that he read from a novel. It was a parasitic monster too. He chose this name. Chapter 118. Reward. Lin Huang killed the demonic dandelion vine underground. As the parasite body was dying, the leech pods collapsed automatically. Tens of thousands of people and visitors of xianxia city who were previously contaminated are now safe. Lin Huang recalled Bai and Charcoal, then summoned Tyrant. Since he upgraded Bai here, he thought he might as well upgrade Tyrant before the Transcendence arrived. Upgrade Tyrant twice. Lin Huang took out the last two advance cards that he had and used them. The two cards transformed into a golden glow and enveloped Tyrant. Tyrant's gigantic body was covered by the glow like a giant cocoon. Soon the cocoon broke, revealing a naked sand monster. The fats in its body cracked and fell off its body. It was now a muscular man. He was handsome and he was covered by a layer of gold armor attached to its body. Congratulations, you have received an epic monster card, Gold Armored Genie. Lin Huang read its description and nodded with satisfaction. He recalled Tyrant and used a specific transformation card headed to the border of Southern Gate underneath the ruins. He arrived at a quiet alley and transformed himself back to his original. He walked out of the alley. It was crowded on the street. He found it odd. After asking around, he found out that the demonic dandelion vine contaminated tens of thousands of people and created an uproar. Lin Huang had figured that the leech pods were absorbing life power when it had a tremendous increase of combat strength easier, but he did not expect its parasitic ability to be as terrifying as this, considered that it was only silver level. After walking around and listening to some rumors, Lin Huang checked into a hotel nearby. Although the battle was tough, it did not consume too much of his time. The total time that he spent underground was less than 20 minutes, while the battle only lasted for 10 minutes. It was past 11 at night when he checked into the hotel. The Transcendence of Xiaogong City had finally arrived. There were 6 of them. They did not know about the parasites, but they came as soon as they could when they sensed Bai and Tyrant's presence. When they arrived in xianxia City, they were shocked to hear about the parasites. After failed attempts at searching for the two monsters, the Transcendence did not leave but stayed in the city to investigate. Of course, Lin Huang was unaware of that. After he checked into the hotel, he was checking out Bai, Tyrant and the new demonic dandelion vine card that he just obtained. Monster card. Rarity. Epic. Monster name. 4-winged blood baron, god servant type of monster. Blood demon. Combat level. Bronze level, rank 3 inches. Skill 1. Blood spirit. Skill 2. Holy power beginner. Skill 3. Blood sacrifice. Skill 4. Enhanced regeneration beginner. Skill 5. Ultimate speed beginner. Summon authority. Activated. Remarks. When this monster is upgraded to a transcendent, the holy blood in its body will be activated and its abilities will increase tremendously. Card remarks. Trainable. What does the god servant in the bracket of its name mean? Lin Huang asked Xiao He. There's trace amounts of holy blood in the monster's body, which explains why he has holy power in his skill. After hearing Xiao He's explanation, Lin Huang looked at the new skills once again. Blood spirit was the ultimate upgrade of blood power for higher attack ability. The holy power came from the holy blood in Bai's body. As for blood sacrifice, it would sacrifice its blood to increase its abilities temporarily. Lastly, ultimate speed would allow it to move at a transcendent speed. After reading Bai's card, Lin Huang then looked at Tyrant's card. Monster card. Rarity. Epic. Monster name. Gold Armored Genie. Type of monster. Genie. Combat level. Bronze level, rank 3 inches. Skill 1. Golden armor. Skill 2. Super robust. Skill 3. Super regeneration beginner. Skill 4. Ultimate explosion beginner. Skill 5. Ultimate strength beginner. Summon authority. Activated. Card remarks. Trainable. Lin Huang looked at the new skills. Similar to Charcoal's absolute defense, golden armor was a passive skill with a defensive ability was even stronger. For ultimate explosion, it was a passive skill that allowed its body to utilize the ultimate explosive force, while ultimate strength was the ultimate form of immense strength. also a passive skill. Lin Huang then looked at the last card for the demonic dandelion vine. Monster card, rarity, epic, monster name, demonic dandelion vine, type of monster, parasite, combat level, bronze level, rank 3 inches, skill 1, leech pod, skill 2, total control. Remarks: monster skill has yet to be fully discovered, 3 more skills on the way, summon authority, activated. Card remarks: trainable, xianxia, there are only 2 skills. What's with the 3 skills that are on the way? Lin Huang could not understand that, as an epic monster card usually came with 5 skills. The demonic dandelion vine is a new species, as it is the first generation. It only has basic skills now and would gain more skills from learning them in the future. Lin Huang then looked at the 2 skills. Leech pod would allow the demonic dandelion vine to create leech pods that it could then control and target hosts. Following that, absolute control gave it the ability to control the host completely. He then looked at his exclusive card. There were changes on it. Host: Lin Huang, gender, male, age, 15 inches, combat strength, iron level, rank 3 inches, life seed, sly hands, rare, combat skill 1, great sword, scripture, sword skill, combat skill 2, thunder sword, sword skill, combat skill 3, spectral snow steps, body movement, combat skill 4, cloud steps, body movement, monster skill 1, blood spirit, monster skill 2, form changer, monster skill 3, super robust, intermediate, monster skill 4, supreme breath, beginner, monster skill 5, immense strength, monster skill 6, magic eye, deterrence, intermediate, monster skill 7, absolute defense, beginner, monster skill 8, blood hunt, beginner, monster skill 9, boundless vision, beginner, monster skill 10, third eye, beginner, summon authority, activated. Available number of summons, 2 inches. Remark: passable, blood power was replaced by blood spirit while robust was replaced by super robust. Lin Huang raised his eyebrow and said, extract demonic dandelion vine skill. It cannot be extracted, your storage for monster skills is full. To obtain more monster skills, you would have to combine skill cards or delete the existing monster skills. I thought I could get hundreds of skills if I accumulated hundreds of monster cards. I should have known there was a limit. Lin Huang had always guessed that there was a limit, but he did not know what it was. Well, he knew now. He kept his exclusive card while showing off the 3 epic monster cards he had in his hands. He was over the moon with his achievements. However, he did not forget that he owed xianxia this time. He kept the 3 monster cards and smirked as he contacted xianxia. Xianxia, what did you get from engulfing the energy sphere? Resurrection functions for cards. What does this resurrection do? If a monster card of a higher rarity dies, it can be replaced by another monster card of a similar or lower rarity. Rare monster card get 2 chances at resurrection. The first resurrection could replace it with a normal card, while the second resurrection will definitely replace it with a rare card. Epic monster card gets 3 resurrections. The first resurrection could replace it with a normal card, while the second resurrection will definitely replace it with a rare card, and the third resurrection, with another epic card. Legendary card and higher would have more chances to be resurrected with the same order as the above. All the replacement cards must have the same combat strength as the replaced card. If the required eligibility is not met, the card will automatically disappear. This sounds great. Lin Huang was excited. He had 4 epic monster cards now. This new function could solve some of his concerns. Soon he recalled something important. He smirked again and asked, xianxia, I helped you get the energy sphere. Do I get anything as a reward? I shall reward you 10 card draws, but the kind of cards you get depends wholly on your luck, pal. 10 cards. It was the first time xianxia was so generous. Delay no more. Chapter 119. 10 card draw. You have completed a special mission. You get 10 card draws as a reward. There are 180 cards in the card pool, so you can get 10 of the 180 cards as your reward. Warning: you can only select 10 cards from the pool only once. Once selected, no changes are allowed. The cards then came to life and arranged themselves neatly in the air in front of Lin Huang. There were 10 columns and 18 rows, which added up to a total of 180 cards. They were all identical, completely black with a golden question mark in the middle that looked more like a golden burning flame. Lin Huang initially thought he could pick 10 cards from a pool of 18 cards. If that was the case, the probability of getting better cards would be higher. Now, his options were more, and so, the probabilities of getting good cards were no better than a regular card draw. Babidi Budadi Boo 1, please give me some good cards. No mission cards please, I beg you. Lin Huang pressed his palms together and said a short little prayer with his eyes closed. He then opened his eyes, took a deep breath and picked 10 rewards cards. This, and this, the remaining cards disappeared after he was done. The cards that he picked were arranged into 2 rows of 5 columns in front of him. One by one, the cards revealed themselves. Congratulations, you have received Epiphany Card X1, Advance Card X1, Small Destruction Card X1, Healing Card X2, Double Card X2, Provisional Transformation Card X3. I got 1 Small Destruction card and 2 healing cards. Lin Huang was over the moon. For the very first time, he actually had good luck. He remembered clearly how powerful the Small Destruction card worked on the sand monsters. As for the healing cards, he had seen how useful it was several times. He had just used his last healing card earlier and now he has replenished them. Too bad there's only 1 advance card. If I had 2 of them, I could upgrade the Alexandrian Eagle into an epic card. The 4 advance cards he obtained earlier were used on by an Tyrant. He was familiar with some cards, but not all of them. He took a look at them. The Epiphany card was completely gold with a blue brain amidst a boundless starry night at the front of the card. He turned the card around to read its description. Epiphany card gives the user a chance for an epiphany. Remarks: consumable, it can only be used once. The effect depends on the user's credentials and talents. Good stuff. Lin Huang was satisfied with the cards he selected. He got cards that could be used in practical situations and none of the mission card that was useless. My luck has finally changed for the better. He happily kept all his cards and headed to the shower. Maybe he was in a good mood, he had a good night's sleep and it was after 8 in the morning when he woke up. After checking out from the hotel, Lin Huang ran out of the foothold and summoned the Alexandrian Eagle to head to Xiagang City. If not for the city curfew, he would not have stayed in xianxia City. However, he was not so concerned about Lin Xin. Ever since the parasites were eliminated, even if a transcendent monster were to invade a B-grade large foothold like Xiagang City, he would be able to stop it. Lin Huang arrived at the hotel in Xiagang City at 8:30 in the morning. He opened the room door with the keycard. Lin Xin was standing at the door with a gun pointed at him. What are you doing? Lin Huang raised his voice. Lin Xin then put down the gun. I thought it's a bad guy at the door. Why didn't you inform me beforehand that you're coming back? I came back right after I woke up. I just realized I hadn't told you when I was already walking over. Lin Huang shrugged his shoulders. Have you settled your stuff yet? Lin Xin kept the Grey Eagle 17 back into storage. Yes, it's been done. Lin Huang nodded in satisfaction. Let's book the tickets back home. You haven't been to xianxia City yet, don't you want to visit the Xiagang ruins? It was odd for Lin Xin to change her mind. I don't want to go anymore. Lin Xin shook her head. What's wrong? Lin Huang could sense that she was upset. I want to go home earlier so that I could spend more time to train my gun skill. Lin Xin explained. Let's go to xianxia City to see the Xiagang ruins, it won't take too long. I still prefer to go home now. Lin Xin shook her head. All right then, since you insist, let's go home then. Lin Xin was persistent. Have you had breakfast yet? Lin Huang asked. Yes, I have. I'll have my breakfast downstairs first and we'll book the return tickets when I'm back. Lin Huang patted her head and left. After he left, Lin Xin resumed the video that she was watching. There was a lady on the paused screen with a sentence at the bottom. If you don't want to be a burden, you must be strong yourself. Lin Xin pushed the play button and proceeded to watch the entire video. If Lin Huang was there, he would definitely recognize the lady in the video. She was a celebrity gunmaster whose videos went viral online, Ouyang Bingley. Ouyang Bingley was an 18-year-old who ranked 14th on the Division 7 Gold Hunter leaderboard. She was also the highest-ranked female gunmaster. She had fans who loved guns, most of them were teenage fangirls below 18. As Lin Huang was having a buffet breakfast on the second floor, he received a notification from the Union government. Last night at about 10:30, a serious parasite contamination happened in xianxia City, causing up to 130,000 people to get contaminated with parasitic pods. An anonymous transcendent managed to kill the parasites in time and saved everyone before leaving. On behalf of the Union government, we would like to apologize for the unforeseen circumstance. We will prevent it from ever happening again. At the same time, we would like to thank the anonymous transcendent. Although we don't know who you are, what you did has earned our respect and we shall learn from you. It seems like they have no idea what happened beneath the Xiagang ruins. They just assumed that the parasite was a transcendent based on the contamination figures and assumed that I was a transcendent as well. Lin Huang smiled as he shook his head. Theoretically, the most a gold-level parasite could infect would not be more than 10,000 people. The demonic dandelion vine was just silver level, but it managed to infect more than 100,000 people. Perhaps it was because it had mutated twice or other unusual circumstance. It managed to mislead the Union government to think that it was a transcendent monster. Of course, the main reason for their misinformation was because they did not see the battle between Lin Huang and the demonic dandelion vine. Else, they could tell from the remaining aura in the cave that the demonic dandelion vine was merely a silver level. After that, the Union government sent another message. Around 11 o'clock last night, all of the 15 offenders who escaped prison were captured in Foothold No. 7B61. The security regulations and curfew have been lifted. They haven't been telling the truth since the beginning. Lin Huang raised his eyebrow as he read the news. After breakfast, he went back to his hotel room. Lin Xin looked at him, eyes wide opened. Brother, it was you, wasn't it? What is it that I did? Lin Huang riddled back. The transcendent monster in xianxia city, did you kill it? Lin Xin waited for his reply. You're overthinking. Do I look like a transcendent to you? Lin Huang lied because he was afraid that Lin Xin might tell her schoolmates if she knew the truth. But the time Bai disappeared matched the time the transcendent appeared. I don't think it was a coincidence, brother. Lin Xin became factual. I just happened to encounter some trouble at the time. It was a mere coincidence that the timing matched. Lin Huang attempted to cover up the truth, so he pinched Lin Xin's cheeks. Look at you, why are you thinking of such ridiculous things at this hour of the day? I'm just iron level. If I really did bump into a transcendent monster, I would run away real fast. How can I fight it? Oh, Lin Xin's face dropped almost immediately. I was looking at the spaceship schedule, there's one tomorrow and the tickets are available. Lin Huang then looked at Lin Xin. Are you sure you want to be a recluse? I have thought about it. Since I will be going to graduation class in September, I can always have fun after I graduate next year. I should spend time studying and training in order to get good grades next year. Lin Xin thought of a reason to convince Lin Huang. You've grown up, it's great that you are managing your time well. Lin Huang patted her head. I'll go book the tickets now. Chubby bunny boink won the raw for babidi budadi boo, is Tian Ling Ling, de Ling Ling, Guan Yin Pu Sa Kue Xian Ling. Lin Huang was asking blessings from the god so that he could get better cards. As there's no direct translation to it, thus the Cinderella spell with a twist. Chapter 120. Order takeout for me. It took the same amount of time, 8 days, to return back to Baki City via the demonic crystal spaceship. The trip was smooth sailing. On the third day, Lin Huang managed to upgrade army attack tactics to level 3. For the next 5 days, he trained in his room and accumulated more than 300 card pieces. On the other hand, Lin Xin had been staying in her room to play Gun Master during the 8 days. She was engrossed in the game. The spaceship arrived in Baki City at 3 in the afternoon. After they got off the spaceship, they did not stay in the city and left for Wulin Town on the Alexandrian Eagle. They had been away from home for more than 20 days. Once they got home, Lin Huang convinced Lin Xin to clean the house with him. After spending more than 2 hours cleaning, it was 6 o'clock and time for dinner. Again, after dinner, Lin Xin stayed in her room to play Gun Master while Lin Huang watched the news in the living room after he did the dishes. The news of the parasite incident in xianxia city finally came to an end. It had been more than a week since the incident happened. The truth of what really happened in Xiagang City was never discovered. Nobody knew what exactly happened beneath the Xiagang ruins. During this period, there was nothing particularly interesting on the news in Division 7 aside from the parasite incident in xianxia city. However, just as he opened the news page, he noticed one of the latest hot topics. Zhang Yu, who ranked second on the Gold Hunter leaderboard, had recently leveled up to Transcendent. The headline read, Lin Huang had heard about Zhang Yu but he did not know much about him. All he knew was that he had a nickname on the network, which was Eternal Number 2. There were 1,000 people on the Gold Hunter leaderboard, most of them were on gold level rank -3. Basically, everyone who was listed on the leaderboard had high chances of becoming a transcendent, especially those who were within the first 100. Most of them would not stay too long in their level when they reached gold level rank 3, with most of them staying only 1 or 2 years. As it was easy to accumulate life power, as long as they found a suitable transcendent monster and killed it, they would be upgraded. However, Zhang Yu's story was slightly different. He had stayed in the second place on the Gold Hunter leaderboard for 7 years. There were 4 replacements to the champion throughout the years, but he remained second. That was how he got his nickname. Many were curious, wondering why he remained at gold level rank -3. Perhaps, Zhang Yu was the only one who could answer that question himself. Now that he had finally leveled up 7 years later, it was a hot topic in Division 7. The media had nothing to write about for the past few days, so it was the perfect opportunity for them to cook something up from this topic. So I guess this news today had become an issue people would be interested in. Lin Huang said in his head. After switching off the news page, he suddenly recalled having a mission card he had yet to activate. He had planned to activate it once he got back home. Since he had nothing much throughout the coming month, he decided to take out the mission card. Their same blonde lady in black maid attire on the card was still there. Activate mission card, Lin Huang instructed. The blonde lady stretched her body and looked at Lin Huang. So we meet again. The blonde lady winked at Lin Huang. He smiled back. Now, let me tell you what your mission is. This is your mission. Upgrade army attack tactics to level 6 within 30 days. Mission completion reward. Healing card by 1 inch. If you fail to complete the mission within the given time, you will lose 1 functional card as punishment. Mission announcement done. You can read more about the mission at the back of the card. After the blonde lady finished talking, she winked at Lin Huang again. All the best. Upgrade army attack tactics to level 6 within a month. Lin Huang felt tricked by the mission card again. How is that possible? He had only managed to get to level 3. From level 3 to level 4, he will need 800 card pieces. He only had more than 300 card pieces on hand, which meant he would need more than 400 card pieces. That was not the worst news. He would need 1,600 card pieces from level 4 to level 5 and 10,000 card pieces from level 5 to level 6. In total, he would need to obtain a grand total of 12,000 card pieces within a month. Accumulating 12,000 card pieces within a month seems impossible. I don't care, since the mission has been activated, it's too late to complain now. Lin Huang stood up and walked upstairs. He sent Lin Xin a message. I'll have to train army attack tactics for quite a while. We'll be having takeout for a month. He then closed his door and started training army attack tactics. He was on level 3 now and it takes 15 minutes to complete 1 skill cycle. Training until midnight, he only managed to obtain more than 20 card pieces. The next morning, Lin Huang woke up at 6 to train and Lin Xin brought him breakfast at 8. From today onwards, I will make myself some oats for breakfast. You don't have to order food for me in the afternoon, but please get me takeout for dinner. Lin Huang wanted to focus on training. No problem, I can do that for you, but won't you be hungry if you skip lunch? Lin Xin was concerned. Don't worry, I won't. Lin Huang assured her. All right then. After breakfast, Lin Huang returned to his room and trained again all the way to bedtime. He only managed to accumulate 80 card pieces that day. For the next couple of days, Lin Huang repeated the routine of waking up at 6 with a bowl of oat and fruits before his training. He would spend around 10 minutes for dinner at 6 in the evening and train until 12 before he went to bed. He spent almost 18 hours on his training each day. On the 5th afternoon, he finally accumulated 800 card pieces and upgraded army attack tactics to level 4. Since then, the skill rotation became even more complicated. The time he took per rotation slowed down again. 5 days passed and he saw the rotation shortened to 10 minutes per cycle instead of 30 minutes. He managed to accumulate more than 100 card pieces every day. As the days passed and time shortened, the amount of card pieces he was able to obtain increased respectively. Finally, on the 20th day, Lin Huang upgraded army attack tactics to level 5. I will use the Epiphany card as a Hail Mary during the last 10 days. Lin Huang had planned this since the beginning. He took out the Epiphany card, took a deep breath and squeezed the card hard. He proceeded with his training. Indulged in the effects of the Epiphany card, the first skill rotation took the same amount of time, which was half an hour. However, on the second cycle, it was reduced to 20 minutes while the third cycle took only 10 minutes. On the fourth cycle, it was reduced to 3 minutes and the fifth cycle was only 1 minute, the time he needed was reduced with each round. When it came to the 10th round, he managed to complete a rotation within a single second. In less than 4 hours, he had accumulated 10,000 card pieces and upgraded to level 6. However, the army attack tactics rotation did not stop evolving. The level 6 skill cycle was a few times more complicated than level 5. It took Lin Huang a full 3 hours to complete one cycle, 2 hours for the second one. 7 hours later, he managed to complete a single cycle within 1 second once more. 8 hours later, he had finally accumulated 30,000 card pieces and upgraded army attack tactics to level 7. By then, Lin Huang had been training for more than 20 hours, but the effects of the Epiphany card went on, the skill cycles went on automatically. After 30 hours, he had accumulated 90,000 card pieces and broke through to level 8. The effects of the Epiphany card finally left Lin Huang. He had no rest. Feeling satisfied, he got himself a cup of water immediately, then went to bed. When he woke up, he saw Lin Xin sitting by his bedside. "What happened?" Lin Huang asked curiously. "Brother, I was so scared." Lin Xin told him what happened. Lin Xin had been knocking on his door to get him to eat his dinner for the past 2 days, but he did not respond at all. On the 3rd day, he did not respond again, so Lin Xin went into his room and found out that he was in a deep sleep. She thought there might be something wrong with his body, so she called 911. Luckily, the doctor said everything is normal with your body, but you went into hibernation and promised that you would wake up soon. She was teary as she explained. "Don't worry, I'm alright. I was just exhausted from my training, so I rested." Lin Huang patted her head. "Some rest? You slept for a week." Lin Xin stared at him. "1 week, no wonder I'm starving. Xin, please order takeout for me, I'll go wash up now." "Sure." Lin Xin walked into the living room to order his meal. Chapter 121. Life Species Monster, Life Skill Card, Life Skill Name, Army Attack Tactics, Rarity, Rare, Mastery Level, Level 8 inches, Effect, 96% increment in the life power rotation speed. Increases attack power and defense power by 96% respectively. Remarks: with every upgrade, each of the life skill effects will be increased by 12%. Card remarks. Usable. Lin Huang looked at the description of his life skill card and was stunned. He did not expect the effect of the Epiphany card to be tremendous, allowing him to upgrade army attack tactics to level 8. The increment of 96% of all effects, his life power was the peak if it was an ultimate life skill. Some people who had high-level life skills spent all their lives in training, and the best they could do was level 5. Only 1 in a million made it to level 6. There was barely anyone who could make it to level 7 and 8. Lin Huang had proven himself because he was able to upgrade to level 8 in Epiphany mode in just one sitting. He then checked the cards in his body. There was an addition healing card, which was his reward for completing the mission. To activate or not to activate. A mission card is just a pain in the ass. Lin Huang exclaimed. If not for the Epiphany card, he knew very well that he would never complete the mission no matter what. Fortunately, the effect of the Epiphany card was incredible. Not only did he complete his mission on time, he even exceeded the expectation for the given task. After 20 days of training, not only had he managed to upgrade army attack tactics to level 8, he also stabilized his life power. He began to think about leveling up to bronze level. Lin Xin was only left with 10 days of summer break, and he planned to head out to kill and hunt monsters once Lin Xin started schooling again. He wanted to focus on choosing his life seed in the next few days. In the Life Seed Encyclopedia, there were much more bronze-level monsters compared to iron-level monsters. Lin Huang was spoilt for choice. He finally picked 11 life seeds, but he still could not make up his mind as to which one he wanted. Initially, he planned to consult Yi Zheng, but then he remembered that he had only broken through iron-level rank 2 after obtaining army attack tactics just a month ago. It might make Yi Zheng skeptical if he consulted him about upgrading to bronze level. He took a pass on that idea. After some hesitation, Lin Huang sent Leng Yuexin a message. "Ms. Leng, are you still traveling in Division 3? "Yes, I'm still in Division 3 right now, but I'm going back within these few days. Is there anything you need?" Leng Yuexin replied promptly. "I wanted to get your advice about which bronze-level life seed to pick. I still can't make up my mind." Lin Huang hoped Leng Yuexin would help him, but there was no guarantee there. "Send them over and I'll take a look," Leng Yuexin offered. Lin Huang sent the 11 life seed pictures. Lang Yuexin had always kept his secrets and she never once questioned his intentions. Similarly now, she did not ask him for the reason he was looking for bronze-leveled life seeds so soon. Soon, Lang Yuexin initiated a video call with him. Lang Yuexin was wearing a white maxi dress, it matched her chilly aura while still maintaining her elegance. I've looked at the life seed you picked. Most of them belong to speed and defense categories, focusing mainly on upgrading your physique, which is unnecessary. Lang Yuexin did not even greet him when the call was connected. It's unnecessary. Lin Huang frowned. What Lang Yuexin said had crushed the plan that he had in mind. Your physique can be trained before you become a transcendent. There are movement skills to strengthen your power, to increase your defensive abilities, and even more movement skills to increase your speed. Moreover, before you level up to a transcendent, your body will transform, causing your physical traits to deteriorate to the bare minimum, taking with it all your physique-based skills. That was why a lot of people who had an amazing physique would have to spend time and resources to cultivate their life seed after they become a transcendent. So it doesn't matter even there are improvements in my physique increased now. Then wouldn't my sly hands be useless by then? Sly hands would still be useful. After leveling up to a transcendent, sly hands would transform into a secret skill called demonic hands. Lang Yuexin explained patiently, demonic hands is quite a useful secret skill. So, I do need to consider the things that would happen to my physique after I level up to transcendent in order to pick a suitable life seed. Lin Huang had a new idea in his mind. That's right, the best ones would be those with effects to protect your life or to help you in scoring critical hits in your battles. These two types of secret skills are the most useful ones when you become a transcendent. Lang Yuexin nodded, but I wouldn't know which life seed will be the ones that will evolve into these secret skills. Is it possible to purchase such information from the Hunter Association? Lin Huang was bummed. I'll send you a copy later and you can take a look at the life seed encyclopedia. After Lang Yuexin said this, she hesitated and continued, actually, since you're talking about bronze-level life seeds, I thought of a bronze-level monster that you could kill to get a special secret skill after you became a transcendent. I'm unsure if it's suitable for you. Do tell. That got Lin Huang excited. This monster is called a vile marionette. It's not exactly powerful, but it sure is tough as it has the ability to substitute its body with a faux body. After it is killed, you would get a life seed called Substitute. It belongs to the psychic element. Its powers are limited and can only be used 3 times a day to divert non-fatal attacks. It is less powerful than life seeds that come with recovery effects, which is why most people shy away from choosing this life seed. However, once you have leveled up to a transcendent, it can be upgraded Scapegoat, a secret skill, which could help you escape death. It can be used 9 times per day. Sounds great, I shall put this on my list. Lin Huang did not lack skills. Substitute was a great secret skill once he arrived at transcendent. I will send over information regarding secret skills. You can take a look at the rest and think about it. Lang Yuexin sent over information on secret skills not long after she hung up the phone. Lin Huang sent her a thank you message and started reading. There were not much bronze-level life seeds that could evolve when he leveled up to transcendent. There were only 20 of them. Lin Huang flipped through the pages, but he did not seem to find one he was satisfied with. In the end, Scapegoat caught his attention. Secret skill name. Scapegoat, secret skill effect. Substitute your body with a faux body to divert fatal attacks. Limited to 9 uses per day. Obtaining secret skill. From evolving the substitute life seed, he compared the secret skill with the information he found in the life seed encyclopedia. Life seed name. Substitute, skill effect. Substitute your body with a faux body to divert fatal attacks. Limited to 3 uses per day. Obtaining life seed. By killing the vile marionette. This seems suitable. I'll pick this. Lin Huang decided on the life seed Lang Yuexin recommended. After he closed the life seed encyclopedia and the information about secret skills, he began to read more about the vile marionette on the network. Vile marionette, undead species, bronze level rank 3, monsters living in groups. He found the information shortly after. Scattered in Fog Canyon, Forgotten Land, the first level of the Undying Black Abyss. Lin Huang had heard of the Undying Black Abyss long time ago. It was Forbidden Land. Only transcendents dared to enter the first level and made it back after that. He had never heard of Fog Canyon and Forgotten Land, and so, he did some research. He found out that Forgotten Land was a prohibited area in Division 7. Many who discovered the area, transcendents included, would go missing. Those who made it back said there was nothing special about the place except the fact that it was a desert. As for Fog Canyon, it was a level 4 wild zone. Lin Huang picked Fog Canyon as his destination without thinking twice. He did not want to lose his life and he did not know much about this world. Even with the Goldfinger, he still needed a long time to learn and grow. After picking his destination, Lin Huang was completely relaxed for the coming days. He planned to leave after Lin Xin went back to school. A week passed, it was a couple more days before Lin Xin's school would reopen. Lin Huang's communication device rang. It was Fatty, Yin Hengyi, who requested a video call. Lin Huang raised his eyebrow and picked up the call. "Bro, what's up?" Fatty's big face occupied the entire screen. Same old, but I think you have gained weight." Lin Huang had no idea where he picked up the habit of sticking his face so close to the screen even when he knew he had a big face. "Would it kill you not to tell the truth?" Fatty snapped. "Yes, I would suffer, damn it, can't you talk properly?" "Alright then, I will cut to the chase then. I'm in need of help. Tell me, what is it?" Lin Huang was slightly concerned. "I'm leveling up to bronze level, I need your help. You should be iron level now, am I right?" When Lin Huang was surprised that Fatty was planning to level up the same time as him. "Within the next 3 to 5 days, I need a couple of days to prepare myself." Lin Huang frowned and Fatty noticed Lin Huang's facial expression. "If you have something going on, I'll get someone else to help me." "Don't worry about it, it's nothing, I can postpone my stuff." "Which life seed did you pick? Where is it located?" Lin Huang assured Fatty. "The location is a level 4 wild zone called Fog Canyon. The life seed monster that I picked is the Vile Marionette. I bet you have never heard of it before, right?" Lin Huang did not expect Fatty to pick the same life seed monster as he was going to. Chapter 122, Reunion with Fatty. Don't tell anyone that I told you this. Although the substitute life seed of the Vile Marionette doesn't seem that powerful, once I'm level up to a transcendent, this skill from this life seed will evolve into a secret skill that can save your life. I suggest you choose the same life seed as I do when you are leveling up to bronze level in the future. I heard this from my bro who comes from royalty, it's a solid piece of information. Fatty intentionally lowered his voice as he said this to Lin Huang. Lin Huang figured if he went to Fog Canyon with Fatty and leveled to bronze level, Fatty would definitely feel weird because he could not hide his tremendous level up speed. "Never mind, I'll wait for him to level up and convince him to leave me while I stay in Fog Canyon to level up," Lin Huang thought. This piece of information did not come by easily. "I'm telling you because you're my bro. Aren't I the best?" Fatty boasted. "Alright, I'll help you to finish your task. Once it's completed, you can leave while I stay on to settle some stuff." Lin Huang suggested. "That sounds like a plan. Send me your contact details. I'll book the spaceship ticket to Baki City for you. We will meet in Baki City a day before." Fatty paid for Lin Huang's ticket since he asked for his help. "It's alright, I'll book the ticket on my own, even if I'm not helping you, I would have to go there in a couple of days anyway." Lin Huang declined Fatty's generosity. "I'll take you to a good meal once we're there then." Fatty wanted to repay Lin Huang's kindness. "Sure, I'll see you next week." Lin Huang hung up the call. "Brother, who is that whom you were talking to just now?" Lin Xin was picking up a parcel downstairs and saw Lin Huang on a video call. "He's a friend, he's asking me to join him in Fog Canyon next week." "Is it far?" Lin Xin had never heard of the place before. "It would take more than 20 days. He's leveling up to bronze level and needs my help. I have something to settle in the same area as well, so I agreed." "Oh," Lin Xin seemed upset. "I'll send you the money for food and daily necessities, I will be back end of September. Whatever you need to buy, don't worry about the money." Lin Huang then transferred 1,000,000 credit points to her. 1,000,000, Lin Xin shrieked, "That's too much." "Not at all, I'm a hunter now, an iron level monster carcass is selling for more than 10,000 credits. And I can get at least 100,000 credits for a bronze level monster carcass. I can make 1,000,000 within minutes strolling through the wild zone." Credit points were no longer a concern to Lin Huang ever since he became a hunter. His concern was now life crystals. 1,000,000 credit points were equivalent to 10 years worth of life crystals. Is it a lucrative job to be a hunter? Although Lin Xin knew hunters made good money, she was not too clear about the occupation itself. Now, she finally understood why all hunters were so rich. "I want to be a hunter too when I grow up." "Why are you so competitive?" You should focus on your studies for now. If you graduate from a prestigious school, you could have a better life than me. Lin Huang patted her head. I'm going back to my room to train my gun skills. Go then, rest up when you need to. Do everything in moderation for the best efficiency. Lin Huang reminded her. Okay, Lin Xin shouted while she made her way upstairs. 3 days passed and Lin Xin's summer break came to an end. She had officially joined the graduation class of Hunter Reserve College. As planned, Lin Huang headed to Baki City a day earlier before venturing into Fog Canyon. He checked into a hotel near the Central Plaza and called Xianxia. I'm here, where are you? He called Fatty. I've arrived since yesterday. Fatty sounded lazy. I just woke up from a nap. Was just thinking of calling to check and see when you'll be arriving. Come to my hotel, I still have an empty room in my suite. I just checked into a hotel. Lin Huang did not want to sleep in the same room with the chatterbox. So fast, which hotel are you staying in? Fatty asked. I'm at Yunman Hotel, what about you? Oh, that's such a coincidence, I'm staying at Yunman Hotel too. Fatty was excited. There are only 3 hotels around the Central Plaza that hunters would usually opt for. Lin Huang was not surprised at all. Which floor are you on? Fatty asked. I'm on the 17th floor, what are you trying to do? I'm going to visit you of course. I'm still on the 29th floor. Wait for me, I'm coming to you. Fatty then asked, which room number? Room 1721. Lin Huang knew very well that if he did not tell him his room number, Fatty would definitely knock on each room to look for him. Fatty rang his doorbell not long after he hung up. He tried to hug Lin Huang but Lin Huang dodged him. Wow, great movement skill. Which level exactly are you on now? Iron level rank 2. Lin Huang lied. So fast. Fatty thought Lin Huang had just entered iron level not long ago and would need some time to get to iron level rank 2. I've got great qualities, there's nothing you can do about it. Lin Huang boasted. Which life skill are you training now? Fatty was curious. Army attack tactics. Lin Huang admitted. That's expensive. Didn't you tell me that you're poor? Fatty remembered that Lin Huang could not even afford a portable tent. I got it from the Union government as a reward during the last monster horde invasion. Lin Huang smiled. Damn, what a steal. Fatty thought about it and shook his head. It would be useless if I got that life skill. I'm not as qualified as you and the effect of me training army attack tactics would be worse than other life skills. For you, it's different. If you trained until level 6, you would be comparable to an ultimate life skill. The possibilities of it being comparable to an ultimate life skill is the reason I'm training army attack tactics. Lin Huang did not want to tell Fatty that he had trained army attack tactics to level 8. After chatting for a while, Fatty said, I shall head back to my room now, I'll drop by your room around 5. Let's go to dinner together. My treat. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon after Fatty left. Lin Huang read some news about the monsters in Fog Canyon. Soon, it was 5 and Fatty arrived for dinner. What would you like to eat? Anything will do, as long as it's delicious. Lin Huang was not fussy. Since you're not expecting something like fine dining, I shall bring you to this one then. Fatty waved his hand, come with me. After walking for 10 minutes, they arrived at a hotel called Guest Hotel. Lin Huang had heard about this hotel chain before. They were huge and were headquartered in Baki City. As Lin Huang followed behind Fatty as they entered the hotel, the staff greeted Fatty. Lin Huang figured he was probably a regular customer. They headed to a private room. Lin Huang drank tea while Fatty ordered the dishes. A while later, Lin Huang asked to be excused to the restroom. On the way to the restroom, Lin Huang saw a man in a chef uniform walk out of the restroom. He looked so much like Fatty but was much bigger and taller. He looked like he was in his 40s, Lin Huang found that strange. When he returned, Lin Huang could not help but ask, Fatty, is the hotel chef your relative? What's wrong? Fatty lifted his head and asked. Lin Huang then told him about the middle-aged chef that he saw earlier. So you saw my dad? I thought he was not around today, it's your lucky day. Fatty blurted, your dad is the chef. Lin Huang knew nothing about Fatty's family. He's also the hotel owner. Fatty explained. Ah, is that so? Lin Huang thought that no matter how much a chef earned, it would still not be enough to upgrade to iron level, but since his dad was the chain hotel's owner, everything made sense. Have a seat, I'll go to the kitchen and ask my dad to make his best dishes. You'll love them. Lin Huang had tried Fatty's cooking before, it was good. He must have learned it from his dad. Lin Huang was excited to try the food Fatty's dad was going to prepare. Fatty left to the kitchen and came back 10 minutes later. He smiled while saying to Lin Huang, "My dad has something to settle in Baki City today, that's why he dropped by the hotel. He saw that the hotel was crowded so he decided to help. You're lucky to have bumped into him. Although my dad owns this place, I have to pay whenever I eat here. There's no discount for me, it's a rule my dad set. But since you're here today, he made this meal complimentary." Lin Huang was embarrassed to hear that. "It's not good that I broke the rules." "No you didn't," he put the bill on his own tab. "I know him very well," Fatty explained. The food was served after a while. The food portion was simple and small. There were 3 dishes in a bowl of soup, but Lin Huang could tell that his dad put a lot of effort to prepare them. Every bite was unforgettable. Lin Huang had only tasted food this good back at the stable residence. Lin Huang was impressed with his cooking skills. After dinner, Fatty's dad met with them. Lin Huang knew that his dad had given them the best. It was a thank you dinner for taking care of Fatty. "Don't worry, I will bring Fatty back in one piece," Lin Huang thought. Chapter 123. Lin Huang's ambition. It was a sunny day on the 2nd of September in Baki City. The demonic crystal spaceship landed on the central plaza at 10 in the morning. Other demonic crystal spaceships that took different routes docked at the same place too. After scanning their tickets, Lin Huang and xianxia boarded the spaceship. They were staying on different floors, Lin Huang on the 6th floor while xianxia was on the 8th floor. However, Fatty loved Lin Huang's company. Besides sleeping, he spent most of the time in Lin Huang's room. "Hey Fatty, have you ever thought of inheriting your dad's hotel one day?" Lin Huang was annoyed. "The food ordinary chefs are allowed to handle is limited. If I become a food hunter, I'll make even more delicious food. That's my desire in the food industry," Fatty explained. "Besides, I hope that I could do even better than my dad, which is why he supports me fully in becoming a food hunter." "What about you? Why do you want to be a hunter?" Fatty asked him back. "I'm not a fan of placing my fate in someone else's hands. It's not 100% safe in the foothold, even C-grade ones that have a transcendent as their guardian. After all, transcendent are still human beings, they too make mistakes, they too could die in battles. Instead of putting my life in a transcendent's hand, I would rather take control of my own life. That's why I aspire to be stronger so that I could protect myself as well as the people around me." Lin Huang spoke with passion and then thought again. There was a deeper reason why he desired to be strong. "It's not all about insecurity. I would love to see how big this world is. Before I become a transcendent, I am confined to explore the world within the safety zone. Not only I would like to discover other safe zones, I would also like to see the world outside those safety zones, those areas yet to be explored by humans since the new epoch. What's wrong with you? I'd rather spend all my life in the safety zone than to go anywhere chaotic. About exploring the yet to be discovered, I would let someone else do it." Fatty crossed his hands. Lin Huang laughed and thought that what he said made him look ambitious. It took them 11 days to travel in the demonic crystal spaceship, and finally, they arrived at their destination, foothold number 7C29, Fog City. Fog City was 1,200 kilometers from the Fog Canyon, which was the nearest foothold with people from the canyon. It was September 13th at 4 o'clock in the afternoon when the demonic crystal spaceship in Fog City. Lin Huang and xianxia got off the spaceship and checked into a hotel together. There's a level 3 wild zone along the way to the Fog Canyon. It would be dangerous if just the both of us went. I will get a team from Adventurer Paradise. Fatty said this after completing the hotel registration, but Lin Huang did not say anything. He could just get the Alexandrian Eagle to bring the both of them there, but he did not want to reveal his true ability. The reason the silver level and gold level adventurers in Adventurer Paradise were willing to bring people along with them was not because of money. It was a service provided by the Adventurer Paradise that every now and then they could bring other hunters of lower level along on their missions to give them good exposure as part of their recruitment drive, hoping that they will consider joining the club in future. 10 minutes later, Fatty called Lin Huang on his communication device. Lin Huang picked up thinking it was strange. "What's wrong?" "I have found a team, they are departing now. They are in a rush, come and meet us at the East Gate." Fatty hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Huang to respond. He thought it was strange as there was no need for Fatty to rush since there were a couple of adventurers who would team up with other people into the Fog Canyon every day. The sun was setting. If they were to depart now, the both of them would have to stay a night in Fog Canyon on their own. Lin Huang got out of the hotel right away and rode on the Viridian Wolf to the east gate. When he arrived, he saw Fatty and 3 other silver-level adventurers from afar riding on their mounts while Fatty was standing. He did not look too good. "What is this about, Fatty?" Lin Huang frowned and asked. Hearing Lin Huang's voice, all of them turned around and looked at him. "You sure are slow, can we leave now?" The leader was dark and skinny. He glared at Lin Huang, then pulled the rope on his monster and left. The other 2 adventurers followed him. The one in the was slightly bald while the last adventurer looked younger. He had a goatee. He then yelled at Fatty, "Since your friend has a mount, you don't have to share with us anymore." Lin Huang pulled Fatty onto the Viridian Wolf and asked while frowning, "What exactly happened?" "Stop asking, let's go." Fatty sat behind Lin Huang. He shook his head helplessly. Lin Huang then patted Viridian Wolf and chased after the adventurers. 3 of them were silver-level adventurers riding on Ground Rhino, a bronze-level monster. It was a common mount. It was not too fast, but it was quite resilient. The 3 adventurers were riding a cheap mount as the price of a Ground Rhino was much cheaper than a Viridian Wolf. They were probably jealous and left right after they saw Lin Huang on a Viridian Wolf. "You said you were poor, then how did you afford a Viridian Wolf as your mount?" "The price of this mount is comparable with silver-level equipment." Fatty finally got over being mad at Lin Huang. Lin Huang did not tell him that it was his summoned monster, so he pulled a fast one. "I was lucky that day, bought it at a cheap price." "How much?" Fatty was genuinely asking. "Cost 1 bronze-level equipment." Lin Huang lied again. Not only did Fatty buy what he said, the 3 silver-level adventurers as well. They did not look too happy as they traded in 2 bronze-level equipment to get their rhino. A Viridian Wolf cost at least 1 silver-level equipment, but Lin Huang got it at a much cheaper price. "Young man, I will buy your Viridian Wolf for 2 bronze-level equipment." The man with goatee shouted. "I'm not selling it." Lin Huang declined without even thinking. The man with goatee glared at Lin Huang. Although Lin Huang did not know what exactly happened before he came, he did notice Fatty was silent during the entire journey. He figured something must have happened involving these 3 men. Probably Fatty was threatened. They could have arrived at Fog Canyon in an hour, but now Fatty had found a team that did not have a flying mount like Lin Huang did, causing a delay in the journey for about 8 hours. Lin Huang was upset. Fortunately, the 3 adventurers did what they were supposed to do. They killed all the monsters in their way. However, they left no dead bodies behind and kept all of them in their storage space. They must be really broke. Fatty seemed to be more and more uncomfortable. The strongest one among the 3 was the dark and skinny man. He was a silver level rank 2 while the other 2 were silver level rank -1. Lin Huang just had to summon charcoal, buy tyrant, and killing them would be a piece of cake. After traveling for more than 6 hours, the dark, skinny leader suddenly slowed down. "It's the level 3 wild zone ahead. We'll have to walk across without our mounts to avoid catching the attention of the monsters in the wild zone." Lin Huang was shocked that they wanted to be careful in the level 3 wild zone. Silver level adventurers should have no fear of monsters in level 3 wild zones. Since the 3 of them kept their mounts, Fatty patted Lin Huang's back. "Let's keep it." Lin Huang then kept his Viridian Wolf into his storage space. There was really no difference whether he keeps the Viridian Wolf or not because its footsteps were lighter than that of humans. On the other hand, the rhinos were loud on the road. But he figured that it would be rude if he rode on Viridian Wolf while the rest walked. "It is more than 300 kilometers, do we have to walk?" Even if they ran, Lin Huang and Fatty's speed of iron level coupled with the distance would take them at least 7 more hours. "You guys can ride on your Viridian Wolf, don't ask for help if monsters attack the both of you." The dark and skinny man glared at Lin Huang. "Lin Huang, it's okay, we will run over there. It's too dangerous to be here and alone," Fatty advised. Since it was Fatty who asked for help from the team, Lin Huang did not want to embarrass him, so he agreed, but he was definitely irritated. "Let's go then." The 3 adventurers together with Lin Huang and Fatty ran at 50 kilometers per hour. Fatty was panting heavily after running for 2 hours. "Fatty, if you can't take it, you can ride on Viridian Wolf," Lin Huang suggested. "I'm okay." Fatty waved his hand. 3 hours later, Fatty was slowing down. Lin Huang got him to ride on the Viridian Wolf's back while he ran with the other 3. Soon another 3 hours passed. They had finally passed the level 3 will zone and arrived at the canyon. They were covered by the thin fog at the mouth of the canyon. Fatty got down from the Viridian wolf and thanked the other 3 adventurers. "Why are you thanking us? You haven't paid us yet. 3 life crystals please." The dark and skinny man grinned at Lin Huang and Fatty while the other 2 adventurers stood behind them, blocking their way. Chapter 124. Attack 3 standard life crystal units were equivalent to 300 years worth of life crystal pieces. The absurd request from the dark and skinny man stunned Fatty. He did not expect the 3 adventurers to do such a thing. Lin Huang asked calmly, "So are you robbing us now?" "How is this robbing? You are paying us wages for bringing you to the Fog Canyon where you can find the life seed monster you desired. This is a fair trade." The bald man who blocked their way from the back said. "Would you let us go if we say we don't need your help anymore?" Lin Huang knew this was extortion. There was nothing that they could do even if they filed their complaint to Adventurer Paradise. "If you insist to do that, I will call to complain." Fatty threatened. "Fatty, there's a reason why we're blocking your way." The man with goatee laughed at Fatty's useless threat. The 3 adventurers did not stop Fatty from calling. As Fatty opened the communication page, there was no signal at all. "The both of you have 2 choices. The first one, both of you give 3 life crystals each and we'll bring you into Fog Canyon to find your life seed monster and then send you guys back to Fog City in one piece. The both of you will have to swear that you won't tell anyone about this and we shall forget about what happened here. It's good for all of us." The dark and skinny man was confident that they would be obedient. He raised his price from 3 life crystals in total to 3 life crystals each. "If we promised you, would you believe us?" Lin Huang knew he would not let them go just like that. "Of course not, you will have to chant after me." The dark and skinny man then showed his tongue and black inscriptions appeared on his tongue. "You have humiliated all the wordmasters." Lin Huang could recognize the patterns were the sigils of a wordmaster. A wordmaster was a rare profession. They draw their strength from language and they could use languages to curse or to control people's action. Some could even change the course of fate or cause death. A wordmaster usually made good money. This dark and skinny man must be a lousy wordmaster or else he would not need to resort to robbing them. "I've multiplied the price to 6 life crystals now. What's the second option?" Lin Huang ignored him and asked with his eyebrow raised. "The second option would be to kill the both of you and leave your dead bodies in this canyon for the monsters to feast on so we leave no traces behind. We will go back 3 days later and tell the Adventurer Paradise that the both of you did not meet us at the promised time." He explained coldly. Fatty was scared. He shrieked, "Okay, we pick the first one." "Wait." Lin Huang stopped. Fatty looked at the 3 of them straight into their eyes. "These 2 options are not good enough, give me a third one." "Stupid kid, I will just finish you off right now." The bald man shouted. "It's all right, let him talk." The dark and skinny man stopped the bald man. "The third option would be that all 3 of you leave right now and we will forget this ever happened. You never saw us, we never knew you." Lin Huang continued, "This is the best option I can and will offer. If you don't accept it, you will regret it very soon. Are you a member of royalty?" The 3 of them frowned. They figured only someone that came from royalty would dare to speak like that. "That's not right. His name is Lin Huang, your family name is Lin." The dark and skinny man shook his head. "There's no royal family with the family name of Lin in the entire Division 7. Are you trying to trick us?" "I've never once said that I'm a member of royalty and I am not tricking you. I'm just a person that you can't afford to offend. I'm suggesting that you consider the third option." Lin Huang stood his ground. "Boss, why are you still hesitating? This kid is tricking us. If he really is powerful, he would have attacked us since the beginning instead of being disrespectful to us after we helped them." The bald man complained. Hearing what the bald man said, the dark and skinny man thought he made sense and shouted, "How dare you try to trick us, let's kill them." The 3 of them then dashed towards Lin Huang and Fatty with their weapons thrusting forward. "Sigh." Lin Huang sighed helplessly. Bai appeared before Lin Huang with silver hair and a black mask on. His 4 blood power wings transformed into 3 sharp knives and plunged towards the 3 men. He was so fast that Lin Huang could not catch up. 3 red strokes flashed in the air. The man with the goatee and the bald man's silver-level weapons broke in half. They were sliced into half from their waists and were dead in one hit. The gold-level weapon that the leader was holding was stuck to Bai's wing and was tossed into the air. He saw his 2 brothers cut into halves while he was flying midair. He had goosebumps. He rolled over and ran into the foggy canyon. "I hate to say I told you so." Lin Huang shook his head. He did not even bother to look at the dead bodies. Since the both of them were so poor, they would not have anything valuable on them. Fatty was stunned. He did not move as he watched. It took him a while to snap out of it. He looked at Bai. Is this a vampire? I think so. Lin Huang did not plan to explain to him that Bai had evolved into a blood demon. The less he knew the better. A four-winged vampire, isn't this a gold-level monster? How did you manage to master such a monster? Fatty saw the 4 blood power wings on Bai's back, so he asked. It's not gold level, it's mutated. Lin Huang shook his head. He managed to kill silver level within seconds. How is he not gold level? Fatty was starting to doubt Lin Huang's combat strength. Stop asking, let's go in. Lin Huang interrupted him. Will that other guy be waiting to attack us at the canyon mouth? Fatty was worried. It was foggy everywhere, they could not see anything ahead. Don't worry, I'm sure he is afraid of us now and will keep a distance from us. Lin Huang shook his head. I'm not sure if they have anything useful on them. They are silver level after all. Fatty asked. You can go and take a look first. Take whatever you want. Lin Huang was not interested. Remember, you're the one who said that. Fatty was over the moon and ran towards the dead bodies. However, he did not find anything valuable on them. A while later, he stood up and looked at Lin Huang. It seems like you knew there was nothing useful on them all this time. They were collecting each and every iron-level monster carcass. Why would you think they would have anything valuable on them? That makes sense. Fatty just recalled them collecting the monster bodies earlier. It's almost dawn now, let's look for a place to rest our feet. Lin Huang did not recall Bai but got him to lead the way while he and Fatty followed behind. Fog surrounded the canyon and anything 10 meters away was not visible. People would usually be terrified in situations like these, but with Bai, Lin Huang was not worried if something attacked from the fog. In a level 4 wild zone like this, only monsters that were gold level would threaten Bai. As long as they did not go deep into the canyon, they would most probably not encounter gold level monsters. Fatty, why did you follow them at such a last minute and in a rush? Did they threaten you? Lin Huang needed to know what happened earlier. Yay, I went to the reception at Adventurer Paradise and told the receptionist that I was looking for a team. They approached me, saying that they needed someone to follow them to their mission. It was urgent and they needed to leave immediately. Of course, I rejected them because we had just arrived in Fog City a while ago. I needed time to rest and spend some time to find a team who owned flying mounts. They then told me that as long as they were around, other teams would not dare take us along. It could take months, so I went back to the receptionist and she assured that the 3 are old-timers. They told me that their abilities were only mediocre, but whenever they were in charge, even adventurers that were gold level would not dare offend them. I can wait for another 1 month, but I didn't want to waste your time, so I agreed to join their team. I thought of tolerating them until we arrived at the destination because we would be free. I didn't expect them to lie about their abilities or attempt to rob and even trying to kill us. If I knew you had such a powerful summoning monster, I wouldn't have looked for a team in the first place. Fatty said and peeked at Bai. He was envious of Lin Huang. I wouldn't want anyone to know about my abilities unless if it were life or death. Lin Huang explained. Don't worry, I'm just talkative but I can keep secrets. Fatty zipped his lips. I would be crazy to believe you, Lin Huang thought to himself. Suddenly, Bai stopped walking and pointed at a wall. Lin Huang nodded. All right, we will get some rest here. Please dig us a hole. Soon, Bai dug a cave. Bai had purposely dug the cave to be narrow at the entrance and spacious on the inside. They bent down as they entered the cave. They were satisfied with the cave. Fatty took out his portable tent and set it up. Lin Huang then recalled Bai and summoned the demonic dandelion vine. He got it to seal the cave with its vines. Both of them entered their tents to rest after a long day. Chapter 125. Fog Canyon. Lin Huang slept from 4 a.m. to 11 a.m. He managed to catch up with some rest from their long journey last night. When he got out of his tent, he could still hear Fatty was still snoring loudly in his tent. Lin Huang then patted his tent. Fatty, wake up. If we don't move now, we will be wasting yet another day. Fatty continued snoring. Fatty, wake up. Monsters are attacking the cave. Quick. Lin Huang shook Fatty's tent hard. Fatty sat up and went to get dressed instantly, then got out of the tent. He asked Lin Huang in shock, the cave entrance is blocked. How are we going to escape? Escape what? There's no monster at all, I just needed to wake you up. Lin Huang said casually. Damn you. Fatty then took off his clothes and put them on properly. He was mad. Don't you wear clothes when you sleep in a wild zone like this? I can't sleep when I'm fully clothed. Lin Huang did not bother to say anything. He then kept his tent and went to clean up. The portable tent could be shrunk to the size of a broad bean. There was a tiny button in the middle, and when it was pressed it would expand into a tent with a sleeping bag, pillow, and eye shade. As soon as the tent expanded to its normal size, one could scan their identity to enter it. The same applied when keeping the tent. As long as there were living beings in the tent, including a mosquito, the tent cannot be shrunk. Because of that, some portable tents were much more expensive than the others as it came with automatic cleaning functions. As long as the tent is activated, it would automatically kill all the insects in the tent. The entire process would only take a maximum of 3 minutes. The tent that Lin Huang bought was a high-end tent. Its price was comparable with a piece of bronze-level equipment. After he sorted out his tent, Fatty approached him with a packet of snacks and a milk-based drink. It's not safe to cook in a level 4 wild zone, we have to survive on snacks now. Lin Huang nodded and took the food from him. He brought snacks that he ordered from the network before the trip, but he was sure that it would not taste better than the snacks Fatty had prepared. He ripped open the packet of snack. Besides dried meat, there was also dried vegetable. Lin Huang raised his eyebrow. I didn't know that having a balanced diet was important to you. I cooked the dried meat and my dad prepared the dried vegetable. He insisted that I bring it along. If you like it, you can have mine too. I've never seen you eat vegetable during the assessment. Lin Huang thought Fatty was a carnivore. A man once said, a man who doesn't like meat is not a real man. Fatty got himself the perfect excuse for not eating any vegetables. Fatty did not make that up. Lin Huang had actually seen the quote on the network before and thought it was ridiculous. It was said by a transcendent in the past to mock another transcendent that he despised. He then became a demigod, and that was how the quote went viral. Loving meat and not eating vegetable are two separate matters. In your case, it's called being picky. Lin Huang corrected him. He tasted the dried vegetable. It was good. Lin Huang was done with breakfast and Fatty had finished cleaning himself. What milk is this? It's nice. Lin Huang asked after drinking the last drop of milk-based drink. This is the milk of 5-flower cow on the snowy mountains. It tastes amazing. I got it from my dad and I brought 10 bottles along with me. If I don't treat you like my bro, I wouldn't share this good stuff with you. Lin Huang had heard of the 5-flower cow on the snowy mountains. They were one of the best cows in Division 7. Although the monster was just iron level, its milk quality was high that it was comparable to the price of a relic. It barely produces any milk though. It can only produce 2 to 3 liters of milk per day, and each liter can only be sold up to a price of a bronze level equipment. That cup of milk that Lin Huang drank earlier was almost the price of 2 pieces of iron level equipment. He initially planned to buy the milk as a thirst quencher during the summer, which was why he asked Fatty about it. However, after he was told that it was the 5-flower cow, Lin Huang decided otherwise. I should have known that only rich brats could afford this. After breakfast, Lin Huang recalled the demonic dandelion vine and the both of them got out of the cave. He then summoned Bai again. How many summoning monsters do you have? Fatty asked. 3 to 4 I guess. Lin Huang said as he recalled Fatty had only seen 4 of his summoning monsters. The vampire should be the most powerful among all, am I right? Fatty remembered the scene when Bai killed the duo earlier. I'm envious of you Imperial Censors, you don't even have to fight on your own. Powerful monsters and cool flying mounts. Fatty was envious of Lin Huang's gift as an Imperial Censor. Everyone has gifts of their own, thus, the different development goals. It's great that you're going to be a food hunter. You could own your restaurant, many hunters would dine at your place and life crystals would come your way. That's so much better than us who have to be out there fighting and sweating. Your work is much more relaxed and safe. Lin Huang thought Fatty's dream was desirable too. That's true. I prefer living a stable life. I would be exhausted if all have to fight every day. Fatty thought what Lin Huang said made sense and he should be contented with what he was gifted with. They left the cave that Bai dug and ventured into the fog canyon. If there was no fog, the structure of the canyon was complicated like a circular maze from an aerial view. There were monsters of different strengths and species that were spread out in different areas of the maze. The closer they got to the middle of the maze, the higher the combat level the monsters were. The vile marionette that Lin Huang and Fatty were looking for was located at the border of the maze. However, They did not have the exact coordinates, only the rough direction. The area was covered in a fog all year long, making it hard for people to identify the direction they were headed in. There was no connection or signal on the communication device. They could not locate anything in the maze, including themselves. Bai was leading the way so they wouldn't get lost. Their journey was smooth sailing because Bai would kill any monster they encountered with brevity. Turn left at the 12th fork, it should be this one. The duo had been walking for more than 3 hours. Lin Huang did not say much when they were on the way and allowed Fatty to lead. After all, he was here to help him level up to bronze level. It would be strange if Lin Huang knew the way better than Fatty did. Although Fatty noticed Bai's unusual combat strength, he thought Lin Huang had some special way to train his monsters, but little did he know how powerful Lin Huang actually was. If what I read was correct, there should be a foothold with a vile marionette not far from this left turn. Fatty lowered his voice as he said to Lin Huang, "Be quiet, these monsters live in groups. All we have to do is to lure 1 or 2 of them out." They slowed down their pace and walked towards the fork on the left. After 20 minutes of walking, they arrived at a dead end, but they did not see any monsters. They then went back to a spacious area and realized there were traces of battle before they came. It seemed to have happened not long ago. The vile marionette foothold should be here, but all the monsters have been killed by someone else. We are too late. Lin Huang concluded, since there's none here, let's go to the other foothold. Fatty did not dwell on this too much. 2 hours later, they found the sign near the second foothold. A 2-meter gigantic rock of the shape of a sphere, it should be this one. Fatty pointed at the sphere-shaped gigantic rock at the crossing. If we turn right from here and walk for another 10 minutes, we will arrive at the second vile marionette foothold. Let's go. Lin Huang nodded and proceeded to let Bai lead the way. 10 minutes later, they arrived at yet another empty area. There were no monsters. Similar to the first foothold, there were no traces of battle that happened not long ago. Someone killed all the monsters here as well. Fatty groaned, who are these people? Why did they target the same monsters that we're looking for? Fatty, did you tell the 3 adventurers about the life seed monster that you picked? Lin Huang sensed it could be the dark and skinny man who did this. Fatty was stunned and nodded his head. They asked me, so I thought it would be no harm if I told them. Are you saying they did this? It's very possible. Lin Huang nodded. We have encountered attacks of other monsters along the way, but none of them were completely killed. The person who took the same route as us did not kill all the other monsters along the way, which shows his target was not to collect dead monster bodies, but he killed all the life seed monsters that you wanted to. It seems like he did it on purpose. That makes sense. Fatty nodded at Lin Huang's analysis. So what do we do now? What if he killed all the vile marionettes in the foothold? I don't think so. His speed is only slightly faster than us. From the traces, I think he was here just about an hour ago. Let's skip the 3rd foothold and go straight to the 4th foothold instead. Maybe we can catch up with him. There were only 4 footholds with vile marionettes in the entire canyon. If they did not make it there before dark and the other man did, Fatty would not be the only one who would have to change his choice of life seed monster. Lin Huang would be dragged into this matter as well. Alright, let's go straight to the 4th foothold. Chapter 126. Purple Crow Song Nan had spent more than 30 years of his life in Fog City. He had seen many things in his time, and he had not an ounce of fear for anyone he encountered. Even gold-level hunters in Fog City did not want to offend him, as he was well known for executing revenge plots on his enemies. Although he was not exceptionally powerful, he surely was a sly man. However, Lin Huang managed to tackle him and kill 2 of his men. He was sure to not let him off the hook without a painful reminder of his actions. I'm going to kill all the vile marionettes in the canyon. See how those 2 damn kids going to get their life seed. So what if they have a vampire? I'll get some supplies to fight the vampire once I get back to the city. Your vampire will be useless against me then, he plotted aloud. Song Nan shuddered a little when he recalled the moment he saw his 2 men getting killed by Bai. He was afraid of Bai, but to him, if he wanted to conquer his fear, he would have to face it. As long as he killed the vampire, he would rid himself of this fear completely. Before he did that, he wanted to kill all the vile marionettes in the 4 footholds. There were only 4 footholds with vile marionettes in Fog Canyon. Song Nan had already cleared 2 footholds and he left no bodies behind. Just when he was on his way to the 3rd foothold, 2 shadows passed by his head and appeared before him. It was a man and a lady. The man was 2.2 meters tall while the lady stood at an average height and built. They dressed strangely, both wearing black capes with a black hat on their heads. Who are you? Song Nan looked at the duo with a posture ready for an attack. They appeared out of nowhere and he could not sense their auras at all. We're on the same team. Let's walk together, the lady said as she licked her red lips seductively. Did the kid send you? Song Nan asked firmly. He thought it was a trap and the duo was sent by Lin Huang to fight him. What kid? The tall man questioned him as a frown formed on his face. Stop talking nonsense with him, let's just get him, the lady said and leapt up high off the ground. Song Nan was shocked. His face turned pale when he saw the logo on the lady's cape as she spun around midair. The black cape was flowing with the wind, and there was a white circle in the middle with a purple crow standing on a branch. Song Nan recognized that they were members of the Purple Crow organization. All hunters and adventurers would definitely have heard of the Purple Crows as they were the top criminal organization in the underworld. There was a saying on the network about the organization that went, "Blood will be shed when the Purple Crow cries." In the underworld, the Purple Crow was considered an elite organization. They did not have many members, but all of them were transcendents and all of them possessed terrifying abilities in their areas of expertise. If Song Nan was just a bully in the smaller footholds, the Purple Crow was an enhanced version of the Mafia. Each and every official member was a world-ranked professional killer. As he stood facing the tall man, Song Nan was like a child being picked on by the grown man. He did not have the ability to defend himself at all. The tall man grabbed him by the collar and the duo flew Song Nan all the way to the middle of Fog Canyon. They then landed next to a crystal-clear lake. You sure it's here? The tall man asked as he tossed Song Nan on the ground like a rag doll and looked at the lady. Of course, how would I not know everything I plan for? The lady said mockingly and rolled her eyes at him. Scoot aside, you big oaf, she continued. The man kicked Song Nan hard and he flew backwards. He then took a few steps back himself and stood still. Song Nan was immobilized with a spell the man had casted earlier and he could not move a muscle. He could not do anything when the man kicked him. The lady with red lips stood by the lake, squatted down and placed her palm on top of the lake. Soon, the lake started boiling. The lady retracted her hand, took a few steps back and watched the lake as it changed. The clear lake became red while it boiled. As time went by, it became a darker shade of red and soon, it was a bloody crimson red. Song Nan was getting uncomfortable looking at the lake as it changed. How is it? The man said as he walked next to the lady with red lips. I have been preparing this netherworldly water for 12 years. From the color, it looks like it's ready, the lady replied with a nod and shifted her gaze to Song Nan. Didn't we bring a guinea pig to test it out? We shall know after we toss him in, she said, a menacing tone to her voice. Song Nan heard them loud and clear. However, all he could do was to look at them helplessly. The man picked him up by the scruff of his neck. Unseal him before throwing him in or else we won't be able to see if the experiment shows its results, the lady reminded her partner. Seconds later, the spell on Song Nan was lifted. He begged with the duo immediately, please don't throw me in, I can get other guinea pigs for you. I know there are 2 kids in this canyon that'll work really well. Seeing the boiling bloody water alone was terrifying enough for him. He knew he'd be screwed if he ended up in the lake. I only need 1 guinea pig, the lady said coldly as she looked at Song Nan with an expressionless face, like he was already dead. Toss him in, she shouted. The man tossed Song Nan into the lake without hesitation. The duo stood by the lake and observed. The gold-level equipment on him glowed a bright gold and seemed to get absorbed into his body. The duo was stunned by that. In the boiling water, there were strange changes to Song Nan's body. His skin turned green, his skinny body became muscular, his hands and legs were growing. Around 3 minutes later, the changes to his body stopped. Waves of bloody water pushed him to the side of the lake. The 2 transcendents were excited as they looked at the figure that was once Song Nan, completely transformed on the bank. I'm surprised that he actually combined with his equipment and transformed into a mutated sword thrall, the man said. The idea was unbelievable. That's something new. Let's search for some guinea pigs to experiment with along with the combinations of equipment when we get back, the lady squealed. She was excited too. Should we bring him back? The man asked. It's okay, let him die here. We just needed to experiment. We'll come back a year from now and see if he's still alive. If he is, we'll study his survival in the wild, the lady said. The man shook his head and said, it seems like the effect of the netherworldly water was not exactly what I expected. We can accept it for now, he said. The man nodded and took out a box that was a sixth of his palm. He then tossed the box in the air. The opening of the box faced the middle of the lake, and the boiling bloody water was swallowed by the box. Within 2 minutes, the entire lake was sucked into the red box with no water left behind. The box then flew back to the man's hand. He closed the box and kept it in his storage face. It's done, can we leave now? The man asked as he looked at the lady. Wait, I found something interesting, the lady smirked while she looked at something far away. Chapter 127. Encountering Purple Crow. To be able to reach the fourth vile marionette's foothold before the dark and skinny man did, Lin Huang summoned the Alexandrian eagle. They arrived at their destination within minutes. It should be somewhere around here, let's look for it. Lin Huang recalled Alexandrian eagle and said to Fatty, how would you know the fourth foothold is around here? Fatty asked. He then saw a tall fir tree not too far away and recognized that as a landmark for the fourth foothold. I was afraid that we might be lost here, so before the trip, I checked out all the locations of the footholds, Lin Huang said to him, which was actually just an excuse. If I knew you had checked out the locations, I wouldn't have had to lead the way, Fatty whined. Doing extra work was always a burden to him and he did not deny how lazy he was. However, since he encountered Lin Huang, who was as responsible a person could be, he knew could trust him with his life. That was the reason he slept soundly in a wild zone like this. If he was not looking for the life seeds himself, he would not have looked at the map at all and Lin Huang would have led the way. There's a fork on the left of the fir tree. If we walk along it for another 2 or 3 minutes, there should be a fork to the right. We should see the fourth foothold once we turn right, Lin Huang said as he pointed at the fir tree. That's the same route I saw on the map, Fatty replied and nodded in response. Lin Huang activated boundless vision and saw a couple vile marionettes gathered not far from where they were. All of them had rectangular heads while everything below their heads was similar to a human. However, their limbs were longer than humans and they were 2 meters tall. They walked on both legs. Their bodies seemed to be made of wood. If they were many times smaller, they would look exactly like dolls. Lin Huang finally knew why they were called vile marionettes when he saw their faces. Their eyes, nose, and lips were all messed up like toy parts which were displaced. What was even weirder was the placement of their eyes, nose, and lips. Each one puppet's face arranged differently. They each had different characteristics to their own vile features. If they were shrunk and sold at toy stores, I don't think anybody would want to buy them. They look scary, Lin Huang thought to himself. Fatty, you wait here. I'll get by to catch one of them from over here, Lin Huang said to Fatty as he led by into the fog. In the fog, the vile marionettes did not sense that danger was closing in as they wandered around. Suddenly, a couple of red beams flashed by and one of the vile marionettes disappeared. Soon, Lin Huang was back with a vile marionette that was locked in a pair of blood power wings. Fatty, I have brought this back for you. You can just stab it to death, Lin Huang provided Fatty with a full service treatment. Fatty smirked when he saw a vile marionette tied up like a dumpling. This could be the easiest upgrade in history. He said. The level 4 equipment in his hand transformed into a battle sword and he slashed the vile marionette's neck. The puppet's head fell to the ground. However, the body turned into a piece of wood and appeared from the blood power wings. Lin Huang and Fatty were stunned. The blood power back extended again and captured the body. Fatty did the same thing and slashed at the piece of wood, but it turned into another piece of wood again and began to run away. No matter how fast it was, it could not beat Bai. It was then captured by Bai again while Fatty repeated the same thing he did. 5 attempts later, the vile marionette's body no longer transformed into a piece of wood. After that, Bai let go of its body and white life light splashed out of the vile marionette towards Fatty. The life light baptism took 3 minutes, and then Fatty was finally bronze level. So how is your life seed? Lin Huang walked towards him and asked. It's all good. Exactly the same as what I read on the network, Fatty nodded. I have done what I came to do. We can head back to Fog City now. We'll head back to Baki City once you have settled your stuff, he continued. You don't have to wait for me. I'll be needing quite a few days here, Lin Huang said. He did not expect Fatty to stay with him. It's okay. Since I have already upgraded to bronze level, there's no need for me to leave immediately. If that's not convenient for you, I will stay in the hotel to train my life skills. Let me know once you have settled your stuff and we will leave Fog City together, Fatty said. He did that out of kindness. He thought since Lin Huang had helped him, so it would be bad if he left him alone. I think you should head back to Baki City on your own. Honestly, I'm not sure how long would I take, Lin Huang explained. Lin Huang did not want to head back to Baki City with Fatty, as he only managed to partially hide his abilities. Once he got to bronze level, Fatty, who was now also bronze level, would definitely sense the changes in his combat strength. By then, he would not able to hide his secret anymore. Fatty was a nice person, but Lin Huang did not think that he could keep a secret. He tried not to let him know too much about himself. Then I'll wait for a month, since I don't have much going on, Fatty insisted. If you take longer than a month, then I'll leave on my own, he said. All right then, Lin Huang obliged and nodded. So do we go back to the city now? Fatty asked. I'll get Alexandrian Eagle to send you back. I have something to do here. I won't be going back just yet, Lin Huang said as he summoned the Alexandrian Eagle. Fatty had many questions, but thinking he might intrude on Lin Huang's privacy, he decided not to ask. Lin Huang instructed Alexandrian Eagle after Fatty got on its back. It flapped its wings and headed to Fog City with Fatty. Lin Huang turned around into the fog again. He got by to look for another mutated vile marionette, but there was not a single one around. He decided to capture a regular vile marionette and killed it after 6 attempts. The white life light was transferred from the puppet to Lin Huang. Enveloped in a white glow, there were changes to his life wheel. His iron life wheel turned to bronze. It was a life wheel transformation that follows with every level up. After the iron life wheel was replaced by a bronze life wheel, another 3 rounds of white columns appeared. It was the same as before, 360 columns on each circle. As his life wheel changed, the 2 life wheels that he got from the life power storage cards started changing too. Soon, all 3 bronze life wheels in his body were fully formed. As his life wheels formed, the life light baptism ended. A grayish-black bead the size of a thumb dropped from the vile marionette's dead body and went into Lin Huang's body and then into his newly formed life wheel. New life seed has been detected. Would you like to turn it into a card? Xiao He said. Yes please, Lin Huang answered and nodded. A moment later, Xiao He spoke again. I have turned it into a card. Lin Huang looked at the new life seed card that he just acquired. The card looked the same as Sly Hands with a black furry ball. He turned the card around to read the description. Life species card, life species name, substitute, rarity, normal, type, psychic, skill effects, substitute your body with a foe body to divert fatal attacks. Limited to 3 uses per day. Card remarks. Rubbish, Lin Huang was speechless at the card remark that Xiao He gave it. It had been a while since Xiao He had given such a horrible card remark. He then kept the card and mumbled to himself, I can't be meeting Fatty now or else he would find out how powerful I am. I'll stay in this canyon and accumulate my life power to bronze level rank 3. He then looked at Bai beside him. The vampire was now a silver level rank -1. Under normal circumstance, monsters that went through 2 mutations would have basic combat strengths that were higher than transcendence. Just like the demonic dandelion vine, it was one example that completed 2 mutations before it achieved transcendence. Aside from the demonic dandelion vine, all the epic monster cards that Lin Huang possessed would be upgraded automatically before Lin Huang leveled up to transcendent. Before Lin Huang arrived at gold level, their combat strength would only be 1 rank higher than his. Now that Bai was a silver level rank -1, his ability might be more powerful than most gold level rank -1 monsters. In level 4 wild zones like this, he could kill most of the monsters in the area on his own. Lin Huang was anticipating the upgrade of his combat strengths too. Just when Lin Huang was thinking about it, a man and lady appeared out of the fog. The man was 2.2 meters tall while the lady was 1.7 meters tall. Standing next to the man, she looked small. Both of them were wearing black coats with black hats. They were walking briskly in Lin Huang's direction. He had his guard up as he could not sense the aura from their beings at all. Hi, little kid, the lady greeted Lin Huang as they approached him. Anything I can help you with? Lin Huang asked. He had a feeling they were both transcendents. Nothing, I just thought your vampire seemed cool, so I'm here to take a look. The lady replied with a smile. 2 mutations, the man mumbled under his breath to the lady, and he felt it was rather strange. It really is mutated twice. The lady with red lips confirmed as she walked around by. This is my first time seeing a vampire with a double mutation, she continued. Just then, Lin Huang noticed the Purple Crow logo on her coat. His heart sank. It's the Purple Crow, Chapter 128, Hong Zhuang. A black coat and black hat, that was the attire of an official Purple Crow member. A reserve member was not entitled to dress like that. The duo appeared before Lin Huang and their outfits showed him that they were official members of the Purple Crow organization and also Transcendence. Lin Huang's mind was spinning, but he could not think of a way to escape. Although the small destruction card was powerful, it would only be effective for people below Transcendence. It could not do anything to hunters who were Transcendence and above. If there's nothing I can help you with, I'll get going now, Lin Huang said as he pretended he did not know who they were. Little kid, let me introduce myself. My name is Hong Zhuang and I'm an official member of the Purple Crow, the lady with red lips said. She knew that Lin Huang was attempting an escape. She then smirked and said, "This is my partner, Xu Chang. He is also an official member of the Purple Crow." Lin Huang frowned. Since the duo had revealed who they were, it was impossible for him to walk away now without offending them. "May I know why are you looking for me?" Lin Huang asked, politely. "I think you're outstanding. I would like to invite you to join the Purple Crows. I could be your referral for you to be a reserve member," Hong Zhuang said as she walked slowly towards Lin Huang and stopped less than 50 centimeters from him. "You have to know that usually a reserve member has to be at least gold level. So, what do you think?" She continued. "I haven't thought of which organization to join yet. Your invitation is too sudden for me to make a decision. Please give me some time to think about it," Lin Huang replied. Truthfully, he was relieved. He did not expect them to invite him to join the Purple Crows. However, he was also not interested in joining them too, so he decided to postpone his decision. "You're smart to not reject us directly," Hong Zhuang whispered and then laughed hard at what Lin Huang said. A bronze-level young man mastering a vampire that has gone through mutation, twice for that matter, is really impressive. If such a talent joins some other organization when he's older, he might be the Purple Crow's biggest enemy, she said menacingly. "You're kidding, I'm just lucky. It was by accident that my vampire mutated twice. Honestly, I didn't know it myself," Lin Huang said as he created an excuse carefully without revealing himself. "Accident or not, it's a fact that your vampire has mutated twice now. We Purple Crows appreciate talents. We will treat Imperial censors who own summoning monsters with 2 mutations very well, in fact, much better than any other organization. When you become a Transcendent, you will definitely be one of our official members. By then, I can satisfy all the needs you have, even if it crosses certain lines," Hong Zhuang said and winked at Lin Huang. Xu Chang could not take it anymore. "Hong Zhuang, why would you talk such nonsense to a child like him? Isn't it easier if we just take him away?" he said, angrily. "What do you know? Convincing him is much better than forcing him," Hong Zhuang scolded the man in response. "Kid, I'm giving you 2 options now. Either we kill you or you follow us. I'm giving you 10 seconds to think about it," Xu Chang said to Lin Huang, ignoring Hong Zhuang. "All right, I will follow you," Lin Huang replied. He knew very well that their conversation would be heading down that path anyway even if Hong Zhuang did not flirt with him. He could only conform and look for an opportunity to escape later. "See, my way is much more effective," Xu Chang laughed. Hong Zhuang rolled her eyes at him and looked at Lin Huang. "Recall your vampire," she ordered. Lin Huang nodded and recalled Bai. When encountering 2 Transcendents, Bai was nothing to them. Even without Bai by his side, it would not have made much of a difference. Xu Chang walked towards Lin Huang and tapped his left shoulder. Instantly, the life power in Lin Huang's body was sealed and he could not move anymore. Xu Chang then bundled him on his shoulder in a fireman's carry and asked Hong Zhuang, "Can we leave now?" Hong Zhuang ignored him while performing complicated hand seals. Out of thin air, a black metal door appeared before them. She led the way by opening the door and walked into it. Xu Chang followed behind her while carrying Lin Huang. A quaint room was behind the metal door. After stepping in, Hong Zhuang recalled the door. A middle-aged man who was also wearing a purple crow coat got up hastily from a couch at the corner and said, "You are back, masters. Was it successful?" "Yes it was, thank you very much," Hong Zhuang said as she nodded at him. Xu Chang then unsealed Lin Huang and put him down. "Who is this?" the middle-aged man asked as he looked curiously at Lin Huang. "We found him on the road. A kid from Division 7. I'd like to recommend him as a reserve member to the organization, Hong Zhuang explained. But we need to go back to the headquarters to submit our mission now. It won't be convenient to bring him along, so I plan to leave him here with you. Train him for me but don't kill him. I'll come back for him in 3 months, she instructed. Sure, no problem. It's definitely an honor for me to care for Master's recommendation, the middle-aged man said respectfully. Lin Huang was confused. The man was exceptionally respectful to them when they were all official members of the Purple Crow and Transcendence. Hong Zhuang then looked at Lin Huang. We have a special mission that we need to get to the headquarters to attend. You haven't had your assessment and registration, so you can't follow us to the headquarters at the moment. I will leave you at the branch in Division 7 and come back for you in 3 months' time, she said. Within these 3 months, they'll send you to a training camp with the other new recruits. Aside from not being killed, there will not be any special treatment for you. It depends on how you plan to survive. Lin Huang nodded. He was relieved that he was brought to Division 7. If he was to go to other division, even if he managed to escape, it would be hard for him to leave the division and make his way to Division 7. I believe this little kid should not be too bad since he was spotted by you, Master, the middle-aged Transcendent said and smiled at Lin Huang. We'll get going now. Please take care of him, Hong Zhuang said, ignoring the flattery. She then summoned the black door again. Xu Chang and herself then stepped in and soon the door closed and disappeared. The middle-aged Transcendent checked out Lin Huang and smiled. You're lucky the Master spotted you. Lin Huang asked what he was curious about before. Sir, you are also a Transcendent wearing the Purple Crow attire. Why would you call the both of them Masters? Transcendent is just a default name for people who are higher than gold level. It does not represent one's combat level. Transcendents can drastically differ in their combat ability. You will come to understand that in the future. I call them Masters because their abilities are stronger than mine. Another reason is because their rank is higher than mine in the organization, he explained. As Lin Huang was brought back by Hong Zhuang, the middle-aged Transcendent did not treat Lin Huang as an outsider and spoke to him casually. Do you see the logo on our collars? The middle-aged Transcendent said as he pointed at the collar of his coat. There was a black metal piece the size of a thumb. It looked like a purple crow. Yours is black. I remember theirs were red, Lin Huang said as he nodded. That's right. The black logo means I'm an official member of the organization. Most of the official members belong to the divisions. Red logo are a rank above us, and they are the elites. They work at the headquarters. The highest one would be a purple logo. They are the core members of the organization. All the plans introduced in the organization are based on their decisions, the middle-aged Transcendent continued. Is that so? Lin Huang had just found out about the internal structure of the organization. He figured since Hong Zhuang and Xu Chang were both elite members, their abilities must be much stronger than the common Transcendents. It's late now, I will get you a place to sleep. I will bring you to the training camp tomorrow morning. They will take care of you. However, don't expect a relaxing life at the training camp. I can only guarantee that they don't kill you. The rest depends on how you behave, he warned. The middle-aged Transcendent was very respectful of what Hong Zhuang had instructed. Thank you, sir. I understand that, Lin Huang said and nodded, all the while thinking of ways to escape. Chapter 129. Xiaomo Lin Huang was arranged to stay in a guest house that night. He found out the middle-aged Transcendent's name was Lu Zan. He was thinking of escaping, but now since the room that he was staying was less than 500 meters away from Lu Zan's, he gave up on his plan. Even if he was to transform into Ghost Shadow and escaped underground, Lu Zan would sense that his vibe disappeared as he transformed. It was impossible to escape from him. Although Lu Zan was friendly, he seemed to be aware that Lin Huang was attempting to escape. Not only was he not allowed to leave the area outside the house, he was not allowed to use the network and communication devices too. To make matters worse, he had no idea which foothold he was in. After dinner, he went straight to bed. The next morning, Lu Zan sent someone to the room that the both of them met on the first day when they arrived. Where is the training camp? How do we get there? Lin Huang asked. He wanted to get him to tell him their location so that he could factor it into his escape. There's no rush, I'll bring you there, Lu Zan said calmly while summoning a red door. It was a space treasure tool. In reality, space treasure tools like those were rare and were priced at more than 10 times a normal treasure tool of the same level. However, Lin Huang had gotten used to these treasure tool within the days he was there. He was not impressed by them anymore. Lu Zan performed hand seals and the red door opened. He then nodded to Lin Huang and said, "Let's go." They stepped into the door. A plaza was before them as they stepped through the door. Lin Huang looked around. To him, the place looked like a small foothold. "Stop standing around. Follow me," Lu Zan scolded as he kept away the red door and waved Lin Huang onwards. Lin Huang followed him and they walked to the bottom of a gigantic tower in the middle of the small foothold. They entered the gigantic tower and went all the way to the top in the elevator. There was a big room located at the top floor. At the huge meeting table, a man with a scar on his face placed both his feet on the table. He was puffing away at a cigar. "Yo, you're free today," the man said as he greeted Lu Zan. "Sending a kid here," Lu Zan replied and nodded. The man looked at Lin Huang and smiled. "Who is this?" he asked Lu Zan. At Master Hong Zhuang's recommendation, she wants to refer him to join the reserve recruits, Lu Zan said. "He's only a bronze level. What happens if he dies here?" the man asked. Master Hong Zhuang said you can do anything to him as long as you don't kill him, Lu Zan said and laughed at the thought. Sigh, the man shook his head. "You should know that there are things that I can't control. This kid is too weak. I can't kill him and I'll have to babysit him. I'm like his nanny now," the man said and slapped his forehead. He was not happy with the arrangement. There was nothing we could do. It was the instructions from Master Hong Zhuang herself. If she comes back 3 months from now and this kid is gone, that would be bad for us, Lu Zan said. He was helpless too. "All right then, I'll try my best," the man replied. "I will leave him to you, and you do your best." "I'll get going now," Lu Zan said and patted Lin Huang's shoulder. He then summoned the red door and left. Seeing him leave, the man sucked hard on his cigar and put down his feet. He placed his cigar aside and placed his hands on the desk. He then looked at Lin Huang and finally spoke. "Listen, kid, I don't care who is supporting you behind the scenes, there's no special treatment here. Master Hong Zhuang said we have to keep you alive, but if you break the rules here, I have many ways to make you feel pain much worse than dying," he threatened. Lin Huang nodded expressionless. The man then looked away and made a call. "There's a kid here, bring him to the dorm," he said to the person over the phone. After he hung up the call, the man stared at Lin Huang again until a man in a black uniform took Lin Huang away. Following the man down the elevator, they headed north from the tower and walked into a courtyard behind a big metal door. After registration, they passed a large courtyard and entered into a building. They arrived in a small room on the first floor and the man in uniform tossed 2 army green shirt at him. "Change now," he ordered. He remained standing without an expression. He did not seem to be walking away. Lin Huang did not bother to say anything. He removed his clothes to his underwear and put on the army green shirt. It was fitting but ugly. He then kept his clothes into his space storage. The man in uniform then said, "You can only wear this green uniform here. You're not allowed to wear any other clothes. This is a rule among others and there will be no tolerating rule breakers." He brought Lin Huang to the 11th floor. Lin Huang frowned as he walked, seeing the rooms were designed to resemble a prison. The room door was an anti-explosion door. One could look into the room from the metals bars. The room was 10 square meters with a double-decker bed. The basin and toilet bowl were placed inside the room. Seeing Lin Huang's arrival, many stood by their doors and watched him. The man in uniform suddenly stopped walking. 1121, this is your room. We have sent all the rules and regulations to your emperor's heart ring. Memorize them, he bellowed. There was a boy sitting by the bed looking at him in fear. The boy looked like he was 15 or 16. He was dark and skinny. "Go in now," the man in uniform ordered as he pushed the door open. After Lin Huang stepped in, the man closed the door and left. Lin Huang looked at his roommate and smiled. "Hi, my name is Lin Huang," he greeted him. The boy hesitated and nodded to Lin Huang, saying, "Xiao Mo." Just when Lin Huang wanted to sit down, a bell went off. The bell ring sounded like a school bell when he was on Earth, but it was much louder and clearer. What is happening? Lin Huang thought. This was ridiculous. Breakfast, Xiao Mo mumbled and got down off his bed. Soon, the doors automatically opened. Xiao Mo waved at Lin Huang and ran right out. Lin Huang followed too. Many of them were running downstairs. When they arrived at the canteen, it was almost full. He then picked up a metal plate and queued at the back. When it was his turn, there was nothing much left. The staff got him a bowl of sticky stuff that looked like porridge, but the color and texture looked more like Vomit. Lin Huang lost his appetite. Just when he was going to put down his plate and leave, he saw Xiaomo waving at him. He then walked to him with his plate. When he was sitting down, a young man with buzz-cut hair walked towards them with his plate. "Kid, you're fast today. You even got meat." The buzz-cut man stabbed at a piece of meat using his fork and ate it. Lin Huang frowned as he watched. "How can one piece of meat satisfy me?" The buzz-cut man continued mockingly and swallowed the meat. "Since I'm not satisfied, you shall not eat yours," the man said and flipped Xiaomo's plate over, spilling his food all over him. The people around them were enjoying the show. None of them stood up for Xiaomo. "Hey, aren't you too much?" Lin Huang put down his plate and said to the man. "What, kid? This is none of your business." The buzz-cut man ignored Lin Huang. "Pick up the plate and apologize to him," Lin Huang said menacingly and stared deadly at him. Lin Huang standing up to him got the people excited. They were smiling and waiting for a climax to the show. "Who do you think you are?" the buzz-cut man shouted and glared at Lin Huang. "Let me repeat myself. Pick up the plate and apologize to him," Lin Huang said firmly. He did not want to give in. "It's okay," Xiaomo said softly as he stood up and shook Lin Huang's arm. "Kid, I'm warning you. Before you step into my business, you should consider if you have the..." Before the man could finish what he said, Lin Huang wrapped his hand around the man's neck and slammed his head against the table. His fork was in his hand, and he was holding it at less than 1 centimeter from his eyeball. "This is the last time I'm going to say this. Apologize." Lin Huang looked deadly. He was not going to give up until the man apologized. "I'm sorry," the buzz-cut man squealed. He was scared and startled while apologizing. The bell rang, and it was the end of breakfast. The rest stood up and left to put their plates back. Lin Huang then let go of the man and shouted at Xiaomo asking him to leave. The buzz-cut man left silently. Many of the others were making fun of him. After putting their plates back, Xiaomo followed Lin Huang as he was leaving the canteen. After some hesitation, he said, "Thank you. There's no need to thank me." "How did you get on his bad side?" Lin Huang asked casually. "Once I accidentally stepped on his foot when I was walking down the stairs," Xiaomo told him. "I apologized immediately, but he just didn't want to let go and keep coming back for me. This kind of people are sick. The more you let him, the more absurd he will behave. You should not allow him to treat you like this," Lin Huang said. He thought the way Xiaomo behaved was weak. "But I can never fight him," Xiaomo mumbled softly. He was clearly upset. "Then try your best to make yourself stronger. One day you will fight him," Lin Huang said. He suddenly recalled he still had the dried vegetable from Fatty in his space storage. He patted Xiaomo's shoulder and said, "Let's go back to the room. I have some good stuff in my space storage." Chapter 130. Public execution. Lin Huang was adapting to the life in the training camp. It was similar to being held as a prisoner against his will. All communication and network signals were blocked, and they were completely disconnected from the outside world. There were surveillance cameras in every corner of the small foothold, and there were no blind spots at all. There was no privacy at all given. They were watched 24 hours a day, when they used the toilet, bathroom, and even while they slept. Their daily routine was to wake up for breakfast from 8 a.m. to 8:30 a.m., and following that, they would be free to do as they please for the next hour. From 9:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., they would be killing monsters in the training tower for the entire length of 8 hours. 5:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. was dinner time, and again, they were free to do as they pleased. After that, it was back to killing monsters in the training tower for 3 hours, from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. They only got to rest after 11 o'clock at night. Soon, 2 days had passed. It was free and easy time after breakfast, and suddenly, a tune that sounded like a ringtone was played on the loudspeaker. Half a minute later, the music stopped and a man began to speak. "Everyone gather round the execution point in 10 minutes. Lin Huang thought that was odd. "What's going on?" he asked Xiaomo. "It's public execution day today," Xiaomo explained softly. "Everyone has to be there to watch it." "You mean executions for the 3 people who are ranked the lowest?" Lin Huang asked him again. He knew the rule himself, but it was his first time he was going to witness an actual execution. Are they really going to carry out the execution in front of everyone? He almost yelled. Lin Huang had read about this rule in the beginning when the training camp made them take a ranking test. They could collect points by killing monsters in the training tower. Iron level rank 1 equals 1 point, rank 2 equals 2 points, rank 3 equals 4 points, bronze level rank 1 equals 10 points, rank 2 equals 20 points, rank 3 equals 40 points, silver level rank 1 equals 100 points, rank 2 equals 200 points, rank 3 equals 400 points, gold level rank 1 equals 1000 points, rank 2 equals 2000 points, rank 3 equals 4000 points. By accumulating points, they could redeem things that they wanted, which included combat skills, life skills, equipment, food, and a lot more. The ranking was refreshed daily and was sent to everyone's Emperor's heart ring through the local network. It was mentioned that those who ranked top 3 for 100 consecutive trials or broke through to gold level during these trainings would officially become a reserve member of the Purple Crow. Meanwhile, those who ranked on the lowest 3 for 10 consecutive days would be executed in public. The public execution serves as a reminder to all of us, Xiao Mo explained. Looking at everyone leaving, he urged Lin Huang, "Let's leave now. There will be punishments for the latecomers." Both of them followed the crowd to the other building. In the small foothold, they arrived at an enormous ring-shaped arena. There was an empty space the size of a football field in the middle of the arena. It was surrounded by chairs, and within a glance, it could probably accommodate more than 10,000 people. Lin Huang and Xiao Mo found themselves a seat. Soon the empty seats in the arena were almost full. It was only then that Lin Huang realized there were so many people in the training camp, more than he expected. So many people, this isn't considered many. There are 13 training camps in Division 7. Ours is only the 11th when it comes to the number of participants, Xiao Mo explained immediately when he heard Lin Huang's exclamation. There are 13 training camps? Lin Huang gasped. He had thought this was the only training camp in Division 7. He had definitely underestimated the organization. Shish. Suddenly, Xiao Mo gestured at Lin Huang to stop talking and said quietly, "The public execution is starting, we're not allowed to talk." Lin Huang nodded and kept quiet while looking at the people at the arena. The arena was completely silent. It seemed like everybody was aware of this rule. 3 young men in green uniforms were shoved in from the entrance of the arena. They looked like death row inmates with dead eyes and expressionless faces. There were 3 executioners in black behind them. The 3 young men in green uniforms walked slowly to the middle of the area. One of the man in black who was wearing sunglasses walked towards them with a sealed box. "What is happening?" Lin Huang asked quietly. "They're asking the young men to choose how they would die by drawing ballots," Xiao Mo explained. Lin Huang was solemn as he watched the events transpire. The 3 young men extended shaking hands into the sealed box. They then pulled out a wooden piece each. "Say your name, ranking and the style of execution," the man in sunglasses said into a loudspeaker receiver the size of a palm. He then passed the loudspeaker to the first man. The receiver was turned on and a long antenna came out from it and stopped by the man's mouth. As it turned out, it was the mouthpiece for the loudspeaker. The young man stuttered, "My name is Han Yang, I'm ranked last in the point rankings for the past 10 days. My death would be by beheading," he cried as he said those words out loud. He was terrified. Lin Huang could tell that this person was only Iron level rank 2, a rank which was considered to be the weakest in this training camp, so it was not out of the ordinary that he ranked last. After the young man's report, the man in sunglasses took the loudspeaker receiver from him and nodded to the executioner who was standing behind him, and he took a few steps back. The golden ring on the executioner's hand transformed into a sword and he held the young man on the ground by force. Soon, the sword came down on the young man and a head shot up into the air as blood gushed everywhere. Lin Huang frowned as he watched. Although he had killed people before, it was the first time he watched an actual execution happen. He thought it was gruesome and unethical. However, the man in sunglasses did not seem to be affected at all. He then walked across the pool of blood in his pair of black leather boots and handed the loudspeaker receiver to the second man with an expressionless face. "My name is Lu Shen, I ranked second last in the past 10 days. My death will be execution by gunshot," the second young man said with a gloomy expression. The man in sunglasses nodded to the executioner again. The golden ring transformed into a pistol and he pointed it at the left side of Lu Shen's head. The executioner pulled the trigger without a moment's notice. Bang! A bullet was shot, and the young man's head exploded. It was Lin Huang's first time witnessing the power of a gold-level gun. The man in sunglasses then walked to the last person and handed him the loudspeaker receiver. "My name is Zhou He, I'm ranked the third last in the past 10 days. My death will be through dismemberment." Suddenly, An uproar broke among the crowd as the young man mentioned how his execution would be carried out. Many were discussing the execution as it seemed like it had been a while since the last time someone was executed by dismemberment. The man in sunglasses was stunned as well, but his surprise slowly turned to anger as he frowned at the noisy crowd. Silence. The man in sunglasses shouted into the loudspeaker receiver and the arena went silent. Once the man made sure that the people were calm, he took a few steps back and nodded to the executioner. The executioner then sealed Zhou He's movement from the back of his neck. His clothes were removed and he was tied with a metal rope before he was hung on a metal shelf. He looked like a beast waiting for slaughter. Soon blades appeared in the executioner's hands and he began performing his knife skills on Zhou He. His skills were refined from years of experience as he slowly sliced the flesh off Zhou He's body. Once his clothes were completely removed, each of the wounds were clear before everybody's eyes. Zhou He was groaning in pain, and the sounds were transmitted, loud and clear through the loudspeaker. Lin Huang had heard of such executions before, had never imagined it to be this gory and cruel. It lasted for more than 3 hours. Zhou He was finally dead with thousands of slices of his flesh were carved from his body. The execution was carved into everyone's mind and they were in fearful awe of the executioner. Zhou He's groan echoed in Lin Huang's head as he walked back to his room. It seems like the purple crow is a cult, he thought. It was the first time he had seen something so gruesome since he joined the training camp. Xiaomo had been quiet ever since they got back to their room and he has not spoken a single word since the incident. Lin Huang soon noticed his odd behavior and asked, "Xiaomo, what's wrong? Were you traumatized by the execution we saw earlier?" "I will die 10 days from now," Xiaomo said after being quiet for a while. "What do you mean?" Lin Huang wondered as he thought what he said was ridiculous. "I'm one of those who will be executed in the next batch," Xiaomo mumbled as he did not want to explain any further. Lin Huang then realized what Xiaomo was trying to say, as he was only an iron level rank 3 hunter and his combat strength was limited. He had ranked at the bottom for a while after the 3 young men were executed. Xiaomo was the next one who was ranked last on the leaderboard. "Don't worry, there's still another 10 days to go. There must be a way," Lin Huang said as he tried to improve the morale between them. He did not know what else to say. Try to stay longer in the training tower for the next few days. Each room in the training tower could only accommodate 1 person and each mission had to be done alone. There was no way for Lin Huang to help Xiaomo. "Oh, yeah, how far are you from filling up your life power?" Lin Huang asked. "My life power is full but I don't dare to level up because once I arrive at bronze level, I won't be able to enter the iron level training room any further. I'd accumulate points at an even slower rate." Xiaomo was in a vicious cycle. He could accumulate points by killing iron level monsters but the points were much lower compared to bronze level monsters. On the other hand, if he chose to level up, his abilities were still insufficient to kill bronze level monsters and this would slow him down even more. Lin Huang was at a loss as there was nothing he could do to help in this situation. Chapter 131. Unspoken rules of the training camp. After the first day of familiarization, Lin Huang headed straight to the training tower right after breakfast the next morning. To him, the accumulation of points nothing as he was not lacking equipment or combat skills. At most, he would need a minimal amount of points to get some food but most importantly, he only had one goal when he entered the training tower, obtaining more life power. The training tower was a giant tower located in the middle of a small foothold. Aside from Scarface's office on the top floor, there was a total of 12 floors with training areas beneath it. The first to third floor contained monsters from iron level rank -1 to rank 3. The fourth to sixth floor contained monsters from bronze level rank -1 to rank 3. The seventh to ninth floor contained monsters from silver level rank -1 to rank 3 while the 10th to 12th floor contained monsters from gold level rank -1 to rank 3. Lin Huang got up to the 6th floor using the stairs and looked for a room that was unoccupied. He chose the 6th floor because accumulating life power by killing bronze level monsters was not much different from killing silver level monsters. At the same time, Lin Huang could focus on his training as well. With Bai's ability, he could totally go straight to the 9th or 10th floor but to Lin Huang, the monsters on the 9th and 10th floor would be too strong for him to handle alone and all he would be able to do was watch Bai do all the killing. There were 300 doors on each floor, each of them leading to a training room. If the training room was occupied, there would be a red light above the entrance. If it was vacant, there would be a green light above the entrance. They would have to scan their identity tags before entering. It took Lin Huang a while to find a door with a green light, and he entered it immediately after scanning his identity code. Once he stepped in through the door, he was teleported into the wild. In his field of vision, there were groups of bronze-level rank 3 monsters of all forms. He was stunned. Is this real life or virtual reality? Lin Huang thought, but he could not tell at that moment. He had never seen so many monsters at once in any of the wild zones in the safe zones. As he summoned by, the blood spirit wings sliced the first monster's head and life light was transferred from the monster to his life wheel. He realized that this was real life. Where is this place? He wondered. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Huang and Bai began killing. Participants would usually stay in the training room for 2 to 3 hours as their life power would be drained from such intense battles. However, since Lin Huang's life wheel was connected to Bai's, his life power was replenished continuously, so he would be able to stay there for extended periods of time, easily up to 8 hours. Lin Huang got out of the training space at 5 in the evening. Within 8 hours, Bai and himself managed to kill up approximately 1,000 monsters. He leveled up from bronze level rank -1 to rank 3, and the life power had filled up the 6th circle in his life wheel. He was close to filling up his life wheels. For the next couple of days, he spent most of his time in the training tower. 3 days later, the 3 life wheels in his body were all filled up. Lin Huang and Bai managed to kill almost 4,000 bronze level rank 3 monsters, allowing him to accumulate more than 160,000 points within 3 days. The accumulated points would reset every 100 days. With the points he had accumulated, he would be able to rank top 10 on the leaderboard. However, he only managed to make it to number 297 on the leaderboard. He had garnered attention from many for the number of points he managed to accumulate in such short period of time. Ever since he completely filled up his life wheels, he stopped going to the training tower. He stayed in his room to practice his life skills as well as stabilize his life power. He hardly left his room after that. His ranking had been dropping during the next couple of days, but he did not care at all. On the 3rd day he stopped going to the training tower. He had planned to take a breather outside after breakfast before practicing his life skills. However, just when he stepped out of the residential area, he was stopped by a young man with blonde hair. "Are you Lin Huang? Can I help you?" Lin Huang had no idea who he was. "I want to challenge you," the man shouted. Lin Huang thought the man was being absurd. Not interested, Lin Huang said and turned away. He could tell that the man was bronze level rank 2 and fighting him would be a waste of time. "I think you meant you don't have the guts to challenge me," the man instigated. "Whatever," Lin Huang replied. He did not bother and walked towards the residential area. "If that's the case, I shall start a deathmatch then," the man yelled at Lin Huang. A notification box popped up before Lin Huang from his Emperor's Heart Ring. "Li Zihao has requested to carry out a deathmatch with you. Deathmatch will start in 10, 9, 8, what the hell?" Lin Huang thought. Could the man be really that ridiculous? "You forced me to do this. If you accepted my challenge, the most I would get was half of your points. Now that you have forced me to initiate a deathmatch, the only thing I can do is to kill you and take all your points," the man shouted at Lin Huang while transforming 2 equipment rings into 2 short blades. Lin Huang finally understood what was happening. He was quiet as he took out his bronze-level battle sword. A crowd had surrounded them to watch the show. Once the countdown was over, the man ran towards Lin Huang. He moved amazingly fast and he was before Lin Huang in an instant. His blades were aimed at Lin Huang's throat and his heart. Many cheered for his tactics. However, with a slight evasive move, the man missed his hit. Nobody saw Lin Huang's attack, but there was a cut that was more than 40 centimeters long on the man's chest, extending from the side left of his waist to his upper chest. "You lose," Lin Huang said as he now stood 2 steps behind the man. The man fell on the ground, blood pouring out of the wound on his chest. It was too late when he realized that his abilities were far beneath Lin Huang's. Lin Huang did not care and attempted to leave. A boy who looked 13 or 14 came to him and said, "Hey, you must kill him to end the battle. That's the rule of the battle. Rules are made by people, and I will not conform to this barbaric behavior." Lin Huang glared at him and walked away. The boy walked past Lin Huang and stood next to the blonde-haired man. He then grabbed his head and snapped his neck. The young man fell to the ground, in his own blood and guts. "I've killed him for you, you don't need to thank me." Since you're new here, I will forgive you for not knowing the rule. However, I hate people who don't follow the rules. I won't let you go next time." The boy shouted at Lin Huang. A notification popped out after the battle ended. Lin Huang obtained 43,000 points. He turned around to glare at the boy and left with the crowd. How dare he offend Gong Sunning? People exclaimed around him. The crowd discussed the incident among themselves. Lin Huang had no idea who that boy was. He walked straight to his room to continue with his practice. Xiaomo saw Lin Huang was back, and he asked nervously, "Did you offend Gong Sunying?" "That guy is Gong Sunying." Lin Huang was surprised. He had heard of the name before but he had never met the guy. Now he knew who the guy was after Xiaomo mentioned it. Gong Sunying was ranked second on the leaderboard. He was silver level rank 3, one of the strongest in the training camp. He's not a boy, his growth was stunted for some reason. He is actually 21 years old, Xiaomo explained. "How did you offend him?" He continued. "Nothing, I just bumped into him but the news traveled so fast that even you already heard about it," Lin Huang said. He was speechless in how fast gossip traveled around here. "I saw it on the forums," Xiaomo said. Although the network connection on the Heart network was blocked, there was a forum on the Division network for discussions. The latest gossip was usually posted there. Gong Sunying was one of the strongest in the training camp. Anything that was related to him would naturally be posted on the forum as soon as possible. The news about Lin Huang offending him was posted too. "What's with the deathmatch? Why didn't I find this in the rule book?" Lin Huang asked Xiaomo. The deathmatch was not created by the training camp. It was started by participants in the training camp. Initially it was a bet where the management staff would be the judges. The one who won would take all the points in the bet while the one who lost would lose their points. It created a gambling trend so it had to stop, Xiaomo explained. Later on it became a battle where the one who won could take the loser's points right away, but only up to 50% of his points. After that, it became a deathmatch where the winner would have to kill the loser to end the battle. The winner could take all of the loser's points. It was not in the rules because it is an unspoken rule. The management realized that this would benefit them in finding superior participants so it was allowed, Xiaomo concluded. Lin Huang finally understood why such things existed in the training camp after Xiaomo's explanation. "How many points have you accumulated now?" Lin Huang asked. "Better than before but it's still not good enough," Xiaomo replied with an awkward smile. "From what you said, I should have killed monsters until all my life power got drained before getting to a safe place where I can replenish my life power with life crystals. If I could stay for 8 hours in the training room within these couple of days, I'd take exactly 2.5 hours to kill the monsters," he continued. "Take it one step at a time. With your pace, it's very possible to be out of the last 3 places on the leaderboard." "Do you still have life crystals?" Lin Huang asked. "I still have enough for tomorrow," Xiaomo nodded. "Thank you for all your help. I will return these life crystals 3 times over. No, 10 times over to you. We will talk about money when we are out of here. Just focus on killing monsters now," Lin Huang said and patted his shoulder. Chapter 132, I Want to Challenge You. Soon, 4 days had passed. Xiaomo was upset. Although he had been killing monsters with Lin Huang's help for the past few days, he only managed to move up from being the last ranked recruit to being the third from the bottom. In less than half an hour, the final score was to be announced. He was 2,000 points away from the 4th last person. It was impossible to make up the difference in points. Lin Huang redeemed food from the staff members with his points. Since he saw food that looked like vomit on the first day, he never stepped foot in the canteen again. Xiaomo was lucky that he did not have to get food with the others in the canteen. "Eat something," Lin Huang passed him a bento box. Xiaomo took the bento box and put it aside. "I will be executed tomorrow. I thought I'd at least make a name for myself if I joined the Purple Crows." "I couldn't even pass the first hurdle," Xiaomo mumbled. "Why would you want to join the Purple Crows? You're already in iron level, you could totally join the Hunter Association and become a reserve hunter. Although there's no benefit over there, you could take it one step at a time by killing monsters and make a name for yourself later on," Lin Huang told him, but he knew that Xiaomo would not divert from his goal. "If I could, of course, join the Hunter Association but I don't get to choose where to go." Xiaomo then took off his t-shirt showed Lin Huang his skinny body. He pointed at his left side of his chest where there was a black, complicated sigil. "This is why I must join the Purple Crow," he said. "Descendants of the Sin, Lin Huang said aloud and frowned. In the beginning of the new era, some of the humanoid monsters would capture ladies for procreation. Many were killed while some were rescued. Many of the rescued ladies were pregnant with the seed of the monsters. Those children were called sinners. Most of the first-generation sinners were killed by humans when they were born, while some of them were saved by the Union government's amendment policy. However, they were marked with the sinner's logo and it would be passed on to every generation. Everybody that had this logo was labeled as the descendants of the sin. Although the Union government stopped people from killing the descendants, they were prohibited from joining the government sector, as the government was worried that they might grow up to be monsters and harm humans again. Xiaomo wanted to be stronger. He had no choice but to join the dark side, the underworld. Only underworld organizations could groom him to make him stronger. Lin Huang finally understood why Xiaomo would always avoid the others whenever he was in the bathroom. He was afraid to reveal that he was one of the descendants of the sin. Now that he was going to be executed the next morning, he decided to tell his closest companion his secret. The sinners have been victims since the beginning, same goes to their descendants like you, Lin Huang said. He then let out a sigh and patted Xiaomo's shoulder. Come eat something. He realized that the topic was too heavy, and he did not say a word anymore as he ate his food. Xiaomo was solemn for a while, but then he started eating too. It was almost 6 in the evening when Xiaomo finished his food. He looked at the time and said to Lin Huang, 3 minutes to go, thank you so much for taking care of me. Unfortunately, I can't return to you the life crystals that you have lent me. Lin Huang took his empty bento box from him and said with a smile, you should challenge me. As long as I surrender, you would get a portion of my points. No, surrendering in challenges on purpose would be breaking the rules. Gong Sunying and the rest would come after you, Xiaomo said and shook his head. Rules are set by people. He could have made that up, and I can break it too like I did the last time, Lin Huang smirked. If he comes after me, I will welcome him with open arms. Troubles are my favorite pastime, he said proudly, and laughed. Gong Sunying would level up to gold level anytime now since he is already silver level rank -3. I know you're powerful, but you won't be able to beat him, Xiaomo said softly, still shaking his head. I know someone in the management. He cannot do anything to me, Lin Huang said. Although he did not know what to say anymore, he thought revealing this fact might be what Xiaomo needed for a little motivation. The person who sent me to this training camp was a lady called Hong Zhuang. She is an elite member of Purple Crow. She is coming back for me in 3 months. By then, I will be a reserve member of the Purple Crow, Lin Huang said. I didn't want to tell anyone about this, so now, can you please challenge me? Lin Huang said as he placed his hand on Xiaomo's shoulder. Really? Xiaomo's eyes lit up. Of course it's the truth. We don't have much time, stop hesitating. Lin Huang nodded. Xiaomo then challenged Lin Huang. A notification box popped up before Lin Huang. Xiaomo is challenging you, do you want to accept the challenge? Challenge accepted. Lin Huang pushed the button immediately once he saw the notification box. Once the countdown ended, Lin Huang shouted, I surrender. The system announced Xiaomo's win in the challenge. Soon, Lin Huang was notified that 5,000 of his accumulated points were taken by Xiaomo. Why don't you take more and make your ranking higher? Lin Huang said. He knew that Xiaomo had always been very careful and being so close to the edge was still not a comfortable place for him. 5,000 points is enough, thank you. The one before me was 2,000 points ahead of me. Moreover, if my points are too high, people would start challenging me. If my points are low, nobody would want to challenge me. This amount is enough for me, Xiaomo said, gratefulness clear in his eyes. He did not reveal that he did not want to take too much of Lin Huang's points so that his friend would not despise him. He did not know that Lin Huang had never cared about the points. It was 6 o'clock soon after the challenge ended and Xiaomo's ranking improved. The new execution list was out and Xiaomo had managed to escape the execution. Although, the sudden 5,000 points that Xiaomo gained got the attention of many other recruits. Soon, someone found out the source of the 5,000 points. Since Lin Huang's points did not change for the past week and his ranking had been dropping, aside from the points that he used to redeem food, it basically remained unchanged. However, the 5,000 points drop gave away the fact that he cheated in the challenge so that Xiaomo would win. Within minutes, the news got to Gong Sunying. Lin Huang, I have warned you not to ignore our rules. Now you're just asking for it. Don't blame me for not showing mercy. I shall kill you before the 10,000 people here. Gong Sunying roared. He was furious when he heard the news and went straight to the courtyard floor beneath the dorm. Minutes later, he stood in the middle of the courtyard where Lin Huang's room was and shouted, "Lin Huang, come here right now. I challenge you to a deathmatch." Chapter 133. Almighty Imperial Censor Gong Sunying's voice could be heard all around from 2 blocks away. Lin Huang and Xiao Mo heard it too. "It's Gong Sunying," Xiao Mo whispered with a shiver. He was terrified. "It's okay," Lin Huang said. He then stood up and walked to the corridor outside his room. He stood in the corridor and looked down. Gong Sunying was standing at the courtyard downstairs, furious. He shouted at Lin Huang again, "I warned you not to break our rules. How dare you break the rules of battle openly and surrendered on purpose just to let Xiao Mo win? Since you want to save him from getting executed, I'll take your life as a replacement." The balconies of both dormitories were filled with people. The same happened in the courtyard. The crowd surrounded them to watch their fight. After hearing what Gong Sunying said, they knew exactly what had happened. The crowd did not scare Lin Huang at all. He looked at Gong Sunying and said, "Your so-called rules are just unspoken rules of this place. You set it up to benefit yourself. It was never the rules of this training camp, and there's no need for me to obey them. If you would like to challenge me, I'm here for you. However, I advise you to think twice or you might regret the consequences. You have finally ranked second on the leaderboard, and the most you'd have to wait for would be 2 months before you can join the Purple Crows as an official member. It's not wise if you were to do something stupid such as getting yourself killed," Lin Huang said calmly. What Lin Huang said shocked the people who were watching. This new kid has balls. How dare he speak to Gong Sunying like that? He must be crazy. He's only bronze level. How dare he say something like this? Does he want to die? The people discussed among themselves, and they thought Lin Huang was asking for it. How dare you talk to me like that when you're only bronze level? If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not called Gong Sunying. Gong Sunying bellowed at the top of his lungs. While everyone was waiting for the show to start, a shadow shot down from the sky. What's with this crowd? Scarface landed in his black coat. Everyone was quiet as they knew that the man was the manager of the camp. He would only appear when serious incidents happened or he would never have shown himself. All matters would pass through him before they reached the guys in black uniforms. However, Scarface appeared before Lin Huang and Gong Sunying. Many found that odd. It seems like this Lin Huang has strong support. Even the manager is here. "Master, this kid called Lin Huang is deliberately breaking our rules," Gong Sunying said respectfully. He was not stupid as he could tell that the man was here to help Lin Huang, so he spoke first to get his word in. "Lin Huang, I told you on the first day when you arrived. You will have no special treatment here, and you must obey the rules. Did you not take me seriously?" What the man said made everyone realize one thing: Lin Huang knew the manager personally. Most of the people here had not even seen the manager in months, but Lin Huang managed to meet him as soon as he arrived. He even got to speak to the manager, and it was obvious that the manager was citing Lin Huang. Hearing what the manager said, Gong Sunying's heart dropped. He could tell that the manager was telling everyone here that Lin Huang had someone behind him. Gong Sunying was mad that Lin Huang was going to get away with this. "Master, I have always been obeying your rules, I have never once disobeyed you. I believe that you know that yourself. However, this is a rule that was set by them personally, so there's no need for me to obey those as well. Am I right?" Lin Huang said politely. He knew very well that the man was here to get him out of the trouble. From the outside, he knew that his ability was far from Gong Sunying's. The man was afraid that Lin Huang would be killed by Gong Sunying and that would put him trouble with Hong Zhuang. Setting up their own rules. The man turned around and looked at Gong Sunying. "Gong Sunying, is it true that you've done such a thing here?" "Master, there's no such thing. Lin Huang must have misunderstood us. How would we dare to do such thing in this training camp?" Gong Sunying said and waved his hands in bewilderment. "I believe you've heard that, Lin Huang. Since it's a misunderstanding, stop messing around. Go back to your room," the manager said firmly. However, Lin Huang started speaking. "No, this is not over. Gong Sunying, didn't you say you wanted to challenge me?" The man was shocked at what Lin Huang said. "Lin Huang, didn't he say this is a misunderstanding? Why are you still messing around?" Gong Sunying was furious, but as the man was around, he did not dare to say anything. None of the people around expected Lin Huang to dwell on it since the manager had spoken. Is this kid stupid? Perhaps he wants the manager to punish Gong Sunying. This is too much. Master, although the misunderstanding has been solved, we have yet to solve our personal issues. Lin Huang turned the incident into a personal grudge so that the man would not step in. Lin Huang, what are you trying to do? The man did not expect Lin Huang to get rid of him after he managed to get him out of trouble with Gong Sunying. Since this is regarding our personal issue, then we shall do it our way. Lin Huang looked at Gong Sunying. Gong Sunying, do you accept this deathmatch with me? Gong Sunying was in a pickle. He looked at Scarface. The man did not expect Lin Huang to step back into square one, making all his efforts go to waste. He did not know what to do. There's no need for a deathmatch. Since it's something personal, a normal battle would suffice, the man said as he made the decision. Master, since this is personal, the solution has to be life or death. It would be unfair if you continue to side with him, Lin Huang said, which the manager thought was uncalled for. What's wrong with this kid? Why would he think that the manager is siding Gong Sunying? He must be joking. How could he not know that the manager is obviously siding him? The manager must be in a bad position now. The man was furious at what Lin Huang said. It was obvious that he was siding Lin Huang, but he managed to turn it around, saying that he was siding Gong Sunying instead. Since Lin Huang said that, there was nothing that the man could do. He thought to himself, I have tried my best. Since you are so eager to be killed, there's nothing I can do. He took a deep breath with his eyes closed and said, since you insist on a deathmatch it is then. Gong Sunying was glad to hear that, and he shot a deadly stare at Lin Huang. Lin Huang then made his way down the stairs and arrived in the middle of the courtyard minutes later. He stood less than 10 meters away from Lin Huang. 10 meters was the furthest distance for an effective attack. Any further and the attack would be pointless for a normal battles or a deathmatch. I, Lin Huang, would like to have a deathmatch with Gong Sunying, Lin Huang requested. Seconds later, a deathmatch began. You have requested a deathmatch with Gong Sunying. Deathmatch will start in 10, 9, 8, when it was the last 3 seconds, Lin Huang waved his hand suddenly and a man in a black mask and silver hair appeared beside him. The crowd was shocked to see a vampire there. At the very last second, Lin Huang lifted his right hand and pointed at Gong Sunying who stood across from him. He uttered 3 words, kill him now. Bai's eyes turned red and his blood power wings grew larger. Next, there was a red glow that flashed through the air. Bai appeared behind Gong Sunying and he did not even see it coming. Before he could even lift his blade, Bai had completed his attack. It was so fast that nobody could have seen anything with the naked eye. The crowd was stunned at what they saw. Soon, Gong Sunying's head fell from his neck to the floor. There was no blood coming out of the cut on his neck. His headless body stood still on the ground. What happened was out of Scarface's expectation. He thought Gong Sunying would kill Lin Huang, but it was the other way round instead. In reality, he had seen Lin Huang fight in the training room and had noticed that Lin Huang had a vampire as his monster. As he was killing bronze level rank 3 monsters, Bai did not show the speed and strength he had just exhibited. He thought Bai was just a mutated vampire. Now that he had seen Bai's strength at a close range, he confirmed that Bai had gone through mutations twice. No wonder Master Hong Zhuang recommended him to join the organization. Scarface finally understood the true reason behind Lin Huang's recruitment. Congratulations, you have obtained a skill card, Mountain Blade. Congratulations, you have obtained a talent card, Superhuman Strength. Lin Huang was stunned at the notification. He did not only contain a skill card from killing Gong Sunying but also a talent card. He thought that was strange. Alright, go back to your rooms. Scarface shouted at the crowd. He then turned around and looked at Lin Huang with a complicated facial expression. Lin Huang, go back to your room. Stop causing trouble, I will be back in a short while, Lin Huang said, and he did not leave immediately. He walked to Gong Sunying and searched his dead body right in front of Scarface. Chapter 134. Modified gun. As Lin Huang walked back to his room on the 11th floor from the courtyard, everyone shot respectful glances in his direction. What happened earlier was shocking to all as Lin Huang killed Gong Sunying, who ranked second on the leaderboard within seconds. Everyone knew although Gong Sunying was a silver level rank 3, his ability was comparable with a gold level rank -1. He might be not have been able to fight gold level rank 2 hunters, but not to the point that he would be dead in an instant. Even Fang Wen, who ranked the first on the leaderboard, was just slightly stronger than Gong Sunying. It was not possible for Fang Wen to kill him, let alone instantly. It was not Gong Sunying who was weak, but Bai was too powerful for him. His ability now was powerful enough to handle all the participants in the training camp. Lin Huang wanted to keep a low profile in the camp as he gathered insider information before running away. If Gong Sunying did not insist on a battle, he would not have revealed his strength, which was only the tip of the iceberg. When he returned to his room, Xiaomo came to him in excitement. He saw everything from the balcony, and he was in admiration of Lin Huang. He had always thought that Lin Huang was just slightly more powerful than himself and would never have any significant rank on the leaderboard. Now he knew that Lin Huang was something like the ultimate boss in a video game. Moreover, it was proved that Lin Huang had someone supporting him since Scarface sided with him earlier. Lin Huang had the ability with a strong background, anyone would have wanted to ride on his coattails. However, as Xiaomo had low self-esteem issues, he realized that he was no use to Lin Huang anymore. He could explain to Lin Huang about the rules of this training camp, but now that he was popular, many people would want to be his apprentice. Just when he was thinking, he heard Lin Huang was speaking to him. Xiaomo, find a life seed monster that you want within these few days and level up to bronze level. By then, you should be able to kill monsters on the 4th floor of the training tower. It's okay if it takes longer to accumulate points, you can take the points from me. After your point collections are stable on the 4th floor, even if I'm not around anymore, you won't be the few people on the bottom of the leaderboard anymore, Lin Huang said. He thought that such an arrangement with Xiaomo would not only benefit the skinny boy but also motivate him to do better. Hong Zhuang said she would come for Lin Huang in 3 months, that meant Lin Huang would have to leave this place within 3 months, or else he might not be able to escape once he was taken away from Division 7. Moreover, he was still not interested in joining the Purple Crows. I will do my best, Xiaomo nodded. He did not think too deeply about what Lin Huang had said. He thought Lin Huang meant he would leave the camp within 3 months to join the Purple Crows as their reserve member. Lin Huang pitied Xiaomo from the beginning, and he saved him as he too needed guidance as well as information about this place. In the process of doing that, Lin Huang found out that Xiaomo also had a good personality. He was much better than most of the people in the training camp. He did not want to see him die in an execution, therefore he decided to break the rule which allowed him to escape the execution at the expense of his own anonymity. I will protect you whenever I'm here, but I can't be doing that anymore when I leave. In a nutshell, you'll still have to make yourself stronger, Lin Huang said. He did not want Xiaomo to get into trouble after he left. I understand, I'll definitely become stronger, Xiaomo nodded hard. One day I will follow in your footsteps and become a reserve member of the Purple Crow. Lin Huang did not respond to what Xiaomo said. He laid on his bed and looked at the 2 cards that he just obtained. Skill card name, Mountain Blade, rarity, rare, type of skill, sword, skill level, gold level, status, available, remarks, suitable for use with heavy weapons. The more powerful the user's strength, the more powerful that skill is. Card remarks. Passable, this is an exclusive combat skill for heavy weapons. It's suitable for large groups of monsters. The skill is not unique, but under certain circumstances, its power could possibly surpass Thunder Sword, he thought. Lin Huang squeezed the card immediately so that he could get the new combat skill. He had 10 monster skills, the maximum he could have already, but that did not affect his personal combat skills. Soon, the new combat skill was added to his exclusive card. Then, he looked at the talent card that he had just obtained. Talent card. Name, Superhuman Strength Beginner, rarity, rare, type, intensification, talent effect. Strength will be multiplied 10 times, passive level up effect. With every upgrade, the effect will be multiplied by 10-fold. Card remarks. Passable. Lin Huang was doubtful when he saw the card, and he contacted Xiao He in his mind. Xiao He, what's with this talent card? I thought I could only obtain talents from killing life seed monsters. He asked. The talent from the talent card does not come from a life seed. It was inherited by a human or for some other reason which caused one to have the talent when they were born, Xiao He explained in response. So if I were to use this card to obtain a new talent, does that mean I would have one less opportunity to obtain a life seed talent? He asked again. No, The talent from a talent card does not clash with talents from life seed kills. You can obtain 4 life seed talents in total, Xiaohe replied. Does that mean this talent card allows me to obtain a free talent? Lin Huang raised his eyebrow. You can say so. Without hesitation, Lin Huang squeezed the card, adding it to his exclusive card. He then looked at his exclusive card. Host. Lin Huang, gender, male, age, 15 inches, combat strength, bronze level rank 3 inches, talent 1, superhuman strength, life seed 1, sly hands rare life seed 2, substitute normal combat skill 1, great sword scripture sword skill combat skill 2, thunder sword sword skill combat skill 3, mountain blade sword skill combat skill 4, spectral snow steps movement skill combat skill 5, cloud steps movement skill monster skill 1, blood spirit monster skill 2, form changer monster skill 3, super robust intermediate monster skill 4, supreme breath beginner monster skill 5, immense strength monster skill 6, magic eye deterrence intermediate monster skill 7, absolute defense beginner monster skill 8, blood hunt beginner monster skill 9, boundless vision beginner monster skill 10, third eye beginner summon authority activated, available number of summons 3 inches. Remark, passable. Not only did he get an additional talent, skill and managed to upgrade his combat strength, he also had an upgrade in his number of summons available too. It was upgraded from 2 to 3 summons. Lin Huang could not help but smirk when he thought about how he could summon Charcoal, Bai, and Tyrant at the same time in the future. He then looked at the stuff that he took from Gong Sunying. As he could not retrieve the items from Gong Sunying's storage space, he still managed to find a couple of gold-level equipment from his body. Among them were heavy and light armor, an explorer-class armor and a blade. They were all in the form of rings which Lin Huang could not activate with his current life power. He kept them in his storage space after admiring them. The next morning, Lin Huang walked to the redemption counter after breakfast. He accumulated 2.2 million points from killing Gong Sunying. His main purpose here was to redeem his breakfast and check if there was anything else that he wanted. The lowest redemption was 1 point, which bought a piece of bread or a bowl of white rice. The more dishes you ordered, the more points it would cost. That was the reason why Xiao Mo would rather starve himself than use his points to redeem food, as he would spend quite a bit on food if he did that every day. In reality, besides food, the price of the other items was quite ridiculous as well. They could only redeem iron level equipment with 1000 points, while killing an iron level rank 3 monster would only get them 4 points. They would need to kill 250 iron level rank 3 monsters to redeem any piece of iron level equipment. They could have gotten other iron level equipment with just 3 to 5 iron level rank 3 monsters when they were outside the camp walls. Iron level equipment aside, bronze level equipment would require 10,000 credit points, 100,000 credit points for a single silver level piece of equipment, and 1 million credit points for gold level equipment. For relics, they would need 1 billion credit points, and they were limited to 1 relic. Lin Huang was speechless when he saw the price. However, the points would go to waste if he kept them. After redeeming breakfast, Lin Huang picked up a bronze level gun. It was a Copper Sparrow 23, a product from the Eagle Company. However, he frowned at the price of the gun. Isn't 10,000 credit points enough for a bronze level piece of equipment? Even if you raise the price here, it's alright if you're selling it at 20,000 credit points. How dare you sell it at 80,000 credit points? He asked, furiously. You can get a normal one at 10,000 credit points, but this has been modified. It is at least 3 times more powerful than the original version. That's why it's priced at 80,000, the staff at the redemption point explained. 3 times or more. Lin Huang never expected to find a modified gun. Although a modified gun was less stable than the original version, its power would be significantly higher. Since he would not be staying on each level for too long, this modified gun would be great for short periods of time. Give me 2. Lin Huang did not hesitate for even a moment. He then asked, do you have any modified silver level Silver Phoenix 16s? Yes. That'll be 980,000 credit points, its power is at least 3 times or more as well, the staff member said with a nod. Great. Give me 2 of that. Lin Huang confirmed his order. The total would be 2.12 million points. The staff looked at him with a puzzled look as he recalled Lin Huang only having 100,000 points when he came to redeem his food yesterday. Lin Huang nodded and scanned his identity code. The staff was shocked when he saw the payment was successful. He then packed the 4 guns for Lin Huang immediately. Although Lin Huang lost 2.2 million points in just one transaction, he was not upset at all. A modified gun was not easy to find on the market, and the only place one could go was the black market. The prices there would be sky high and its quality was not guaranteed. The items that were sold at the Purple Crow facility were surely not faulty, and that was the reason why Lin Huang bought the guns without hesitation. After getting the guns and breakfast, Lin Huang left the redemption counter happily. However, he was shocked when he arrived at this room. Chapter 135. Wildfire sword. People flooded the entrance of room 1121. Lin Huang, who just got back from redeeming breakfast, was soon noticed by the crowd. "Boss Lin Huang is here, make way for him," a person shouted. Heads were turned. Seeing Lin Huang blocked by the crowd, a path was cleared for him. "Boss Lin Huang, were you headed out for breakfast?" Lin Huang was speechless. After passing through the crowd to his room, he finally found out what the hype was about. Fang Wen, who ranked first on the leaderboard, and Li Li, who ranked third, was in his room. Those who ranked 4th to 10th were all outside his room. Xiao Mo was sitting with both Fang Wen and Li Li, and upon seeing Lin Huang arrive, the 3 of them stood up immediately. "Bro Lin Huang, my name is Fang Wen," he said. The boy looked like he was only 17 or 18, and soft-spoken. He shook Lin Huang's hand. "My name is Li Li," the boy next to him said. He seemed like he was over 20. He was more matured and much taller, as he stood at 1.8 meters. The top-ranked recruits were here to worship him after seeing what he did yesterday. "Bro Lin Huang, we are here to get to know each other better. It was fate that we are sent to the same training camp, and perhaps we have the opportunity to collaborate after we join the Purple Crows. Please accept my humble gift," Fang Wen said, and placed a space storage ring in Lin Huang's hand. "Thank you, Fang Wen." Lin Huang smirked and accepted the gift without hesitation. After he killed Gong Sunying, Lin Huang searched his dead body for stuff on purpose so that people would have an idea that he was greedy and they would send him gifts. It would be perfect if he could get something from the people in the training camp before he left the place. "I heard that Bro Lin Huang loves sword skills. I obtained a great one earlier, and it would be a waste if I use it. I feel it's better if you have it," Li Li said as he gave Lin Huang a combat skill crystal. Hearing that it was a sword skill, Lin Huang kept the gift immediately. The both of them then left after a short chat. The people outside his room left their gifts too. Lin Huang did not reject any of them. The crowd left half an hour later. "My breakfast is cold now," Lin Huang muttered to himself. After sending everyone off, Lin Huang shook his head and sighed. "I'll get a new one for you," Xiao Mo said immediately. He wanted to get Lin Huang a gift as well, but he had nothing valuable to offer him. "It's all right, let's eat." Lin Huang passed the bun that he bought to Xiao Mo. After accepting the bun, Xiao Mo hesitated and said, "Let me get you breakfast and dinner from today onwards." "Sure, you can take some of my points later," Lin Huang nodded. He thought that he could save his time by getting Xiao Mo to run those simple chores for him. "It's not necessary, food doesn't cost much," Xiao Mo waved his hand. "I refused to buy the last time as I was at the bottom in the leaderboard. It's all right now," he continued. "The points are useful for you, but not me. I'm not at a lack of combat skills or equipment, and I don't care about my ranking. Besides, with the points that I accumulated, I could even consume tens of thousands a day. It's a different story for you, each point is important to you. You should use it to get a blade," Lin Huang explained. "You use my points for food. If you are embarrassed, you could treat me a good meal when we get out," Lin Huang said to him and patted him on the back. Sure, Xiao Mo did not reject the offer anymore since Lin Huang had said so. Just when they were eating, the loudspeaker shell announced about the public execution. Both of them left their room immediately and followed the crowd to the arena. The 3 people were then pushed to the middle of the arena. The last one was staring at Xiao Mo. He never shifted his eyes away from Xiao Mo. He was the person who ranked the last 4th on the leaderboard. As Lin Huang cheated for Xiao Mo, he became the person who would be executed. He held a grudge for Xiao Mo now. Lin Huang noticed that the person was staring at Xiao Mo, so he put his hand on his shoulder and asked, "Are you all right?" Xiao Mo shook his head and looked away from the person. Soon the execution started. After the first 2 people were killed, it was time for the 3rd person to be executed. The man in sunglasses placed the loudspeaker shell next to his mouth. and he was supposed to say his name and way of execution. Instead, he smiled, "Xiao Mo, don't ever forget that you owe me my life." The man in sunglasses frowned and nodded at the executioner. The executioner covered his mouth and sliced his throat so that he could not speak anymore. Blood shot out from his neck, and he was breathing like a wind box being pulled. Everyone could feel the suffocation from the sound that was amplified through the loudspeaker shell. The person stared at Xiao Mo's direction until he died. After the execution ended, Xiao Mo was quiet all the way back to his room. "The guy is dead now, don't mind what he said," Lin Huang said. "He's right, I should be dead. I owe him his life." Xiao Mo shook his head. "You were just lucky that you escaped, you don't owe him anything," Lin Huang said firmly as he tried to console him. "If you hold this in your heart, your life would be affected by it. Now that he's dead, no matter how sorry you feel, he will still be dead. So I suggest that you put this behind you. When you leave and became a reserve member of the Purple Crows, you can check out who that person was to see if there's anything you can do for him then," Lin Huang continued. Xiao Mo was quiet for a while before he nodded. "Also, keep yourself busy so that you will not be thinking of such nonsense. Let's battle in the training tower. It'll be good for you to release those pent-up emotions," Lin Huang said. "I shall head to the training tower then," Xiao Mo said as he stood up. He then waved goodbye to Lin Huang and left. Lin Huang sat by his bed to look at the gift from Fang Wen and the rest. The space storage ring was not big, it was just about 1,000 square cubic meters, but there were 3,000 life crystals within it. One life crystal was equivalent to 100 years, while the 3,000 life crystals could be traded for 3 billion credit points. Wow, that was so generous of Fang Wen. Perhaps he's royalty, and surely not from a small royal family either. It was not easy for him to just guess Fang Wen's family background, as only royalty could have been this generous. After keeping Fang Wen's ring, Lin Huang looked at the sword skill given to him by Li Li. He then looked at the details of the skill crystals. Wildfire sword was created by a sword master 300 years ago from combining a variety of sword skills over a span of 7 years. "Xiao He, how's this sword skill?" Lin Huang knew that there would be nothing good about what Xiao He was going to say, as he had yet to start training with it. "Are you messing around with me?" Xiao He replied. Lin Huang did not expect to hear that. He sat up straight in an instant. The only combat skill that was on an epic level was his great sword scripture. He could not believe it when he heard Xiao He say that this new sword skill could be upgraded to an epic soon. "I have never lied to you. This sword skill has yet to be completed, but it has great potential. I suggest you train with it immediately," Xiao He said. It was the first time Lin Huang heard Xiao He giving such a positive comment about a combat skill. If this became epic, and compared to the great sword scripture, which is more powerful? "I can't compare it before you obtain the skill card," Xiao He said, almost mockingly. After some thought, Lin Huang figured that this sword skill would need card pieces and he would not be able to accumulate them in such a short period of time. He would need massive amounts of energy and time once he got into the flow of training. However, what was more important now was to find a way to escape within the remaining 2.5 months. He then kept the combat skill crystal and looked at other gifts one by one. With the amazing sword skill, none of the gifts excited him anymore. After a rough look, Lin Huang laid on his bed and started thinking about ways to escape. Although his life at the training camp was good and people of the Purple Crow organization liked him, Lin Huang did not like the way they operate. It was impossible for him to be a part of such an organization. Scarface must be watching me now. As soon as I use the transformation card, he will notice that my vibe disappeared. There's no way that I can escape. Also, there are no blind spots in the entire foothold since there are cameras all around. We don't even have the privacy when we use the toilets and when we shower. We're being watched 24 hours a day. They were even monitor birds in the training space. It seems like there are only 2 ways to escape. One is to become a reserve member of the Purple Crow and be taken away by the staff. Another way is with my dead body being sent out of the foothold, which means, to escape this place, the only possible way is to fake my death. Lin Huang concluded. However, I must know where they will send my dead body to and how they will handle my corpse. If something goes wrong, I might then be dead, for real. After some thought, Lin Huang started to plan his escape. He walked out of his room and looked at the courtyard from the balcony. Gong Sunying's dead body was no longer there. He smirked and walked into the room next door. He knocked on the metal door, do you know which room is Fang Wen staying in? He asked his neighbor. Chapter 136. Fang Wen's information. Fang Wen stayed in room 1801 in the building across. Lin Huang got to his room number easily. Although they were supposed to be training now, as long as they did not enter the training tower, they were allowed to move around within the residential area, but they were not allowed to leave. Although the dormitory did not have an elevator, it was still a breeze for Lin Huang to get up to the 18th floor. As he walked on the corridor, he noticed that Fang Wen's door was opened. Luckily he's here. Just when Lin Huang was making his way to his room, he hears a woman's voice. Not one, but two voices. Lin Huang did not expect that Fang Wen would do something so inappropriate. Who is that? Somebody shouted from the room. Fang Wen walked out with a white robe. It was awkward, but Lin Huang turned around and waved at him. Oh, good morning, Lin Huang. Fang Wen did not expect him to come, but he wanted to talk to him, so he said, give me a minute, let me clean up. It's all right, you seem busy. I'll come by tomorrow. Lin Huang knew he was interrupting the fun. It's all right, I can have that anytime I want. You're more important, just give me 2 to 3 minutes. Fang Wen then returned to his room. A moment later, 2 tall ladies sprinted out from his room with their pajamas and left. Fang Wen dressed up appropriately and nodded to Lin Huang, you can come in now. Lin Huang was stunned by the size and decor of the room. Your room is so big and luxurious. I renovated it myself. If you wanted it, I believe the manager would do the same for you. Fang Wen knew very well that Lin Huang must have someone even stronger supporting him from the shadows. That won't be necessary, I won't be staying here for long, you see. Lin Huang shook his head and followed Fang Wen into his room. There was a living room, a bathroom, a bedroom and a kitchen in Fang Wen's room. The 4 partitions took up the space of 10 regular-sized rooms. It was at least 10 times bigger than Lin Huang's room, and there was still a feminine scent lingering in the living room. However, it was really clean. At least Lin Huang could not see anything that was messy or dirty. Come, have a seat, Fang Wen said, pointing at the couch. Lin Huang hesitated as he was not sure if the couch was where Fang Wen had intercourse earlier. Don't worry, I didn't do it on the couch today. I have done that before, but I would always get someone to clean the covers. Fang Wen explained. Lin Huang shook his head while he got himself a chair. Fang Wen did not say anything as proceeded to sit on the couch. He smiled at Lin Huang. Bro, Lin Huang, is there anything that I could do to help you? This is what happened. I realized that I have lost one of my storage rings this morning. I couldn't find it anywhere in my room. I thought about it and figured I must have lost it in Gong Sunying's clothes when I was searching his dead body yesterday. However, his dead body is gone now. I know you must know more than I do, so I'd like to know how they handled his corpse. Is there any way that I could get my ring back? I think it's a difficult task. Is there anything valuable in the ring? Fang Wen bought Lin Huang's lie. There's nothing valuable, just some equipment and life crystals. However, it was a gift from a girl. This would upset her. What Lin Huang said was not a complete lie, because the ring was indeed given by Leng Yuexin. Ah, it's a gift of love, Fang Wen teased. Is there any way to get it back? Lin Huang continued to ask. He did not want to give too much information. I don't think so. I bet you have no idea how they handle dead bodies here. Fang Wen then explained the process to Lin Huang patiently. If someone died in the training camp, a truck would pick up the dead body on the day itself and toss it from the cliff outside the camp, and monsters will feed on it. This area is practically a graveyard. Since Gong Sunying's body was collected yesterday, your ring was either taken by the staff or it's already in the monster's stomach, bro. Either way, it's impossible to retrieve it. If the girl who gave you the ring is really important, I have an idea for you. Once you get out, get a ring that looks exactly the same, possibly with the same amount of storage space. She won't know the difference. Fang Wen said to Lin Huang. That's a great idea. Lin Huang nodded. Fang Wen knew so much more than the rest. He even knew the exact location of the training camp. He had gotten the most important information from Fang Wen, which was how the camp handled corpses. It's a pity that Gong Sunying doesn't have a proper grave. Fang Wen sighed. If he had the same background as we did, at least his body would not be thrown away like a piece of trash. Lin Huang was stunned. He then asked, would the treatment be different if the background is different? Of course, those who come with a good background would have their dead body kept for their family to collect. The camp doesn't want to offend anyone. Keeping the dead body is for the family or person in charge to do as they wish, probably an autopsy to find out the real reason of death if that's what they want. Lin Huang was concerned after hearing Fang Wen's explanation. What's wrong? You don't look too good. Fang Wen noticed Lin Huang's became fidgety. I ate something cold this morning, my stomach doesn't feel too well. I need to go back now. Lin Huang lied. If you cannot hold it, you can use my bathroom here. Fang Wen was generous. It's all right, I will go back to my room. Lin Huang bid him farewell. Lin Huang was frowning all the way back from Fang Wen's room. If he faked his death, he could successfully leave the camp. However, Scarface would definitely keep his dead body and inform Hong Zhuang. Even if he managed to escape before Hong Zhuang's return, she would know that he faked his death if there was no body. By then, the trouble would be even more serious. That was not what he wanted to disappear and leave no trace behind. What should I do? Lin Huang squatted on the toilet bowl and mumbled to himself. Since he told Fang Wen that his stomach was not well, he had to continue his act or Scarface man might find out that he was up to something. After half an hour, Lin Huang could not think of anything. However, he recalled that he had yet to accumulate the 10 cross-ranking rewards. I shall get the 10 bronze-level cross-ranking reward cards and hopefully I can get something that could help me escape. After cleaning himself, he then pressed the flush button and put his pants on. He headed to the training tower. He entered a vacant door on the 6th floor. This time, he did not summon Bai. Instead, he took out his bronze-level battle sword and started killing the monsters. An hour later, 2 circles of life power were consumed. He then left the training room and proceeded to the 7th floor. There were silver level rank -1 monsters on the 7th floor. It was his first time on this floor. He chose a vacant room and summoned Bai. Xiao He, disconnect my life wheel from Bai's temporarily. Life wheel has been disconnected. When his life wheel was disconnected, Lin Huang could not obtain life power from Bai. It was what he wanted. He consumed his life power on the 6th floor on purpose to prevent himself from having his life power getting filled and the life light baptism from happening. After all, he had just broken through bronze level rank 3 not long ago and the life power in his body was not stable yet. If he were to receive the life light baptism under such conditions, his life power might go haywire and possibly break his life wheel or cause death. Bai, block the other monsters. Give me 2 at once. Lin Huang instructed Bai. Since he was a bronze level rank 3, he could handle silver level rank -1 monsters. However, there were too many monsters here. If they were to attack all at once, he would have to run away. That was why he had Bai control the number of monsters he would fight. Bai nodded and extended his blood power wings. Standing right in front of Lin Huang, a pair of wings were transformed into an arena that measured 50 meters by 50 meters while the other wings were transformed into 2 long vines to tie up 2 monsters. He then tossed the 2 monsters into the arena that Lin Huang was in. Great job. Lin Huang did not expect Bai to create an arena just for him. He gave Bai a thumbs up. The ring on this right middle finger was then transformed into a bronze-level battle sword. He lifted the sword and plunged towards the 2 monsters. Chapter 137, Obtaining Cross-Ranking Rewards Again. A sword glow flashed in the air. There was a stream of blood beneath the silver-level rank -1 giant horned rhino's neck. At first, the flowing blood was as thin as a strand of hair but soon, it gushed out like a waterfall when the wound tore open. The giant horned rhino fell to the ground and dust filled the air. 10th monster, Lin Huang sheathed his sword in the scabbard and stood nearby the monster. You have completed a cross-ranking kill. You are rewarded with a deception card X1. You have completed a cross-ranking kill. You are rewarded with a mission card X1. 10 cross-ranking rewards and 20 reward cards. Lin Huang spent less than 5 minutes to complete 10 cross-ranking kills. With the double card, he had received 20 reward cards. After obtaining all the reward cards, he did not leave the training room immediately. Instead, he got Bai to kill the silver level rank -1 monsters with him until the effects of the double card ran out after 1 hour. He managed to accumulate more than 600 silver level monster card pieces. It was 11 a.m. when he left the training tower. As it was the training period, there was nowhere else that he could go, so he headed back to his room. Lying on the bed, Lin Huang took out the modified Copper Sparrow 23 from his storage. While checking out the gun, he secretly contacted Xiao He. Xiao He, take a look at the 20 cross-ranking reward cards that I just got. You have obtained cross-ranking reward cards as follows: Skill Combination Card X1, Seal Card X1, Deception Card X1, Advance Card X2, Life Power Storage Card X2, Double Card X2, Healing Card X2, Provisional Transformation Card X2, Mission Card X3, Item Card X4. Lin Huang took a look at the new cards that he had never seen before. Skill Combination Card. Function: user can combine skills of the same type with a chance of upgrading it to a higher level. Remarks: consumable, each card can only be used once. I can use this since my monster skills are full. By combining my skills, I'll have empty slots for other skills. Lin Huang had his monster skill slots filled for quite some time now. The only way to obtain more monster skills was to either combine them or delete them. He had been hoping to get this skill combination card for a long time now. Seal Card. Function: user can seal a monster within the user's mastery level and transform it into a monster card. Remarks: the sealed monster has to be within the user's field of vision. Monsters with a rarity beyond the user's mastery can't be sealed. Consumable: each card can only be used once. Xianxia, I can seal a monster into a monster card directly. Lin Huang wanted to be sure. Yes, I should be able to seal an epic level monster, am I right? Does that mean I can seal any epic level monsters with no limit to its combat strength? Lin Huang asked immediately. What if I encounter a demigod? There's no limit to the monster's combat strength, there's only limit to its rarity. As long as its rarity is within the user's mastery, a demigod level could be sealed as well. However, the combat strength of the sealed monster depends on the combat strength of the user. Lin Huang smirked as Xianxia explained. This card was too good to be true. He put the card down and looked at the last card that he was unfamiliar with. Deception Card. Function: after this card has been activated, the user can create a fake incident, trick everyone into believing the user. Warning: the success rate is not 100%, it depends on the credibility of the fake incident. Tips: increase the credibility of the fake incident by linking it to a real-life event. Remarks: the user can set the activation time and affected area for this card. Lin Huang thought he could totally use this card to escape from the camp, but he was not sure of the exact effect it could cause. He proceeded to ask many questions regarding the card. A few moments later, Xianxia concluded in 2 sentences. Put simply, this card allows you to become a temporary film director and you get to direct whatever it is that's on your mind that you want people to believe is the truth. The quality and credibility of the film depend on you. Xianxia's conclusion gave Lin Huang a solid idea of the function of the card. It seems like I'll have to plan how I want my film to be. After checking out the 3 cards he was unfamiliar with, he looked at the remaining cards and the 3 extra mission cards. He frowned. Activated 2 life power storage cards. Lin Huang activated the life power storage cards without hesitation. Life power storage cards activated. Soon, there were 2 additional life wheels added to Lin Huang's body. However, the columns were empty, without any life power in them. Later on, he looked at the skill combination cards that he had never seen before. After some thought, he instructed Xianxia again. Activate skill combination card. Skill combination card activated. Choose from the below 4 combinations. 1. Combined sword skills. Great sword scripture, thunder sword, mountain blade. 2. Combined movement skills. Spectral snow steps, cloud steps. 3. Combined vision skills. Magic eye deterrence, boundless vision, third eye. 4. Combined disguise skills. Supreme breath, form changer, please choose one. Combine supreme breath and form changer. What Lin Huang needed the most now was disguising skills. He chose the 4th one without hesitation. Skill combination card activated. Monster skills supreme breath and form changer have been combined. New skill card is progress, congratulations. You have obtained new skill card, advanced disguise, advanced disguise. By using this skill, you can alter your features, body and even aura. You could even deceive a transcendent within a certain distance. Remarks: you can't disguise yourself as anything that is not in human form. This is exactly what I need. Lin Huang was satisfied with what he had obtained. Although he could not alter his human form, altering his aura was what he needed. Take a look at all my other cards that are not monster cards. Lin Huang instructed Xianxia again. You have a total of 30 cards. Seal card X1, Deception card X1, Small destruction card X1, Flawless card X2, Treasure card X3, Advance card x3, Double card x3, Mission card x3, Healing card x4, Item card x4, Provisional transformation card x5. Lin Huang stared at the advance card. Xiao He, can I use the advance card to upgrade my substitute life seed into the secret skill, Scapegoat? No, you can only upgrade to a higher level life seed. What is the effect of the upgrade? The first upgrade will be an enhanced substitute life seed, and it would increase the number of times you can use the skill each day from 3 to 9 times. The second upgrade will be Cheating Death life seed. It allows you to cheat death 1 time. Upgrade my substitute life seed twice. Lin Huang did not hesitate at all. Consuming 3 advance cards, upgrading substitute life seed twice. Congratulations, you have received a new life seed card, Cheating Death life seed. Life seed name, Cheating Death. Talent effect. You can cheat death 1 time in the form of a foe body. Effects you can be saved from includes but is not limited to curses, mind control, and death. You can only use it once a year. Acquisition method. Unknown, this card is too good to be true. Not only can it cheat death from a physical attack, it can also save him from other unfortunate events. Lin Huang's jaw dropped when he saw the new life seed that he had just obtained. The only downside is that I can only use it once a year. Although he was not happy with the frequency he can use cheating death, he was satisfied with the card. Since I have the ability to fake my own death now, it's time to rewrite the script. What story do I tell to make it more credible? Lin Huang thought to himself. Chapter 138. Chain Mission. Lin Huang was in his room for the entire day to plan his escape. When it was 5 in the evening, Xiao Mo returned with dinner. Although was wounded, he looked happy. Boss Lin, here's your dinner, he said loudly once he got into the room. Lin Huang did not know if Xiao Mo was younger or older than him. However, according to his age on Earth, it was inappropriate for Xiao Mo to address him as uncle. He did not want to correct Xiao Mo. Lin Huang got up from his bed and had his dinner. He then asked, "Do you know which room Li stays in?" "He's staying on the 18th floor, room 1803. Xiao Mo nodded. "Are you looking for him? He has good sword skills. I thought of dropping by for a chat with him after dinner." Lin Huang nodded. "How have you been today?" "I chose my life seed and submitted it to the management. They said they would send my life seed monster in a couple of days, and they also told me to prepare myself." No wonder Xiao Mo was in a good mood. He was ready for his breakthrough. "That's great. Which life seed did you choose?" Lin Huang was curious. "Since I don't have enough strength, I chose the robust life seed." Xiao Mo scratched his head. "It's good to choose what suits you the best. Do not care about what others say." Lin Huang nodded. With Xiao Mo's ability, it was not easy for him to kill the life seed monster, so it was not practical for him to get a life seed that was beyond his control. After dinner, Lin Huang headed to the 18th floor. Li's room was 1803, but 1801 and 1802 were vacant. Li was having dinner when Lin Huang arrived at his door. He was alone in the room. He was stunned to see Lin Huang. He then waved at him, "Come in." "Why did you decide to skip 2 rooms and stay in 1803 instead?" Lin Huang smiled and asked as he walked into his room. "I was the 3rd one who moved into this floor when the other 2 left. I was too lazy to move." Li explained in all seriousness. "Is that so? Is there anything that I can help you with?" Li put down his chopsticks. "Nothing important. We can talk after you are done eating." Lin Huang shook his head. "I can eat anytime, do tell." Li kept his bento box. "I checked out the sword skill you gave me this afternoon, and I have to admit it's pretty good. I would like some advice as to how you obtained it." "I am glad to hear that. I was worried that you may not like it." Li then began to tell the story of how he obtained the sword skill. "I love this sword very much, and I had trained with it for 2 to 3 years. Wildfire sword was a gift from my father when I was 14. He said that if I could master the skill in half a year, I would be able to master all the sword skills. If I failed, it would mean that I am mediocre in my sword skills and I should not waste my time trying. Half a year later, I failed to master the skill. Knowing that I'm not gifted enough, I listened to what my father said and started to train in the gun skills of my family, and that was the last time I ever used a sword." Lin Huang was shocked because it was obvious that Li was cheated by his father. After some research, Lin Huang noticed that Wildfire sword was as difficult than the first chapter of the Great Sword Scripture. Even if a person was gifted with the sword, it was quite impossible to master it within half a year. Li Li's father must have known that, but Li Li was too young to understand, so he thought he really was not gifted with swords. However, Lin Huang did not want to interfere in their family affairs, so he kept quiet. I see that the sword skill was created by a sword master 300 years ago by combining a variety of sword skills. Do you happen to know who the master is? I thought maybe I could speak to him on the techniques. Lin Huang revealed why he asked the question. I have no idea, but I could ask my father once I get out, he might know. Li Li shook his head, he had no idea who was the founder of the sword skill as well. It's okay if we can't find out, I'll just spend more time to master the skill. Lin Huang laughed, oh yeah, how long until you get to the 100th day? 63 days more and I should rank on first 3. Li Li was confident with himself. He had accumulated more than 500,000 points than the person who ranked 4th. It would not be easy for the person to catch up. I still have more than 70 days before someone comes for me, Lin Huang revealed his situation. You have a good background, so you don't have to worry about your ranking. It's a different story for us because we have to follow the rule. Li Li laughed. I'm just thinking that the person who is coming for me would take a couple of days to arrive here from the headquarters, so I might need to wait another 80 days, Lin Huang silently thought to himself. That won't happen. They have a designated person in each division, they will arrive within seconds. Even if there's a delay from the division to the training camp, it would only take a couple of minutes. Li Li smiled as he explained. Lin Huang smirked, this was what he wanted to hear from Li Li. He beat around the bush just to find out how long Hong Zhuang would take to arrive at the training camp from the headquarters. Now that he got what he wanted, he proceeded to make some small talk with Li Li before leaving. He felt his plan was getting more and more concrete. If I fake my death, Scarface would definitely inform Hong Zhuang. If Hong Zhuang was not busy at the moment, she would be here within minutes. Since the traffic isn't too bad from the headquarters to Division 7, she would still take a couple of minutes to come here. So, the possibility of her picking up my dead body on the day itself is pretty high. If that came true, I would not have to worry about the time limit of the deception card. Lin Huang had checked with Xiao He earlier and found out that the time limit for the deception card was 1 month. That was the reason why he visited Li Li to ask how long it would take from the headquarters to the training camp. If the journey took 1 month, when Hong Zhuang arrives, the effect of the deception card would disappear. After he got a rough idea of the escape plan, Lin Huang planned to make it more concrete by adding more details to his ultimate plan. He spent most of his time sleeping. However, his behavior upset Scarface. Finally, one fine afternoon, the man spoke from the loudspeaker. Lin Huang, come to my office now. Lin Huang thought that it was ridiculous that the man requested to see him. Everyone in the training camp thought it was strange too. It was the first time the manager requested for someone to see him. He really does have an outstanding background, many of the participants thought. Lin Huang then headed to the training tower. A man in black uniform had been waiting for him at the bottom of the tower. Follow me. Lin Huang followed him into the elevator and arrived at the top floor of the training tower. Arriving at the huge office, the man had his feet on the table with a cigar in his mouth. Lin Huang walked towards him. Master, are you looking for me? You slept for the entire day. Your ranking dropped to 3rd, you are now behind Li Li. The man put down his cigar and stared at Lin Huang with crossed arms. The points are useless, I would rather let someone rank higher. Lin Huang said, why can't you change your mindset to get to the top instead? Hong Zhuang would be proud of you if that happens. The man advised him. Just when Lin Huang wanted to say, Hong Zhuang would not mind the ranking, a notification box popped up before him. Chain mission activated due to special circumstances. Chain mission 1. Rank number 1 on the Purple Crow Training Camp leaderboard and maintain for 3 days. Mission time limit, 7 days. Chain mission 2. After the first mission is completed, escape the training camp without anyone noticing. Mission time limit, 3 days. Mission reward. Advance card by 2 inches, if you fail the mission, 1 skill card and 1 monster card will be taken away. The mission will fail if you only manage to complete 1 mission. There would not be a reward but a punishment instead. Alright then, I shall get to the top. That's right, young people should have that attitude. You know that you have the ability but you don't do it, wouldn't it be a shame to let your talent go to waste? The man was happy to hear what Lin Huang said. Is there anything else, master? Lin Huang asked. That would be all, you can leave now. It's just that you have been sleeping these few days, I didn't want you to get left behind, that's why I called you here. Now that you understand what I want for you, you can leave." The man continued smoking his cigar as he gestured for Lin Huang to leave. "I shall make a move then." Lin Huang then turned around and headed to the elevator. Chapter 139, Deception Card, activated. The first chain mission was to rank first on the leaderboard within 7 days and to maintain the ranking for 3 days. That being said, Lin Huang was only left with 4 days to achieve that. Lin Huang frowned when he realized that he was 1.3 million points away from Fang Wen, who ranked the first, and more than 500,000 points away from Li Li, who ranked the third. After he arrived on the first floor by elevator, he then walked all the way up to the 10th floor of the training tower. There were gold level rank -1 monsters on the 10th floor. Scarface noticed that Lin Huang was getting serious about his ranking. Most of the doors on this floor were vacant, and so Lin Huang randomly picked one and entered. After summoning Bai, Lin Huang asked Xiao He to disconnect his life wheel with Bai immediately. As Bai's 4 blood power wings were opened, he entered his battle mode. Every slash would decapitate a monster's head. Although he was only white silver level rank 3, the gold level rank -1 monsters were nothing to him. After 5 hours in the tower, it was already 5 in the evening. Lin Huang had obtained almost 1 million points. He had surpassed Li Li and was only 400,000 points away from Fang Wen. He then left the tower, had dinner and entered the tower again when it was 7 at night. He stayed until 10 p.m. and managed to obtain 600,000 points within 3 hours and surpassed Fang Wen. He was now top ranked on the leaderboard. However, his points were merely 100,000 more than Fang Wen. Nevertheless, the news soon caught the people's attention. Lin Huang's points were stagnant for many days, but now, because it had skyrocketed, people guessed it was due to the manager. Maybe the manager gave Lin Huang something in return so that he would do what he asked. There were many speculations among the people. Even Fang Wen was skeptical, as he knew from Lin Huang that he did not care about his ranking. However, he started to think that it was related to the manager who asked for him in the afternoon. When Lin Huang arrived in his room, Xiao Mo looked at him in admiration. "Boss Lin, you're now number 1. "Yup," Lin Huang nodded. "I will have to head to the training tower again tomorrow to maintain my ranking." Lin Huang slept early that night. The next morning, he headed straight to the training tower right after breakfast. He bumped into Fang Wen while he was on his way. Fang Wen called out his name from far. "Lin Huang, you have been extra hardworking these 2 days." "Yay, same goes for you." Lin Huang nodded and smiled. "Did the manager say something to you?" Fang Wen walked closer and lowered his voice. "I think so." Lin Huang nodded. Since everyone was speculating, that would be the most reasonable excuse he had. Fang Wen did not ask further. Now that Lin Huang wanted to be the first, he would have to give in, as nobody could beat him in the training camp. On the next day, Lin Huang spent all his time at the training tower. He spent 11 hours and gained 2.2 million points. He was now far away from Fang Wen, about 2 million points ahead of Fang Wen, who was ranked second. He had now gotten himself a new nickname in the training camp, Point Accumulation Maniac. On the 3rd day, he managed to obtain another 2 million points. On the 4th afternoon, a notification from the first accomplished mission popped up. Chain Mission 1. Rank first on the Purple Crow Training Camp leaderboard and maintain the rank for 3 days. Completed. Chain Mission 2. After the first mission is completed, escape the training camp without anyone noticing. Mission time limit: 3 days. The countdown has begun. Lin Huang did not stop killing monsters. He stayed in the training tower until 5:30 p.m. and obtained another 1.6 million points. He then left the training tower. After dinner, Lin Huang headed to the point redemption counter and redeemed a modified gold level equipment called the Gold Eagle 11 for 7.2 million points with his 7.5 million points. He then went back to the training tower after that. This time, he went to the 6th floor instead of the 10th floor. On the 6th floor, he began training Wildfire Sword. Whenever monsters approached him, he would use his other sword skills to kill them before he continued training Wildfire Sword, and because of the occasional monster attacks, he noticed that he obtained skills card pieces much quicker. Lin Huang was quite gifted in the sword department and had managed to master quite a few styles. He could even kill 1 or 2 monsters with Wildfire Sword. After 3 hours, it was already 10 at night. Lin Huang managed to accumulate 11 skill card pieces. As the training period had ended, Lin Huang headed back to the residential area, took a shower and headed to his room. He lay on his bed and thought to himself, 2.5 days more. On the next morning, he headed to the 6th floor of the training tower to train Wildfire's sword. Although he still did not manage to master it, after a day of practice, he was close to mastering Wildfire's sword. At night, he chatted with Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo, have you ever thought of what to do when you became a transcendent one day? I have never thought of that. It should be difficult to become a transcendent. Xiao Mo was stunned at Lin Huang's question. Boss Lin, how about you? I think there wouldn't be a problem for you to become one. Being a transcendent isn't my ultimate goal. My goal is to become a demigod. First I'll be a demigod. I'm not sure if I can become a real god one day. Lin Huang revealed his ambitious goal and said immediately, however, it's a difficult path. Perhaps I would die halfway through my journey. If I really do die, I don't want my dead body to be left in public for people to gawk at. The best scenario would be burning into ashes. It's clean cut and nothing would be left behind. Boss Lin, please don't say that. You are a good person, you will live long. Xiao Mo said immediately. They chatted until 1 a.m. before heading to bed. On the third day, Lin Huang smirked as he headed out. Xiao He, activate the deception card. Once the deception is activated, you will have to complete the fake incident within a day. Are you sure you want to activate the card? Xiao He said. Confirm activation. Lin Huang did not hesitate at all. He was only left with 1.5 days before the mission ended. He did not have much time. Deception card activated. Please complete the fake incident as soon as possible. Please set the starting point of the fake incident at my moment of death. Lin Huang set the starting point. Starting point has been set. Lin Huang headed to the training tower. This time, he headed to the 7th floor. There were silver level rank -1 monsters on the 7th floor. Lin Huang entered a vacant room. This time, he did not summon by but instead, killed all the monsters on his own. To Lin Huang, who was already bronze level rank 3, silver level rank -1 monsters were quite manageable, but it was not as relaxed as the 6th floor. No matter speed or strength, silver level monsters were incomparable with bronze level rank 3 monsters. However, with Lin Huang's amazing movement, he managed to kill many monsters, but it was less efficient. As he stayed in the training room, different varieties of monsters appeared more and more often. Lin Huang leapt and landed on the back of a giant horned rhino and stabbed his sword into its neck. The giant horned rhino fell to the ground in an instant. Suddenly, a grayish-black shadow plunged from his back. It was a ruinshade wolf, a monster that was an expert in sneak attacks. Lin Huang did not see it coming. He fell to the ground and it bit the back of his neck. A crack was heard. He knew that his neck was broken. He used his backhand and sliced the ruinshade wolf into half as he attempted to stand up. At that moment, the giant horned rhino stomped at him with its front hoofs. Lin Huang's spine and ribs were broken from the stomp, even his organs were mushed up. With one hit, Lin Huang fell to the ground. He was dead. A notification came from Xiao He. You are dead, initiating fake incident now. Chapter 140, Faking Death. It felt like the time stopped in the training room. The giant horned rhino who was stepping on Lin Huang's body froze. Other monsters that were coming to Lin Huang froze too. The monitor bite that was not far away paused in the air. The entire room was frozen. It felt as if someone pushed a pause button. A body appeared nearby Lin Huang's corpse. It was the body would be used to fake Lin Huang's death. The ruinshade wolf came just in time. I thought I'd need to lure more monsters to attack me later on, but that one wolf surprised me. It had saved much of my time. Lin Huang did not expect the ruinshade wolf to attack him. If he did not fake his death, he could have summoned by to save him when his neck was bitten, and things would not go this way. However, since he was faking his death, Lin Huang just allowed things to happen. Seconds later, he was dead under the giant horned rhino hoof. Please create the fake incident. Now I need to create a fake corpse to replace my corpse, and I'll use the deception card to make everyone believe that it was my real corpse. I want everyone to know that I died in the training room and never regained consciousness. The replacement corpse will disappear within seconds, so Lin Huang needed a prop for his corpse. The deception card would follow the story he created and come out with a variety of deceptive items. The corpse needs be an exact replica of mine. It must also have the same rings I have, such as the Emperor's heart ring. The color and size must also be the same. If the giant horned rhino proceeds to attack, let it attack me even more to cause even more damage to my body. All the items created by the deception card would be exactly the same as the real thing until the time limit is exceeded and everything disappears. It's okay, in 1 month's time, they will lose my equipment rings. With the way Scarface's is, he will not allow other people to touch my stuff and Hong Zhuang would not want my stuff anyway. I emphasize this just to make sure everything goes well. Lin Huang nodded. Please select the target to deceive. That would be all the creatures that saw my corpse. The monitor bird, surveillance cameras, videos taken from the Emperor's heart ring, mirrors and everything that has a trace of my corpse. Faking death isn't complicated, all I need is to let people think that I'm dead. Lin Huang smirked. As long as the purple crow thinks that I'm dead, they won't look for me anymore. Is there anything else? I need to cover my tracks from the time I fake my death so that nobody can sense my presence, Hong Zhuang and other hunters included. Lin Huang added, items and effects in progress, items have been created. Lin Huang used a provisional transformation card and transformed himself into the specter. He dove underground. Now that his aura was wiped away, nobody would know that he was hiding under the corpse in the form of specter. Soon, a notification popped up. Deception card will be effective for 1 month. Time will resume, inserting fake incident now, frozen time returned to normal in the training room. The monitor bird flapped its wings and captured Lin Huang's death. Soon, Scarface saw the video clip. He was shocked because he had been watching Lin Huang these days and felt puzzled when he did not summon Bai on the 7th floor. He did not expect this to happen at all. The ruin-shade wolf came out of nowhere and plunged onto Lin Huang. Lin Huang fell to the ground and it seemed like he broke his neck. Although he managed to kill the ruin-shade wolf, a giant horned rhino came and stomped on him. Lin Huang did not die on the first stomp, but he stopped moving completely after a few stomps and in the end, his body was deformed. The man rushed to the 7th floor and found the training room Lin Huang was in. He forced the door to open and found Lin Huang's corpse in an instant. He clapped once and all the monsters that were present died on the spot. Lin Huang saw him and immediately entered the corpse in his spectral form. He needed to follow the fake corpse or the room would still show that there were people in the training room. The man flipped Lin Huang around. His body was deformed by the stomping of the giant horned rhino. All of his bones were crushed and his organs were destroyed. How did this happen? The man could not believe what he was seeing, although Lin Huang's body was right in front of him and he saw what exactly happened in the video clip. After some investigating, the man figured out how Lin Huang died. After some thought, he picked up Lin Huang's body and ran out of the training room. He headed back to his office and placed Lin Huang's body on the ground as he called someone. Lin Huang left the body and dove into the ground while watching the story unfold. Get me a coffin and send it to my office. The man said directly after the phone was picked up. Do you mean a coffin for a corpse? The person who picked up the phone thought it was a mistake. If a coffin is not for a corpse, what would it be used for? The man was already angry and upon hearing the person asking something stupid, he shouted at the person. I understand, I'll send it right away. The staff dared not ask further. The man took a deep breath and looked at Lin Huang's corpse, he was frowning. 6 minutes later, the man in sunglasses who was responsible for public executions came into the office. He was shocked to see Lin Huang's corpse. Put him in the coffin. The man said. The man in sunglasses did not ask any further as he put Lin Huang's corpse into the coffin carefully. Just as he was attempting to cover the coffin, he was stopped by the man. It's all right, you can leave now. The man in sunglasses nodded and left. The man then called another number. After 2 rings, the video call was connected. Why are you calling me? Did something happen? It was the middle-aged transcendent Lu Zhan in the video call. Something happened to the kid that you sent. The man looked at Lu Zhan in all seriousness. It's all right if it's something small as long as you don't kill him. Lu Zhan waved his hand. He thought Lin Huang broke the rules in the training camp. The kid is dead, the man said helplessly. What? Lu Zhan's eyes were opened wide. What happened? The man then told him the story. There's nothing that I can do, everything happened too fast. When I went to him after seeing the video clip, he was already dead. I already told you that you need to watch after him and now he's dead under your watch. It's not that you don't know about Master Hong Zhuang's temper, we're in big trouble now. Lu Zhan did not know what to do. What should we do? We can't cheat our way out. The man was in a pickle. We can't hide this from her, we must let her. No, immediately. If she found out that we hid the truth from her, the consequences would be worse. Lu Zan said, I'll inform her now. You try to get someone who is more powerful than Lin Huang from the camp and recommend it to Master Hong Zhuang. More powerful than Lin Huang? I don't think there's anyone in the entire Division 7 training camp that could be more powerful than him. The man said, you didn't know that the kid was an imperial censor, am I right? He even had a vampire that went through 2 mutations, no wonder Master Hong Zhuang recommended him. Lu Zan finally got some context. Stop talking nonsense, what should we do now? The man did not know what to do. We can only tell her the truth. I'll inform her and get her to see the corpse. You get the video clip from the camera so that you can show her when she comes by. Lu Zan thought that was the only way. It's our fault, after all. We'll have to bear her temper. Chapter 141. Handling the corpse. Hong Zhuang did not believe that Lin Huang was dead when she first heard the news from Lu Zan. She thought that Lin Huang would escape the training camp instead of dying. She soon realized that Lu Zan was not joking. Are you sure that Lin Huang is dead? Hong Zhuang frowned. I confirmed this with Scarface. Lu Zan explained. I'm coming over now. Hong Zhuang hung up the phone. Soon, a black metal door appeared in Lu Zan's room. It was opened and a lady in black coat walked in. There was a red-purple crow logo on the left side of her collar. Hong Zhuang kept the door and said to Lu Zan, bring me there. Lu Zan nodded and summoned a red wooden door. The duo stepped in and entered Scarface's office. The first thing they saw was the coffin that made of gold velvet wood. Hong Zhuang she did not even look at Scarface and asked directly, how did he die? Scarface told her the story and showed her the video clip in the training room. Hong Zhuang frowned and kept quiet after she saw the video clip. She then looked at Lu Zan, bring out the dead body. Put it there. Hong Zhuang pointed at Scarface's desk. Scarface did not dare to disagree and nodded, yes, put it here. The table is big. Lu Zan placed Lin Huang's body on the table. Hong Zhuang then walked over and said, flip him over so that his back is facing upwards. Lu Zan then flipped Lin Huang's body. Hong Zhuang took a good look. There's a bite wound by Ruinshade Wolf. His neck is broken, probably from the wolf's attack. What caused his death, however, was the giant horned rhino's stomps. His organs are all destroyed. From the corpse, it seems to match what the video showed us, she mumbled to herself as she analyzed his body. Hong Zhuang was still frowning after she checked Lin Huang's dead body. Although everything matched the video clip, her instincts told her that whatever event had transpired was not as simple as this. Have you done a DNA test? Hong Zhuang asked Scarface. A DNA test? No. Scarface shook his head. I was the one who brought him here and there's video proof as well, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. Get someone to run a DNA test now. Lu Zan was clearly annoyed when she patted Scarface's shoulder. He called a staff immediately to run a blood test. Minutes later, a lady in doctor attire came in. Run a DNA test for the corpse and compare it with Lin Huang's DNA. Hong Zhuang said to the doctor without even looking at Scarface. Do it right now, Scarface shouted. The doctor then took a sample from Lin Huang's dead body. 5 to 6 minutes later, the results showed that the dead body's DNA matched Lin Huang's DNA. It's the same person. Scarface and Lu Zan then looked at Hong Zhuang in disbelief. How could this happen? You can leave now. Scarface lowered his voice as he spoke. Master Hong Zhuang, Lin Huang had great potential, but since he was fated to die, there was nothing that he could do to escape. Lu Zan spoke. He had the opportunity to summon his monster. He wouldn't die if he summoned the vampire. Why didn't he? Hong Zhuang shook her head. She still thought that there was a missing piece somewhere in this puzzle. Under normal circumstance, the first thing people do when they're attacked is either to avoid or to attack back. He probably didn't see that coming. He probably reacted based on instinct. With his limited battle experience, he wouldn't have thought of what we would have done instead. Lu Zan explained. Perhaps after he attacked the Ruinshade Wolf, he wanted to summon the vampire to protect him, but the giant horned rhino was too fast. That was why he did not have the time to summon the vampire. Scarface speculated. Hong Zhuang opened up after they both spoke their minds. That's true, I cannot expect a 15-year-old kid to have the same experience that I do. I overestimated him. Too bad, he had such great potential. Such a waste for the vampire that went through 2 mutations too. Summons for an imperial censor existed in a separate dimension when they're not summoned. When an imperial censor dies, the separate dimension would collapse and all their summons would die. If the monster was summoned, it would be freed as a wild monster upon the Imperial Censor's death. That was the reason why Hong Zhuang thought it was such a waste. She had her eyes on the vampire since they first met. Master Hong Zhuang, would you like to bring his corpse with you? Scarface asked. He's dead now, why would I want his corpse? Hong Zhuang glared deadly at Scarface and Lu Zan. All I asked was that the both of you to look after this kid for 3 months, was that too much to ask? Now that he's dead, how dare you ask me whether I intend on bringing him along with me? Master Hong Zhuang, it's our fault that this happened. We did not complete the mission that you requested. It's your right to punish us. Lu Zan and Scarface had planned to apologize to Hong Zhuang. Stop that, don't you think I have no idea what the both of you are up to? Hong Zhuang was cold as she replied in anger, it's impossible that I would let this incident go just like that. However, there is a way you two can redeem yourselves. Hong Zhuang said as she licked her lips. We'll do our best. Although the both of them knew that Hong Zhuang's request would not be easy, they did not want to owe this lady anything. Find an Imperial Censor who owns a monster that has mutated twice within a year. The person cannot be above 18 years old, and if you do manage to find one, I'll pretend this incident never happened. However, if you fail again, you know very well that I hold grudges. Hong Zhuang grinned. The both of them were in trouble. There were very few Imperial Censors in the first place, and it was almost impossible to find an Imperial Censor who owns a monster that mutated twice and was below 18 years of age. Both of them had lived for 100 years, and they have only encountered a person like Lin Huang this one time. To top it off, the mission had to be completed within a year. It was mission impossible. However, they did not reject her request but nodded in agreement. We'll try our best to complete the mission. After sending Hong Zhuang off, the both of them looked at each other. What should we do? Where can we find an Imperial Censor who is like Lin Huang within a year? Scarface looked helplessly at Lu Zan. What's the rush? At least we have a buffer period of 1 year. She'll leave us alone for now. What can 1 year do? Do you think you can be upgraded to an elite member within a year, or do you plan to hide somewhere? Scarface said sarcastically to Lu Zan. If I could become an elite member, I wouldn't be scared of her. Don't even think about escape. The consequences would be far worse if she found me. Lu Zan shook his head. At least we get to think of a way within the 1 year. If you have someone good here, you can send him over to her. Maybe she won't be mad anymore, but it does not necessarily have to be someone like Lin Huang. That's true, maybe I should loosen the recruitment criteria for the training camp. Scarface nodded. Lu Zan left soon after that. Scarface then looked at Lin Huang's body on his table. He walked towards him and stared at his dead body. Lin Huang, oh Lin Huang, please rest in peace. According to the law, we usually tossed corpses down the cliff to feed the monsters. It would be a shame if I treat you like everybody else. Since we know each other, I shall listen to what your roommate asked of me, which is to burn you into ashes so that nobody would see you like this. Scarface heard what Lin Huang said to Xiaomo the other night. After spending some time to cremate Lin Huang's dead body, he placed his Emperor's heart ring and equipment rings into the urn. He then delivered the urn to the address in Wulin Town. Later, he spread the news of Lin Huang's death. Everyone in the training camp was shocked by the news. Chapter 142, Accidental Encounter. The conversation between Hong Zhuang, Scarface, and Lu Zan. What Scarface did to his dead body, Lin Huang heard and saw everything. He did not expect Scarface to be so kind to cremate Lin Huang's dead body like what Xiaomo asked. He even sent his ashes back to his home in Wulin Town. However, Lin Huang sensed danger because the Purple Crow now had his personal details. Although the Purple Crow had announced his death, there were still records of his personal details. He could still be discovered. In the training camp, most of the people were happy when they heard about Lin Huang's death. Lin Huang was too powerful, and because of that, he took most of the attention and enjoyed the limelight. Most of the people who feared him actually despised him. Lin Huang's ability made them look mediocre. However, there were people who thought it was a shame too. Li had always treated Lin Huang a source of motivation. Although he was much older than Lin Huang, he thought that as long as he could catch up to Lin Huang, he would be stronger. The saddest person had to be Xiaomo. He had been staring into space in his room. Lin Huang was the only person who helped him in the training camp. He even saved his life. Xiaomo had always been grateful to Lin Huang. He wanted to return the favor when he got out of the camp. However, He could not do that anymore now that Lin Huang is gone. Without Lin Huang as his support, many people who were jealous of Xiao Mo created trouble for him. Many bullies crowded outside of room 1121. Xiao Mo, you were having the best time of your time a few days back. Lin Huang is dead, why do you look like your father just died? I heard Lin Huang gave you some of his points. I suggest you give us the points so that we leave you alone. Xiao Mo, you should accept our challenge, don't force us to start a deathmatch with you. What are you guys doing? Li Li knew Xiao Mo would have a difficult time since Lin Huang left, so he dropped by to visit him. He did not expect to see that. The bullies left once they saw Li Li. Are you alright? Li Li walked to Xiao Mo and asked. I'm okay. Xiao Mo shook his head and looked at Li Li. Is Lin Huang really dead? He still could not believe Lin Huang was gone forever. Thank you for helping me earlier. Xiao Mo held his head down again as he caressed the bronze-level equipment ring on his left middle finger. Lin Huang gave him a sword equipment ring last night. How about you stay with me? Li Li suggested. Xiao Mo looked at him and forced a smile but shook his head. Thank you, that won't be necessary. How about, I move in with you? Li Li countered. That's not it. Xiao Mo shook his head and smiled. I've promised boss Lin Huang that I would be stronger once he leaves. Although he's no longer living, I still have to keep my promise. Li Li nodded, patted Xiao Mo's shoulder and left. Lin Huang had been wandering around the training camp the entire day, he saw everything. He was touched. Although Purple Crow was an evil organization, not all of the people here were evil. At least Scarface, Li Li, and Xiao Mo were good-hearted. Since the mission time limit was almost over, Lin Huang dove underground and left the camp in his specter form. Congratulations, you have completed the chain missions. You've been awarded advance card by 2 inches. Just when Lin Huang was almost out of the training camp's coverage, Xiao He sent him a notification. I'm finally free. Lin Huang stretched his back. After leaving the camp hundreds of kilometers behind him, Lin Huang checked out his coordinates on his Emperor's Heart Ring. He realized that he was located in the far west of Division 7, it was far away from Baki City and Wulin Town. How should I go back now? I shall get to a foothold as a human. Lin Huang left his specter form and transformed back into a human. He then altered his features, height and changed his clothes, wearing a cloak behind him. He then set his destination, heading to AC grade mid-sized foothold and summoned the Alexandrian Eagle. It was already nighttime when he arrived at foothold number 7C357. After he entered the city, he was thinking of his accommodation as he would have to scan his identity if he was to stay in a hotel. He registered with the Purple Crow before so it might notify the Purple Crow, he did not want to reveal himself like that. Seems like it's time to fake an identity or else there would be many restrictions. Lin Huang frowned. After strolling around in the area, Lin Huang noticed that the foothold was one that was under the Purple Crow's jurisdiction. This was not the only foothold as there were more than 10 footholds that the Purple Crow controlled. There was a hunter association here but there must be people who were connected to the Purple Crow. With his grayish-black cloak, Lin Huang walked into the Hunter Association. He took out a life crystal when he got to the reception. I need a fake identity. Lin Huang spoke in a deep voice. Sure, please follow me. The receptionist was a short, middle-aged man who was quite friendly after receiving the life crystal. Lin Huang was brought to a cellar which was connected to the bar next door. It was crowded with many drunken men and women. The short, middle-aged man brought Lin Huang into a room. There was a skinny man who looked like he was in his 20s kissing a blonde lady on the couch. You got a customer. The short middle-aged man shouted. The man glared at the short, middle-aged man and Lin Huang while he put on his pants. He then lifted the lady's chin. Hey baby, I have some business to deal with. I'll get back to you. The lady was half naked on the couch, and even though Lin Huang was in the room, she did not cover herself at all. She winked at the man and said, don't take too long. Don't worry, it'll be quick. The man spanked the lady's naked butt. After he put on his clothes, the skinny man walked towards the short middle-aged man. What does he want? He needs a black card. The short middle-aged man said, deal with him, I need to make a move. The short, middle-aged man then left. What kind do you need? The skinny man looked at Lin Huang. What are the choices? Lin Huang asked. The cheapest one will only get you into a hotel. The slightly more expensive ones can get you a ride in the demonic crystal spaceship. The ones which are even more expensive can get through the Hunter Association and Union government. You can even use it to get a hunter's license. The most expensive kind can turn you into royalty with all the perks that come along with it. As long as you can afford them, I can get anything for you. The skinny man laughed. I'm using the identity of the member of a royal family, it got me many perks. I want the one that can get me a hunter's license. Lin Huang decided after hearing all the available options, you're sure you can do it? Don't worry, some of the Purple Crow elite members even got their fake identities made here. The obnoxious face the skinny man had made him look like he was not lying. How much would it cost? Lin Huang nodded in agreement. 100 pieces of life crystals. I accept life crystals only, not life crystals pieces, not credit points either. Also, no negotiation. The skinny man revealed his price. 100 pieces of life crystals were equivalent to 10,000 years of life crystal pieces and 10 billion credit points. The price was sky high. Sure, Lin Huang said without hesitating. However, I have a question. Do tell. The skinny man was stunned at how easily Lin Huang agreed to the price. If a fake identity that allows me to pass through the Union government cost me 100 life crystals, then how much would the identity of a member of a royal family cost? Lin Huang asked. It depends on which level of royalty you're talking about. No matter which level, it would cost at least a complete transcendent monster's carcass. The skinny man laughed. Lin Huang was quiet. Please take off your cloak. Stand here, I will take a picture of you. The skinny man laid down a white cloth and waved to Lin Huang. Lin Huang took off his cloak and revealed his 25-year-old face. It was his face when he was on Earth. The blonde lady on the couch saw Lin Huang and winked at him. Handsome, join our fun later. Lin Huang looked at the skinny man in shock. I'm open-minded, if you're willing to, I don't mind. The skinny man shrugged his shoulders. After the photoshoot was done, the skinny man took a while before getting to Lin Huang. Create a name for yourself, I will get the machine to generate the other details for you. Only you can see your personal details, I won't be able to see it. That will protect your privacy. Yi Shu. Lin Huang gave the name. It was the MC's name in a web novel that he read once. He loved the novel very much, which was why he could remember the name. Yi Shu, that's a good name. The skinny man laughed. After the name was inserted, the details were registered. Within 3 minutes, a new Emperor's Heart ring was sent to the skinny man via a device. It's done, take a look. The skinny man passed the ring to Lin Huang. Lin Huang then put on the ring on his left middle finger. After the identity scan was done, Lin Huang took a look at his new identity. He then placed 100 pieces of life crystals on the table. Thanks. Just when he was putting on his cloak, Lin Huang saw a ball under a bench nearby. He was stunned. He used his foot to get the ball out, it looked like a football. What is this? Lin Huang could not help but ask. This is called football in my hometown, it's considered a toy. I made this myself in memory of my hometown. The skinny man was not surprised at Lin Huang's question. Lin Huang could almost tell who the skinny man really was, but he suppressed his excitement and said, give me your contact details if I need you again in the future. Sure. The skinny man agreed immediately. Chapter 143. Daxi City. Lin Huang smirked as walked out of the bar where the skinny man was. Yong Ling, of course, he knew it was a fake name. Lin Huang traded 1 billion credit points to his new account with 10 life crystals. After getting to know the landing point of the demonic crystal spaceship, Lin Huang then left the plaza where the spaceship was. He arrived at the plaza around 10 at night. He looked around the hotels nearby and found one with a vacant room. He checked himself in immediately. The new Emperor's Heart ring was successfully used, there was no issue in Lin Huang's hotel check-in at all. As he had no idea how to return to Baki City yet, he booked 2 nights at the hotel. After entering the hotel room, Lin Huang started to move the things that he used most frequently from the old Emperor's Heart ring to the new one, as well as the storage ring that was given by Leng Yuexin. He also copied his contacts into the new ring and kept the old ring. He did not plan to use the hundreds of billions of credit points in his old ring, as he was not sure if that would notify the Purple Crow of his whereabouts. He wanted to be careful. It was 1 a.m. when he was done with his stuff. He then went to bed in exhaustion. He woke up after 8 the next morning. After breakfast, he returned to his room and started to look at the route back to Baki City. Foothold number 7C357 was called Daxi City by the locals. It was at the far west of Division 7. Meanwhile, Baqi City was located in the middle of Division 7 facing the south. To be able to get to Baqi City from Daxi City, he would have to cross half of Division 7. So far away, Lin Huang let out a sigh. As the distance was too far away, the network showed no demonic crystal spaceships that departed from Daxi City to Baqi City. If he were to ride on the spaceship, he would have to change stations twice. The first journey would take more than 4 months while the second and third would take more than 3 months each. The entire journey would take at least 11 months. I can't be doing that. By the time I get back, Lin Xin would have already graduated from school. Lin Huang gave up the plan to ride on the spaceship. After browsing the network for a long time, he finally found a workable route. He would get to foothold No 7A28, a huge foothold which was the closest to foothold number 7C357. From there, he could get to No 7A12, a foothold that was closest to Baqi City through the long-distance intradimensional portal. Then from No 7A12, he could get back to Baqi City through the long-distance intradimensional portal. It did not matter if the distance was long or short, both could be completed within seconds. The only issue was whether he would be able to use the intradimensional portal, as one would need to book it 1 month prior to the travel date. For the long-distance intradimensional portal from AC grade, small-sized foothold to an A grade, large foothold, it would require him to pre-book his travels anytime from 10 days to half a month prior to the travel date. He then took a look at the long-distance intradimensional portal from Daxi City to foothold No 7A28, and the earliest date he could travel was 12 days later, and the earliest date he could book the super long-distance intradimensional portal was 33 days later. Lin Huang raised an eyebrow when he saw the price of the tickets. He knew that dimensional portals within C-grade footholds would require at least 10,000 credit points, but the price for long-distance intradimensional portals was 10 times the price compared to the regular tickets for dimensional portals, costing 680,000 credit points. The tickets for the use of the super long-distance intradimensional portal was even more ridiculous, as it was tens of thousands times more than the price of a regular ticket. From foothold number 7A28 to foothold No 7A12, it would cost him 1.6 billion credit points. Lin Huang did not book the ticket because he did not have sufficient credit points in his new Emperor's Heart Ring. Feeling helpless, Lin Huang went to the credit bureau and traded 100 life crystals for 10 billion credit points. He then headed back to the hotel. He spent 1.6 billion credit points to book all 3 tickets from Daxi City to foothold No 7A28, from foothold number 7A28 to foothold No 7A12 before the final trip to Baqi City. He finally had a concrete plan. I will have to stay 12 days in Daxi City, 21 days in foothold No 7A28 and 1 to 2 days in foothold No 7A12 before I arrive in Baqi City. Lin Huang looked at the route and thought that was the fastest he could get back to Baqi City, but it would still take him more than a month. Daxi City was under Purple Crow's jurisdiction. It was an open city with a very flavorful nightlife scene. However, that had nothing to do with Lin Huang. The more powerful the human and monsters he encountered in this world, the more stressed he was. He had always felt like he was too weak in this world, where even the slightest thing could kill him. He did not want to risk his life at all. There's a level 2 wild zone nearby, I'll train my wildfire sword skill over there. Although I might not be able to accumulate the complete sword skill in 12 days, that's sufficient for me to accumulate quite a few card pieces. Lin Huang soon made arrangements for what he was going to do for the next 12 days. The level 2 wild zone was less than 20 kilometers to the west of Daxi City. After lunch, Lin Huang headed to the wild zone riding on the Viridian Wolf. After arriving deep in the wild zone and into the area of bronze-level monsters, Lin Huang recalled his Viridian Wolf and started to train his wildfire sword skill, and whenever monsters saw him, they would plunge towards him, but Lin Huang would end them. Within an hour, there were monster carcasses everywhere. However, he did not stop training until it was 10 at night. He collected all the monster carcasses and returned to the city. For the following week, Lin Huang left the city early in the morning and returned late at night to train in his sword skill. He had accumulated more than 400 card pieces, but he had yet to combine them into a complete skill card. Whenever Lin Huang asked Xiao He would tell him that the card pieces were insufficient. Although he had yet to obtain the skill, Lin Huang was familiar with the skill now. It was almost as powerful as Thunder Sword. Since the card pieces were not enough, Lin Huang would have to accumulate the card pieces one by one. He had been killing monsters for a few days, and by accumulating card pieces in the training tower, he now had 7 monster card pieces that could be combined into complete cards. However, he chose not to combine them. The 7 monsters were nothing out of the ordinary and he would rather redeem some other monster card or function card that could be of more use in the future. If he was to combine them into a complete card, there would be 10% damage to the card pieces. On the 8th day, the sky was dark as Lin Huang left the hotel room. It looked like it was going to drizzle. However, he decided to head to the wild zone anyway and return when it rained. The weather remained the same until noon. Rain had yet to pour. Lin Huang found a tree and planned to rest atop the tree. Just as he was eating his snack, he heard something strange from above him. He looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "What the FCK?" Chapter 144. Virtual Eye. A strange noise came from the sky as a black sigil appeared in the air. The sigil looked like there was a black, ferocious scar that caused a crack in the sky. It extended both ways and stopped when it was more than 10 meters long. After it had stopped growing horizontally, it began to grow downwards and soon, a gigantic black eye opened. It looked like it was God's eye looking down on the world. A virtual eye has opened. Although Lin Huang had never seen an actual virtual eye before, he knew immediately that it was a virtual eye when he witnessed it firsthand. The first ever virtual eye was opened 800 years ago and ever since then, it became something frequent that happened almost every day almost everywhere. It could happen outside the safety zone, within the safety zone, places that are less populated or even those that are more densely populated. This time, it happened less than 20 kilometers from Daxi City. It was considered a dangerous distance as it would take 10 minutes for the monsters that traveled on land to arrive in the city. There would be a bigger problem if there were many flying monsters. However, when the virtual eye appeared, the siren in the city went off and defensive shields of footholds went up. Lin Huang would not know about all these as he was outside the foothold. Now that the virtual eye was opened, he did not have the time to run away. He used a specific transformation card instead and hid in the tree in his specter form. Many monsters were coming out of the virtual eye on invisible parachutes. Lin Huang's jaw dropped as he watched helplessly. It almost looked like monsters were raining out of the sky. There are so many silver level and gold level monsters. Lin Huang frowned. At least the monster horde mostly consisted of nightmare level and even disaster level monsters. Hopefully, there won't be many transcendent monsters. The monster horde grade was categorized into violent grade, nightmare grade, and disaster grade. The violent grade monsters were mostly made up of iron level and bronze level monsters with a minimum of silver level monsters. Most of the transcendent monsters would not be involved in a violent grade horde. On the other hand, nightmare grade hordes would see more silver level and gold level monsters with some of the transcendent monsters participating. As for disaster grade, most of the horde would be made up of gold level monsters and there would be at least one transcendent monster. From the amount of gold level monsters, Lin Huang could tell that it was a disaster grade monster horde. The only thing that he was not sure was how many transcendent monsters there would be. Please don't do this to me, I'm only 4 days away from leaving this place through the dimensional portal. Lin Huang was upset. A disaster grade monster horde would be difficult even for AB grade, huge foothold. It was impossible for Daxi City, which was AC grade, mid-sized foothold, to handle such a monster horde. Lin Huang could predict that the entire Daxi City would be completely destroyed in less than a day. There would usually be one transcendent guarding the city in AC grade foothold, but there would be at least 3 transcendent monsters when it came to a disaster grade monster horde. There were not many gold level hunters residing in AC grade foothold. The number of gold hunters were much lesser than the gold level monsters that were descending from the sky. It was a sure lose battle. As soon as the city was attacked by monsters, the dimensional portal would remain closed and Lin Huang would not be able to leave the foothold like he planned to. He could use a small destruction card to wipe out all monsters below transcendent level, but that would not stop the transcendent monsters from destroying the city. The fate of the city would remain the same, but his fate would change. He would be targeted by transcendent monsters. There was nothing he could do to help. It was chaotic in Daxi City. Ever since the warning for the virtual eye was broadcasted, everyone rushed home to seek refuge. Ordinary people could not join the battle with monsters and they were fearful of the monster horde. It was unfortunate because as soon as a person was diagnosed with a fear of monsters, they would be forced to go for a psychotherapy session to overcome their fears afterward. Staff from the Purple Crow did their best to calm the situation down and within minutes, the streets were empty. Most of the Purple Crow staff headed to the west of the foothold while a small part of them guarded the east gate. Fortunately, there were only 2 gates in the foothold, so the hunters could gather and focus on these 2 gates instead of being scattered everywhere. Xie Yu was the guardian of Daxi City. He was an old man with white hair. He chose a secluded location because he wanted to enjoy his life in peace. He never expected for such things to happen within 2 years from the time he took up this position. With his vision, he could see the monsters coming out of the virtual eye clearly. He knew very well that it was a disaster-grade horde. It was impossible for him to fight the transcendent monsters on his own. Should I fight or should I run? Xie Yu hesitated and finally made his decision. Gah, since I am only left with few years of life light, I'd rather die here with dignity instead of dying shame in a couple of years to come. After he made up his mind, he flew towards the sky and headed to the west gate. 2 men and a lady were enjoying their drinks at a restaurant without a roof. The guardian from the Purple Crow has headed out. I have always thought that members of the Purple Crow would run away to save themselves in such situations. It was the lady who spoke. Her hair was red with 2 braids and she wore a short denim skirt that revealed her legs. From the length of her legs, anyone could tell that she was tall. It was just that she happened to be sitting down so nobody could tell exactly how tall she was. Purple Crow has their own law. If he ran away like that, I don't think they'll just let him go like that. The man in sunglasses said. He wore a Chinese suit with neatly combed hair. Boss, this is Purple Crow's territory. Don't you think they would handle this? The lady with red hair said to the middle-aged man on her right. Although this is Purple Crow's territory, the people are innocent. If we don't do anything about this disaster-grade horde, millions of people will die because none of them would dare leave. The man in sunglasses disagreed with what the lady said. But if we intervene, our identities will be revealed and we'll fail our mission. Liang Song, don't forget what we're here for. The lady with red hair looked at the man in sunglasses. If the city gets destroyed, our mission would fail as well. If we're going to fail our mission anyway, we might as well save the people. Liang Song pushed his sunglasses up as he spoke calmly. All right, stop arguing. The safety of the people is our priority. The middle-aged man who sat at one corner finally spoke. He then looked at the lady with long legs. Zhou Qian, when you get back, I want you to write down the hunter code 100 times. Boss, please don't be ruthless, 200 times. The middle-aged man stared at her. He had big eyes and thick eyebrows with a 4-centimeter scar on his lip. His kind face turned ferocious. Leader, should we fight now or should we start fighting only when the guardian is dead? Liang Song asked. The transcendent monsters have not arrived yet, let's wait. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Meanwhile, Xie Yu arrived at the west gate. Before the monsters landed on the ground, he started killing them. A purple sword appeared. He pointed his sword in the air. Countless arrow blades were formed and sliced towards the monsters. Countless monsters were cut in half by the arrow blades. They were like pieces of papers. Lin Huang was watching from far. A sword skill combined with the wind element. The area of attack is amazing. Lin Huang was not the only one looking. The 3 people at the roofless restaurant saw him in action as well. The area of attack isn't that bad, but the strength of a sword skill such as this is nothing to shout about. Zhou Qian commented negatively. If you compare your advantage to someone else's disadvantage, nobody would ever be better than you. Liang Song criticized her. Why didn't you say that his area of attack is much wider than yours, which is more suitable to handle such a monster attack? Liang Song, why are you finding fault with me? Zhou Qian stared at him. I'm just telling the truth. Liang Song said in all seriousness. All right, shut up the both of you. Before we participate in the battle, nobody talks. Whoever speaks first will have to write down the hunter code 100 times. The second time you speak will get you 200 times. Once the middle-aged man said that, the both of them no longer dared to speak a word. In midair, Xie Yu had been killing the monsters on his own for more than an hour. He had no idea how many monsters he had already killed. It was Lin Huang's first time seeing a transcendent fight at such a close distance. He looked like a weapon that would never run out of ammo. Suddenly, the monsters that were coming out of the virtual eye slowed down. Lin Huang could hear a strange roar from within the virtual eye. Soon, gigantic claws with scales were seen on the edge of the virtual eye. Lin Huang knew that the transcendent monster was coming. Chapter 145. The transcendent monster arrives. Countless monsters were coming out of the virtual eye. Xianxia killed more than half of them while they were still descending midair, but there were still many on the ground. Xianxia did not have the time to care about those that were on the ground. Meanwhile, the Purple Crow staff rushed from the west gate to join the battle. Since they had a Transcendent as their guardian, most of the monsters were taken out by the Transcendent alone, which was comforting to the people. It was just a matter of time before Daxi City was destroyed by monsters. Every time a virtual eye opened, a Transcendent monster would come with it, and it would be at least a nightmare-grade monster horde. The virtual eye that was opened near Daxi City was definitely brought with it a horde that was a higher level than a nightmare-grade horde, judging from the amount of gold-level monsters that came with it. A disaster-grade monster horde would have at least 3 Transcendent monsters. That looks huge, the leader Zhu Nian frowned. The lady with red hair, Zhou Qian, pointed at her lips, indicating to the leader that she wanted to speak. Zhu Nian sighed and nodded. You may speak. From its size, it should be a giant. However, looking at the claws, it seems to be more like a demon or a sky dragon. If it was a sky dragon, it would wipe us all out except for the leader, but if it was a demon, the old man would not be able to handle it on his own. Zhou Qian spoke her mind about what she observed. Hopefully, it's not a sky dragon. A sky dragon doesn't get along with other monsters. A monster horde of this grade would have at least 3 of them if it was a sky dragon. By then, aside from our leader, the rest of us must flee. Liang Song said. Gigantic claws came out of the virtual eye in the middle and a loud roar echoed in the air. Aside from Xianxia, there were many Purple Crow Reserve members that were looking into the sky. Based on how its head looked, it appeared to be a dragon, but since none of them had ever seen such a monster before, nobody could tell what it really was. The gigantic dragon climbed down slowly from the virtual eye. Its gigantic stature filled everyone's eyes, causing the people immense stress. Even Lin Huang had never seen a creature of this size. Its head alone was almost 1,000 meters long and was filled with thorns. It certainly did not look friendly. It was more than 20,000 meters long with grayish-black scales covering its body. A deadly aura lingered all over its body. Its 3 gigantic eyes were grayish-white, there were no pupils. From the top of its head all the way to its tail, there were countless white thorns that were hundreds of meters long. After it got out of the virtual eye, it extended its black wing and roared at the city. The entire city was like a toy town to it. Is this a sky dragon? Zhou Qian was uncertain. The aura it gives of doesn't feel like that of a sky dragon. It feels more like a spiritual monster. Liang Song shook his head. Both of you are wrong. It's an undead monster. The leader Zhu Nian finally spoke. He was frowning. Undead dragons are more difficult to deal with compared to sky dragons. The worst thing is that there will be more undead transcendent monsters arriving. Many hunters would never want to encounter undead monsters because they possess a unique skill to keep themselves alive. Just like the 6-armed demon, to kill it, one had to attack its mask to kill it. Attacking any other part of its body would prove futile. As for the vile marionette, it had the robust ability and can only be killed after many repetitive attacks. Those were the conclusions of the people who had encountered those monsters before. Now, they were faced with a monster nobody had faced before. Its skills and powers were a mystery. The undead monster is going to cause problems. Zhou Qian frowned. Xianxia, who was fighting midair outside of the west gate of Daxi City, frowned as well. Since he was closest to the monster, he could sense that it was slightly more powerful than himself. If it indeed had a unique skill to keep itself alive, Xianxia could confirm that he would lose in this battle. However, he was determined to fight anyway. The gigantic dragon took aim at the city, but soon, it noticed that there was an obstacle not far away from it. It locked its eyes on the human that was blocking its way. Human, die. After a sudden roar, the dragon monster attacked Xianxia with its gigantic claws. Although it was huge, it was still as fast as lightning. Xianxia remained focused as he knew he had to fight with every fiber in him this time. He took out his sword and leapt forward, disappearing from where stood earlier. He then appeared on top of the dragon's head and pointed his sword at the dragon beneath him as he screamed, "Lightning sword!" Just then, there were golden tendrils of lightning that sparkled around the purple sword. It then transformed into a golden bolt of lightning heading towards the dragon's eye. That was quick. Zhou Qian, who stood at quite a distance, exclaimed. The dragon did not have the time to escape when the lightning pierced through its eye. Did it hit the dragon? Liang Song was uncertain. No, it had some kind of unique ability. Zhu Nian frowned as he shook his head. Xianxia, who was in the battle, was overjoyed when he saw the attack hit the dragon. However, his smile disappeared once he realized that his attack missed the monster. Just as Xie Yu was about to escape, a gigantic dragon tail slapped him and he fell hard towards the ground far away. Chapter 146, Ghastly Clown at a Roofless Restaurant in Daxi City. Zhou Qian was shocked at what she just saw. I saw the attack hit it. What happened? How did the monster disappear? Zhou Qian and another 2 men were watching Xie Yu fighting the transcendent monster outside the west gate. Liang Song was frowning too, he could not figure out what just happened. The dragon was not its real body, it was an illusion. Zhu Nian explained. Illusion? How could it be? Zhou Qian could not believe it. It was an illusion ever since it appeared, am I right? Liang Song seemed to notice something. Zhu Nian nodded. This is one incredible monster. It casted an illusion that covered such a wide area that even we were deceived. No wonder. When the first transcendent monster appeared, it seemed like nothing was happening at the virtual eye. It appears that all the transcendent monsters use the illusion as cover to come out at once. Liang Song finally figured it out. They came out when the dragon created the illusion of it coming out of the virtual eye. Zhu Nian nodded his head. Suddenly, the defensive shield on top of the city was continuously attacked. The entire foothold was shaking. It's attacking the defensive shield. Zhu Nian spoke the obvious. The strength of AC grade foothold was limited. There were cracks appearing in 3 different locations because of continuous blows by the transcendent monsters. Everyone in the city was scared. Many ordinary people were shivering, some were even crying. Leader, should we fight now? Liang Song could not wait anymore. Can you see the monsters? Zhu Nian asked him back. No, I can't. Liang Song shook his head. So what are you going to fight then? Zhu Nian asked again. But, once the defensive shields are broken, they would attack the citizens. Liang Song tried to reason with him. It's about being strategic. Zhu Nian shook his head. Liang Song was influenced by the adrenaline rush. What's the rush? The old man is still alive. Zhou Qian pointed towards Xie Yu's direction. The 2 heard a loud crash and looked in the direction the sound was coming from. Xie Yu was hit and came crashing down to the ground. A white glow emerged and countless white droplets were seen 10 kilometers away. Lin Huang dove underground immediately. Just when he found a hiding place, countless white droplets similar to raindrops shot up the sky. It looked like white raindrops that defied gravity, returning to the sky. Xie Yu had combined elemental power with his sword skill. Lin Huang watched in admiration. Xie Yu noticed that the dragon was not the actual body of the transcendent monster, so he began attacking in a wide area to figure out exactly where the transcendent monsters were. Under such pressure, the bodies of the transcendent monsters were marked by the white droplets. Although they did not reveal their true selves, it was good enough to locate them. There were a total of 4 transcendent monsters. Just as Xie Yu was getting ready to attack, there was a fiery explosion that came from Daxi City. The flame almost shot through one of the transcendent's body and the transcendent monster fell to the ground as it groaned. Soon, a gigantic carcass appeared on the ground. It was a spectral 3-headed boa that was almost 1,000 meters long. It was the mastermind behind the illusion. Once the spectral 3-headed boa was dead, the illusion was broken. The 3 remaining transcendents revealed themselves before everyone. There was a lava giant, a 4-winged sword fiend and a ghastly clown that looked like a human, but nobody could make out what monster that was. The sudden death of the spectral 3-headed boa stunned the 3 transcendent monsters. The transcendent monsters were not the only ones who were shocked. Xie Yu, who just got up from the ground, was stunned as well. He did not realize that there were other transcendent humans in the city. At first, he thought they were his partners from the Purple Crow. However, he was surprised when he saw them descending from the air. The 3 of them were not dressed in the Purple Crow's coat. Boss, you're brilliant to have recognized that it was a spectral 3-headed boa. Zhou Qian looked at Zhu Nian in admiration. She finally showed how tall she was when she stood up. Although she was wearing a pair of flats, she was over 1.9 meters in height. Hearing Zhou Qian groveling, Zhu Nian rubbed his nose. I actually had no idea which of them casted the illusion. I just attacked one of them. It was just a coincidence. Liang Song and Zhou Qian looked at each other. Zhu Nian pretended like he did not see their expression as he recalled the golden spear he used to kill the spectral 3-headed boa. I didn't expect that there would be 3 more transcendent humans in this small area that I'm in charge of. Xie Yu knew that the 3 of them concealed their aura when they entered the city. It was obvious that they did not want him to know about their existence. Now that they revealed themselves to help, they could be from the Hunter Association or Adventurer Paradise. Guardian, if you have anything to say, we shall talk about it after we have killed these transcendent monsters and the rest beneath them. Zhu Nian pointed to the direction of the 3 transcendent monsters. Xie Yu hesitated before he nodded. He did not want Daxi City to be destroyed by the monsters. Since there were people who were willing to help, he should welcome them with open arms. Sly humans, how dare they hide 4 holy fire-level humans in such a small C-grade foothold? However, it will be useless because all of you will die, today. He, the ghastly clown did not seem to fear them as it laughed eerily. Hey ugly, don't you know how to count? There are 4 of us here and only 3 of you there. Zhou Qian shouted at the ghastly clown. Lady, you have such a pretty face. Just after it said those words, a mask appeared in the hand of the ghastly clown. It then placed the mask on its face and transformed its face to look exactly like Zhou Qian. From now on, this face belongs to me. Zhou Qian was shocked. Suddenly, she spoke the exact words that were coming out of the ghastly clown's mouth. It was 3 against 4, isn't it 4 against 3 now? He. Just as Zhou Qian uttered those words, she attacked Zhu Nian who was standing next to her. At the same time, the other 2 transcendent monsters rushed towards Xie Yu and Liang Song. Chapter 147. The Scary Clown. 700 years ago, during the new epic, a transcendent had said this before: don't ever underestimate an unknown monster, especially an unknown transcendent monster. Without a doubt, what he said came true here, today. Nobody knew what the ghastly clown actually was and the special abilities it possessed. This caused Zhou Qian, who was one of the transcendent, to become its puppet. Everyone including Zhu Nian had never expected Zhou Qian to fall under the ghastly clown's control. Zhu Nian noticed it because of Zhou Qian's abnormal behavior. When Zhou Qian was about to strike a heavy blow on Zhu Nian lifted his spear and the shaft of his spear blocked the blow. However, Zhou Qian's attack caused Zhu Nian to retreat about 30 meters away. Oh, a little girl that's good in close combat. I love it. He. Zhou Qian said something strange. Zhou Qian, fight it. Get it out of your body. Don't be controlled by it. Zhu Nian yelled at Zhou Qian. It's useless. As long as I have my mask on, she will not be able to get rid of me. He. The ghastly clown smiled wryly and said. Zhu Nian stepped 1 step forward in the air and pounced on the ghastly clown. The ghastly clown immediately transformed its face into Zhou Qian's face and smiled at Zhu Nian without moving. The next moment, Zhou Qian flashed through the air and appeared in front of Zhu Nian, blocking his way. Zhu Nian wanted to bypass her but he was hit by her consecutive attacks. He did not want to hurt her so he could only dodge her attacks passively. On the other hand, Xie Yu and Liang Song were having a tough time too. The lava giant had been attacking Xie Yu non-stop. It seemed like it was not afraid of any kind of attack. When Xie Yu stabbed his body with a longsword relic, the effect was similar to cutting into an armor relic of a higher rank. However, the lava giant had a terrifying amount of strength. Xie Yu could only defend against its attacks. On the other hand, Liang Song was in a tangle with the 4-winged sword fiend. The 4-winged sword fiend's lightning-fast attacks were scary. The sharpness of 6 of its forelimbs was on par with a sword relic. It could easily chop off anyone who was not prepared for its attack. Liang Song could not keep up with its speed at all. He was just trying to avoid the attack as the number of wounds on his body increased. Lin Huang was nervous, seeing 3 transcendent totally incapacitated, unable to fight back at all. On the ground, the Purple Crow staff and other influential members were all involved in the fight with the monster horde. If this continued, the monsters would probably wipe out Daxi City. Settle the woman first. Stop dodging her attacks. Xie Yu saw that Zhu Nian was not giving his all against Zhou Qian so he yelled at him as he could not stand it anymore. Zhu Nian frowned. He knew that what Xie Yu said was right. If he could not get rid of Zhou Qian, it would turn the battle into a 4 versus 1 when both of them were killed. Regardless of his abilities, it would be difficult to fight back. Zhou Qian, please forgive me. Zhu Nian decided not to avoid her attacks anymore. He pointed his gold spear at Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian leapt towards Zhu Nian again. Zhu Nian took 1 step forward, as if the whole world was within his control. He brushed across Zhou Qian instantly. His spear then pierced through Zhou Qian's chest, coming out from her back. Zhou Qian's body was limp. Zhu Nian immediately reached out and held her in his arms. At that moment, Zhou Qian did not care about her wounds and struck a blow to Zhu Nian's chest. Zhu Nian frowned. He pulled his spear out and chopped off both her arms. Zhou Qian then gradually regained her consciousness. Looking at Zhu Nian who was holding her, she burst into tears and whispered, "I am sorry, it's okay. It's not your fault." Zhu Nian patted her shoulder and carried her to the ground. "Get some rest. Tisk tisk tisk. You are being so cruel to your female subordinate. Didn't it hurt to hurt her?" He heard the voice of the ghastly clown again. Zhou Qian's mask had disappeared and it had returned to its original look. "I haven't felt anger like this for years. You really are getting on my nerves." Zhu Nian turned back to face the clown and lifted his spear again, pointing at the ghastly clown who was floating midair. "Ah, I'm so scared, he. A mask appeared in the ghastly clown's hand again. "Who should I transform into? Give me some suggestion." "I would suggest that you die now." Zhu Nian's spear thrust through the air and his body appeared in front of the ghastly clown in an instant. Zhu Nian stabbed the spear that resembled a dragon into its face. "You're so rude." The ghastly clown's body began blurring into the background, making it look like an illusion or a shadow. Even its voice sounded like a featherweight voice. Zhu Nian was stunned and his face turned grave when he failed to kill the ghastly clown. Soon, a sound was heard coming behind him. "Guess who I've transformed into?" Zhu Nian did not turn his head around but threw his spear backward. However, he missed it. The next moment, a shadow pounced on him suddenly. He made a wrong move and avoided the shadow. He took a look and realized that he was Liang Song, dressed in a Chinese tunic. Here is a multiple-choice question. Do you prefer a female subordinate or a male subordinate? Hehehehe. Apparently, it was the ghastly clown who said these words. "Is this the only trick you have up your sleeve? You dare not fight me face to face and only rely on dirty tricks like these?" Zhu Nian roared. When he looked around, there were no traces of the ghastly clown. "Hehehehe. You won't get to me in this manner. It only works on human like you with low intelligence. It's not going to work on me. Perhaps, I'll give you a chance to fight me face to face when I'm in a good mood." The next time the ghastly clown appeared, it was standing behind Liang Song. It looked exactly the same as Liang Song. "Since you want to play a game, let's get it on." Zhu Nian shouted in a deep voice. He dashed forward once again. This time, he was running towards Liang Song. Bullets rained from the gun in Liang Song's hand. However, none of the fired bullets touched Zhu Nian's body. He then threw his spear and it penetrated Liang Song's chest, but just as it penetrated Liang Song's body, the gold spear changed direction and flew towards the back of the ghastly clown's head. Just as he was about to kill the ghastly clown, he could vaguely sense an unusual wave coming out its body. He immediately stopped his attack. "It's such a waste. 3 centimeters more and your male subordinate would have burst into pieces." Liang Song was originally standing on the left. Unexpectedly, they had switched positions. The one who was standing there was now the ghastly clown. The position where the ghastly clown initially stood at was now where Liang Song was. Zhu Nian broke into a cold sweat because he almost smashed Liang Song's head into pieces. "Hehehehe, I've already said this earlier. Play by my rules and such things won't happen. Of course, if you enjoy the excitement, I don't mind playing this game with you." The ghastly clown seemed to have full control over the battle. When Zhu Nian was staring at the ghastly clown with fear, the results of the battle his comrades were fighting became clear. Being attacked by the lava giant and the 4-winged sword fiend, Xianxia was unable to defend himself. His defensive relic was broken. His brain was sliced in half by the 4-winged sword fiend while his body was crushed into minced meat. The 4-winged sword fiend then threw his crushed body into its mouth. Liang Song had basically lost his combat abilities and Zhu Nian faced an undesirable situation he did not expect. What was initially a 4 vs 3 battle had become a 1 vs 3 battle. Chapter 148. Zhu Nian has gone insane. The transcendent monsters had usually experienced once mutation and after a brain transformation, their intelligence was beyond human intelligence. Of course, there were some exceptions. Very few of the transcendent monsters had never experienced mutation and these monsters would normally possess incredible combat abilities. There were also some of them that had gone through 2 or even 3 mutations. These monsters were even scarier. Aside from having abilities that were on par with human geniuses, they could also evolve to possess a higher degree of intelligence. During the fight, Zhu Nian could confirm that the ghastly clown was a monster that had gone through at least 2 mutations. In the beginning, it already had full control over the battle, causing everyone to follow it. Zhu Nian was facing an undesirable situation, not only that it 1 versus 3, the opponent had Liang Song as a hostage. Tell me what your rules are. Zhu Nian observed the situation and calmed himself down. He knew he was at the losing end and had to find a way to be at an advantage. Hehehehe, a holy fire level, it is difficult to find food tastier than you. I'll give you a chance. If you can win both of the transcendent monsters, I'll give you an opportunity to fight me in person, but if you lose to them, not only will I kill both your teammates but everyone in this C-grade foothold as well. The voice of the ghastly clown filled the air. Everyone could clearly hear it, including all of the residents of the foothold. Many of them stole glances at Zhu Nian. They prayed that he could reverse the situation. Zhu Nian looked serious and nodded his head. Okay, I accept. Hehehehe, very good, let the game begins, the ghastly clown announced happily in the midair. At almost the same time as he finished his words, the lava giant and four-winged sword fiend ran towards Zhu Nian. The speed of the four-winged sword fiend was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Zhu Nian. 6 forelimbs were coming towards Zhu Nian at a terrifying speed, and they were in the form of sharp blades. It resembled 6 swordmasters attacking him with a sword relic. 6 beams of black light appeared and moved extremely fast, causing the air to crackle and crack. Zhu Nian remained calm. He then lifted his hand with as little movement as he could, and the gold spear in his hand had transformed into a thunderbolt that fought against the beams of light. Only the sound of colliding metal could be heard. Go away. With a loud growl, the gold thunderbolt suddenly transformed into a shadow of a whip-like weapon, hitting the stomach and waist of the four-winged sword fiend. Its body was blown away as the attack struck and cracks appeared all over its hard armor. The next moment, the lava giant was about to strike a heavy blow to Zhu Nian's body from the left. The blow was accompanied by an immense power and a terribly high temperature. Zhu Nian, who was hanging in midair, immediately reclaimed his spear. He had no means of retreating and he had to defend against the heavy blow. The spear had transformed into a golden lightning dragon that slammed into the lava giant. Bang! A loud thud was heard which sounded very much like an explosion. The ground began to vigorously shake. Zhu Nian looked smaller in size compared to the lava giant. He was like an ant. However, his ant-like body remained stationary. He was firmly rooted in midair, at the position where he was standing. After a short while, something shocking happened. Spider webs like cracks began to appear on the lava giant's right arm where the spear hit it. The lava giant, that was always proud of its strength and defensive power, began to roar in anger. Red flames gushed out from its eyes and mouth. The red lava began to flow from his body and seemed like a tattoo that ran through his body that eventually covered its entire body. Zhu Nian knew that the lava giant had gone on a rampage. Its rampage had multiplied the strength, speed, and defensive power of the lava giant. Roar! After a thunderous, angry roar, the lava giant took another blow at Zhu Nian again. It is useless to go on a rampage. There is a big gap between our combat abilities. Zhu Nian said calmly. He was not afraid of the lava giant at all. He then took out his spear again. However, he did not attack it like he did earlier. Soon, the lava giant's attack hit his spear, but no sound was heard. It was just a simple attack and the lava giant's arm collided with his spear. However, the body of the lava giant became stiff and its arm became distorted, changing shape as it hit the spear. Within a short while, its distorted arm had reached its peak and the arm began to collapse. It was silence. No sound was heard and the lava giant's right arm broke into a pile of crushed rock. The lava giant roared in a fit of rage. Just as it was about to attack again with its left arm, the spear in Zhu Nian's hand transformed into a gold whip abruptly and was being thrown towards its left arm. Within the next few moments, Zhu Nian chopped off the lava giant's left arm, causing it to quickly flee. At that moment, Zhu Nian grabbed his spear and, holding onto the shaft of the spear, he took aim at the lava giant's forehead and the golden spear shot like an arrow towards the lava giant. Just as the lava giant was about to dodge the attack with its broken arm, the spear became faster midair all of a sudden. It resembled a gold thunderbolt that embedded a hole right through its blazing left eye in the back of its head. The lava giant growled from the excruciating pain it suffered. The lava and flames in its body slowly went out. Eventually, it had completely turned into a pile of rocks scattered all over the ground. Then, the four-winged sword fiend quietly appeared behind Zhu Nian. 6 beams of light from the 6 blades shone on Zhu Nian's 6 vital parts. The beams of light were about to cut through Zun Yan's body. However, at the very next moment, a golden spear penetrated through the four-winged swordfiend's head from the top, and half of the spear appeared from its lower jaw. "I've been waiting for you." Zun Yan smiled wryly and twisted the spear. An immense power was released from the spear, and the head of the four-winged swordfiend exploded in an instant. Blood splattered all around. Then, the remaining light beam that shone on Zun Yan's body instantly became dim. After killing two transcendent monsters, Zun Yan kept his spear away and looked at the ghastly clown. "I think it's time you fulfilled your promise." Chapter 149. Defeated by just one skill. Clap clap clap. The ghastly clown clapped, and a wry smile was plastered on its face. "Hehehehe, well done. You did not disappoint me. I'll give you this little brat back." As soon as the ghastly clown finished speaking, Liang Song's mask automatically disappeared, revealing the ghastly clown's face. Liang Song became limp and fainted. Zun Yan rushed to him, held his arms and gave him a tube of medicine. He then left him at the entrance of the city. He gradually floated into the sky as he looking at the ghastly clown. "Why do you look so serious? Are you worried that I'll use my control skill to take over your body?" The ghastly clown laughed, his big red mouth widening when Zun Yan did not fight back. It had a white mask on with red lips and black eyes. It looked like an overly exaggerated creature, especially its red lips that occupied half of its face, terrorizing everyone when it smiled. "Don't worry, I won't use that skill on you." The ghastly clown waved its hand. "For some reason, I don't think you can anyway." Zun Yan was slightly relieved as he heard this. "Have you ever played shogi? Once the general is caught, the entire game ends regardless of what pieces you have remaining. You're now the general. If you are controlled, the game would be too boring. Moreover, you have proven yourself to bring me more joy. That was why I gave you a chance to challenge me." The ghastly clown had absolute confidence in itself, and everyone seemed like pieces on a chessboard to it. "Are you sure? Aren't you afraid that the joy that I'm bringing you can cause you death?" Zun Yan's aura grew stronger. "Let's see if you're capable of doing so." "Hehehehe, our leader seems to be getting serious." Liang Song had regained his consciousness. He turned his head and looked at Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian nodded her head and smiled a little. "When he gets serious, something bad is going to happen to someone. Yes, his combat ability is about to achieve immortal level. No ordinary commander level monster can handle that." Liang Song agreed with Zhou Qian. Lin Huang was hiding underground, and even he could feel Zun Yan's aura. The powerful aura he gave off was beyond what all the transcendent monsters Lin Huang had ever met could ever give off. It seemed like he had taken it to another level. How could a transcendent be so powerful? He can trigger astronomical change solely with his aura. Lin Huang noticed that under Zun Yan's aura, the haze that the virtual eye caused had disappeared. Even the sun appeared. Zun Yan was hanging midair with a golden spear in his hand. Soon, his aura had reached its peak, and at that moment, he disappeared abruptly from the ground. Many of the transcendent level and gold level hunters witnessed that amazing scene. Even Liang Song and Zhou Qian, who were holy fire level, could not get a hold of Zun Yan's movement. "It seems like we have to train harder and be stronger. It doesn't feel good to be a hindrance." Liang Song sighed and nodded his head. After Zun Yan's disappearance from midair, a beam of golden light suddenly came towards the ghastly clown. The golden light appeared suddenly at a terribly fast speed. Nevertheless, the ghastly clown was not showing any signs of nervousness, and in fact, it was smiling. It moved its body slightly to dodge the oncoming golden light. Zun Yan did not stop attacking. As soon as the first beam of golden light disappeared, the second beam of golden light attacked it from another direction. Similarly, it appeared without notice and reaching its maximum speed. Close behind the second beam was the third beam of golden light, the fourth beam, the fifth beam. About 3,000 beams of golden light shot towards the ghastly clown but missed. It was unbelievable. Not a single beam of light hit him. Lin Huang and the rest of them had no idea what skill Zun Yan used. How it could be, Zhou Qian had an unbelievable expression on her face. Did he just dodge our leader's 3,000 strands of worry? Liang Song was frightened. Zun Yan was hanging in midair but disappeared for quite a while. He then suddenly appeared, his face red as he looked at the ghastly clown. "You have been fooling us all the while. You are actually a chief-level monster, and yet you pretend to be a commander-level monster. I never said that I'm commander-level, you assumed I was." The ghastly clown spread his hands. The combat ability of a commander-level monster was comparable to that of a human holy fire transcendent. The lava giant and the four-winged sword fiend that Zhu Nian killed earlier were both commander level. The ghastly clown was a chief level monster. Its combat ability was on par with that of a human immortal level transcendent. The monster world had a strict hierarchy. A chief level monster could cause severe damage. If it had sufficient time, it could gather at least 10 commander level monsters and 10 of millions of monster in a horde, triggering a destruction grade monster horde. The effect by such a monster horde was beyond what a disaster grade monster horde could do. Destroying the grade B big sized foothold would be a breeze. The combat ability of the chief level monster alone would be powerful enough. In the Hunter Association, only the immortal level transcendent hunters are able to fight against such monsters. Zhu Nian had never expected to meet such a powerful opponent. Just because I am chief level you're going to retreat? The ghastly clown laughed at Zhu Nian's expression. If you're going to escape, I won't stop you. However, your subordinates and everyone in this city will become my food. I think it'll take me less than 5 minutes to devour everyone here. Everyone who was watching the battle heard this. Although many of them could not understand the true extent of a chief level monster's power, they knew that Zhu Nian was incapable of defeating the ghastly clown. A chief level monster, Liang Song's and Zhou Qian's facial expression had changed. Of course, they fully understood what a chief level monster could do. A chief level monster. It seems like it's stronger than the uncle. Lin Huang was not sure how the combat ability of a chief level monster would be like. However, he knew that Zhu Nian was very powerful. He was stronger than most of the transcendents that he had met. I wonder if I can use the seal card on him. When Lin Huang was still hesitating, Zhu Nian had already made up his mind. I am a member of the Hunter Association. Regardless of the type of monster and number of monsters that I encounter, protecting the residents is my responsibility. If you want to wipe out the city behind me, you'll have to do it over my dead body. About 60 years ago, the first thing that my teacher taught me was that a foothold will never die if hunters were present. 60 years have passed and I have forgotten many of the things he had taught me. However, I won't ever forget this one fact until the day I die. Zhu Nian explained his decision. While he was talking, his body gradually gave off a gold aura that resembled a layer of fading golden flames. As time passed, the flames burned more vigorously and the gold color turned brighter. He looked like a burning sun in the form of a human. You should know that even if you overdraw your life fire, you won't be able to defeat me. The difference between a holy fire and an immortal level transcendent could not be compensated by overdrawing one's life fire. If you were a genius, I might be afraid of you. However, you aren't. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken you 60 years and you're still not at immortal level yet. The ghastly clown no longer smiled. Although his opponent was a lot weaker than him, the ghastly clown respected him. Yes, I'm not a genius. I can barely be called talented. I know that I won't be able to defeat you even by overdrawing my life fire. However, I'll never change my mind. I live by these 4 words, fight to the death. After uttering the last word, he had completely transformed into a human-like flame that looked like a comet, rushing towards the ghastly clown. The beam of golden light streaked across the sky in an instant and appeared in front of the ghastly clown. Hehehehe, the ghastly clown smiled again. He gradually extended his hand that was wearing a white glove. The beam of golden flame was blocked by his palm at a distance of fewer than 3 centimeters away. He could not move any further. Zhu Nian attempted to release himself and retrieve his spear. However, he realized that the spear seemed to be attracted by a strong force, like gravity, causing it to remain stationary. I've told you before, there is a huge difference between our combat abilities. Now I'll teach you the meaning of the difference in our power. As he finished saying those words, the ghastly clown squeezed its fingers. Cracks began to appear on the spear relic tool that was floating in midair. How can this be? Zhu Nian was stunned when he saw this. He was holding a 3-star relic. The relic was unbreakable, but the ghastly clown broke it with a snap of his finger. Before Zhu Nian could respond to this, the parts of the spear closest to the cracks began to disintegrate. The ghastly clown smiled, with another palm pressing against Zhu Nian's chest through the flames. The next moment, Zhu Nian's body was smashed onto the ground. He was defeated by just 1 skill. Shit, he's too powerful. Lin Huang stared at the ghastly clown floating in the air. Xiao He, use the seal card on this clown. Chapter 150. The new monster card. Lin Huang would only use the seal card when he encountered a strong monster. He didn't know how a chief level monster looked like, but since this monster defeated Zhu Nian, Lin Huang was certain that this monster was stronger than the ordinary transcendent monsters. In addition, if he did not seal the monster now, all the Daxi city residents would perish, and if that happened, he would have to change his return route to Baki city. Taking all these into consideration, Lin Huang had finally decided to use the seal card. The seal card can only be used one time. Once it's used, you cannot reverse the action. Are you sure you would like to use it? Yes. Please select the target that you would like to seal. Lin Huang pointed at the ghastly clown hanging in the midair. Then, a gold arrow appeared on top of the ghastly clown's head. Seal him. Lin Huang nodded his head. Sealing target is a monster that has gone through twice mutation. It meets the sealing requirement. Sealing target is a chief level monster. After being sealed, the target's combat abilities will be restricted by the host. It can only exceed the host by one level. Are you confirmed you would like to seal the target? Confirm. Lin Huang nodded his head without hesitation. Sealing. Right when the notification from Xiaohe arrived, the ghastly clown in the air was not moving at all. After a while, the ghastly clown's body turned into a blue flare and vanished from the sky. Sealing is completed. Congratulations, you have gained an epic level monster card, Ghastly Clown. Lin Huang immediately tapped open the new monster card that he had just obtained. Monster card, rarity, epic, monster name, Ghastly Clown, type of monster, undying species, combat level, white silver 3-star, skill 1, mask, control, skill 2, mask, position swap, skill 3, life mask, skill 4, deception magic, skill 5, fatal trap, skill 6, telekinesis, summoning limit, activated, Kark remarks, trainable, it has 6 skills. Charcoal the Dragonkin and Bai only possessed 5 skills even though they were also epic level. Perhaps the ghastly clown had higher leveled combat abilities previously. Lin Huang read through all of the skills to familiarize himself with them. Mask, control, replicate any of the faces within one's field of vision. By wearing the mask, one can have complete control over the owner of the face. Remark 1. The level of the one being controlled cannot exceed the controller by 1 level or more. Remark 2. There must be at least a 3 minutes interval before replicating the next mask. Remark 3. Replicated mask can be saved. However, the effect will only work when the mask is worn. Remark 4. The controlling effects will only work if the mask was replicated from an actual real face. Remark 5. Upon completion of the mask replication, if there are changes in the user's face such as serious disfigurements or plastic surgery, the effects of the mask would be rendered useless. Mask, position swap. The user and the one being controlled could change their position at any time. Life mask. The one being controlled could bear adversity faced by the controller for one time, including, but not limited to, cursing, controlling and death effect. Deception magic. It is a magic that allows the user to switch between the reality and illusions. It has an incredible deception effect. Remark. It will only work on creatures that do not exceed the level of the user by 1 or above. Fatal trap. Create countless unexpected traps to hunt or kill prey. Remark. The ability of the trap is limited. It will only work on creatures that do not exceed the level of the user by 1 level or more. Telekinesis. Telekinetic powers that allow the user to distort or move any object. The skills are indeed powerful. However, there are many restrictions. Lin Huang was amazed after looking at 6 of the skills. Would you like to extract the skills? He received a notification from Xiaohe. Oh yeah, I have an empty slot. Lin Huang just remembered that after the integration of skill that he had done earlier, he could still extract skills another time. He immediately nodded his head and said, extract the skill. Congratulations, you have gained a skill, mask, control. Although there were many restrictions in using mask, control, it was undoubtedly a very powerful ability. Keeping the monster card that he had just obtained, Lin Huang looked towards the monster crowd that had just ended. I could settle this using a small destruction card, but it would reveal my current location. All of a sudden, Zhu Nian emerged from the underground. The golden flames surrounding his body had disappeared and there were cracks in his green armor relic. It was a 3-star defensive relic. Though it was not yet broken, it seemed to have lost its defensive powers due to the damages caused. Despite having the armor as protection, it was not easy to withstand the ghastly clown's attacks, but he knew he had to get off of the ground and endure the pain because if he didn't, a massacre would have happened. As he flew midair, he looked around and there were no traces of the ghastly clown. This made Zhu Nian wonder. Where is he? Leader. At the entrance of the foothold, Liang Song's voice was heard. He struggled to stand up. When Zhu Nian saw this, he flashed and appeared in front of him. He then held his arm and asked, "What happened to you?" "I'm fine." The clown turned into a blue flame and disappeared just now. Liang Song explained. Zhu Nian could not believe this as he had never seen this happen before. How could a chief-level monster disappear just like that? This would probably only happen in stories. "Bro, I saw it too, it's true." It turned into a blue flame and disappeared. Zhou Qian nodded her head too. "If you don't believe us, you can ask the others." Many of them saw this. Zhu Nian saw the rest of them nodding their heads. He had no choice but to believe them. "It's okay. We'll talk about this later. Let's settle the monster horde first." Zhu Nian shook his head. He might as well not to think about this. Then, he looked at the monster horde. Thanks to the armor relic that had defended against the attack, he was not seriously injured. Although he did not have his long spear with him, it would not affect his ability to kill monsters that were below transcendent level. He extended both of his hands and opened his palm. Beams of glowing light that resembled a storm were created, gushing out into the air. The glowing beams seemed to have eyes. They went around the humans and showed no mercy when they encountered monsters, penetrating through their bodies. Millions of monsters were slaughtered in an instant. There were monster carcasses everywhere in Daxi City. The virtual eye that hung in the air gradually disappeared after a short while. Ensuring that he had cleared all of the monsters, Zhu Nian stored the 2 transcendent monster carcasses as well as Xie Yu's dead body. He then summoned the dimensional portal and left with Zhou Qian and Liang Song. Chapter 151. 3 levels of the transcendence. After the virtual eye closed, life for Daxi City citizens slowly returned to normal. In the past few days, most of the monsters had been killed by Zhu Nian. Not even iron-level monsters were able to survive. Lin Huang was lazy to go out, so he had been training his sword skill every day in the hotel room. There has been some discussion about this incident on the Heart Network, and people now knew about Zhu Nian because of this incident. Also, many of them had asked about the meaning of Holy Fire level, Immortal level and the Commander level and Chief level monsters. An anonymous user gave a detailed explanation about these combat abilities on the network. Lin Huang then realized the true extent of the combat ability of the ghastly clown that he had sealed earlier after reading through the post. A transcendent was actually a general term used for the 3 levels ranked below demigod level beings to indicate that one was beyond the levels of an ordinary human. These 3 levels were the Holy Fire level, Immortal level, and Imperial level respectively. The levels of the transcendent monster corresponding to these were Commander level, Chief level, and King level. Holy Fire level can be achieved when one's life power reached a certain level. One could then obtain tinder from killing Commander level monsters. Then, by igniting their life power, one could condense it into life fire. When this happens, as long as their life fire did not go out, there would be a constant supply of life power to their body. Due to the changes in their life power, their lifespan would be increased 5 times beyond the limits of the lifespan of an ordinary person, up to 1800 years. The condensation of life fire was actually a dangerous process. If the body was unable to withstand the life fire during the transformation, their life power would be burnt by the life fire and they would either lose all their combat abilities or be burned to death. The death rate of the advancement process was extremely high. 80% of people attempting to advance would die during this process, and for the remaining 20%, half of them would lose their combat abilities and be turned into an ordinary person. Less than 10% would succeed in their advancement. Upon upgrading to Holy Fire level, the life fire had 5 colors which ranged from white, red, blue, purple, and gold. Based on the colors of their life fire, the Holy Fire level can be divided into 5 levels. Zhu Nian was a rank 5 transcendent. That was why Lin Huang felt that his aura was stronger than all the other transcendents he had met. Above the Holy Fire level was Immortal level. On this level, one would have to kill a chief level monster and extract the monster's soul. Its soul would then be used as fuel that, when condensed, would create a life lamp. Only 9 lamps could be made at most. Each of the life lamps represented 360 years of life. Adding 9 life lamps could extend one's lifespan to a maximum of about 3,000 years. That was why it was known as the Immortal level. Beyond that, would be the Imperial level. To achieve this, one would have to kill King level monsters and seize their life base to build a life palace, After achieving these transcendent levels, one can then take it a level further and upgrade oneself to become a demigod. Lin Huang could hardly imagine the abilities of the immortal level and the imperial level transcendence. Zhu Nian, who was only on the holy fire level, could kill millions of monsters with ease. Holy fire, immortal, imperial, I will achieve all these one by one and finally become a demigod. Lin Huang was still focused on his goal. 4 days had passed. The time had come for Lin Huang to leave through the dimensional portal that he had booked earlier. Early in the morning, Lin Huang hurried to the portal and joined the queue. There were already 3 people waiting in line. The number of times that the dimensional portal could be used was limited, especially for long-distance trips. The destination had to be readjusted every time it was used. Lin Huang had to book it 12 days in advance. If anyone did not arrive on time, their ticket would be burned. Just as Lin Huang arrived, a middle-aged man who was slightly bald welcomed him. "Hello, did you book your ticket for today?" Lin Huang nodded his head. However, the man did not look like he was a staff here. "Would you mind selling me the ticket? I have something urgent to deal with and I'm willing to pay 5 times the price." The middle-aged man looked anxious as if he really had something urgent to do. "Sorry, I'm in a rush too." Lin Huang shook his head. He could not help as he wanted to return to Foothold No 7A28 as soon as possible to avoid any further delays in his plans. "I'm sorry for disturbing." The middle-aged man then turned back and sat on the chair that he was sitting on earlier. Within a short while, another person came by and the middle-aged man immediately went up to him before returning again in disappointment. Lin Huang saw what happened and knew that the man had something urgent to attend to. However, he could not offer the man any help. He then looked for a place to sit and waited patiently as the staff would begin work at 9 a.m. 9 of them who had pre-booked a ticket for the dimensional portal had arrived. When the 10th person arrived, a few of the people who wanted to buy tickets went up to him. "There's still another 10 minutes before the dimensional portal opens. Those who are looking for a ticket can look for me. However, as for the price," a short and skinny man said, staring at few of the people who stood in front of him. "The base price of my ticket is 530,000 credit points. The price starts at 10 times higher than the original price and each markup has to be at least 5 times higher. I will sell the ticket to anyone who can offer the highest price." Scavengers like him did really exist in this world. Lin Huang was speechless. The original price was 530,000 credit points, but that man now managed to sell it for about 16 million credit points. This was actually not allowed at the portal. The portal had established rules to restrict this. One could only resell their ticket at most 3 times a year. Once they had exceeded the limit, they would be blacklisted and not be allowed to buy any portal tickets for 3 years. Once the ticket was sold, the ticket scalper immediately left. Soon, the staff arrived and the middle-aged man who had bought the ticket immediately changed its destination. He had to spend an additional 100,000 credit points for the change. At 9 a.m., the dimensional portal was finally open. The staff did a roll call at the portal and each time the destination changed, the dimensional portal will close temporarily. Lin Huang was the 6th person to be called, right after the middle-aged man who was holding the resale ticket left. "Yi Shu." Lin Huang did not respond. It was only when the staff called his fake name a second time that he remembered that he booked the ticket under a fake name. He then stood up. Upon verifying the ticket and his identity, the staff reset the destination and pushed the door. Lin Huang then walked over and, Chapter 152, The Little Beggar, at Foothold No 7A28, also known as Peaceful City. Grade A super-sized footholds usually had populations that ranged in the hundreds of millions. Similarly, Peaceful City had a population of 280 million people and there were approximately 400 million of people if people who passed through the foothold was included. Apparently, Peaceful City was able to accommodate a large number of people. Before Lin Huang arrived at the A-grade foothold, he imagined how it would look like, but when he arrived, he realized that it was vastly different from what he imagined. He thought that there would be various skyscrapers and modern buildings, but most of them were ancient buildings instead. On the contrary, there were only a small number of modern buildings there. There was an ancient tower, an ancient pagoda, and an ancient rampart. Most of the buildings retained their historical charm. Even the houses of most ordinary residents had a historical feel to it. The houses sported red bricks and green tiles. It was a prosperous historic city. Lin Huang had booked a hotel located in a high-rise building at the center of the foothold. He then checked into the hotel and went to his room on the 81st floor. He went up the staircase to his room, which was No. 081029. The room was spacious. The walls were completely made of transparent tiles. It was a special kind of artificial tiling with a crystal-like transparency which was both strong and ductile. Lin Huang could clearly see cities which were 10 kilometers away from him. It seems like it is good to stay on the upper floors, though. Looking down at the scenery, Lin Huang no longer thought of changing to another hotel. There was also a big balcony facing south equipped with a set of balcony chairs and a table. He sat for a while on the balcony, feeling the wind blow against him. The overall impression of the hotel is good. Lin Huang was satisfied with the hotel. He then went to the living room and began planning his schedule for the next few days. The portal ticket he booked earlier could be used after 33 days. 12 days had passed and he planned to stay at Peaceful City for another 21 days. Lin Huang was not going to stay idle during the 21 days. Ever since he found out that there were 3 transcendent levels ranked above gold level, his resolve was more focused than ever. After cleaning the living room, he began to practice Wildfire's sword skill from 8 o'clock in the morning until 11 o'clock at night for several days. Putting aside time taken for his meals, he practiced for about 14.5 hours each day. The number of sword skill pieces accumulated increased. On the 6th day, he had accumulated 1,000 Wildfire sword pieces. A notification from Xiaohe finally came. You have accumulated Wildfire sword skill pieces x 1000. It can be integrated into a rare sword skill card. Would you like to integrate this card? Integrate. Lin Huang immediately nodded his head. Under normal circumstances, only 300 pieces were required to complete the integration of a rare level sword skill card. However, for the Wildfire sword skill, the notification to integrate was received only when 1000 sword skill pieces were accumulated. Integrating Wildfire's sword skill pieces by 1000 inches, congratulations, you have gained a rare skill, Wildfire sword. Lin Huang immediately tapped open the skill card. Skill card name, Wildfire sword, rarity, rare, skill type, sword, skill level, unavailable, status, available, card remarks, passable. What Xiaohe meant by skill level is unavailable was that this skills is beyond gold ranked sword skills and is usable even when one is at the level of a transcendent. Lin Huang had familiarized himself with Xiaohe's ambiguous descriptions after a period of time. Xiaohe, I remember you telling me that as long as sufficient skill pieces were collected, Wildfire sword can be upgraded to epic level without the need for an advancement card. Now that I have a complete set of skill cards, does it mean that I'll obtain one skill piece each time I practice this skill? Lin Huang was not sure how it worked. You won't obtain a new skill piece by directly using the Wildfire sword skill. You must create your own moves based on Wildfire sword's moves. If the newly created moves can pass the evaluation, you will then be given a new skill piece. What is the evaluation criterion? Lin Huang immediately asked. It depends on whether it meets the Tao of the sword. If it does, it'll pass the evaluation. Otherwise, it'll fail the evaluation. Tao of the sword, that term sounded mysterious. He opened the Heart Network and started looking for information on this term. There was no exact description of this term found on the network. He stopped right before he called Yi Zheng because his second identity would be revealed. He changed his mind and started practicing with his sword again. He had spent the whole afternoon practicing with his sword. He was puzzled that he had not gotten even a single skill piece yet. What the hell is the Tao of the sword? Lin Huang was in deep thought, stroking his chin. A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Huang's mind. Tao of the sword is required in order to upgrade a sword skill from rare level to epic level. The epic level great sword scripture that I possess should contain the Tao of the sword. Lin Huang continued practicing the great sword scripture instead of Wildfire sword. As he practiced the great sword scripture, he felt a mysterious aura lingering around him. The feeling was unique, allowing him to feel every single detail when he practiced this skill. When he was practicing with this skill, even the dust in the air could be cut in half if he wanted to do so. After practicing great sword scripture 3 times, Lin Huang roughly knew what to do. He then proceeded to practice Wildfire sword repeatedly and carefully figured out every detail of the skill. After practicing for a few hours, it was just over 12 a.m. before Lin Huang regained his senses. Unexpectedly, he had accumulated about 10 Wildfire sword skill pieces. He knew that he was on the right track. He realized that it was already late at night and his stomach was growling. He only had one meal throughout the day, which was his breakfast at 7 a.m. It had been 17 hours since his last meal. It's so late now. I'm so hungry. I wonder if there's anything to eat out there. Lin Huang lowered his head and looking down through the transparent tiles, he noticed that the street lights were turned off, but he spotted a small area not far away from him with lights that were still lit. The place was crowded and it seemed like a night market. He took a shower, changed his clothes and went down. After leaving the hotel, he hurried to the night market. It seems like most people here like to hunt for food at midnight. Lin Huang followed the smell of the food and found himself at a barbecue stall. The owner of the stall was a short and fat 60-year-old man. His face was a smoky black and nobody could tell if he was born like that or if it was from being covered by the smoke from the coal. On the barbecue rack, there were a few fist-sized steaks that were giving off a sizzling sound. Lin Huang swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he caught a whiff of the steak. "Boss, what type of meat is this?" one of the customers beside him asked. The rest of them, including Lin Huang, immediately strained their ears to listen to the boss's answer. "This is a fragrant swine. It's a new breed between a swine beast and a fragrant hog. It only became available in the market 2 years ago and is considered to be a new ingredient. That's why it costs relatively higher. Please bear with me," the boss explained in details. Peaceful City was an A-grade foothold that saw many hunters congregating there, and many of them would look for food during midnight as they were probably busy the entire day and could only eat after nightfall. Of course, they would not care about how much credit points they were going to spend, since credit points were merely a number to them. At the barbecue rack, the smell of the steak grew stronger and the sizzling sound increased everyone's appetite. The fat boss began to flip the meat with a pair of tongs. All of a sudden, a black shadow flashed, and the next moment, one of the steaks on the barbecue rack disappeared. Lin Huang realized that the one who had stolen the steak was a child. He did not stop the child as he believed that the child would only do this from being too hungry. However, one of the hunters beside him could not stand this and pulled on the child's collar. He fell down and looked at the hunter who pulled at his collar with fear. He was holding the steak tightly, not willing to let go as he was afraid that others would snatch his steak away. "Little beggar, you stole the steak in front of us. Do you actually think we were blind?" The hunter was about to punish the child, but Lin Huang stopped him. "He must be hungry." Lin Huang shook his head and smiled. "Boss, I'll pay for the steak that he took." After paying with his credit points, Lin Huang squat in front of the child and told him, "Stealing is wrong. Where are your parents? Are you lost?" The child did not look like a beggar. Despite his face and clothing being dirty, they looked like they were stained recently. Listening to Lin Huang's words, he hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. "All right, after you finish your food, I'll bring you to the exit of the night market and wait for them there. They will surely pass by there when they go home." Lin Huang pulled him up and said as he looked at the steak that was already dirty, "Don't eat the one you're holding. I'll ask the boss to cook you another piece of steak." He then turned to the boss and said, "Boss, 2 steaks, takeaway please." Chapter 153, 327. After buying 2 sets of steaks, Lin Huang gave one to the boy. "The one you're holding is already dirty when it touched the floor earlier during your fall. Throw it away." The boy was holding the steak, hesitating for a moment. "Come, give it to me." Lin Huang extended his hand. The boy hesitated a little, but still, he gave it to Lin Huang. Lin Huang took it from him and threw it into the rubbish bin. The boy stared at the rubbish bin and seemed like he was reluctant to throw it away. "All right, don't look at it anymore. You will get sick if you eat something dirty." Lin Huang patted the boy's shoulder. "If you're still hungry, I'll buy you more food." He shifted his gaze as soon as he heard that, devouring the steak with pure bliss in his eyes. The boy finished the steak after only 2 or 3 bites. He then lifted his head to look at Lin Huang's steak. "Damn, so fast." Lin Huang was shocked that he ate really fast. He tore off part of his steak and gave the remaining half to the boy. The boy started gobbling the steak down his throat. Both of them walked for just a short while and the boy finished the second piece of steak. He raised his head and looked at Lin Huang again. "You're not full yet?" Lin Huang was surprised. The boy nodded his head. "All right, I'm not feeling that full as well, let's go look for some more food." Lin Huang did not feel full because he ate less than 1/3 of his steak. Then, they wandered around in the night market. After walking for a while, the boy stood still in front of a stall. Lin Huang took a look at it and realized that it was another barbecue stall. Does this little brat like grilled meat so much? Lin Huang was kind of speechless. Still, he ordered 2 steaks for the boy and bought himself a few kebabs. Both of them headed towards the exit of the night market as they ate. Within a short while, the boy finished both his steaks. He looked like he was still hungry as he raised his head to look at Lin Huang once again. Lin Huang had no choice but to give him 2 of his remaining meat skewers. You're like a bottomless pit. Lin Huang could only eat 2 of the fist-sized steaks that he ate earlier, and yet, the boy did not feel full even after eating 4 of them. As they walked along the street, the boy suddenly stopped in front of a room. Lin Huang thought that he saw some food in the room. However, when he looked at it, he realized that it was the kitchen of a barbecue shop. They were slaughtering a swine beast in the kitchen. The boy stared at the beast. Lin Huang frowned. Don't tell me you want to eat the raw meat. He brought the boy along with him and bought him more grilled meat. Then, they walked towards the exit of the night market. Lin Huang was already felt full as he had eaten so much junk food. However, the boy hadn't stopped eating since they met. Lin Huang counted and realized that he had already eaten 16 steaks, not including the junk food that he had eaten. His appetite was abnormally good. However, he ate only meat and did not eat vegetables or fruits at all. Lin Huang thought about the way he looked at the swine beast earlier. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be? Is it possible that the adults only gave him raw meat at home? What's your name? Lin Huang suddenly thought of asking the boy's name. The boy raised his head, looking at Lin Huang, and spoke for the first time. 327. I'm asking you your name. What's the meaning of those numbers? Lin Huang could not understand what he was talking about. The boy then pointed himself with his finger and said, 327. Your name is 327. Lin Huang frowned because somehow, it sounded like a code for something. The boy nodded his head. Lin Huang kept quiet for a moment. Normal parents would definitely not give their children a code name. He felt like prisoners were the only people who would usually be given a code name. This was an indication that the boy came from a troubled family. The boy was about 9 or 10 years old. Lin Huang was worried to let him go home. He hesitated for a moment, thinking about the fact that he would be leaving this place after 20 days. He worried about bringing the boy away from this place as well, so he decided to stay there and wait patiently. After waiting until slightly after 2 a.m., the night market gradually became quiet after most of the people had left. They waited until the last street lamp switched off, which was at about 3 a.m. However, nobody came to claim the boy. Lin Huang looked at the boy helplessly and said, I think you might have to follow me to the hotel for one night. We will go to the Union government office tomorrow morning and see if we can retrieve your identity. The boy nodded his head. Lin Huang brought him back to the hotel room. You can go to bed after taking your bath. Lin Huang went to the bathroom and prepared the water for him to take his bath. He then took kid-sized pajamas from the hotel and placed it in front of the bathroom. Put on these pajamas after bathing. I'll wash your clothes later and it should be dry by tomorrow. The boy then took off his shirt and went to the bathroom. Lin Huang took his clothes and threw it into the washing machine. That is your room. I have put on some sheets on your bed. You can go to bed now. Lin Huang pointed at the bedroom. The boy nodded his head and turned around to go to the bedroom. Lin Huang hung the clothes up. Then, he went back to his room and slept. The next morning, Lin Huang woke up at 8 a.m. He was shocked the moment when he opened his eyes. The boy had changed back into his own clothes and stood at the head of the bed. Lin Huang had no idea how long he had been standing there. Little brat, you should not stand there next time. You can play in your room or the living room after waking up. Lin Huang sat up in bed and said. Lin Huang knew why he was standing there now that he saw the boy was unwilling to leave. Are you hungry? Lin Huang asked. The boy nodded his head. Wait for me. Let me wash up first and we'll go downstairs for breakfast. After about 10 minutes, Lin Huang was washing up and changed his clothes. He brought the boy to a buffet restaurant. Take whatever that you want to eat. Don't take too much. It'll be wasted if you can't finish it. Once he finished the sentence, Lin Huang began feeling like what he said was totally and utterly unnecessary. Lin Huang took an empty plate and took some food before he looked for a place for them to sit down. The boy took an empty plate as well. After walking around at the restaurant, the boy finally took an entire plate of fried eggs and sat in front of Lin Huang. Lin Huang was amazed that the boy could build a stable stack of fried eggs that stood at a height of 20 centimeters. Many of the people in the restaurant looked at him, expressing their dissatisfaction with the boy. Some of them even complained to the staff. Within a short while, a waitress came. "Mister, your child is going to waste food. We may have to give you a fine if he does." "Don't worry, he's not going to waste your food." Lin Huang smiled and said, "Hey, show them." The boy nodded his head and started to eat the fried eggs quickly. He had no idea how many eggs were there on the plate, but he ate all of them in less than 2 minutes. The waitress and the guests were all stunned. "Are you full now?" Lin Huang asked as he was eating his fruits. The boy shook his head. "Do you want another plate?" Lin Huang asked. The boy nodded his head. "The fried eggs are not enough. Please serve us another plate of fried eggs," Lin Huang requested. "Sorry." The waitress took a while to respond and left immediately. Lin Huang noticed the boy's eating habits. It seemed like he was only interested in eating meat and eggs. He was pickier than the fatty, xianxia. Lin Huang brought him along to get some more food. The boy managed to eat all of the meat they had there. Lin Huang then left the restaurant together with him in satisfaction. "All these years, I've never managed to eat enough food to justify the price I pay. Today, I finally did it." After having their breakfast, it was already 9:30 a.m. Lin Huang and the boy rode the Viridian Wolf and hurried to the Union government's office. Soon, they found the relevant department after one of the service staffs led them there. The one who was in charge of registration was a middle-aged woman. "What's your name?" The boy hesitated for a moment and looked at Lin Huang. "She is asking for your name." Lin Huang nodded his head. 327. "What?" The woman was puzzled. 327. The boy repeated, "I'm asking for your name." The woman frowned slightly. "He's saying that his name is 327. I've asked him before yesterday. Aside from these numbers, he doesn't know how to speak." Lin Huang, who was standing beside him, explained. The woman glanced at the boy and turned her head towards Lin Huang. "Then tell me, when and where did you find him?" "Yesterday at midnight, slightly after 12 a.m., Lin Huang explained everything that happened in detail. "I brought him along and waited at the exit of the night market until 3 a.m., but nobody came for him and I had to bring him to my hotel to stay the night. We came here after having our breakfast." "Where is his emperor's heart ring?" the woman asked. "No, he didn't have it with him when I found him." Lin Huang noticed this on the first night when he saw him. "He has to go for facial recognition then. However, I have to inform you that facial recognition might not be able to accurately identify him. If his identity cannot be determined, you will have to register with us and bring the child with you. We'll contact you if his parents or guardian comes for the child," the woman explained. "But I'm leaving this foothold in 20 days. Lin Huang frowned. "Can't the child stay here? There are more than hundreds of children like him sent to our place each day. We don't have a proper place for him. I believe that you're a kind-hearted person. We have confidence in your abilities to take care of him if he were to follow you. If you are facing any financial problems, we'll financial compensate you," the woman explained patiently. "All right, let him go through facial recognition first." Lin Huang agreed. Soon, a staff took the child away. After about 10 minutes, the staff and the child came out. Sorry, the boy's identity could not be identified by facial recognition. The staff told him the result of the test. "Then the child has to follow you. Please register your name." The woman gave Lin Huang some documents to fill up. All right. Lin Huang was trapped because he could not just leave the boy alone and stranded. Chapter 154, Sword Genius. He brought the boy back to the hotel. Lin Huang wondered how he was going to settle this problem. The main problem was not the boy's huge appetite. It was that Lin Huang had no idea how he would explain this to Lin Xin. He thought for a while and turned his head to look at the boy. "I shouldn't be calling you little brat all the time, and it's also impolite to call you with a number. I should give you a new name." The boy nodded his head. "All right, your new name will be Lin Zan." After confirming the name, Lin Huang looked at the boy again. "I give you this name in hopes that you can become a dignified man in future." The boy nodded his head, pointed at himself with his finger and said, "Lin Zan." "Yes, you are right. From today onward, your name is Lin Zan." Lin Huang in turn pointed at himself and said, "I am Lin Huang. From today onward, I'm your brother." Lin Zan nodded his head and pointed at Lin Huang, "Brother. I have a sister. Her name is Lin Xin. She is 13 years old. She is your sister." Lin Huang continued, "In 20 days, I'll bring you home and introduce her to you." Lin Zan nodded his head again. Lin Zan, I will practice with my sword in the living room every day. Don't come near me because I'm afraid I might hurt you if I'm not aware that you are close by. If you're hungry, let me know and we'll go out and look for food. Lin Huang said. Lin Zan nodded his head. He seemed like he had thought of something. He hesitated for a while, looked at Lin Huang and said, Hungry, you're hungry already. Lin Huang looked at the time. It was only slightly after 11 a.m. and it was indeed already time for lunch. He immediately brought Lin Zan to the buffet restaurant downstairs. A huge variety of food was available during lunch compared to breakfast. There were various types of meat. Lin Zan took more than half an hour to eat his fill to satisfy his hunger, having already eaten almost all the meat in the buffet restaurant. He brought Lin Zan back to his room and Lin Huang began practicing with his sword in the living room. Lin Zan was initially resting at his room, but after a while, Lin Zan went to the living room and looked at Lin Huang, who was practicing with his sword. As he looked at Lin Huang, he began to follow Lin Huang's movements. Lin Huang laughed at him. He did not bother, allowing him to learn. It took Lin Huang for exactly 1 month to learn the wildfire sword skill. It was only then that he could gather a sufficient number of skill pieces to integrate them into a rare skill card. If it was any other talented person, it would take them at least half a year to actually learn this skill, so he was not too worried about Lin Zan being able to master it. However, after practicing his technique several times, he noticed that Lin Zan began to use his hand as a sword, performing the complete wildfire sword stances. To top it off, there seemed to be a lingering charm in the way he practiced. Could it be? Is it possible that he's a sword genius? Lin Huang sheathed his sword and stared at Lin Zan's movement. He was assured that he was a sword genius as he looked at Lin Zan's movement. Lin Zan had already mastered the Tao of the sword. The sword skill that he was performing was not the rare wildfire sword skill that Lin Huang had been practicing. Instead, it was the epic wildfire sword skill. Some of the movements that Lin Zan did were different from the ones that Lin Huang practiced. Lin Huang confirmed that Lin Zan did not blindly follow what he did but instead, derived completely different epic sword skill stances. After he finished practicing the whole set of sword skill, Lin Zan stopped. He then returned to his senses. When he saw Lin Huang looking at his direction, he looked back at Lin Huang with doubt. Lin Zan, the stances you were practicing earlier, have you learned it in the past before? Lin Huang asked. Lin Zan was confused, so he shook his head. It's true, I have found a sword genius. Lin Huang was excited. Lin Zan only watched him practice wildfire sword several times and he could already perform the complete stance for an epic sword skill. He passed the wooden sword to Lin Zan and said, Come, show me one more time using this sword. Lin Huang purposely bought the wooden sword so that he would not damage anything in the hotel's living room. Lin Zan took the wooden sword and started practice with the sword. Lin Zan moved aside when he saw Lin Huang resuming his practice, which was actually stances he got from watching Lin Zan earlier. After watching that for a while, he went back into his room, seemingly uninterested in it. However, Lin Huang was inspired by Lin Zan and the speed he accumulated skill card pieces had become faster. He would usually get about 20 skill card pieces in a day. However, he had gotten more than 20 skill card pieces during the afternoon alone. During dinner time, Lin Zan walked out of his room and saw that Lin Huang was still practicing with his sword. He hesitated a little and still, he said, Brother, hungry, alright. We'll go for dinner. Lin Huang looked at the time. It was about 5 p.m. now. He immediately put his sword away and washed his face. Then, he brought Lin Zan to the buffet restaurant again. Similar to the previous visit, Lin Zan spent half an hour for dinner and finished all the meat in the restaurant. They were about to leave when the hotel manager approached them, his face obviously sour. Mr. Yi, our restaurant is going to lose money if your child continues to eat like this. There are many other buffet restaurants out there and you need not visit this restaurant only. Maybe trying other restaurants' dishes will be good for the both of you. It was apparent that the manager was being selfish and said, if you're not satisfied with our service, we'll compensate you. It's okay, I won't make things difficult. I'll look for some other buffet restaurant. Lin Huang felt that the hotel was quite uncomfortable and did not want to put the hotel staff through too much hassle. Thank you, I'm sorry for the inconveniences caused. The hotel manager apologized. Again, he brought Lin Zan back to his room and continued practicing with his sword. It was 10 p.m. now. Lin Zan did not mention anything about being hungry and had already fallen asleep. Lin Huang practiced until 12 a.m. He then took a bath and went to bed. The next day morning at around 8 a.m., Lin Huang opened his eyes and saw Lin Zan standing in front of his room. He did not stand at the headboard anymore. The first thing Lin Zan said as soon as Lin Huang woke up was, "Brother, hungry, let me wash up first. We'll go for breakfast." Lin Huang and Lin Zan went downstairs and headed to another buffet restaurant nearby. Once again, many people were amazed by Lin Zan's appetite. Lin Huang and Lin Zan tried almost all the buffet restaurants nearby in the following days. Most of the buffet restaurants' owners knew that there was a child with very big appetite, as he could eat more food than the restaurant's daily sales within a day. Lin Huang and Lin Zan had been blacklisted by many of the buffet restaurants. "We just got blacklisted by the 17th buffet restaurant." Lin Huang was not embarrassed. Instead, he was actually proud of his new brother's achievements. The speed Lin Huang's could accumulate skill pieces grew faster and faster. The reason for this was because he began practicing his sword with Lin Zan. On his 19th day staying in Peaceful City, Lin Huang had finally accumulated 3,000 Wildfire Sword skill card pieces. A notification from Xiao He finally arrived. "You have accumulated Wildfire Sword skill pieces x 3,000. They can be integrated into a Wildfire Sword skill card. Upon completing the integration process, your Wildfire Sword skill card can be upgraded from rare to epic. Would you like to integrate this card?" Yes. Lin Huang was thrilled. Integrating Wildfire Sword skill pieces x 3,000. Integrating rare Wildfire Sword skill card. Congratulations, you have gained epic sword skill, Wildfire Sword. Lin Huang immediately tapped on the skill card to see the description. Skill card, skill name, Wildfire Sword, rarity, epic, type of skill, sword, skill level, unavailable, status, available, card remarks, passable. Lin Huang was excited for the entire afternoon after he obtained his second epic skill card. "It's great, I have completed advancing my sword skill before returning to Baki City." Lin Huang was quite satisfied with his progress. He had been practicing with his sword for many days before he finally got his second epic skill card. He wanted to rest in the coming days. On his 20th day staying in Peaceful City, Lin Huang and Lin Zan went out to look for food. They began eating from morning until 10 o'clock at night. Then, they returned to the hotel. The next morning on the 21st day, they checked out of the hotel. They then proceed to ride on the Viridian Wolf to the portal. At about 8:30 a.m., both of them arrived at the portal. It was undeniable that an A-grade foothold was huge, as there were already hundreds of people waiting there when they arrived. At 9 a.m., there were about 1,000 people waiting at the portal. The staff at the portal started to get busy. They went to the counter and Lin Huang bought him a portal ticket. Although he had bought a single ticket earlier, he was allowed to bring along other people as long as he bought another ticket for them with the same destination he was going to. Maybe it was stricter at A-grade footholds, possibly it was also because of the ticket prices, which were expensive, but Lin Huang did not see any ticket scalpers here. It was slightly after 10 a.m. before Lin Huang finally heard the staff calling his name. He brought Lin Zan along and walked towards the dimensional portal. As soon as the staffs had set their destination, both of them quickly walked through. The golden dimensional portal gradually closed behind them. Chapter 155, Back Home Foothold No 7A12, also known as Xianxia City, was the most popular attraction at Division 7. The beautiful scenery constantly changed according to the 4 seasons. With blooming blossoms come forth spring, autumn dances in the moonlight beam, summer calls with whispering winds, of snow and frost, winter sings. It was a poem written by a strong man to extol Xianxia City almost 700 years ago. Lin Huang arrived at Xianxia City for the first time, and this city gave him a good first impression. Though he did not stay there for long, if Lin Huang was to settle down someday, Xianxia City would be his first choice. Let's see if I can apply for permanent residency in this city. If I could, it'd be good to stay here together with Xin. Lin Huang thought of this in his heart when he left. The price of a house was no longer a problem to Lin Huang. However, it was not easy to get approval for permanent residency in an A-grade foothold. Together with Lin Zan, the both of them stayed at Xianxia City for 2 days. Then, they went back to Baki City through the dimensional portal. Upon their arrival at Baki City, Lin Huang immediately removed the disguise that he had been wearing and reverted to his original look. Lin Huang was worried that Lin Zan could not recognize him after he had removed his disguise, but Lin Zan could not tell the difference. This made it quite convenient for Lin Huang, as he could save his breath on the lengthy explanation he had prepared earlier. Both of them rode on the Alexandrian Eagle and returned to Wulin town. Lin Huang had left for about 2 months. He initially planned to come back once he had upgraded to bronze level. 1 month was enough for him, but he had never expected so many things to happen. He knew that Lin Xin must be very worried about him. His suspicions were correct, as he could hear that Lin Xin running down the stairs the moment he opened the door. "Brother!" She immediately pounced on Lin Huang the moment she saw him. She hugged Lin Huang tightly, unwilling to let go of him. She was trying to hold back the tears she had in her eyes. "I'm fine. Some incidents happened and that's why I'm late for a month." Lin Huang stroked Lin Xin's head, explaining what happened to her with a smile. "I've been calling your number every day, but I couldn't get through. I thought something bad had happened to you." Lin Xin burst into tears. "My Emperor's heart ring is not functioning well. I'll repair it soon." Lin Huang could only explain it this way. His use of the Emperor's heart ring had been restricted when he encountered the Purple Crow. When the Purple Crow left, he created a fake identity for himself, and the original Emperor's heart ring was kept in storage. To avoid attracting the Purple Crow's attention, he dared not contact Lin Xin using his Emperor's heart ring. "All right, stop crying." Lin Huang tried to comfort her. It was only after a long while that Lin Xin released her hands and finally noticed the little boy who was standing beside Lin Huang. "The child is," looking at the boy who was less than 9 years old, Lin Xin asked doubtfully. Lin Huang then explained everything to her. "He is so pitiful. Brother, can we adopt him?" Lin Xin sympathized with the boy. "If nobody comes looking for him, he has to stay here." Lin Huang explained. "All right, before his parents come, you can't ask him to leave the house." Lin Xin immediately switched sides. "Hey, when did I ask him to leave?" Lin Huang pinched Lin Xin's cheeks and said, "I have given him a new name, Lin Zan. Introduce yourself to him." "Hello, my name is Lin Xin. I am your brother's sister." Lin Xin introduced herself to Lin Zan. "I'm turning 14 soon. I'm older than you and you should address me as your sister. If anyone dares to bully you around here, I'll help you straighten them out." Lin Xin was very happy and said, "I finally have a little brother." "Brother, where's Lin Zan going to sleep tonight?" Lin Xin suddenly thought of this. "I'll put a small bed in my room. He can sleep in my room." Lin Huang just thought of this and realized that he should settle this problem first. "I'll go to Furniture City and buy him a bed as well as some food. Can you play with him first? If he gets hungry, give him some meat to eat. We'll eat some good food later during lunch. All right, come home earlier. It's already 11 o'clock. Lin Xin looked at the time and said. Right after Lin Huang left, Lin Xin played with Lin Zan for a while. "You will be full later if you eat meat now. I'll get you some sweets." Lin Xin walked to the kitchen and took out some sweets from the snack cabinet and placed them on the table. "Choose whichever ones you like." Lin Zan looked at the sweets and kept quiet. "How about trying this? It tastes good." Lin Huang chose one of the colorful sweets and gave it to him. That was her favorite flavor. Lin Zan shook his head. He did not take the sweets, but he turned his head towards the refrigerator instead. "Are you sure you want to eat meat?" Lin Xin frowned. Lin Zan nodded his head. "All right, I'll get you some meat then." Lin Xin then took out a completely frozen steak from the fridge and placed it on the plate. Then, she stared at the steak awkwardly. "I didn't defrost the meat. If I put it in the oven directly it can't be fully cooked. What should I do?" While she was still thinking about what she should do, Lin Zan suddenly extended his hand and grabbed the frozen steak. Before Lin Xin could respond, he had bitten off a mouthful of meat. Lin Xin was shocked, looking at Lin Zan as he bit the frozen steak. After a long moment, she finally reacted and said, "This is still raw, you can't eat it. You'll get sick." Before she could snatch the frozen steak away from him, Lin Zan devoured the steak with just a few bites. After he had finished eating the raw steak, he looked at the fridge again with a pitiful look. "No, you can't eat raw food." Lin Xin blocked the refrigerator and said, "If you want to eat, wait for brother to come back. He'll cook for you." He stopped asking for food as he heard this. After about 20 minutes, Lin Huang came home. "I have ordered takeout. Lin Xin, please open the door later when the food is here. I'll set up the bed first." Lin Huang told her and went upstairs. Lin Xin hesitated for a moment and she decided to go after Lin Huang. Lin Huang went to his room and moved his bed. Then, he placed the small bed that he had just bought. As soon as he set up the bed, he saw Lin Xin was walking into his room. What happened? It looks like you have something to tell me. Lin Huang knew that she was a bit hesitant as he took a glance at Lin Xin. Brother, when Lin Zan was with you, did he eat raw meat? Lin Xin asked. No, he didn't. Why? Lin Huang was stunned. When he heard this he frowned and asked, did he just eat raw meat? Lin Xin then told him what happened earlier. After listening to this, Lin Huang suddenly recalled that he seemed like he was looking at food when he saw the swine beast that night. Be it his abnormally huge appetite or his unusual code name, his talent at handling the sword or the fact that he ate raw meat, this little brat was indeed weird. Lin Huang had no idea what kind of person he actually adopted, but it seemed like Lin Zan was not harmful and at the very least, he has not caused any harm to humans. I understand, I'll look after him. Lin Huang nodded his head and said, go downstairs and wait for the takeout delivery. I'll go down right after I fix this up. After putting sheets on the bed, he heard Lin Xin shouting at him. Brother, the delivery man is here. You ordered so much. Got it, I'm coming down. Lin Huang immediately went downstairs. Two of the delivery staffs took turns bringing the meals from their car into the house. Are there any special guests coming to your house? You ordered so many dishes. One of the delivery staff asked with a smile. Yes, I did order too much. Lin Huang immediately answered before Lin Xin could react. Lin Xin took a glance at him and kept quiet. Right until the moment the delivery staff left their house after bringing in all the food, she asked, Brother, do we have guests coming later? Why did you order so much food? You will see later. Lin Huang said while he asked Lin Xin to open the covers of the containers. 3 of them were sitting in front of the table, enjoying their meal. After a short while, Lin Xin finally knew why Lin Huang ordered so much food. She was terrified at the rate Lin Zan was eating. Eat slowly, nobody is going to snatch your food away. Lin Huang smiled. Soon, Lin Huang and Lin Xin had finished eating. Lin Zan then ate all of the leftovers. Lin Xin was stunned looking at his appetite. He has a big appetite, Lin Xin told Lin Huang softly. Lin Huang laughed and told her that Lin Zan was blacklisted by 18 buffet restaurants. After lunch, Lin Huang led Lin Zan to his room. He pointed at the small bed and said, that's your bed. He then pointed at his own bed, I'll be sleeping over there. Just tell me if anything happens. Lin Zan nodded his head. Lin Huang then went downstairs and cleaned the kitchen. He sat on the sofa and searched for information on the hunter assessment. He wanted to go for the hunter assessment before he was upgraded to the silver level so he could get the license to become a real hunter. It had been more than 4 months since he last registered himself at the Hunter Association. In fact, it was quite fast for an ordinary person to achieve bronze level within 4 months. However, with sufficient life crystals, the speed he advanced was still quite ordinary. If he were to attend the assessment after he upgraded to silver level, Lin Huang's leveling speed would be revealed during the combat test, which is why he had to get his license before he upgraded to silver level. Chapter 156. Yang Ling's reminder. The assessment for regular hunters was held twice a year in June and December. It was previously held only once a year in June. However, in the last 100 years, the number of candidates who registered for the assessment increased rapidly, so they increased the number of assessments to twice a year. One could register for the assessment directly via the network. However, they had to attend the assessment at AB grade big-sized foothold. It was now early November. Lin Huang planned to take a break since the assessment was 1 month away. He arrived in this world back in June and had been very busy throughout the last 5 months. He had encountered transcendent monsters many times where other people would have probably been lucky to have only met them once in a lifetime. He was living quite an interesting life. Despite the fact that the content of the regular hunter assessment varied each year, with his bronze level rank 3 combat ability, Lin Huang was confident that it would not be difficult for him to pass the assessment without disclosing his identity as an imperial censor. Therefore, he did not need to put in much effort into the assessment. After some thought, the only thing he could do now was to stabilize his life power by using his life skills. After completing the regular hunter assessment, he would be upgraded to silver level immediately. However, before this, he had one task to do. Staring at the Emperor's heart ring on his left index finger, he hesitated for a moment. He then decided to call Yang Ling. Yang Ling was the skinny man who made Lin Huang a fake Emperor's heart ring at Daxi City. The moment he saw the football, Lin Huang knew that he was also a traveler. It rang for about 10 seconds and the communication device connected. "What's up? Do you have any business for me?" Yang Ling's voice was heard from the communication device. "How did you know that it's not because something is wrong with the Emperor's heart ring? How did you know that I called you to ask for help?" Lin Huang asked seriously. "I'm confident with my skills." Yang Ling paused for a moment and said, "Tell me whatever you want. If not, I have something else I need to deal with." Lin Huang wanted to get closer to him since both of them were travelers from Earth. He wanted to know more about his travels. However, it was apparent that he had something more important to deal with, so Lin Huang had to immediately tell him the purpose of the call. "I actually wanted to ask, could you replicate an Emperor's heart ring? For example, my Emperor's heart ring can't be used for some complicated reasons and I need to replicate a new one with similar personal information." But Yang Ling interrupted before Lin Huang could finish his sentence. "All right, I get it. You're looking for a parallel space ring. Are you sure that's what I want?" "I haven't finished saying what I needed." Lin Huang was not sure if he understood what he meant. "All right, stop talking. I don't know which organization are you going to leave and I'm really not interested. You're looking for a new Emperor's heart ring that does not contain any information about the organization, except your own identity," Yang Ling concluded. What he said was exactly what Lin Huang was asking for. "Yes, that's the one." Lin Huang nodded his head. "I can do it for you. However, 2 prices are available for this ring: 100 life crystal and 200 life crystal," Yang Ling said. "What's the difference?" Lin Huang frowned and asked. "The ring that costs 100 life crystal contains only your personal information. However, you will lose the information registered at the Credit Bureau, Hunter Association, and other organizations. Also, you can no longer withdraw your credit points from your savings account at the Credit Bureau. Regarding the registration information, it will not be troublesome to register again at some of the organizations. However, if the organization is strict in verifying and examining the applicant's information, they will debug their database and remove the original information. This will cause your original information to be modified. At the same time, it might notify other registered organizations regarding the change of information. For the ring that costs 200 life crystal, I will completely replicate the Emperor's heart ring and remove the information that you do not want completely. All of your registered information will still be there and you can withdraw your credit points from your savings account. If you have large amounts of savings, I would recommend you to take this option," Yang Ling explained the details. "All right, I will take the one that costs 200 life crystal then," Lin Huang decided quickly. If he were to choose the former, he had to register at the Hunter Association again before attending the regular Hunter assessment. This might notify the Purple Crows. "You only need to make a copy of your personal information and send me the information via an encrypted email," he said, and before Yang Ling finished his sentence, he added, "You should know that I will only accept life crystal. Don't convert it to credit points when you make your payment." "I know. Don't worry." Lin Huang nodded his head. "Send me your information now and I'll do it for you tonight. I'll send it to you right after I'm done. Since you are a regular customer, you won't need to pay for the postage," Yang Ling said. "Please delete my personal information after you're done," Lin Huang reminded him before sending out the email. "Don't worry, I have been doing this for years and I have never disclosed any of my customers' information. I will make sure that the information is permanently deleted without leaving any traces. I assure confidentiality with the hopes that I will have more returning business from all my customers," Yang Ling said to comfort his doubts. "All right," Lin Huang said and then sent him a copy of his personal information via the encrypted email. After a moment, Yang Ling's voice was heard from the communication device again. "Which information do you wish to remove?" "The information about the Purple Crows," he said, referring to the complete set of information that had been sent to Yang Ling. There was nothing Lin Huang could hide. Yang Ling kept quiet for a moment and said, "All right, I can do it for you. However, I have to remind you that the Purple Crow is not a simple organization. It will be better if you could destroy the original Emperor's heart ring at a place that you are unfamiliar with." "Can't I keep it in my storage space?" Lin Huang asked. "Even if you kept it in the storage space, they can still track your location through certain methods," Yang Ling explained. Lin Huang broke out in cold sweat as he heard this. He kept his Emperor's heart ring in his storage space all the time and he thought his whereabouts could not be tracked. However, he was now sure that his location could in fact still be tracked. Anyway, They won't track you if you are not an important person. I just wanted to remind you so that you are aware of it. Don't be too worried, Yongling added as he seemed to know that Lin Huang was worried about it. I know, I'll settle it soon, Lin Huang said. He was not going to keep the emperor's heart ring with him after what Yongling had said. Oh yeah, is the delivery address the same as the address provided with your information? Yongling asked. Yes, Lin Huang said and nodded his head. I will send it to you at that address then. Are you in a hurry? If you could wait for 2 to 3 months, I will choose a cheaper postage method and save some money, Yongling asked. I need it by December. I can actually pay for the postage, no worries. Lin Huang did not know that Yongling wanted to save some money. He needed it by then. It's fine, I said postage was included. Since you are in a hurry, I will use the fastest method. You will receive it within a week, Yongling said as he insisted on paying the postage fee. Thank you then, Lin Huang replied and smiled. As a final reminder, you should move from your location as soon as possible. Although I don't know how you escaped from the Purple Crows, your address has been disclosed. If they find out you're still alive, your family members will be in danger, Yongling warned before hanging up. Chapter 157. New Emperor's Heart Ring. After hanging up the call with Yongling, Lin Huang was thinking about the reminder asking him to move away from where he lived for his family and his own safety. Although he faked his death and successfully escaped from the Purple Crows, he had left traces of his personal details with them. There would not be a problem if nobody knew that he was still alive. However, if it was discovered, the Purple Crows would definitely come after him. The Purple Crow staff could enter small areas such as Wulin Town as they wished without restrictions or resistance from the government. I must get the residential permit to stay in a grade of foothold or else Lin Xin wouldn't be able to transfer schools. If I'm not able to do that, it would be good to get the permit to temporarily stay in a grade B foothold. At least there are quite a few Transcendents Thar resided in grade B foothold. The people of the Purple Crow would be more cautious and will not intervene haphazardly, Lin Huang thought. He also considered asking Yi Zheng about the residential permission as soon as he got his new Emperor's Heart Ring. As he was a royal member, he would surely know more about the matter than Lin Huang did. Xin I need to run some errands. I will be back soon, he called out. Lin Huang left the house right after that. He changed his face before heading to the credit bureau. There was quite a queue at the bureau, and it took a while until it was his turn. There was a woman who looked a little older than 50 years old behind the counter. She looked at Lin Huang and asked, "What kind of service would you like?" "A bank transfer, please," Lin Huang answered. He then looked for Yongling's account number on his communication device. The woman frowned and reminded him as per bank policy, saying, "There are many frauds on the network nowadays. You young people shouldn't be transferring money to strangers, you should be more alert." "Thanks for your reminder, I understand that," Lin Huang nodded. "What is your relationship with the person that you are transferring the money to?" the woman asked. "We are friends, I guess," Lin Huang answered. "You should not trust those friends that you get to know from the network. They could be frauds," the woman reminded him again. "We have met before," Lin Huang explained, quite annoyed with her constant prodding. "Alright, that's better. What is the reason of the transaction?" the woman continued. She then followed the question with another piece of advice, and said, "If it's lending your friend money, try not to send too much or else you might not get it back in the future." "Oh, it's not lending money, it's a proper business," Lin Huang said, helplessly fending of the woman's interrogation. The woman was too passionate about matters not concerning her, he thought. "All right then, how much is it?" the woman finally asked. 200 life crystals. Please do not send credit points, he only wants life crystals, Lin Huang said. He then took out all 200 life crystals and piled them on the counter. It was rare for ordinary people to even see a life crystal piece. Now that there were so many complete life crystals lying on top of the counter, everyone was stunned. It took the woman behind the counter a moment to snap out of her daze. "Would you like to send all of these life crystals out?" she asked immediately. "Yes, there are a total of 200 of them. Please do not send out credit points, just transfer all these life crystals to his account," Lin Huang said again while he projected Yongling's account details before the woman. "Give me a moment, I will have to count." The woman nodded and started counting the life crystals. Soon she was done counting. 200 pieces of standard life crystals. "The system shows that all of them are complete," the woman said. The woman then nodded and said, Kid, are you sure you want to send so many life crystals to your friend? Yes, he is sending me my requested items while I send him the money. This is a business transaction, Lin Huang said and nodded. Alright, so you would like to send life crystals, not life crystals pieces or credit points, right? The woman confirmed again. Yes, he only accepts life crystals, Lin Huang nodded. Sure, I'll do that for you now, she replied. A while later, the woman nodded at Lin Huang and said, the transaction is complete. Just when the woman informed Lin Huang, he received a message from Yongling. I have received the money, I will send out your stuff tonight. Thank you, Auntie, Lin Huang said and left. When he got home from the credit bureau, he saw that Lin Xin was teaching Lin Zan how to play the gun master. He then started to practice army attack tactics in the living room. Ever since he leveled up to a bronze level, he had never trained his army attack tactics anymore. However, the sword skill had been up to its own rotation plans. The life power in his body was now pretty stable. If he was to properly train for 10 days to half a month, he would definitely master the skill. Lin Huang stopped his training when it was dinner time, and he ordered some takeaway again. Lin Zan had a big appetite, and what Lin Huang cooked would not have been enough for Lin Zan. Soon, the food was delivered. After dinner, Lin Xin helped Lin Huang clean up the kitchen. It's not good that we order takeaway every day. I must think of a way to solve the problem of Lin Zan's big appetite, Lin Huang mumbled to himself while he cleaned up. Lin Xin, who was next to him, heard him suddenly stopped washing the dishes. She seemed to have recalled something and said, "Brother, there was this barbecue machine that was very popular on the network. My friend has one at home. It can contain a lot of food and it's easy to use. You can even put an entire pig monster in and the machine would peel its skin and cut it into pieces before the barbecue began, automatically. All you have to do is put the seasoning in 1 hour later and it would be ready 10 minutes after that." Is there really such thing? Lin Huang's eyes lit up. Yes, I've tried it at her place, and it tasted really good, Lin Xin nodded. Let's get one then, Lin Huang decided immediately. 2 days later, the outdoor waterproof barbecue machine arrived. It was big, so Lin Huang placed it in the garden on the 4th floor. He had many monster bodies in his space storage ring. All he would have to do was put one monster in the machine. The issue about Lin Zan's food was solved. For the entire week, Lin Huang spent most of his time in training his army attack tactics. The life power in his body was stabilized sooner than expectation. He was ready to break through to a white-silver level at any moment, so to prevent that, he finally gave himself a break. On the 8th day, he received the new Emperor's heart ring Yongling sent him. He put it on immediately. He then found out that all of his personal details, including his 300 billion credit points, were still in his account with the credit bureau. The only change was that his registration with the Purple Crows was no longer there. He was much relieved. However, he soon found out that he had many missed calls and messages when he opened the contact page. Most of them came from Lin Xin. She had called him more than 30 times and sent many messages. Fatty had called him thrice, 2 missed calls from Yi Yeyu and 1 from Yi Zheng. For messages, Fatty had sent him quite a few, 2 were from Yi Yeyu and 1 from Lang Yuexin. Lin Huang then read the messages one by one. Fatty informed Lin Huang that he had to leave to Baki City as he had something to settle at home, and he could not wait for Lin Huang anymore. Yi Yeyu sent 2 messages, one which read, "So you've spread your wings now and you're not picking up my calls anymore." While the other one was, "Haven't heard from you for a month now, are you dead?" But, the message from Lang Yuexin was simple, and it read, "I am back in Division 7. The first message Lin Huang replied to was to Lang Yuexin, "That's great. I was staying in Fog Canyon, and there was no signal. I have just gotten back today." He replied Yi Yeyu next, "I wouldn't die so easily. I was in Fog Canyon, there was no signal in there. Is there anything I can do for you?" He replied Fatty next, "All right then, go settle your stuff. I have just came back from Fog Canyon today." Yi Yeyu requested to do a video call with Lin Huang immediately, and he picked up the call after. Sitting down on the couch. "So you're really alive, I thought you were dead," Yi Yeyu said as she checked Lin Huang out through the video. "Such a genius like me wouldn't die so easily," Lin Huang laughed. "Anything? Can't I call for nothing?" Yi Yeyu glared at Lin Huang. "Of course you can, anytime anywhere," Lin Huang nodded. "I heard you've been to Fog Canyon. Something happened there earlier so I wanted to confirm if you were really alive," Yi Yayu told Lin Huang the real reason she was calling. What happened in Fog Canyon? Lin Huang asked, doubtful. Many people died there recently, and they said it was done by a mutated sword slave. There were groups of white-silver level hunters attempting to kill the monster, but they were all killed. Later on, many gold level hunters went in but none found the monster, Yi Yayu explained. I didn't know about that, neither did I see such a monster, Lin Huang said with raised eyebrows. It's great that you're doing good, she said, with a concerned look on her face. Just when she was going to hang up the call, she recalled something. Oh yay, something happened to the fatty, the guy who was close to you. Since you just came back today, I guess you haven't heard about it. What happened? Lin Huang was stunned. Although Fatty said he had something to do at home, he did not tell Lin Huang what exactly happened. His father was sick, and he passed away. As a friend of his, give him a call. That's all, I'm hanging up, Yi Yayu said and hung up the phone right away. Fatty's father passed away. Lin Huang frowned. He forgot about the residence permit in Grade A and Grade B footholds matter than he wanted to ask. After hesitating, Lin Huang called Fatty. Fatty only picked up a while later, and he looked exhausted in the video. Are you okay, Fatty? I heard about what happened from Yi Yayu, Lin Huang asked immediately. I'm good, Fatty forced a smile and shook his head. Where are you now? Baki City. No, I'm at my hometown. We just buried my dad's body a few days back, Fatty shook his head. I recalled Uncle looked good the last time we saw him. How did he? Lin Huang thought it was strange. He was exhausted, he didn't know when to rest, and he abused his body with work. His loss of life light was tens of times faster than ordinary people, but he didn't tell us about that. It was too late when we found out, Fatty said softly, and he had tears in his eyes as he spoke. I have nothing on hand these few days, I will come and pay my respects, Lin Huang suggested. It's all right, the regular hunter assessment is starting soon in December. Since you have stayed in Fog Canyon for so long, you must have leveled up to a bronze level by now. You should prepare yourself. Too bad I can't be joining anymore. All the best to you. Do try to pass during the first assessment, Fatty said as he knew that Lin Huang was joining the assessment. All right then, don't think too much. Rest, Lin Huang said. He did not really know how to comfort Fatty, but tried what he knew to ease the pain. After he hung up, Lin Huang let out a sigh. Fatty's rather was just an ordinary person, but he sacrificed most of his life to food just because of his passion. Although it was not right that he abused his body, his passion for food was admirable. Hopefully Fatty would get back on his feet soon. If he inherited the passion and persistence with food from his father, he will definitely be an outstanding food hunter in the future. Chapter 158, Did the head examiner slip his tongue? The first thing Lin Huang did after receiving the new Emperor's Heart Ring was register himself so he could participate in the regular hunter assessment. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, a week went by with Lin Huang spending most of his time resting. Besides that, he also practiced army attack tactics for a couple of hours every day to keep his skills sharp. The training was not to upgrade his abilities but rather to avoid his body from getting lazy, so he practiced every day to keep up his momentum. It was half a month before the assessment would start and was almost time to depart. Lin Huang spoke to Lin Xin and Lin Zan that night at dinner. I will head to Foothold No 7B24 in 2 days to join the regular hunter assessment. The assessment itself will take about 1 month and the journey back and forth would take more than 20 days. So, it looks like I'll be away for almost 2 months, he explained. Brother, will you be able to come back before the year end? Lin Xin asked. She seemed really upset. That shouldn't be a problem. The Hunter Association would take that into consideration that as well. As soon as the assessment ends, I should have sufficient time to get back home, Lin Huang nodded. Lin Zan, listen to your sister, tell her when you're hungry. Don't leave the house on your own. If you need to head out, follow your sister, Lin Huang said to Lin Zan. Lin Zan nodded. Xin I have many monster carcasses with me, I'll transfer them to your storage space. Don't just eat meat like Lin Zan does, get some vegetables and fruits as well. I'll transfer you some credit points. Lin Huang then transferred the monster carcasses and credit points to Lin Xin as he said. Don't worry about spending the money, buy all the things that you need to buy, he continued. Lin Xin did not say a word and all she did was to nod. She knew that the regular hunter assessment only happened twice a year. If Lin Huang missed this round, he would have to wait until June of next year. On the next day, Lin Huang headed to Baqi City after lunch and bid farewell to Lin Xin and Lin Zan. He checked into a hotel at the central plaza of Baqi City. He stayed there to wait for the demonic crystal spaceship which would depart the next morning. After a night's rest in Baqi City, Lin Huang took the spaceship to Foothold No. 7B24 the next morning. The journey to the foothold would take 11 days and thankfully it was a smooth one. However, there were many passengers on the spaceship. Most of them looked like they were hunters too, perhaps also participating in the assessment. On the 11th day at noon, the spaceship arrived at Foothold No. 7B24 in the north of Baqi City. Foothold No. 7B24 was also called Baishuan City. There were more than 180 B-grade footholds in Division 7, and Foothold No. 7B24 was one of the earliest ones to be established. It was huge, covering an area of more than 11,000 square kilometers. The permanent residents numbered at 16 million people with a 5 million strong population of people who came in and out of the city. It was considered a crowded foothold compared to other B-grade footholds. After he disembarked the spaceship, Lin Huang arrived at a hotel that was located nearby the Hunter Association. He had booked the hotel room before he departed. He then registered himself at the reception. It was 3 days before the assessment, and Lin Huang planned to adapt himself to the environment for the next couple of days. After a short rest in the hotel room, he started practicing fatal tactics. It was a rare close combat skill, utilizing most of the muscles and bones in his body. With every hit, Lin Huang could clearly feel like he was familiarizing himself with his own body. Now that his army attack tactics was level -8, combining that with fatal tactics would heighten its strength. He had been practicing the skill for almost 20 days now. It was not clear if it was the effects of army attack tactics or something else. Although he had only been practicing for a couple of hours every day, the rate he accumulated skill card pieces did not decrease. On the next day, Lin Huang had accumulated 600 fatal tactics skill card pieces by the afternoon. A notification from Xiao He popped up. 600 fatal tactics skill card pieces have been detected. Would you like to combine them into a rare skill card, fatal tactics? Yes, Lin Huang replied. He did not expect he would be able to obtain a complete skill card before the assessment even started. Consuming fatal tactics skill card pieces by 600 inches, congratulations, you have obtained a rare skill card, fatal tactics. Lin Huang looked at the new skill card immediately. Skill card, skill name, fatal tactics, rarity, rare epic type of skill, close combat skill, skill level, unknown, status, available, remarks. With the upgrade in strength from army attack tactics being more than level 6, this skill is comparable with an epic combat skill. Card remarks. Not bad. He could not help but to laugh when he saw the remarks. He did not expect his limited training to give him a close combat skill card that was comparable to an epic card. Initially, he practiced the close combat skills without any expectations since he excelled in sword skills. He did not train to accumulate skill card pieces but to adapt and prepare himself for the assessment. That was why he only trained for a couple of hours and rested for the remainder of the day. It was a great surprise that he managed to obtain a new skill card before the assessment started. As long as army attack tactics was at level 6 or more, one could draw strength that was comparable with an epic level combat skill. Now that his army attack tactics was already at level -8, his combat strength would be much more powerful. It was as if he had obtained an epic combat skill out of the blue. That's great, I can just fight with my bare hands if I encounter any small monsters in the future. There's no need for me to bring out my sword all the time, Lin Huang laughed to himself. On the third day in Baishuan City, Lin Huang woke up before 7 in the morning. After breakfast, he headed straight to the Hunter Association. The official opening hours was 8 a.m. but it was not even 7:15 a.m. when Lin Huang arrived. Still, there were many people already waiting at the entrance. There were many scammers among the crowd, and they were selling assessment booklets. There were quite a number of people getting scammed by these crooks. One scammer came to Lin Huang and pointed at the project page in front of him and said, "Young man, we have the latest assessment booklet, it has the latest content of the assessment. Would you like to get one?" "It's okay," Lin Huang shook his head. He had heard about such booklets before but it was his first time seeing them. However, he knew that the booklet had information from the past assessments that the scammers had put together. It was not related to the current assessment at all. The regular Hunter assessment had different content every year, and it was impossible for the contents of the assessment to be leaked before the assessment started. The scammers were there to scam participants who did not know the rules. Seeing Lin Huang being so sure of himself, the scammer knew that Lin Huang had seen the assessment rules before this, so he stopped bugging him. The scammer then left and began looking for other participants. Many were scammed, and Lin Huang stood speechless as he watched. However, those who purchased the booklet must have had a lack of confidence in their own abilities and were not sure if they would pass the assessment. Some of them were just trying their luck, so they bought the booklets anyway, knowing that it would not help them in the assessment. There were more and more people at the entrance, and more people were scammed. Lin Huang had no idea how much the booklet was sold for, but looking at the number of people who purchased them, he could tell that the scammers had made quite a large sum of credit points. There were at least 10,000 people at the entrance of the Hunter Association at 8 a.m. Suddenly, the door opened and a tanned middle-aged man walked out. Everyone was silent as he walked out. "My name is Xu Jinpeng, I am the head examiner for the preliminary assessment," the tanned man introduced himself. After a brief pause, he continued, "I would like to announce that the preliminary assessment has ended." Everyone was stunned by what he had just said, including Lin Huang. Did the head examiner slip his tongue? Maybe he meant, started, instead of, ended. Some people muttered in panic. Almost everyone present had the same thought rush through their minds. "Now I'll announce the participants that have been disqualified." The head examiner Xu Jinpeng began to read out names one by one. Wang Xiaopeng, Zhou He, Yi Haoshuan. "This is ridiculous." A few of them voiced out after the first few names were called out. Xu Jinpeng looked up and proceeded to read off his list. "I'm not buying this. If you're disqualifying me, you must give a reason that makes sense." A guy from the back shouted. One of the scammers who was selling booklets suddenly appeared next to the tanned man and said in a loud voice, "From today onwards, the names that were read out loud are blacklisted from the Hunter Association, and you won't be able to join any association within the next 3 years. The man then waved to the other two scammers and left. Many were confused at first, but soon, they began to understand what was happening. They are Hunter Association staff who pretended to be scammers. That would mean that the preliminary assessment was meant to disqualify the participants who purchased the booklets, Lin Huang concluded as he finally understood what had happened. Almost half an hour, the head examiner Xu Jinpeng finally finished reading off the disqualification list. There were more than 1,100 people that were disqualified. Xu Jinpeng looked up and looked around. He then said, "I believe some of you know why these people were disqualified. The scammers who were selling the assessment booklets are our staff. Those who were disqualified were the ones who purchased the booklets. Firstly, we find that not reading the assessment rules before coming to the assessment is a grave negligence to the program. Such people lack responsibility and don't care about the consequences, since they're not even willing to perform the most basic due diligence. We, at the Hunter Association, are the complete opposite of that. No matter what the consequences may be, we'll do our best to complete the task at hand." Second, they knew that the information in the booklet is fake, but yet they purchased it anyway. This is equivalent to knowing that a piece of news is fake, but yet they still try their luck and convince themselves to believe that it is real. Such people lack will, and are easily manipulated. We don't need people like this. These two reasons are the foundations of the preliminary assessment. If anyone disagrees with it, you are welcome to file your complaints, the man said casually with a nod. What Xu Jinpeng said made everyone speechless. Aside from those who were on the list, those who arrived after 8 a.m. "Congratulations, you have been disqualified as well," he added. "I don't think you need me to tell you the reason. The rest made it into the first round of the assessment. You can now pass through the door behind me into the Hunter Association and join us for the next round." Chapter 159, Tipweed. The preliminary round of the assessment started silently and ended in silence with direct result announcements. Lin Huang now knew that the Hunter Association was quite unpredictable. "It seems like I must treat this seriously or else I might be disqualified as well." Lin Huang was finally getting serious about the assessment. Due to the assessment, the Hunter Association was not open for business. Lin Huang and the rest walked into the hall from the entrance, and it was empty. There was a short man standing at the information counter in the middle of the hall. The man was less than 1.7 meters, and he had a mustache. He was also wearing a black suit and tall hat with a black walking stick. "My name is Zhou Lin, the head examiner for the second round of assessment. First, I would like to congratulate all of you who got through this on the first try," he said to them. Zhou Lin then looked at the people and raised an eyebrow. I can't believe that there are still 10,000 people. Old Shu disappointed me. It seems like I'll have to decrease that number below 50% in this round. Although he said the last sentence in a whisper, all the participants heard him loud and clear. Everyone was getting anxious. Don't worry about what I said. Zhou Lin stroked his mustache with a sinister look on his face. Compared to the other head examiners, I'm considered quite gentle. I've never liked violence. Isn't that even scarier? Lin Huang thought to himself. Many had puzzled looks on their faces. Apparently, they had the same thoughts as Lin Huang. However, some innocent participants were relieved because they believed what the head examiner said. The content of assessment that I have prepared is very gentle, Zhou Lin proceeded. After a quick look around, he said, it's very simple. We're doing a treasure hunt. Hunting for treasures is a basic skill hunters should possess, and it is not limited to treasure hunters only. Normal hunters should possess detective and searching skills for items and people. Through this process, many of your abilities will be upgraded and strengthened. This is why we are doing a treasure hunt. Everyone opened their eyes wide so that they did not miss anything important. This is what I want all of you to find, Zhou Lin said loudly. He then took out a black crystal from his storage space and held it up high. It was a black crystal size of a thumb and it seemed muddy. It also did not look like a valuable crystal. However, many frowned at its size. An item that was the size of a thumb would be hard to find even if it was placed in a common home. It would take a lot of time to look for it. Since we have too many people here and we have limited time, I won't be passing this around. Come closer to look, do not touch it with your hands. You're only allowed to look with your eyes. As Zhou Lin instructed the participants, he took out a jewelry stand and placed it on the stand. He then stood aside. Many rushed to the stand to observe it immediately. Lin Huang did not move forward. From where he stood, he activated boundless vision to observe from a distance. He could see clearly as if it were in front of his face. The black crystal did not look like a mineral crystal, and it did not have the structure of a crystal as well. It seemed more like an amber resin or plastic. Of course, Lin Huang could not be sure about the information as nobody was allowed to touch it. Half an hour later, all the people had seen it at a close distance. When there were not many people around, Lin Huang stood closer and observed the crystal with boundless vision. He did not see anything new. Alright, since you guys have observed it, you should know what it is by now. Zhou Lin kept the item. Now, I'm to tell you what the mission objective is. The crowded hall suddenly became silent as everyone was afraid that they would miss an important bit of information. They stared at Zhou Lin without blinking. After all, many of the head examiners in the Hunter Association had the bad habit of not repeating anything they said. If they missed anything, they might not get actual information without risk of being sabotaged if they were to ask other participants. The mission is simple. Find the black crystal that I showed you. Zhou Lin smirked while he looked at the anxious faces of the participants. He seemed to be enjoying himself. The test field includes the entire area of Beishuan City. The item is located inside the city, and don't waste your time looking for it outside the city. I have placed 5,000 pieces of this crystal within the city. As there are more than 11,000 of you who passed the first round of assessment, more than half of you here will be disqualified. The assessment time will be 48 hours. Within 48 hours, you will pass the assessment if you come to me with the black crystal that is exactly the same as the one I showed you. I will be waiting in this hall for the next 48 hours. As soon as you find the item, you can pass it to me at any time you want. Even if it is in the middle of the night, just come to me. Don't worry about my sleep, he explained. Zhou Lin finally told them all the details of the second round of assessment. Many of them were frowning when they heard this. To find a crystal that was the size of a thumb in a B-grade foothold was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was more difficult as they would now have to complete it within 48 hours. There's something that I must emphasize. The 5,000 pieces of black crystals have my personal markings etched on them. So if you would like to replicate your own, I'm advising you not to do it. If I find out that any of the crystals do not belong to me, you will be blacklisted and will not be able to join any hunter assessments for the next 3 years, Zhou Lin warned. Sir, can't you give us a tip? Otherwise, wouldn't this all be based on our luck? A female participant asked. Many of them wanted to ask the same question but none of them had the courage to ask. All of them then looked at Zhou Lin. Of course there's a tip, and it's simple, weed, Zhou Lin said cheerfully. He then looked at the time and said, it's 8:51 a.m. now, let's round it up at 9 a.m. Within 48 hours, which is before 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow, those who manage to get the crystal into my hand will pass this round of assessment. I have given you all the information you need. If you have other questions, solve it yourself. Now, I shall announce the official start of the second assessment. All 11,000 participants rushed out of the Hunter Association as Zhou Lin spoke. After everyone had left, the head examiner of the first assessment walked into the hall. That's quite a crowd. What kind of mission did you give them? They seem to be rushing, Xu Jinpeng asked while smiling. Weed, Zhou Lin laughed as he said. Oh no, why did you do that? What if none of them passed the assessment? Xu Jinpeng asked. He was shocked and sympathetic to the candidates because knew what Zhou Lin meant by weed. We won't have any new members this year then, Zhou Lin laughed again. Chapter 160. Weed Technology. The tip for the second assessment was, weed. Many of them rushed to the areas with weeds after they headed out of the Hunter Association. After all, they were only given 48 hours and based on their numbers, slots in the next round of the assessment were limited to whoever found a black crystal. The mission was simple, whichever candidate managed to find a crystal they would pass the assessment. For the past couple of hours, many residents saw peculiar scenes of people looking for stuff in the weeds. Many young people were engrossed in the hunt for the crystals in the weeds. They did not only look for it in public areas, but many invaded private properties too. Usually, digging up the weeds would be a good thing, but once they found out that the black crystal was not where they were looking, they would leave a mess behind. Many of the government cleaning staff were angered by their behavior. Some people took videos and uploaded them to the network with the rumors that there were treasures in Beishuan City and some unknown organization was looking for the treasures. Many saw and believed in the rumor and joined the treasure hunt as well. The city was suddenly crowded with people. However, some of the participants did not dig out the weeds around them. Once the mission was out, Lin Huang knew that it would not be that simple. The tip, weed, was definitely the weeds growing on the land around them, but if that was the case, there would be no meaning to the assessment. There were 5,000 pieces of black crystals around. As long as they head out and search the area, the probability of finding it was quite high. However, such digging did not require any detective skills. As he watched the rest running around the place, Lin Huang browsed through the hard network searching for any information with the keyword, weed. He wanted to know if there was another meaning to this word. However, he did not find any unique definition of the word after browsing through a couple of pages. He frowned and entered the keywords, Beishuan City, and weed, as he wanted to see if there was any relation between the two keywords. To his dismay, all he saw were rumors about treasure in the city that were uploaded by the people. Lin Huang shook his head. As he proceeded to browse through the network, one bit of news caught his attention. Weed Technology in Beishuan City, a company specializing in the development of cleaning utensils, Weed Technology. Lin Huang raised an eyebrow as he looked up the company. He did not find much information about the company after doing some searching. It was a small company with less than 20 people. It developed a variety of cleaning agents and tools, and they did not even have their own factory. That was all that he managed to find on the network. Seems like I'll have to do a site inspection, Lin Huang smirked. It was 9:40 a.m. when Lin Huang appeared at the entrance of the Weed Technology site with his features hidden so he would not raise any suspicions. He now looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, and he looked serious with an 80% similarity to Xu Jinpeng, the head examiner of the preliminary assessment. With his clean black suit, he looked intimidating. The security guard of the company was an old uncle, and he did not hesitate when he saw Lin Huang. The old man got up and said, "May I know who you are? I'm from the reviews board, and I would like to see your boss." The reviews board in this world was similar to audit board on Earth. However, the jurisdiction of the reviews board was wider. Aside from accounts, they also looked into product safety, waste pollution and so on. Most of the companies were very respectful to people like the staff of the review board. "Hold on please," the security guard said as he dialed a number to the reception. After the call was hung up, the door opened. Lin Huang walked in with confidence. Since he was on the review board, the security guard did not dare to check his ID as he did not want to offend Lin Huang. Just when he stepped into a door, he was welcomed by a lady in his 30s. "Hi, I am Bai. I am the boss's secretary. May I know how I should address you?" "By my surname, Xu," Lin Huang used the head examiner's surname as well. "Mr. Shu, our company has undergone a review 2 months ago. Since you are here, was there a problem with the first review? Secretary Bai asked doubtfully. It's the end of the year and we do spot checks. We randomly decided to review your company. Don't worry, just bring me to your boss, Lin Huang replied firmly with a short answer, as a review board member would. As our company hasn't been busy these past few days, my boss is usually late to the office. Please take a seat in the meeting room, I will get him here as soon as possible. Secretary Bai escorted Lin Huang to the meeting room and left after serving him some tea. While he relaxed in the meeting room with the tea, Lin Huang thought about what he would do when the boss was here. 10 minutes later, a plump middle-aged man opened the door to the meeting room, sweating profusely. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, please follow me to my office. Lin Huang nodded and followed the man to his office on the second floor. He sat on the couch before the man, without so much as a request. Secretary Bai placed a cup of tea on the table and left, closing the door behind her. Mr. Shu, may I know what this review is about? The plump boss looked at Lin Huang while wiping away his sweat. Lin Huang smirked as a mask was being made on his hand with mask control. He then placed the mask on his face, and he now had the boss's face over his own. The man was in shock. Tell me your name, Lin Huang asked his first question. Zhang Peng, the boss answered without hesitating. What's your family like? Lin Huang asked. I'm divorced with 2 kids. My son is 11 and my daughter is 8. Zhang Peng did not stutter or put up a fight. What's your relationship with Mrs. Bai, your secretary? We are secretly a couple, and she has a husband, Zhang Peng answered honestly. After asking 2 personal questions, Lin Huang confirmed that he had full control of Zhang Peng. He then asked what he really wanted to ask. Where can I find the black crystal in your company? Lin Huang showed him the image that he took of the crystal earlier. Zhang Peng looked at the image and shook his head. I've never seen such thing. Lin Huang frowned as he heard Zhang Peng's answer. He's the boss but he doesn't know about it, maybe he's not related to the weed that the head examiner was talking about. Lin Huang thought. He then proceeded to ask a couple of questions that were related to the crystal but Zhang Peng could not answer him. It seemed like he completely had no idea what that black crystal was. If he has no idea, could it be related to his staff? Lin Huang questioned himself but he refused to give in. After some thinking, he summoned the demonic dandelion vine. The shrunken demonic dandelion vine looked like a bloody baby snake wrapped around Lin Huang's left arm. LNFECT all the staff in this company with parasites and get them to bring me the black crystal, Lin Huang instructed the demonic dandelion vine. Soon, a purple flower grew out of the vine and more than 10 leech pods were spread onto the targets' bodies. Lin Huang then noticed that all of them standing up from their seats and wandered around aimlessly. The hosts had lost their purpose. If any of them knew about the black crystal, they would not look like that. Alright, release the hosts. After observing the scene, Lin Huang was sure that this company had nothing to do with his assessment. The word, weed, in the company name could have just been a coincidence. He walked to the window, and while he was considering whether he should remove the mask before leaving, Secretary Bai knocked on the door. Boss, there's somebody here for you. He said he's from the review board as well. As she said the words, she looked at Lin Huang curiously. All she could see was the back of his head. Through the window, Lin Huang could see the person who was stopped by the security guard. It was a familiar face. Bai Yan, didn't he become a copper hunter straightaway with his special pass? Why did he join the assessment again? Lin Huang raised his eyebrow with his lips slightly parted. Meanwhile, Zhang Peng who was sitting at the table spoke, tell him that I'm busy today, I don't have the time to see him. Ask him to come some other day. Secretary Bai was stunned but she left anyway. Soon, Bai Yan left unwillingly after the security guard told him to. Lin Huang then walked to Zhang Peng and said, you'll feel sleepy now and you'll want to fall asleep. You'll fall into a deep sleep in 10 seconds. When you wake up, you'll only remember that the people from the review board had completed the review and you will forget the rest. A while later, Zhang Peng fell asleep on the table. It was the first time Lin Huang found out how powerful the mask was. Not only could it control one's behavior, it could even alter one's memory and the alteration was non-reversible even if the user lost control. After removing the mask, Lin Huang left Zhang Peng's office. When he got to the first floor, Secretary Bai approached him immediately. How was it, Mr. Shu? The review has been done. There's no issue, I shall be making a move now, Lin Huang nodded. The man earlier said he was from the review board as well, is he your colleague? Secretary Bai could not help but ask. How is it possible that a reviews board staff member is less than 20 years old? It's obvious, didn't you notice? Lin Huang asked her back. Next time if you see anyone who says they are from the review board, don't forget to check their ID. If it's fake, call us and report it. Lin Huang left as soon as he finished speaking. Secretary Bai was confused. She then recalled that she did not check Lin Huang's ID. Chapter 161. A complimentary piece of information. While most people were still digging in the weeds, some of them figured out the existence of the weed technology company. Lin Huang had done the investigation and confirmed that the company had nothing to do with the assessment. Weed, what does that mean? Lin Huang was back at square one, trying to figure out the clue as he left the company. He then browsed through the Hunter Forum with his Copper Hunter permit. He used the keywords, weed, Beishuan City, and foothold No 7B24. After browsing for a while, he could not find anything useful. There's nothing on the Hunter Forum. Lin Huang frowned as he felt that he arrived at a dead end. If I was a real hunter, what would I do if I wasn't able to find the information that I'm looking for on the Hunter Forum and network? Lin Huang mumbled to himself as he attempted to change his point of view, hoping that he would figure out something from a different perspective. Just as he said that, he stopped walking all of a sudden. He lifted his head and said to himself, I'm sure there are other ways to look for some information, and perhaps through ways that are illegal. Lin Huang opened up a complete map of Beishuan City with his Emperor's Heart ring immediately and got the location of the black market. He walked into an alley without surveillance cameras and altered his features to become Scarface. He wore his black suit with a gray coat on top before he walked out of the alley. He got himself a car and headed to the black market. An hour later, he arrived at the area. After paying an entrance fee, he walked straight onto a street. Lin Huang had learned ways of identifying the location of a black market, who he should look for when he needed certain items and how he should behave in a black market from his time at the Purple Crow training camp. He placed his hands in his pockets and walked the street without an expression. The street was quiet, and he attracted quite some attention with his presence. However, nobody wanted to mess with him as he had Scarface's features on his face. Soon, Lin Huang found a bar, and as he walked in, he noticed everyone's gazes fall on him as he attracted attention in the bar with his attire. He ignored them and walked to the bench in front of the bar and took a seat. He knocked 3 times with his index finger on the bar counter and said to the bartender, "Give me a glass of black letter." The bartender was a tall, skinny young man. He looked at Lin Huang and gave him a pitch-black drink a while later. Lin Huang smirked as he lifted up the glass. He looked at the numbers that were engraved at the bottom of the glass. B012. Lin Huang left to the cellar with his glass. Arriving at the entrance of room B012, Lin Huang noticed that the light inside was green. He walked straight into the room and it looked like an office, spotless. Behind the mahogany table was a middle-aged man with black-framed glasses who then said to him, "Sit." Lin Huang took off his coat and hung it on the stand by the door and took a seat at the table. He placed the glass on the table and faced the room number engraved at the bottom of the glasses at the man. The man looked at the glass and smiled. "What would you like to know?" "Simple. Weed." Lin Huang said what he was here for. "Weed." The man seemed surprised when he heard the word, but soon he composed himself and continued, "What would you like to know about weed?" "Everything," Lin Huang said and added, "especially its relation to Beishuan City." "I understand, give me a moment." The man projected a couple of pages before himself. However, the pages were opaque and the side facing Lin Huang was black. Lin Huang could not see a thing. A while later, the man nodded to Lin Huang. "It will cost 18 billion credit points." "That's not cheap. Are you sure that the information is worth this much?" Lin Huang looked at the man without an expression. "Don't worry, it is definitely worth the price you're paying," the man replied with a smile. "Sure." Lin Huang nodded. "Please transfer your credit points to the trading chip." The man then handed him a green chip that was the size of a thumb. The purpose of the trading chip was to avoid personal details of either party from being leaked elsewhere. The buyer would transfer his credit points to the trading chip and the seller would retrieve the credit points to his own account. With that, nobody would know the account details of the opposite party. Moreover, such trading chips could not save personal details because once the scan was complete and the credit points were transferred, account details would automatically be deleted. there would not be an issue like personal information being leaked. Compared to the anonymous transactions with Emperor's heart rings, such trading chips were much safer. Lin Huang took the chip, transferred 18 billion credit points into it and handed it back to the man. The man placed the chip aside and brought out a black chip. He then scanned his Emperor's heart ring on the black chip and transferred it the information that Lin Huang asked for. Soon, the transfer was complete. All the pages were closed. The man then passed Lin Huang the black chip. "Everything you want is on this chip." Lin Huang nodded and took the black chip from the man. He stood up and attempted to leave after putting on his coat. Suddenly, the man spoke again, "I'll give you a complimentary piece of information." Lin Huang stopped in his step. "Somebody came here about an hour before you did," the person asked about something similar. The person did not look too friendly. "You might want to be careful," he warned. "Thanks," Lin Huang said but did not turn around. He walked out right after he thanked the man. He left the bar and left of the black market with a heavy heart. "I arrived here at around 11 a.m., the person was an hour earlier than me, which means he was here at around 10 a.m. The assessment started at 9 a.m., it would take an hour riding on the car from the Hunter Association. This would mean that the person came here directly after leaving the Hunter Association. The person did not even go to the weed technology company. Someone who would come to a black market in search of information might be someone from the underground," Lin Huang thought. It was not the first time the underground placed spies in the Hunter Association. Of course, Lin Huang was not 100% sure of that. The person could have just been really smart and looked past the details that Lin Huang did not see and came straight to the black market without going to the weed technology company. Chapter 162, Ponytail. After leaving the black market, Lin Huang took out the black chip he had bought when he was sure he was at a safe place. He then scanned the information with his Emperor's heart ring. With that, he finally knew what weed meant. Weed was an advanced drug named ZC. People in the industry would call it weed, and outsiders were unaware of such a name. The drug was in the form of a black crystal and had no unique smell to it. However, those available to be purchased on the market were processed and was in the form of a powder instead of a crystal. The main contents of the drug were unknown. However, it caused intense hallucinogenic effects which reciprocated with one's life power, making it more powerful than usual drugs. It was called an advanced drug as it was only consumed by people who had full control of their life power. For common people, they would die if they consumed even 1 gram of the drug. Even those who had full control of their life power would need to be careful with the addictive nature of the drug as it would cause severe damage to their brain and organs. If people on iron level were to take the drug more than 3 times, the damage caused to the body would be irreversible. There would be a high possibility of organ failure which would then lead to death or severe brain damage. Even for those who had higher combat strength or defensive abilities would be addicted as soon as they took it more than twice and there would be no way for them to quit the drug. Left unattended, these people would eventually die. Lin Huang looked at an image of the complete crystal. It looked exactly the same as the one that the head examiner showed them earlier. So the head examiner was talking about this drug. He suddenly realized that the assessment was not as simple as he expected. He then proceeded to read about weed. Aside from the introduction to the drug, there were many cases of deaths that were caused by the drug, which included the deaths of some gold-level members. Their deaths were devastating. Lin Huang frowned as he finished reading all the cases. He was not frowning because of the disgusting images and videos of the cases. Instead, he felt that the value of the information was not worth the price he had paid. However, he found the information that he wanted when he reached the end of the list of cases. The creator of weed was a pharmaceutical lecturer at a hunter college. After resigning from the college, he managed to create an empire of his own within a couple of years. His empire was called xianxia, and one of its division was located in Beixian City. The information that Lin Huang bought from the black market had complete details about the castle and the personal information of the pharmacist. The information of his empire seemed to be complete. No wonder this piece of information is so expensive. There were 3 transcendents who endorsed this xianxia. It was comparable to the more common royal families. The division alone had 2 gold-level guardians and more than 30 silver-level people in it. Lin Huang finally realized how valuable this information was. The weed available on the market is in powder form. It seems like the only place I will be able to get the crystal form of the drug is from xianxia. That would mean, to be able to pass the assessment, the only way is to steal it from xianxia. However, looking at the number of guardians they have, it's not easy. Looking at the difficulty of the assessment, Lin Huang thought in his mind that he would be able to count the number of participants who would be able to pass the assessment. As expected, we were being tested on our ability to source for information, but obtaining the drug is an odd requirement as the task itself is way too complex. Lin Huang frowned. This is quite impossible to be achieved alone by most of the bronze-level participants unless it's a group effort. Could this assessment be testing our ability to work together? Lin Huang suddenly thought of a possibility. After spending some time thinking and considering the possible intentions of the examiners, Lin Huang shook his head and put the idea aside. He summoned his Alexandrian eagle and headed to Heisen Castle. There were many people who owned flying mounts in B-grade footholds. Although an Alexandrian eagle was rare, it did not attract much attention. Within a couple of minutes, Lin Huang arrived near Heisen Castle. He landed on the branch of a big tree and recalled the Alexandrian eagle. He then leapt into the air and his body shot down to the ground like an arrow. As he got closer to the ground, he diverted his drop to the branches close by. To reduce his momentum, he caught hold of a branch and started swinging from branch to branch. Around 10 minutes later, he stopped swinging and leapt onto a branch as he realized that he was at a dead end. Before him was an ancient castle and it looked like it had been around for a long time. There was a huge red metal door in the middle of the castle walls, with 2 security towers on each side. Lin Huang could see there were guards walking around the security towers. Upon closer observation, he saw a warning bug sitting on top of each tower. A warning bug was an insect that was very sensitive to the environment surrounding it. It had incredible vision, and as soon as it noticed unfamiliar creatures entering the area it was protecting, the insect would emit a loud chirp that sounded like a siren. After a certain amount of training, an insect like this could be used as a perimeter alarm. If Lin Huang had not used boundless vision before sneaking in, he might not have noticed the presence of the 2 warning bugs. The rock wall surrounding the castle was more than 30 meters high. It would not have been easy to leap over that height, even for a gold-level hunter. Lin Huang ducked low on a branch and hid behind a thicket of leaves. He watched the castle through the gaps. It would not have been difficult for him to sneak into the castle as soon as he transformed himself into Spectre. However, it would have been more dangerous to reveal himself during the day, so he decided to carry out his mission at night. Just when Lin Huang was planning to get some rest, he felt someone was watching him. He quickly turned around and shouted, "Who's there?" Suddenly, a girl dropped from a tree not far away from him. She looked like she was about 15 or 16. Her hair had gold highlights which she tied up in a ponytail. She wore a pink long-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of jeans. She smiled and sighed. She then raised her arms in submission and said, "All right, you found me." She looked like one of the participants of the assessment. Although she seemed harmless, Lin Huang did not let his guard down. Since she was here before him, it meant she was the person who was at the black market an hour earlier than he was. She could be one of the members of the underworld. "Who are you?" Lin Huang asked to confirm what he already knew. "I am just like you, of course, just one of the participants in this assessment." "Who else would you think I am?" the girl in the ponytail said as she approached Lin Huang as she stepped over a few branches to close the gap between them. She stopped when she was on a branch right across him. "How did you find out about this place?" Lin Huang asked. "From the black market, of course. Aren't you here for the same reason? How else would anyone know what weed meant?" The girl in ponytail rolled her eyes and continued, "Since you got the information from the black market, then you should know that there are 2 gold-level guardians and more than 30 silver-level guardians in this castle. It won't work if we just barge in. Would you like to work together? You arrived 40 minutes after me. Although you're obviously dumber than me, I'll say that you're not as bad, compared to those idiots who are digging in the weeds. It would be a wise choice that'll work in your favor if you teamed up with me," the girl in ponytail said as she looked at Lin Huang. He did not say a word in reply her suggestion, which annoyed her. Frustrated, she said again, "Hey, this is the first time I've taken the initiative to invite someone to join my team. What does your silence mean? How do we work together?" Lin Huang was not interested in working together as he already had the ability to sneak out the item on his own. However, if the girl proceeded to pester him, it might affect his plan later that night. "It's simple, I will sneak in and get the item while you distract them. As soon as I'm out with the item, we will meet again. You will get 30% while I get 70% for the weeds." The girl in a ponytail was out of her own mind, he thought. 70% of 5,000 pieces of crystals would be 3,500 pieces. I keep one to myself and sell the rest at 100 life crystals each. I would make 350,000 life crystals from that. Have fun. Lin Huang said and turned around in an attempt to leave. Hey. Then what do you have in mind? The girl in ponytail shouted at him. Change it up. I'll go in while you distract them. You get 30% and I'll get 70%. Lin Huang turned around and countered her offer with a smile. I'm a girl, and you're using me to distract them. Do I get only 30%? If you were in my position, would you really want that? The girl in ponytail said in anger. Of course I won't mind if I'm in your position, Lin Huang smirked. You bully. The girl in ponytail stomped her feet. Leaves rained down as the tree shook wildly. Lin Huang checked to see if their cover was blown. The sentries on the towers seem unfazed by the disturbance. To each, his and her own then. Bye, Lin Huang said and leapt up high, away from the girl. Damn, you'll pay for this. The girl shouted after him, furiously. After getting rid of the girl in the ponytail, Lin Huang sat down on a branch while waiting for the night to come. What he did not know was after he left, the girl in ponytail summoned a white wolf with a monster taming token and headed to the Hunter Association. Chapter 163. Trouble is here. A crowd gathered at the entrance of the Hunter Association looking at a piece of white paper on the right side of the door. A girl in ponytail stood outside the crowd and smirked. Lin Huang, it took me quite a while to find your name on the list. How dare you decline my offer to work together? Now, you'll have to pay the price. The piece of white paper on the right side of the door had a bunch of words written in a graceful handwriting. The handwriting wrote, the weed that was mentioned in the assessment tip is an advanced drug called ZC. All of you can find a portion of the information about the drug on the Heart Network. Such a drug is only available in a powder form on the market and only the manufacturer has the black crystal, its crystal form. The empire that manufactures the drug is called xianxia, a strong empire endorsed by 3 transcendents. There's a division of in Beixian City. The division is located in a jungle in the south of the city. It's in a castle and you can find the exact location on the map. However, Castle was invaded by one of the participants. His name is Lin Huang. He had stolen all the drugs. He told me that if any of you wants to pass the assessment, you would have to purchase the drug from him at 1,000 life crystals each. A picture of Lin Huang taken during the registration was attached at the bottom of the handwriting. It was enlarged to the size of the paper. How dare he ask for 1,000 life crystals from each of us? There are a total of 5,000 weed crystals. Wouldn't he be making 5 million from that? This is too much. We can still considering paying him if the price is reasonable, but the price he is asking is just ridiculous. Many were furious when they read what had been written on the piece of paper. Some of them began to browse the Heart Network to see if the news was true. Soon, they found an image of the ZC crystal and confirmed that it was exactly the same one that was shown to them by the head examiner earlier. They also found some information about Castle and confirmed that they were the manufacturer of the drug. Since the information shown on the network was true, many began to believe that Lin Huang really did steal the drugs. An uproar broke out within the crowd and they asked to see Lin Huang. Since the writing on the paper revealed Lin Huang's location, a jungle south of the city, many headed to the jungle via the monster car. They wanted to get Lin Huang to give them the weed crystals. Lin Huang, isn't that the kid who was not even iron level? If that's really him, I'll teach him a lesson. Bai Yan, who was wearing a red coat, frowned as he read the messages on the paper. He remembered seeing Lin Huang a couple of months ago, the imperial censor who was finding fault with him. Because of Lin Huang, he was accused of being a coward on the Heart Network. After mumbling to himself, Bai Yan summoned a crimson eagle and headed to the jungle in the south while the rest was admiring him. The girl in ponytail disappeared too. Lin Huang, who was in the jungle in the south of Beixian City, was not aware of the events that had happened at the Hunter Association. It was almost noon. He was relaxing while eating snacks that he bought online while waiting for the night to come patiently. Suddenly, he heard flapping above his head. Lin Huang then activated boundless vision as he looked up. A crimson eagle. Lin Huang recognized the crimson eagle immediately as the one he saw when he bumped into Bai Yan. The eagle was now a silver level. Bai Yan had found this place too. Lin Huang found it strange. He did not expect Bai Yan to find this place that quick, as he had only been here for less than half an hour. Theoretically, it should take quite some time for Bai Yan to get information on the drug. Come out, Lin Huang. Bai Yan shouted from the sky. Fortunately, there was quite a distance between him and the ancient castle. Lin Huang was worried that the girl in the ponytail would look for him again, which was why he went 2 to 3 kilometers into the jungle. Otherwise, the people in the ancient castle would definitely hear Bai Yan. He's here for me. Lin Huang frowned. He did not expect Bai Yan to come for him instead of the castle. Bai Yan, are you crazy? Lin Huang stood up from the branch and glared at Bai Yan, who was flying in the air. Bai Yan patted his crimson eagle as it landed slowly on the ground. He then recalled the crimson eagle and looked at Lin Huang, who was on a branch. Lin Huang, I can't believe it's really you. Because of you, I was criticized by the netizens that called me a coward for running away. I will teach you a lesson today and take a video of this. I shall show everyone who is the real coward. You're crazy. Maybe you're just a lunatic. Lin Huang stared at Bai Yan from above. So you're here for me just because people are calling you a coward? Did I accept any interview requests from the media and badmouth you? Bai Yan did not know how to react to Lin Huang's reply. He then recalled that it was 2 other people who revealed what had happened to the media and not Lin Huang. Lin Huang did not participate in any interviews by any media, nor did he badmouth Bai Yan. He had no comeback for Lin Huang's reply. However, I think what they said was right because you really are a coward. Lin Huang proceeded to reply when he saw Bai Yan unable to reply. Damn it, Bai Yan hated being called a coward. Since you don't have a comeback for me, would you like to fight me instead? Lin Huang laughed. Now that I think about it, why did you choose to run away the other day? Were you really scared that you would die? Aren't they right to call you a coward? Veins were bulging on Bai Yan's forehead because he did not have anything to rebut Lin Huang with. Also, the time you ran away was not the only proof of you being a coward. Lin Huang smirked. What do you mean by that? Lin Huang, if we don't talk things out today, I'll kill you. I don't care if I'm blacklisted by the Hunter Association, I'll kill you. Bai Yan was so furious that he was shaking. Alright then, since you want to know, I'll tell you. Lin Huang was proud. Half a year ago, you were given the priority to join the association as a hunter. There was no need for you to join the reserve hunter assessment like everybody else did. However, you decided to join anyway. As for the reason you joined, perhaps it was really like what you said. You wanted to test where your ability stands. That's not it, you just wanted to show off that you were more powerful than the rest of us. Right now, you've joined the regular hunter assessment with the same purpose, to show off that you're more powerful than all of us. What's wrong with that? I really am more powerful than all of you. What gives you the right to call me a coward? Bai Yan still had no idea what Lin Huang really wanted to say. Have you realized that you've been comparing yourself to people who are weaker than you? You enjoy showing off your strength before the weak to make yourself feel content. That's the reason why you've been participating in assessments unnecessarily. If I were you, I would spend the time you took to participate in assessments in my training so I can strengthen myself instead of wasting my time on unnecessary assessments. Real power comes when one is brave enough to face the risk before them. They are those who dare to challenge someone who is more powerful than them to break through their personal barriers, unlike you, who have already placed yourself in your comfort zone while you show off to people who are weaker so you feel superior. You're afraid to challenge people who are more powerful than you. This is why you've been joining unnecessary assessments again and again instead of challenging those who are on the same level with you or those who are stronger, such as copper hunters. You're afraid that you will lose, so you put all your attention in winning your fights with the weak. Tell me, are you not a coward for your fear of a real challenge? What Lin Huang said made Bai Yan speechless. Bai Yan did not realize that he had such issue himself. All he knew was that he loved surprising the weak. He had never looked at this issue on a deeper level. What Lin Huang said had made him realize his real fear, avoiding real challenges. He had nothing to say. Bai Yan was furious. Although what Lin Huang said was right, his pride could not take it. He did not want to admit that Lin Huang was right. The bronze-level ring on his hand transformed into a spear. He pointed the spear at Lin Huang, who stood on the branch. Lin Huang, we shall forget about everything that has happened between us after this battle. I won't be looking for trouble with you anymore. To prevent you from a humiliating defeat, I won't summon any of my monsters. Please try to withstand my attacks without losing too fast, since the difference of ability between your mouth and your actual combat abilities is like the distance between heaven and earth. Lin Huang smirked when he heard what Bai Yan said. The bronze-level ring on his hand transformed into a sword. He then leapt from the branch and dove towards Bai Yan like an eagle attacking a rabbit. A red flash flashed through the air like a meteor in the night sky, so fast that Bai Yan was shocked. He managed to avoid the slash just as Lin Huang dove towards him. "Such speed!" Bai Yan exclaimed. The spear on his hand was sliced into half by the slash and there was a light stain of blood on his neck. Feeling pain from his wound, he touched his neck and saw the blood on his finger, realizing that he was wounded. He was in total shock. How did this happen? Why are you so powerful? It finally dawned upon Bai Yan that Lin Huang could kill him with that slash. Another centimeter deeper and his neck would have definitely got cut off. This is what I've achieved during the past 6 months. While you wasted your time on useless things like this, I have been strengthening myself. Lin Huang explained. It was you who said that we will forget whatever things that had happened between us once this battle ended. I hope you'll keep your promise and stop bugging me. Lin Huang said and walked away. Wait, Bai Yan shouted and stopped Lin Huang from leaving. Chapter 164. Lin Huang. The actor Lin Huang frowned as he heard Bai Yan speaking behind him. The reason he did not kill Bai Yan was that nobody was allowed to kill any of the participants during the assessment or else they would be blacklisted. However, if Bai Yan disturbed him again, he thought about killing Bai Yan in an untraceable way. Is there anything else that you'd like to say? Lin Huang stopped walking and asked in an unfriendly manner. I just want to warn you that the news of you stealing all the drugs from the Heisen castle has been leaked. Many of the participants are on their way here to get the drugs from you. Bai Yan reminded him. I stole the drugs from the castle. Where did you hear this from? Lin Huang was speechless. Somebody posted a note on the entrance of the Hunter Association. I heard it was done by a girl. Looking at Lin Huang's reaction, Bai Yan began doubting the news that he read. That be *tch. Lin Huang knew what happened when he heard it was done by a girl. The only person he knew that he had met was the blonde girl with a ponytail. He then asked Bai Yan, how many people knew about this? Everyone should know about this. Bai Yan said and could not help but to ask, is this not true? Of course it isn't. I haven't even stolen them yet. Lin Huang shouted. After Bai Yan left, Lin Huang knew that it was not the end. He did not expect the girl would do something like this. Crazy bitch, what was she thinking? We only have a total of 48 hours, if she misled everyone like that, they would waste most of their time on me. Although she could get in my way, there's no benefit for her if she did something like this. Moreover, if more people were in this jungle, it would be difficult for me to obtain the drug if the people in castle noticed the crowd. Lin Huang could not understand why the girl would do this. If it was merely because he rejected her offer to team up with him, it would be quite childish. About 20 minutes later, a crowd rushed into the jungle south of Beishuan City. They have been deceived by the girl in the ponytail, having come here for Lin Huang. However, Lin Huang had used a specific transformation card and transformed himself into the specter and went underground to head to the castle. As there would be an uproar when the crowd arrived, Lin Huang was forced to start his mission earlier than he had planned. Lin Huang passed through the entrance underground the castle. There was a roofless courtyard inside the castle and the main hall was further in. When he arrived on the first floor, Lin Huang went into the wall and strolled around the entire floor. Aside from a couple of silver-level humans on watch duty, there was nothing else. Then, he went to the second floor by going through the ceiling and found nothing as well. The same happened for the third and fourth floor, there was no sight of weed at all. When he arrived on the fifth floor, Lin Huang finally found something. There were many staff members in white uniform working on something and there was a massive amount of chemicals as well as a complete production line. Pieces of black crystals were made on the production line and were put into a box. Lin Huang watched from the wall. The box was quite small, seemingly only being able to fit 100 pieces of weed in each box. The boxes were wrapped up later on. After watching the entire production process, Lin Huang noticed that aside from the staff in white uniform, the number of guards were most concentrated on this floor. Aside from one gold level rank 3 human, there were also 10 silver level rank 3 humans. Before he got his hand on the weed, Lin Huang did not want to attract any attention. He proceeded to the sixth floor and a stroll. Lin Huang found a warehouse that was filled with hundreds of boxes of the weed crystals. It was what Lin Huang had been looking for. However, there was a gold level rank 3 human at the entrance as well as 2 silver level humans. There were also 5 to 6 silver level humans walking around the floor. The gold level rank-3 human seemed to be watching some sort of video on the hard network. He was laughing occasionally. As the network page was semi-transparent, he was facing the direction where the boxers were placed. From this angle, he would definitely notice me stealing the boxes. Lin Huang frowned as he looked at the surveillance cameras around the room. This is an issue as well. If the cameras detect my presence, the alarm would go off and people would know there is a break-in. By then, they may keep the boxes in their storage rings and my mission would fail. Since Lin Huang had yet to find the control room, he left the warehouse and proceeded to the 7th floor and finally found the control room. There were 3 silver-level guards in there. After observing them for a while, he decided on what his actions would be and summoned Bai behind the 3 silver-level guards. Before they could even react, their heads were chopped off by Bai's blood. Spirit wings which transformed into a blade. Seeing the headless bodies on the chairs, Lin Huang then recalled Bai and went back to the 6th floor. Fearless, Lin Huang stored all hundreds of boxes of weeds in the warehouse into his storage space while he was in his specter form. Just as Lin Huang was storing the boxes, the gold-level human noticed something was wrong. He then stopped watching the video immediately and noticed that the weed had disappeared. Just as he was figuring out what happened, Bai appeared behind him but was too late for him to reach for anything. Bai covered his mouth with a hand that was transformed from his blood spirit wing while his other wings transformed into a sharp spike that pierced his heart from his back. He died a while later. The 2 silver-level humans did not notice anything at all. Lin Huang then transformed back into his human form. He walked out from the room with Bai with his 2 blood spirit wings transformed into spikes, piercing through the temples of the 2 guards at the door. Bai then transformed his other 2 blood spirit wings into vines and sliced through their waist. Although Bai was also silver level rank 3, he was a monster that had mutated twice. He was similar to a human genius with abilities that were a level higher than most people. A common silver level rank-3 human was nothing to him. After the 6th floor was cleared, Lin Huang followed closely behind Bai to the 5th floor. Since nobody knew what they had done earlier, many were shocked when they saw the both of them. It was only then that they realized that the castle had been invaded. Lin Huang then summoned Charcoal and the Ghastly Clown. He did not summon Tyrant as it was too big. There was no space for it to unleash its power. Just when the gold-level human got ready to attack, he fell into the Ghastly Clown's trap and could not move. In the midst of all that, Charcoal released its dragon flame and killed all the uniformed staff members, including the silver-level humans, while Bai took their lives like the Grim Reaper. In the 10 seconds that the gold-level human was trapped, the people on the entire floor had been slaughtered by the 3 monsters. The gold-level human looked at Lin Huang and knew Lin Huang was the mastermind behind all this. "Kid, do you know what you are doing? We have 3 transcendents in Heisen Castle. If you destroy the division, the headquarters would definitely get the transcendents to kill you. They wouldn't know that this was done by me." Lin Huang smiled and instructed the 3 monsters, "Kill him." Although the gold-level rank-3 human was powerful, Bai was no less powerful than him. Within a minute, he was killed by the 3 monsters. After the 5th floor was cleared, Lin Huang did not destroy the manufacturing machine because he wanted the people from the Union government to take it. After some hesitation, Lin Huang placed 50 boxes of the weed crystals next to the production line. With his 3 monsters, he proceeded to kill everyone on the 4th floor. Even the security guards on the security towers killed themselves under the Ghastly Clown's control. After everyone was killed, Lin Huang went back to the 7th floor and got Charcoal to destroy the control room with its dragon flame. He proceeded to get Charcoal to destroy all the surveillance cameras in the castle. When Lin Huang recalled the 3 monsters and walked out of the hall on the 1st floor, the 2 warning bugs sounded the alarm almost at the same time. The volume was more than 10 times louder than the alarms on Earth. Lin Huang ignored the alarms and used a specific transformation card and went underground when he arrived at the door. He transformed back into his human form when he found a place without any people in the jungle. Many started running to the castle as smoke was coming out of it. Lin Huang followed them as well. Many were hesitating, considering if they should hide in the jungle, but they started running after Lin Huang as they recognized his face from the notice posted on the door of the Hunter Association. Lin Huang ran along like the rest and entered the castle with its wide-open doors. Seeing the dead bodies on the ground, many were in shock and forgot about their purpose here, which was Lin Huang. "What happened?" someone asked. "I think there was a massacre here." Lin Huang said while glaring at the girl in the ponytail who got him into trouble. Let's look around. They should have the weed crystals that we are looking for. Didn't you steal all the weed crystal? Somebody asked. I'm only a bronze level rank 3. Do you think I could be able to steal under the watch of 2 gold level humans and a bunch of silver level humans? Lin Huang said while glaring at the person who asked the question. He then pointed at the girl in the ponytail. All of you were cheated by this girl. We had some misunderstanding earlier, so she set me up by releasing fake news. Many looked at the girl in the ponytail. She did not say anything but rushed into the main hall of the castle instead. Lin Huang followed suit and pretended to look for the weed crystals like everybody else. Looking at the bloody dead bodies, many exclaimed, "Who did this? That person must be powerful." Soon Lin Huang followed the girl in the ponytail and a couple of other people to the 5th floor. When they saw the boxes next to the production line, they rushed towards them almost at the same time. It was chaotic. Many of the others who heard the noise upstairs and went up. Seeing the boxes, they started fighting. The 5th floor was crowded. Lin Huang spilled a couple of boxes on purpose to allow the black crystals to roll out of the boxes. Seeing the crystals, the people in a frenzy. After some fighting, Lin Huang managed to get more than 10 boxes while the rest got their own share. Before the rest made it to the 5th floor, all the weed crystals had been taken away. Many who were downstairs regretted not coming upstairs sooner. Some of them even started to negotiate with Lin Huang to see if they could purchase the black crystals from him.